Again, if the relations of production determine only some features of the superstructure and not all, the doctrine cannot explain any particular historical phenomenon, for any historical fact is an accumulation of many circumstances, but only certain broad lines of the historical process. This, it appears, was in fact the main intention, not to explain a particular war, revolution, or movement of any kind, but only the fact that one major socio-economic system gave place to another. Everything else is zigzags and reversals of history. The fact that a process occurred when it did and not a few centuries sooner or later, the particular struggles and efforts that accompanied it, all this would be relegated to the status of contingency, with which the theory need not concern itself. In that case, historical materialism could not claim to be an instrument of prognostication. It could state, for instance, in the most general way that capitalism must be replaced by socialism, but when and how this would be, in how many decades or centuries, and after what wars and revolutions, as to these contingent aspects it could offer no prediction whatever. But even if the scope of historical materialism is thus limited, we have not done with the objections to it. The course of history is one and unrepeatable. It does not, therefore, permit the formulation of a rule that, for example, a slave-owning society must everywhere and at all times be superseded by a society. 300 main currents of Marxism. Eddy based on feudal land ownership. If, on the other hand, we say that history consists of many independent processes, since different parts of the world have lived for centuries in more or less complete isolation from one another, this tends rather to refute historical materialism than to confirm it, for Asiatic or Amerindian societies before the European invasions did not in fact evolve in the same manner as our own, and it would be a gratuitous fancy to assert that they would have done so if they had been left alone for long enough. All the more detailed historical and political analyses by both Marx and Engels show that they were not themselves prisoners of their reductionist formulas, but took into account all kinds of factors: demography, geography, national characteristics, and so on. When, for instance, Engels in a letter of December 2, 1893, attributes the absence of a U.S. socialist movement to ethnic considerations, he shows clearly that he did not regard the bourgeois-proletariat conflict as the determinant of all social processes, though he expected it finally to take much the same political form in America as in Europe. If this expectation was not fulfilled, as it has not been for the past 80 years, the fact can of course be ascribed to secondary factors, and Marxists can preserve indefinitely their faith in the validity of the doctrine despite accidental interferences. Any failure of their predictions can be explained away by saying that the theory is not a schematic one, that a multiplicity of factors have to be considered, etc. But, if it is easy to dismiss inconvenient facts in this way, it is not because of the theory's profundity but because of its vagueness, a quality which it shares with all universal theories of history that have ever been put forward. This same vagueness enables the theory to make various unprovable historical assumptions. When Engels says that great men like Alexander, Cromwell, and Napoleon appear when the social situation requires them, this is the mere speculation, for by what signs could such a requirement be recognized, other than by the fact that these men actually did appear? Clearly, a deduction of this kind, based on universal determinism, cannot help us to understand any single phenomenon. There also exists an even less rigorous interpretation of historical materialism. Marxists have often asserted that, according to the doctrine, relations of production do not bring about the superstructure but define it in the negative sense of limiting the options at society's disposal, without prejudicing its choice between them. If Marx and Engels meant no more than this, the doctrine is, again, in danger of becoming a truism. All would agree that the legal, political, artistic, and religious forms that we know from history cannot be imagined irrespective of social conditions. To take an example already quoted, the Declaration of the Rights of Man could not have happened among the Aztecs or in the technical and social environment of 10th century Europe. Yet the fact that some aspects of the superstructure preserve their continuity in spite of Book 1 * the Founders 301 found social changes is relevant to the validity of even this diluted version of historical materialism. Christianity, like Islam, has persisted through many social and economic systems. It has of course changed in many ways, in the interpretation of scripture, in its organization and liturgy, and the development of dogma. It has gone through crises, schisms, and internal conflict. Yet, if the term Christianity can still be used with meaning, it is because it has not changed in every respect and has preserved its essential content despite the vicissitudes of history. Every Marxist, of course, admits that tradition possesses an autonomous force of its own, and there are plenty of passages in Marx to confirm this. But if the objection can be brushed aside in this manner, it merely shows that the doctrine is so imprecise that no historical investigation and no imaginable facts can refute it. Given the variety of factors of all kinds, the relative independence of the superstructure, reciprocal influence, the role of tradition, secondary causes, and so forth, any fact whatever can be fitted into the schema. As Popper observes, the schema is in this sense irrefutable and constantly self-confirming, but at the same time it has no scientific value as a means of explaining anything in the actual course of history. Furthermore, it seems highly improbable that any fact or series of facts in the realm of ideology could be explained or understood without reference to other circumstances which are of an ideological or biological nature, or otherwise not covered by Engels is in the last resort. To take a simple example, in the 15th century there arose in Catholic Christianity a demand for communion under both kinds, and this was taken up by an important heretical movement, the Utraquists. It is contended, with some truth, that the demand expressed a desire to efface the difference between the clergy and laity, and can thus be regarded as a manifestation of egalitarianism. But the question then arises, why do men desire equality? To reply, because they are unequal would be a tautological pseudo-explanation. We must therefore take for granted that, at some periods of history, men have regarded equality as a value worth fighting for. If the fight is carried on by men who are starving or otherwise deprived of essentials, we can say that it is explicable on purely biological grounds. But, if it is more than a question of satisfying physical needs, we can not explain that men fight for equality because of economic conditions without positing the existence of an egalitarian ideology, for otherwise they would have no reason to desire it. Or, to take an even simpler example, already quoted, the possessing classes in any community try to influence legislation so as to minimize death duties, and it is regarded as obvious that they will do this. But in fact their action is due not only to particular relations of production and the existence of private property, but also to concern for their own posterity. This concern, being universal, is considered obvious, but it does not appear in itself to be an economic fact. It can be interpreted biologically or ideologically. 302 main currents of Marxism, but not related to any particular economic system or to the collectivity of SYS. Terms based on the profit motive. Both Marxists and their critics have often pointed out that the concept of technical progress as the source of changes in the relations of production is doubtful and misleading. The steam engine was not created by the stagecoach, but by the intellectual labor of its inventors. The improvement of productive forces is obviously the result of mental labor, and to ascribe to it the primacy over the relations of production and, through them, over mental labor is consequently absurd if the words are taken literally. Orthodox Marxists, of course, reply that technical progress and the intellectual labor that produces it result from the requirements of society, and that the creative mind which devises more perfect instruments is itself an instrument of social situations. But if this were so, it would still not mean that the primacy belonged to technical progress. One could speak of a multiplicity of links between intellectual labor and social environment, but this does not entail any specifically Marxist theory of interdependence between the different aspects of social life. In any case, even the idea of society requiring improved technology is of limited application. It is true that modern technical progress is broadly dictated by clear social requirements, but Marx himself points out that there was no incentive to technical progress in pre-capitalist economic forms, because they did not subordinate production to the increase of exchange value. On what basis, then, do we assume that technical progress must occur and that capitalism was bound to make its appearance? Why could not feudal society have gone on forever in a condition of technical stagnation? Marxists generally reply, well, capitalism did make its appearance, but this does not answer the question. If, by saying that it had to appear, they mean simply that it did, this is a misuse of language. If they mean something more, in the shape of historical necessity, then the appearance of capitalism does not prove that it was necessary unless, of course, we hold that everything happens because it must an unproven metaphysical doctrine that anyone is free to hold, but which does not help to explain history in any way whatever. Considered as a theory explaining all historical change by technical progress, and all civilization by the class struggle, Marxism is unsustainable. As a theory of the interdependence of technology, property relationships, and civilization, it is trivial. T would not be trivial if this interdependence could be expressed in quantitative terms, so that the effect of the various forces acting upon social life could be measured. Not only have we no means of doing this, however, but it is impossible to imagine how these forces could be reduced to a single scale. In interpreting past events or predicting the future, we are obliged to fall back on the vague intuitions of common sense. All this does not mean, however, that Marx's principles of historical investing, Book 1 The Founders 303, Gashin are empty or meaningless. On the contrary, he has profoundly affected our understanding of history, and it is hard to deny that without him our researches would be less complete and accurate than they are. It makes an essential difference, for example, whether the history of Christianity is presented as an intellectual struggle about dogmas and interpretations of doctrine, or whether these are regarded as a manifestation of the life of Christian communities subject to all manner of historical contingency and to the social conflicts of successive ages. We may say that although Marx often expressed his ideas in radical and unacceptable formulas, he made a tremendous contribution by altering the whole fashion of historical thought. It is one thing, however, to point out that we cannot understand the history of ideas if we do not consider them as manifestations of the lives of the communities in which they arose, and quite another to say that all the ideas known to history are instruments of class struggle in the Marxian sense. The former statement is universally acknowledged to be true, and we therefore think of it as obvious, but it has become so largely as a result of Marx's thought, including his hasty generalizations and extrapolations. Marx is of course partly to blame, if we may so put it, for the oversimplified and vulgarized notions that can be defended by many quotations from his works. If we believe literally that the history of all sovieties that have existed up to now is the history of class struggles, we can indeed interpret Marxism as contending that every feature of the history of all civilizations in every sphere is an aspect of the class struggle. Whenever Marx himself went into detail, he certainly did not push his hypothesis to such an absurd extreme. He did, however, coin some formulas that gave color to the simplistic interpretations. It was possible to deduce from these formulas that men were deluded whenever they imagined that they were actuated by anything but the material interests of the class with which they identified, consciously or otherwise, that men never really fought for power or freedom for their own sakes, or for their country as such, but that all these values, aspirations, and ideals were disguises for class interests. It could likewise be inferred that political bodies did not evolve any interests independent of the classes they represented, despite Marx's observations on bureaucracy, and that if the state appeared to play an autonomous part in social conflicts, it was only, as Marx argued in the case of Louis Bonaparte, the result of a momentary balance of forces in an acute class struggle. Some contemporary historians and some sociologists, like T.B. Bottomore, suggest that Marxism should be treated not as an all-embracing theory of history but as a method of investigation. Marx himself would not have agreed with this limitation. He regarded his theory as a complete account of world history, past and present, but it is an attempt to rationalize Marxism and strip it of its prophetic and universalist claims. However, the word method also requires qualification. Historical materialism, conceived loosely enough to be free from 304 main currents of Marxism. The objections we have mentioned is not a method in the proper sense, i.e. a set of rules that will lead to the same result if applied by anyone to the same material on different occasions. In this sense, there is no general method of historical research except, of course, the method of identifying sources. Historical materialism in the sense just defined is too vague in general to be called a method, but it is a valuable heuristic principle in joining the student of conflicts and movements of all kinds, political, social, intellectual, religious, and artistic, to relate his observations to material interests, including those derived from the class struggle. A rule of this kind does not mean that everything is ultimately a matter of class interest. It does not deny the independent role of tradition, ideas, or the struggle for power, the importance of geographical conditions, or the biological framework of human existence. It avoids sterile debate on the question of determination in the last resort, but it takes seriously Marx's principle that man's spiritual and intellectual life is not self-contained and wholly independent, but is also an expression of material interests. If this seems obvious, we repeat, the reason is that Marxism has made it so. Needless to say, the account we have given considerably limits the validity of Marxism as an instrument for interpreting the past. We now turn to consider it as a means of predicting the future, and here its limitations are perhaps even more serious. No student can fail to recognize that in Marx's view, history as he knew and analyzed it derived its meaning not from itself alone but from the future that lay before mankind. We can understand the past only in the light of the new world of human unity to which our society is tending. This is the young Hegelian point of view, which Marx never abandoned. Marxism, then, cannot be accepted without the vision of the communist future. Deprived of that, it is no longer Marxism. But we should consider on what the prophecy is based. Rosa Luxemburg was the first Marxist to point out that Marx never specified the economic conditions that make the downfall of capitalism inevitable. Even if we accept his view that capitalism will never be able to prevent crises of overproduction, his analysis of such crises and their devastating consequences does not prove that such an uncontrolled system of adjusting production to demand cannot continue indefinitely. Most Marxists have rejected Rosa Luxemburg's theory that capitalism depends for its existence on non-capitalist markets which are ruined by it. But neither poverty, nor uncontrolled production, nor a falling profit rate give ground for believing that capitalism must collapse, still less that the result of its collapse must be a socialist society as described by Marx. For Marx, it is true, the collapse of capitalism and the communist millennium were necessary in a different sense from that in which capitalism had, as he believed, evolved from feudalism. No one, at the time, had set himself the Book 1 * the Founders 395 aim of establishing capitalism. There had been merchants, all of whom wanted to sell dear and to buy cheap. Navigators and discoverers had sailed the seas for adventure or treasures or to enlarge their country's dominions. Later there had been manufacturers out for profit. Every one of these men had been bent on his own interest, but none of them was concerned for capitalism, which was the gradual, impersonal outcome of millions of individual efforts and aspirations. An objective process, in which human consciousness was not involved except in a mystified form. But the necessity of socialism, as Marx saw it, was of a different kind. Socialism could only be brought about by men who knew what they were doing. The fulfillment of historical necessity depended on the proletariat being aware of its role in the productive process and its historical mission. In this one privileged case, necessity would take the form of conscious action. The subject and object of historical change were one, and the understanding of society was itself the revolutionary movement of that society. Although the revolutionary consciousness of the proletariat was identical with the latter's revolutionary movement, it would of necessity arise from the development of capitalist society. The proletariat's historical mission could not be fulfilled unless it were a fully conscious one, in a different way from that of the conquistadors of capitalism, but this consciousness was an inevitable result of the historical process. Marx was convinced that the proletariat was destined by history to establish a new classless order, but this conviction was not based on any argument. It was not a question of perceiving that the proletariat would go on fighting for its interests against the employers. Awareness of a conflict of interests was not, in Marx's view, the same thing as revolutionary consciousness, which required the conviction that there was a fundamental worldwide opposition between two classes and that this could and must be resolved by a worldwide proletarian revolution. The proletariat was a universal class, not only as the bourgeoisie had been when its aspirations coincided with the needs of progress, whatever this word meant, but also because it restored the universality of the human species. It was appointed to realize the destiny of mankind and terminate history by removing the source of social antagonisms. It was also a universal class in the sense that it would free humanity from ideological mystification. Making social relationships transparent to all, it would put an end to the dual ity that had dominated human affairs from the beginning of time, between the impotent moral consciousness and the uncontrolled, unfathomable course of objective history. Marx's conviction that the proletariat would evolve a revolutionary consciousness in this sense was not a scientific opinion but a ungrounded prophecy. Having arrived at his theory of the proletariat's historic mission on the basis of philosophical deduction, he later sought empirical evidence for it. 306 main currents of Marxism. The first empirical premise was his belief that the classes were bound to become increasingly polarized. This at least was capable of verification. It actually proved to be untrue, but even if it had not, it is hard to see how it proved that a worldwide socialist revolution was inevitable. Nor does this conclusion follow from the fact that the working class is the agent of production and is dehumanized to the maximum extent, for in both these respects it is no different and from the slaves of antiquity. If it were true that the social degradation of the working class was bound to increase, the prospects for a world socialist revolution, as Marx's critics often pointed out, would not become any the brighter. For how could a class that was kept in a state of ignorance and debility, humiliated, illiterate, and condemned to exhausting labor, find the strength to bring about a universal revolution and restore the lost humanity of mankind? Least of all, as Marx himself maintained, could the proletariat hope for victory, because it had justice on its side, at least if past history was to be any guide to the future. In point of fact, Marx did not believe that the proletarian revolution would be the result of poverty, nor did he ever entertain the idea that an improvement in the workers' condition would affect their natural revolutionary tendency. Later orthodox Marxists did not accept this idea either, though several of them expressed contempt for the working class aristocracy who, thanks to higher wages and security, came under the ideological influence of the bourgeoisie, which, according to theory, they ought not to have done. Even if Marx's two premises that were capable of being tested in practice, that society would approximate more and more to a two-class model, and that the lot of the proletariat could not really improve had been vindicated by the facts, this would still not have shown that the working class must, by virtue of its position, evolve a revolutionary consciousness, but it would have given ground for thinking that there would be a state of ferment among the proletariat which might lead to the overthrow of the existing property system. Failing the presence of the two factors in question, Marx's prophecy had no firm foundation, which is not to say that it had no social effects. However, the success of political movements that have invoked Marx's doctrine, whether or not they have deformed it in the process, does not prove that the doctrine is true. In the same way, the victory of Christianity in the ancient world, foretold by its own prophets, did not prove the doctrine of the Trinity but, at most, showed that the Christian faith was able to articulate the aspirations of important sections of society. There is no need to demonstrate that Marxism had a powerful effect on the workers' movement, but this does not mean that it is scientifically true. We have no empirical confirmation of Marx's predictions, as there has never been a proletarian revolution of the kind described, brought about by the conditions his theory. Book 1 * the Founders bomb. Required contradiction between productive forces and the relations of production, inability of capitalism to develop technology, even assuming, however, that for economic reasons capitalism cannot last indefinitely, it would still not follow that it must be replaced by Marxian socialism. There might instead be a general breakdown of civilization, and the alternative socialism or barbarism suggests that Marx did not always believe in the historic necessity of socialism, or a technologically stagnant form of capitalism, or some other form of society that did not depend on constant technical progress but was not socialist either. Marx's argument that capitalism must collapse because it had lost or would soon lose the capacity for technological Improvement involves at least two assumptions: first, that technical progress is bound to continue, and secondly, that the working class is its agent. Both these assumptions are improbable. The first is merely the extrapolation of a history. Cal fact, not a law, that for long periods men have continued to improve the instruments of production, but there is no certainty that they will do this for ever, and there have been times of stagnation and regress. As for the second assumption, in capitalist society the working class is not the exponent of any superior form of technology. The supposition would therefore have to be that socialism will owe its success to a higher degree of labor productivity than is possible under capitalism. This is hardly borne out by the socialist record, nor can it be deduced from anything in capitalism. Altogether, it is difficult to imagine the mechanism of a revolution based on these premises. The idea that 500,000 years of man's life on earth and 5,000 years of written history will suddenly culminate in a happy ending is an expression of hope. Those who cherish this hope are not in a better intellectual position than others. Marx's faith in the end of prehistory is not a scientist theory but the exhortation of a prophet. The social effect of his belief is another question, which we shall examine in due course. 15. The dialectic of nature. 1. The scientific approach. L.W. 1860s European intellectual life entered a new phase, as Lothar Meyer, Helmholtz, and Schwann were succeeded by Darwin, Virchow, Herbert Spencer, and T.H. Huxley. The natural sciences appeared to have reached the point at which the unitary conception of the universe was an incontestable fact. The principle of the conservation of energy and the laws governing its transformation were, it appeared, close to providing a complete explanation of the multiplicity of natural phenomena. Studies of the cellular structure of organisms gave promise of the discovery of a single system of laws applying to all basic organic phenomena. The theory of evolution afforded a general historical schema of the development of living creatures, including man with his specifically human attributes. Fechner's studies opened the way to the quantitative measurement of mental phenomena, which had previously been most rebellious to investigation. The day seemed close at hand when the unity of nature, hidden beneath the chaotic wealth of its diversity, would be laid bare to human view. The warship of science was universal, metaphysical speculation seemed condemned to wither away. The methods of the physicists were held to be applicable to all branches of knowledge, including the social sciences. Engels, who followed the progress of natural science with enthusiasm, shared the hope that a new mathesis universalis was about to dawn. A student of Hegel, in his youth, he never ceased to admire and respect the great master of dialectics, but he believed that the rational content and value of the latter's speculations would come to light through the development of experimental science, every new stage of which pointed to the dialectical understanding of nature. However, the philosophic interpretation of the new discoveries called for a theoretical examination of the breakdown of former methods, especially the mechanistic viewpoint which had dominated scientific investigation since the 17th century but was now an anachronism. From his earliest writings onwards, Engels strove to maintain the strictest possible relation between theoretical concepts and empirical data. This is especially clear in all his works expounding and popularizing the ideas of Marx, who was more concerned with theoretical consistency than with relating his doctrine to the facts of experience. 308. Book 1 * copyright the Founders 309. It is not surprising that Engels was infected by the scientific enthusiasm of his day, and sought to create an image of the world in which the same basic methods would apply to physical and social science, the latter being a natural prolongation of the former. In his search for unity of method and content, and for concepts linking human history, in Darwinian fashion, with natural history, Engels was close to the positivists of his day. However, he did not propose to find this unity by reducing the whole of knowledge to mechanistic schemata, after the manner of many physicists, such as Gustav Kirchhoff, but by discovering dialectical laws appropriate equally to all fields of inquiry. This can be seen in his three most important works written between 1875 and 1886, the Anti-Diering, Ludwig Feuerbach, and Dialectics of Nature. The last of these, an unfinished collection of short essays and notes, was begun with a view to controversy with Ludwig Beitner, whose mechanistic materialism was seen by Engels as furnishing the opportunity to formulate a new dialectical materialism. Subsequently, however, he went beyond his polemical intention. All three works, unlike those of Marx, deal with questions traditionally regarded as belonging to philosophy, and provide the outline of a doctrinal stereotype, which, under the name of dialectical materialism, came to be officially regarded as the Marxist ontology and theory of knowledge from Plekhanov's time onwards. Marxism was more and more generally defined as a doctrine composed of Engels' philosophical ideas, the economic theory of capital, and the principle of scientific socialism. It has been a matter of dispute for some decades whether these form a consistent whole, and in particular whether Engels' dialectic of nature is in harmony with the philosophical basis of Marx's work. 2. Materialism and idealism. The twilight of philosophy. According to Engels, who inherited this view from Leibniz, Fichte, and Feuerbach, the opposition between materialism and idealism is the central question on which philosophy has always turned. In the last analysis it was, in his opinion, a debate concerning the creation of the world. The idealists were those who maintained that spirit, whether a divine creator, or the Hegelian idea, existed prior to nature, whereas the materialists held the opposite. Burke-Lean subjectivism, according to which being consists in being perceived, falls. Of course, on the idealistic side of the division. Although the history of philosophy is filled with the debate between these two views, they do not occur in identical terms at all periods. There have been times, for example the Christian Middle Ages, when civilization knew nothing of materialism in the strict sense. Yet even in the basic controversies of that time we can detect something akin to materialism in the nominalist view. 310 Main currents of Marxism. Certain universals, which reveals a certain interest in physical nature and in concreteness. There have also been many doctrines in the history of philosophy which try to find a compromise or middle way between the two main views, irreconcilable as they are. It is difficult, therefore, to distinguish two main currents expressing the adverse opinions in all their purity and, between them, comprising the whole history of thought. Nevertheless, we always find two conflicting tendencies of which one is closer to the materialist viewpoint or contains more of the elements which usually accompany materialism in its pure form. The fact that idealist or spiritualist tendencies are more frequently met with in philosophy is due, Engels tells us, to the division between physical and intellectual labor, the resulting autonomy of mental pursuits, and the existence of a class of professional ideologists who, in the nature of things, tend to ascribe the primacy to mind rather than matter. How is the materialistic view to be more closely defined? Since Engels maintains that the essential opposition in philosophy is between nature and spirit, It would seem that both the opposing views express a kind of dualism, so that, although the materialists regard mind as genetically secondary to nature, they must also regard it as something separate and different. But Engels does not in fact take this view. He holds that the opposition between nature and spirit is underscore, not that of two different substances in a particular genetic relation. Consciousness is not a thing in itself, but an attribute of material objects, human bodies, organized in a certain way, or a process which takes place in them. His standpoint is thus a monistic one, rejecting the belief in any form of being that cannot be called material. But, to know what materialism is, we must first define matter. In some passages Engels appears to take a purely scientistic or phenomenalistic view and to dispense altogether with the category of substance. He says, for instance, the materialistic outlook on nature means nothing more than a simple conception of nature just as it is, without alien addition, dialectics of nature. From the history of science, and again, matter as such is a pure creation of thought and an abstraction. We leave out of account the qualitative differences of things when we lump them together as corporeally existing things under the concept matter. Hence matter as such, as distinct from definite existing pieces of matter, is not anything that exists in the world of sense, forms of motion of matter. From this it would follow that materialism as understood by Engels is not an ontology in the usual sense but an anti-philosophical scientism which sees no need to ask questions about substance and is content with the bare facts of natural science, purged of all speculative additions. From this point of view all philosophy is idealism, an imaginative embellishment of scientific knowledge, and, sure enough, Engels prophesies the decline and extinction of philosophy. If we deduce the world schematism not from our minds, Book 1 equals the Founders 341. But only through our minds from the real world, deducing the basic principles of being from what is, what we need for this purpose is not philosophy but POS. It of knowledge of the world and what goes on in it, and the result of this deduction is not philosophy either, but positive science, anti-Dyering, I. 3. With Hegel philosophy comes to an end, on the one hand because his system sums up its whole development most admirably, and on the other because, even though unconsciously, he showed us the way out of the labyrinth of SYS. Thames to real positive knowledge of the world, Ludwig Feuerbach, I. Modern materialism is not a philosophy but a simple conception of the world. Weltanschauung which has to establish its validity and be applied not in a science of sciences standing apart, but within the actual sciences. Philosophia. Phy is thus sublated aufgehoben, that is both abolished and preserved. Abolished as regards its form, and preserved as regards its real content. Anti-Dyering, I. 13. As soon as each separate science is required to understand clearly its position in the totality of things and of our knowledge of things, there is no longer any need for a special science dealing with this totality of all. Former philosophy, all that now independently survives is the science of thought and its laws, i.e. formal logic and dialectics. Everything else is merged in the positive science of nature and history. Introduction. Engels thus regards philosophy as either a purely speculative description of the world or an attempt to perceive general connections between phenomena, over and above those established by natural science. Philosophy in this sense is to disappear, leaving behind it nothing but a method of ratiocination which has this much in common with former philosophy that it was traditionally considered part of it, though not the most essential part. Engels does not express himself quite unequivocally, but basically his views are in line with the positivism that was widespread in his day. Philosophy is a superfluous adjunct to the individual sciences, and there will soon be nothing left of it but the rules of thought, or logic in a broad sense. But there is a different side to this. While, in the passage quoted, Engels speaks of dialectics as meaning simply the laws of thought, he elsewhere uses the term to denote a comprehensive and legitimate system of knowledge of the most general laws of nature, of which our thought processes are a particular exemplification. In this sense, he is a good deal less anti-philosophical than at first appeared. Philosophy, it would seem, is the science of the most general laws of nature, its conclusions derived logically from data furnished by the positive sciences, though they may not have been formulated by any one of those sciences. Engels' writings alternately support the more ruthless and the more tolerant view of philosophy, but even the latter was in tune with contemporary positivism, which did not wish to abandon philosophy altogether but only to reduce it to what could be deduced from the natural sciences. Either way. 312 Main currents of Marxism. Materialism is not an ontology but a method prohibiting the addition of speculation to positive knowledge. Nonetheless, Engels uses the term matter to denote either the totality of physical beings or what is left of things when they are stripped of qualitative differentiation. The real unity of the world consists in its materiality, anti-Dyering, 1, for that is to say, all that is the physical world perceptible by the senses, there is no invisible nature or behind the scenes world different in kind from that observed by the scientist. Engels does not discuss whether materialism in the purely methodical or phenomenalistic sense is identical with the view that the world is a material unity, or whether this view is the same as that of the primacy of matter over mind. He oscillates between scientific phenomenalism unburdened by metaphysical categories, and a substantialist materialism which holds that there is one true original form of being whose different manifestations constitute the events of the empirical world. Matter, which is this original being, is permanently and entirely characterized by motion, including change of all kinds, for otherwise the source of change would have to be looked for outside matter, in something like the first impulse, primum mobile, of the deists. Motion is the form of matter, uncreated and indestructible as itself. 3. Space and time. In addition to change, matter possesses the inseparable attributes of space and time. The theories which, in Engels' day, set out to explain space and time jointly, i.e. apart from the psychological aspect of time, may be reduced, very broadly, to 3 types. 1. Space and time are autonomous and independent of physical bodies. Space is the container of bodies, but there could be empty space with the same properties as physical space. Time is the container of events, but there could be time in which nothing happens. This is Newton's doctrine. 2. Space and time are subjective, a priori forms, can't they originate in cognition, but are not derived from experience, they are transcendent conditions of experience, prior to any possible factual knowledge. 3. Space and time are subjective and empirical, Berkeley, Hume, they are ways of ordering experience ex post, i.e. combining empirical data so that the mind may operate on them more efficiently. Engels does not share any of these views. He holds that space and time are basic forms of being and are their objective, contrary to Hume and Kant, but, contrary to Newton, they are inseparable properties of material bodies and events. Strictly speaking, this implies that there is no such thing as time in itself but only relations of succession, before and after, time being a secondary abstraction from these. Similarly, there is no space as such but only relations of distance, direction, and extent. Engels does not say this explicitly, but it appears to be his thought. The two forms of Book 1 *, the Founders 3438. The existence of matter are naturally nothing without matter, empty concepts. Abstractions which exist only in our minds, dialectics of nature, dialectical logic and the theory of knowledge. The temporal and spatial infinity of the universe are natural consequences of the doctrine that matter is uncreated and indestructible. For the variability of nature, there exists, therefore, nothing except material bodies in a state of constant change and differentiation. Engels writes, it is true that the world is not to be comprehended as a complex of ready-made things, but as a complex of processes in which things, though apparently no less stable than the concepts, which are our images of them, incessantly change, come into being and pass away. Ludwig Feuerbach, 4. But we must not take this literally, on the lines of some modern theories where events are primary and things are momentary condensations of events, for Engels elsewhere defines matter as the totality of material things, from which this concept matter is abstracted, dialectics of nature, dialectical knowledge and the theory of knowledge. His purpose in describing nature as a complex of processes and not of things is rather to emphasize the eternal changefulness and instability of the material world. The principle of constant change is a keynote of dialectical thinking. In Engels' view, it was Hegel's greatest achievement to point out that every form of being turns into another, and that only the universe as a whole is exempt from the law of birth, change, and passing away. Early modern scientists such as Copernicus, Kepler, Descartes, Newton, and Linnaeus were dominated by faith in the immutability of basic natural processes and classifications, whether in the heavens or in the structure of the earth and of organic beings. This view was revolutionized by their successors, starting with Kant's astronomical theory developed by Laplace, Lyell's discoveries in geology, J.R. Meyer and Joule in physics, Dalton in chemistry, Lamarck and Darwin in biology, all of whom demonstrated the perpetual variability of nature and the impossibility of hard and fast classification. Every observable fragment of reality proved to be only a phase in its unceasing development. All categories were approximate, more intermediate and transitional forms came into view. Man himself was seen to be the product of natural variations, and all his many-sided faculties were the continuation of forces to which nature herself had given birth. It was labor that distinguished man from the rest of the animal creation and was the source of all his proper pride. Manual effort was the cause of mental development. The observation of constant change assures us that man, like the earth and the whole solar system, is sentenced to destruction, but the law according to which matter evolves ever higher forms of existence assures us that these forms in which 314 main currents of Marxism we participate, conscious reflection and social organization, will reappear somewhere in the universe, and will in due course again cease to be 5 multiple forms of change. For the dialectic of nature is not only a matter of constant change. The main difference between the mechanistic and the dialectical viewpoints is that the latter distinguishes change in multiple forms. The mechanicism of the 17th and 18th centuries, transmitted to the 19th by the German materialists Voigt, Beitner, and Molschott, maintained that everything that happens in the world is nothing other than mechanical motion, i.e. the displacement of material particles, and that all qualitative differentiations in nature are subjective or merely apparent. They concluded from this that all branches of knowledge should pattern themselves on mechanics. The processes observed by them would prove to be particular cases of mechanical motion, obedient to the laws governing the movement of bodies in space. Engels was far from accepting this position, even as an ultimate ideal. He believed that the qualitative differentiation of forms of change was a real phenomenon, and that the higher or more complex forms could not be reduced to the lower. The higher, in fact, is defined as that which presupposes the lower but is not presupposed by it. Chemical phenomena, for this reason, are higher than mechanical ones, and those of the organic world are higher still. In the same way, there is an ascent from biology to mental phenomena and social processes. There is thus a multiplicity of forms of change or motion, and a corresponding natural hierarchy of sciences. The forms differ in quality, each of them presupposes all the lower ones, but these do not exhaust it. However, this all-pervading hierarchy and irreducibility of higher forms is not explained by Engels in a manner free from ambiguity. When he distinguishes the various forms of motion, mechanical processes, molecular movement, chemical, biological, mental, and social phenomena, on the ascending scale indicated by Comte, he does not state clearly in what their irreducibility consists. Is it because the laws of the higher forms cannot be logically deduced from those of the lower, for example, the laws of social history from those of chemistry, or are not logically equivalent to them? Or is it an ontological irreducibility, in that there is something in the higher processes which is not mechanical motion and cannot be causally explained by it? The first interpretation is weaker, for it does not exclude the hypothesis that the higher processes are no more than mechanical ones which occur statistically in a particular way. On the ontological level, mechanical motion would then be the only form of change, but science would content itself for observational purposes with statistical laws concerning its manifestation in particular conditions. The Book 1 equals the Founders 325. Second interpretation excludes this hypothesis, but it is not at once clear how the ontological irreducibility comes about, given the starting point of a homogeneous material substratum of all processes without exception. Whatever be the answer to this question, it is clear that Engels does not regard nature as uniform in all its changes, or reduce its multiplicity to a gle pattern. The manifoldness is real, not merely subjective or due to the temporary insufficiency of our knowledge. Genetically, all higher forms are derivations of the lower, and the history of science to some extent reflects this order, and they are in some sense inherent in them. In other words, matter tends by its very nature to evolve higher forms of being in the manner observable on Earth. Engels does not explain, however, in what way the higher forms are potentially contained in the elementary attributes of matter. 6. Causality and chance. Tuesday's view that the manifoldness of nature is real makes it possible to conceive the problem of causality in a different way from that of mechanistic materialism. The latter in its classical form reduced determinism to the principle that every event is conditioned in every detail by the totality of circumstances at the moment when it happens. If we call something an accident, we can only mean that we do not know its cause. The category of contingency is a subjective one. A perfect intellect, as Laplace suggested, could give a complete and accurate description of the universe at any time, past or future, if it knew the exact mechanical coefficients, position and momentum, of every particle at the present moment or any other. There can be no question of undetermined phe Phenomena or, in particular, free will accept as a purely subjective and erroneous sense of freedom. This form of determinism, represented in modern philosophy, phy by Descartes, as regards the material world, Spinoza and Hobbes, had many adherents among 19th century mechanists. Engels, however, took a different view. He believed in universal causality in the sense that he rejected the possibility of uncaused phenomena and also the existence of design in nature, conceived as the realization of a conscious intention. This would have been contrary to materialism, as it involved the primacy of mind over matter. But he regarded the general formula of universal determinism as completely sterile from the scientific point of view. If we say that there are 5 peas and not 6 in a certain pot, or that a particular dog's tail is 5 inches long and no more or less, or that a particular flower was fertilized by a particular bee at a certain moment, and so forth, and that all these facts were determined by the state of the particles in the original nebula from which the solar system developed, we are making a statement that is useless to science, and are not so much overcoming the contingency of nature as universalizing it. 316 Main currents of Marxism. Explanations like these leave us exactly where we were. They do not enable us to predict anything or improve our knowledge in any way. The business of science is to formulate laws operating in particular spheres so that we can understand phenomena, foresee them, and affect them. Small differentiations are the effect of an infinite number of reactions and may be thought of as accidental. But science is concerned not with them but with the general laws that can be discerned amid the mass of deviations. In nature, where chance also seems to reign, there has long ago been demonstrated in a particular field the inherent necessity and regularity that asserts itself through this chance. What is true of nature holds good also for society. Origin of the family. 9. Engels did not formulate precisely his idea of chance, but his thought seems to be that it is neither an event of whose causes we are ignorant, as the mechanists hold, nor an event with no causes, the indeterminist view. If a phenomenon is contingent, it is so objectively but relatively. Phenomena that form part of a series of events subject to a certain regularity are inevitably disturbed by events belonging to a different type of regularity, i.e. a different form of motion. These disturbances are called accidents, not in themselves but from the point of view of the process to which the former events belong. A cosmic catastrophe which destroyed all life on Earth would be accidental in relation to the laws of organic evolution, which do not, so to speak, provide for such an event, but it would not itself be unconditioned. An isolated fact such as the presence of 5 peas in a pot is the result of many detailed circumstances which we need not and cannot investigate, including the state of the wind, the dampness of the soil, etc. All these combine to produce a particular fact which is therefore not determined by purely botanical laws, for example that a certain seed grows into a pea and not a pine tree. A general statement that every detail of every process is governed by strict necessity is a mere metaphysical phrase without explanatory value. Science is concerned with laws which operate, of course, in slightly different situations each time, the variations being the effect of chance, but which are nevertheless dependable in spite of deviations and disturbances. It is the laws that matter, not their precise functioning in every separate case. This being Engels' view of regularity and causality, he approaches the case of freedom in a different manner from the usual one. Freedom does not mean the absence of causation, nor is it a permanent human attribute. It is not a question of suspending the laws of nature, or of enjoying a margin of free play around their edges. With one important modification, Engels follows the conception of freedom that arose among the Stoics and reached Hegel through Spinoza. Freedom is the understanding of necessity. Freedom does not consist in the dream of independence of natural laws, but in the knowledge of those laws and in the possibility thus afforded of making them work. Book 1 *, The Founders 31 LE. Systematically towards definite ends. Freedom of the will means nothing but the capacity to make decisions with real knowledge. The freer a man's judgment is in relation to a particular question, so much the greater is the necessity with which the content of his judgment is determined. Anti-Diering, I. 11. It appears from this that freedom as the understanding of necessity has a different meaning for Engels than for the Stoics, Spinoza, and Hegel. The free man is not he who understands that what happens must happen, and reconciles himself to it. A man is free to the extent that he understands the laws of the world he is living in and can therefore bring about the changes he desires. Freedom is the degree of power that an individual or a community are able to exercise over the conditions of their own life. It is therefore a state of affairs, not a permanent attribute of man. It presupposes an understanding of the environment and its laws, but it does not consist merely of such understanding, for in addition it requires the individual to affect his environment, or at all events, it is only visible when he does so. A man or a community are not free or unfree in themselves, but relatively to their situation and their power over it. There can, of course, never be such a thing as absolute freedom, i.e. unlimited power over all aspects of every situation, but human freedom may increase indefinitely as the laws of nature and social phenomena are better known. In this sense, socialism is a leap from the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom, wherein society takes control over the conditions of its being and the productive system, which have hitherto run right and operated against the majority. Engels thus puts the question of free will in a different way from his predecessors. He does not ask whether a conscious act of choice is always determined by circumstances independent of consciousness, but rather in what conditions human choices are most effective in relation to the end proposed, whether practical or cognitive. Freedom is the degree of effectiveness of conscious acts, not the degree of independence with regard to the laws which govern all phenomena, whether men are conscious of their operation or not, for, according to Engels, such independence does not exist. 7. The dialectic in nature and in thought. Dialectics, as understood by Engels, are the study of all forms of motion or activity in nature, in human history, and in thought. Thus there is an objective dialectic which governs nature, and a subjective dialectic which is the reflection of the same laws in the human mind. The term dialectic is used in a doubly sense, either for the processes of nature and history or for the scientific study of those processes. If we are able to think dialectically, it is because our minds obey the same laws as nature does. The dialectic of the mind is only the 318 main currents of Marxism. Reflection of the forms of motion of the real world, both of nature and of his story, dialectics of nature, natural science and philosophy. As this implies, Engels accepted the psychological view of logic in accordance with the naturalist doctrines of his time, i.e. he regarded its laws as facts, empirical regular ideas of the functioning of the nervous system. Only man, however, is able to think dialectically. Animals can perform operations involving reason in the Hegelian sense, i.e. the elementary abstractions of induction, deduction, analysis, synthesis, and experiment. Cracking nuts is the beginning of analysis, and Performing animals demonstrate the power to synthesize, but dialectical think. Ing involves the ability to examine concepts, and this is peculiar to man. Dialectics in the sense of thought which perceives phenomena in their development, their internal contradictions, the interpenetration of opposites, and qualitative differentiation came into being gradually during the ages. We find it in embryo in Greek and Oriental thought, and even in popular sayings. Like extremes meet, but only German philosophy, and above all Hegel, gave it the form of a complete conceptual system. This, however, had to be reinterpreted in a materialist sense before it could be useful to science. Concepts had to be stripped of their self-generating power and recognized as the reflection of natural phenomena, the method which consisted in dividing ideas into contraries and synthesizing these in a higher unity was thus seen as an image of the laws governing the real world. The laws of the dialectic may be reduced to three: the transition from quantity to quality and vice versa, the interpenetration of opposites, and the negation of the negation. These are the laws formulated by Hegel and apprehended as governing nature, history, and the human mind. 8. Quantity and quality. Tuesday law that quantity becomes quality, or, more precisely, that qualitative differences arise from the accumulation of quantitative ones, may be explained as follows. Quantitative differences are those which can be exhaustively characterized by the distance between points on a single scale: temperature, pressure, size, number of elements, differences that cannot be expressed merely in figures are qualitative. Now it is found throughout the natural world that the increasing or diminishing of the quantitative aspect of a thing leads at a certain point, usually clearly defined, to a qualitative change. The dialectic states, moreover, that qualitative changes are brought about only by quantitative increases or decreases. Changes of this kind occur in all fields of reality. A difference in the number of atoms of a given element in a molecule of a chemical compound produces a substance with quite different properties. For example, Book 1 The Founders 319. PLE, the series of hydrocarbons, alcohols, acids, etc. Current of a certain strength causes a filament to become incandescent. Bodies change their consistency according to temperature, and melt or freeze at a definite point. Light and sound waves are perceptible to human receptors within certain limits of frequency, and here again the threshold of perception represents a qualitative difference due to a quantitative change. The slowing up of intracellular motion, and the consequent loss of heat, at a certain point causes a cell to die, which is a qualitative change. A sum of money has to be of a certain size in order to become capital, i.e. to produce surplus value. The cooperation of men at work is not merely a combination, but a multiplication of the strength of each. Not all these examples come from Engels, but they are in accordance with his thought. In general, qualitative changes resulting from a quantitative increase or decrease may be seen in all cases where we distinguish between an agglomeration and an integrated whole. Nature and society afford innumerable examples of situations in which the whole is not merely the sum of its parts, but the latter acquire new properties by being part of an integrated system, while the system creates new regularities that cannot be deduced from the laws governing its elements. This concept of the whole became, after Engels' day, an important subject of methodology and an essential category in such forms as Gestalt psychology, holism in biology. It can also be found in Greek thought. For instance, Aristotle draws attention to the difference between an integral whole and a combination of elements. But the law of the transformation of quantity into quality sets out to generalize these simple observations into a universal principle. The fact that the structure of organisms depends partly on their size is also a particular case of the law. An animal with the structure of an ant could not be as large as a hippopotamus, and conversely. Even in mathematics, Engels argues, there are qualitative differences. For example, roots and powers, the incommensurability of infinitely large or small magnitudes with finite ones, and so on. The opposition of qualitative and quantitative differences throws a clear light on the contrast between Engels' materialism and that of the mechanists. The latter, for example, Descartes, Hobbes, Locke, and most of the French 18th century materialists endeavored to show that qualitative differentiation is not inherent in the world itself but is a feature of our perception, and that the authentic or primary attributes of things are geometrical ones, of size, shape, and motion. Everything else is an illusion caused by our subjective reaction to mechanical stimuli. Engels, on the other hand, reproduces to some extent, of course in a more exact form, the ideas of Francis Bacon, who believed that qualitative differences could not be reduced to quantitative coordinates. The law of the transformation of quantity into quality states merely 320 main currents of Marxism. It would seem that there are non-additive features in nature and society, or perhaps that there are no purely additive qualities, i.e. none that can be intensified indefinitely without causing new properties or the disappearance of existing ones. G. Contradictions in the world. Tuesday second of Engels' dialectical laws is that of development through contradiction and the interpenetration of opposites. His remarks on this subject are in a more condensed form than the rest of his argument. He observes that the two poles of an antithesis, like positive and negative, are just as inseparably from each other as they are opposed, and despite all their opposition they mutually penetrate each other. Anti-Diering. Introduction. The phenomenon of polarity occurs in magnetism, electricity, mechanics, chemistry, the development of organisms, heredity and adaptation, and social life. It is not a case, however, of merely noting this fact but of arguing that nature contains in itself contradictions, the opposition and interpenetration of which is the source of all development. In Engels' opinion, the existence of contradictions in nature is a refutation of formal logic, one of whose primary laws of thought, as they were called, was the principle of non-contradiction. As he writes, motion itself is a contradiction. Even simple mechanical change of place can only come about through a body at one and the same moment of time being both in one place and in another place, being in one and the same place and also not in it. Anti-Diering. 1:12. This is still more evident in more complex phenomena. Life consists precisely in this, that a living thing is at each moment itself and yet something else. Life itself, therefore, is a contradiction that is objectively present in things and processes, and is constantly asserting and resolving itself. Even the science of mathematics is full of contradictions. It is, for example, a contradiction that a root of a should be a power of a, and yet a to the power of 1/2 is the square root of a. It is a contradiction that a negative quantity should be the square of anything, for every negative multiplied by itself gives a positive, and yet the square root of -1 is in many cases a necessary result of correct mathematical operations. In the way societies develop through the unceasing emergence of contradictions. Engels was criticized for his view that contradictions are so present in nature that they cannot be described without violating logic, i.e. that logical contradictions are a feature of the universe. The great majority of contemporary Marxists hold that the principle of development through contradiction does not involve rejecting the logical rule of non-contradiction, and they observe that when, following Hegel, Engels spoke of motion being a contradiction, he, Book 1 *, the founders he, was repeating the paradox of Zeno of Elea, the only difference being that Zeno declared motion to be impossible because contradictory, while Engels declared contradiction to be in the nature of things. Many Marxists now hold that it is possible to speak of contradiction in the sense of conflict or contrary tendencies in nature and society, and of these being the cause of development and the evolution of higher forms, without necessarily rejecting formal logic. There is nothing illogical in the fact that contrary tendencies exist in practice. We are not asked to believe that two propositions contradicting each other are true, but only that nature is a system of tensions and conflict. 10. The negation of the negation. Engels' law of the negation is intended to give a more exact account of the stages of development through contradiction, and mutatis mutandis. It agrees with Hegel's formulation. The law states that every system has a natural tendency to produce out of itself another system which is its contrary. This negation is negated in its turn so as to produce a system that is in some important respects a repetition of the first, but on a higher level. There is thus an evolution in the form of a spiral, the opposition of the thesis and antithesis is resolved, and they are merged in a synthesis which preserves them in a more perfect form. A seed, for instance, develops into a plant, which is the negation of it. This plant produces not one seed but many, after which it dies. The seeds collectively are the negation of the negation. With insects we have the similar cycle of egg, larva, imago, and eggs in large number. Numbers are negated by the minus sign, which in turn is negated by squaring. It makes no difference that we can arrive at the same number by squaring the positive, for the negated negation is so securely entrenched in it that the latter always has two square roots, a and minus a, anti-diaring, I. 13. History develops, according to the same rule, from common ownership among primitive peoples to private property in class societies and public ownership under socialism. The negation of the negation consists in restoring the social character of property, not by returning to a primitive society but by creating a higher and more developed system of ownership. In the same way, the primitive materialism of ancient philosophy was negated by idealistic doctrine so as to return in the more perfect form of dialectical materialism. Negation in the dialectical sense is not simply the destruction of the old order, but its destruction in such a way as to preserve the value of what is destroyed and raise it to a higher level. This, however, does not apply to the phenomenon of physical death. Life contains the germ of destruction, but the death of an individual does any lead to his renewal in a higher form. 322 Main currents of Marxism. 11. Critique of agnosticism. Tuesday basic problem of philosophy has also, as Engels said, its other side, the question whether the world is knowable, whether the human mind is capable of forming a true image of relations in independent nature. On this point the new materialism is firmly opposed to all agnostic doctrines such as, in particular, those of Hume and Kant. It rejects the idea that there is any absolute limit to knowledge, or that phenomena are radically different from unknowable things in themselves. According to Engels, the agnostic viewpoint is easy to refute. Science is constantly transforming things in themselves into things for us, as when it discovers new chemical substances that existed in nature but were not previously known. The difference is between reality known and unknown, not between the knowable and unknowable. If we are able to apply our hypotheses in practice and use them to foretell events, this confirms that the area under observation has been truly mastered by human knowledge. Practice, experiment, and industry are the best argument against agnostics. It has indeed happened that agnosticism played a useful part in the history of philosophy, as when French scientists of the Enlightenment sought to free their own studies from religious constraint by declaring that metaphysical problems were insoluble and that science was neutral vis-a-vis religion. But even this attitude smacked of evading real problems by pretending that they could never be solved. 12. Experience and theory. Tuesday prior condition of knowledge is experience. Engels, like J.S. Mill before him, adopts an empirical standpoint even in mathematics, at least as regards the origin of its fundamental notions. The concepts of number and form have not been derived from any source other than the world of reality. Pure mathematics deals with the space forms and quantity relations of the real world, that is, with material which is very real indeed. But, as in every department of thought, at a certain stage of development the laws abstracted from the real world become divorced from that world and set over against it as something independent, as laws coming from outside, to which the world has to conform. Anti-Diering, 1, it. However, Engels' empiricism is a long way from that of most phenomenalists and positivists of his time. He does not hold that knowledge proceeds unidirectionally from raw fact to theory, nor does he regard theoretical generalizations as passive constructions, as arising from accumulation and induction and exercising no reflex effect on the observation of new facts. Here, Book 1 *, the Founders 323. As elsewhere, there is an interaction between facts and theories. Engels did not expatiate on the problems involved, but the main lines of his thought are clear. He is opposed to what he calls bare empiricism, i.e. uncritical belief in facts, as, so to speak, interpreting themselves. In natural science in the spirit world, dialectics of nature, he points out that strict empiricism cannot provide an answer to the beliefs of spiritualists, who appeal to experiment and observation. Theory is essential to the interpretation of facts, and contempt for it is fatal to science. For this reason Engels called Newton an inductive ass. Facts do not interpret themselves, and to perceive their connections we need theoretical instruments which derive, it is true, from observation, but in time become independent elements of knowledge. In the progress of science, there is a kind of mutual corroboration between experience and theory, though the former is always genetically prior to the latter. It appears that Engels does not regard the laws of science as merely the logical sum or economical formulation of individual statements of fact, but as embodying some thing further, namely the necessity of the connection which they describe, a necessity which is not inherent in any one fact, nor in all together. There is in nature a form of universality. All real, exhaustive knowledge consists solely in raising the individual thing in thought from individuality into particularity, and from this into universality, in seeking and establishing the infinite in the finite, the eternal in the transitory. The form of universality, however, is the form of self-completeness, hence of infinity. It is the comprehension of the many finites in the infinite. We know that chlorine and hydrogen, within certain limits of temperature and pressure and under the influence of light, combine, with an explosion, to form hydrochloric acid gas, and as soon as we know this, we know that it takes place wherever and whenever these conditions are present, no matter whether the phenomenon occurs once or is repeated a million times, or on however many heavenly bodies. The form of universality in nature is Law. Dialectics of nature, dialectical logic and the theory of knowledge. The necessity of a law concerning a particular causal connection is not, as Hume would argue, a mere habituation of the mind, it is inherent in the nature real connection itself, and we recognize this by the fact that we not only observe the regular sequence of particular events but are able, as a result, to produce the events ourselves. Engels' remarks on the empirical background of theoretical constructions are rather summary, but their general trend is clear enough. He is a radical empiricist as regards the genesis of knowledge. No valid knowledge is derivable elsewhere than from experience, and a moderate empiricist as far as method is concerned. The social process of knowledge leads to the forging of theoretical instruments, thanks to which we do not submit passively to facts. 324. Main currents of Marxism, but interpret and combine them. The second law of thermodynamics, for instance, appeared to Engels an absurdity, as it posited an overall diminution of energy in the universe. Science is not merely the concise recording of facts, but the comprehension of something universal and necessary in the world of nature. 13. The relativity of knowledge. At the same time, Engels holds, it is impossible either for the whole of our knowledge or for elements of it such as natural laws to attain absolute validity. While accepting the traditional view that truth signifies agreement with reality, Engels follows Hegel in expounding the idea of truth as a process and as something essentially relative. But in what does this relativity consist? Engels does not hold that the accuracy of a judgment is a matter of time or personality in the sense that it is true or false according to who pronounces it or in what circumstances. His belief in relativity is formulated in different ways. In the first place, knowledge is relative in the obvious sense that it is always incomplete, that man in his finitude cannot discover all the secrets of the universe. A second, more important aspect of relativity is one which applies especially to scientific laws. The way in which science usually advances is that theoretical explanations of observed facts are replaced in course of time by others which do not contradict the former ones, but narrow the sphere of their validity. Thus Boyle's and Marriott's law on the relation between the pressure, volume, and temperature of gases was corrected by Regnault's discovery that it does not apply outside certain limits of temperature and pressure. But we can never be certain that we have discovered once, and for all the limits of applicability of a particular law, or that it may not have to be reformulated more precisely in the future. In this sense all scientific laws are relative, or are true only in a relative sense. Thirdly, we can speak of the relativity of knowledge in the sense that the same collections of facts admit of different theoretical explanations, the scope of these explanations becoming narrower as science progresses, though it never disappears altogether. Fourthly, although there is a difference between a law of nature and a hypothesis, unless we deny the reality of causal connection, in which case every law is hypothetical, yet the basis of scientific generalizations can never be complete, since they comprise an infinity of possible individual facts. Hence any items of knowledge that lay claim to absolute validity must either be commonplaces like all men are mortal, or particular facts like Napoleon died on May 5, 1821. Truly absolute knowledge, either in the sense of mentally reproducing the whole universe or of formulating a law of unalterable and final validity, is an unattainable goal to which we can only approximate. Book 1 * The Founders 325. Made indefinitely. In so doing, however, we come to possess an increasingly full and accurate picture of reality as a whole. 14. Practice as the criterion of truth. In Engels' view, the truest confirmation of the accuracy of our knowledge is the effectiveness of our actions. If, on the strength of certain information, we set about changing the world in some particular, and if we succeed in doing so, that is the best vindication of our knowledge. Practice, in this sense, is the criterion of truth, and we thus have a reason for eschewing any mental speculation which does not lend itself to practical confirmation. In some passages, Engels interprets the notion of practice so broadly as to include the verification of hypotheses in cases where there is no question of our acting upon the external world, for example in astronomical observation. But the importance of practice in cognitive activity is even wider than this. It is not only the best criterion but itself a source of knowledge, inasmuch as real, socially felt needs direct human beings to particular fields of inquiry and determine the range of the questions they seek to answer. In this way, practice supplies the true purpose and social motivation of the quest for knowledge. Thought, in this sense, is practically oriented, which does not mean that it is not objective. 1. Capability of reflecting, subject to its historical and other limitations, the real, factual attributes and relationships of nature itself, independent of the human mind. On the other hand, Engels writes in Dialectical Logic and the Theory of Knowledge, natural science, like philosophy, has hitherto entirely neglected the influence of men's activity on their thought, both know only nature on the one hand and thought on the other. But it is precisely the alteration of nature by men, not solely nature as such, which is the most essential and immediate basis of human thought, and it is in so far as man has learned to change nature that his intelligence has increased. From this interesting remark we might suppose that Engels was inclined to regard the content of human knowledge as the result of interaction between man and nature, and not simply a reflection of nature in which practical action plays the part of a touchstone and a determinant of interests. That would mean, however, that the object of our knowledge is not reality itself but man's relations with nature. This is hard to reconcile with the belief that human thought is a more and more perfect reflection of the world as it exists independently of man's cognitive and practical activity. The passage, however, is not so unambiguously expressed as to justify far-reaching inferences, and Engels nowhere developed the idea, nor is it clear exactly what he meant by such terms as basis of human thought. Nevertheless, we find here a hint of a concept significantly different from his opinion that thought is a copy of the real world. 326 Main currents of Marxism. 15 The sources of religion. By this dialectical transformation of materialism, Engels stands opposed to the whole of idealistic philosophy and to all his materialist predecessors, who did not advance beyond a mechanistic interpretation of the world. This applies to some extent even to Feuerbach, while crediting the latter with a large part in overcoming German idealism. Engels criticizes him for simply rejecting the Hegelian dialectic instead of discovering its rational content. In addition, Feuerbach, like all previous materialists, was a materialist from below and an idealist from above, that is to say, he was unable to explain human history except in terms of ideology, in particular the figments of religion, which he regarded as the mainspring of historical change. Modern materialism is consistent in this respect too, that it accounts for historical events by regarding social consciousness as the product of material conditions of life. It would even seem, though Engels does not expressly say so, that he regarded historical materialism as the logical consequence of philosophic materialism. As for religion, which Feuerbach made the efficient cause of great historical changes, Engels, in accord danced with positivist evolutionism, saw it as the fruit of human misconception and ignorance. From the very early times when men, still completely ignorant of the structure of their own bodies, under the stimulus of dream apparitions came to believe that their thinking and sensation were not activities of their bodies, but of a distinct soul which inhabits the body and leaves it at death. From this time men have been driven to reflect about the relation between the soul and the outside world. If upon death it took leave of the body and lived on, there was no occasion to invent yet another distinct death for it. Thus arose the idea of its immortality. Not religious desire for consolation, but the quandary, arising from universal ignorance, of what to do with this soul, once its existence had been accepted, after the death of the body, led to the empty notion of personal immortality. In exactly the same way the Phi gods arose through the personification of natural forces and, as religion developed, assumed more and more an extra-mundane form. Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy. 1. Engels, after the fashion of the Enlightenment thinkers, saw religion as the fruit of ignorance or want of understanding. He thus abandoned the Marxian view of religion as a secondary alienation due to the alienation of labor, in favor of an intellectualist explanation. In this respect he also shared the ideas of 19th century evolutionism as to the origin and nature of religion. 16. Recapitulation and philosophical commentary. 1. Marx's philosophy and that of Engels. Ensitz's viewpoint may be described in summary terms as both naturalis, take an anti-mechanistic. He presents the universe as evolving dynamically towards higher forms, manifold in differentiation and enriching itself by inner conflict. His version of the dialectic is an anti-philosophical, anti-metaphysical one, though with some inconsistency on this point, which accepts the multiplicity of the universe as irreducible to a single pattern. It is allied to scientism and positivism by its confidence in natural science and mistrust of philosophy as anything but a set of intellectual rules, also by its general empiricist and determinist trend and by a less definite inclination to phenomenalism. On the other hand, it diverges from typical positivism by its critique of radical empiricism and its theory of the multiple forms of motion. Yet even on this point, Comte, for whom Marx and Engels expressed such profound contempt, anti-Engels' Engels' views, he refused to reduce all phenomena to mechanistic models, and his classification of sciences was taken over by Engels with little modification. It should be added that Engels' evolutionism is apparently related to the separate parts of the universe and not to the universe as a whole. As we read at the end of the introduction to Dialectics of Nature, the universe is infinite and eternal, reproducing the same forms in a never-ending cycle of birth and destruction. Particular fragments of the universe, particular astral systems, by force of internal necessity evolve higher forms of organic life and consciousness, but the universe as a whole does not evolve in this way. We may suppose that, as dwellers on the earth, we are now living in a part of the cosmos which is in a state of upward evolution, but from the point of view of nature as a whole, this is a mere passing efflorescence, bound to repeat itself without ceasing in some nook or cranny of the universe. Engels' observations were of course made in the light of contemporary science and mathematics, and many of them are now out of date. But the general lines of his thought, naturalism, cognition as a reflection of reality, knowledge, bt. 326 main currents of Marxism as relative, the dialectic of nature were upheld by later Marxists and regarded, especially by the Russians, Plekhanov, Lenin, as the Marxist philosophy par excellence. At the same time, the dialectic of nature was criticized by some Marxists. The first to attack Engels' philosophy as radically different from Marx's was probably Stanislaw Berezovsky, while Max Adler also spoke of important divergences between the two founding fathers. Subsequently Lucas attacked the dialectic of nature, arguing that the idea that nature itself behaved dialectically was incompatible with Marx's view that the dialectic was an interaction between subject and object, leading ultimately to their unification. According to Marx, nature was not something ready-made and assimilated by man in the process of cognition, it was the counterpart of a practical effort, and was given only in the context of that effort. The evident fact that man transforms nature does not itself invalidate the contemplative theory of knowledge. If praxis is merely the exploitation of natural forces or a criterion for verifying hypotheses, the dialectic, which according to Marx is the unity of theory and practice, cannot be formulated so as to relate to nature in itself as it presupposes the activity of consciousness. The issue here raised as to whether the founders of scientific socialism saw eye to eye in their epistemological views may, it appears to me, be analyzed as follows. Engels' dialectic was formulated under the influence of Darwin's discovery, i.e.s. and in the intellectual atmosphere of Darwinism. The main trend of opinion, shared by Engels, was to interpret life, knowledge, and social phenomena from the point of view of naturalism, which treats human history as a prolongation and a special case of natural history, and assumes that the general laws of nature apply, in specific forms, to the destiny of mankind. Engels, of course, does not question that human history has special features, nor does he assert that the laws of the animal kingdom suffice to explain human society or can be applied to it without modification. Indeed, he expressly rejects oikopros dur, holding that evolving nature creates new qualities and that human society is an instance of this differentiation. Nonetheless, writing in Ludwig Feuerbach of the difference between the history of the organic world in general and that of mankind, he observes that men, unlike animals, act according to conscious intentions, but that their intentions and acts as a whole conform to the objective regularities of history, which are independent of whether men realize them or not. This last thought is in harmony with many of Marx's statements, but the passage itself is not in accordance with Marx if it means that the conscious character of individual acts, which does not affect the laws governing history as a whole, is the only feature that distinguishes the history of mankind. For it does not appear that the philosophical basis of Marx's Book 1 ** The Founders 329 ism are compatible with belief in general laws of nature having, as particular applications, the history of mankind and also the rules of thought, identified with psychological or physiological regularities of the brain. Whereas Engels, broadly speaking, believed that man could be explained in terms of natural history and the laws of evolution to which he was subject, and which he was capable of knowing in themselves, Marx's view was that nature as we know it is an extension of man, an organ of practical activity. Man, of course, did not create nature, and it is not a subjective imagination, but the object of our knowledge is not nature in itself but our contact with it. In other words, when Marx spoke of knowledge having a practical character, he did not simply mean that interest is determined by practical needs and hypotheses are confirmed by practical action. Human praxis is the true object of our knowledge, which can never free itself from the practical, situational manner in which it is acquired. We cannot contemplate the subject in itself, free from historical involvement. The cogito is an impossibility. But equally the object cannot be purged of the fact that it presents itself to man in the practical context, as a purely human object. To call contact with nature is the horizon that our knowledge cannot overstep, and in this sense there is no ready-made nature that we can contemplate and then act upon. Nature, as far as we are concerned, is known only in terms of our acts and needs. Knowledge cannot be divested of the fact that it is human, social, and historical knowledge. Or again, there is no transcendental viewpoint from which the subject can apprehend natural forms as they are, in order then to duplicate them in his own mind. The materialist interpretation of consciousness according to Marx is that knowledge and everything else in the mind, feelings, desires, imaginations, and ideals are the product of social life and history. Man, therefore, cannot adopt a cosmic or divine viewpoint, throwing aside his own humanity and comprehending reality as it exists in itself and not as an object of human praxis. There is thus a clear difference between the latent transcendentalism of Engels' dialectic of nature and the dominant anthropocentrism of Marx's view. The difference is also seen in the significance they respectively attach to Hegel and the Hegelian dialectic. Engels, who extolled Hegel's part in elaborating the conceptual framework of the dialectic, and who regarded the GER man workers movement as the sole legitimate heir of classic German philosophy, saw it as the great merit of Hegelianism to have emphasized the transience of all forms of social existence. He criticized Hegel, on the other hand, for the non-dialectical conception of nature as repeating its cycle of evolution without a break, and especially, following the radical young Hegelians of the 1840s, for the contradiction between system and method. By this they meant that the dialectic speaks of ceaseless development and negation, so that 330 main currents of Marxism, no form of being or society can be final, and the absolute is always out of reach, yet Hegel represents certain forms of religion, philosophy, and the state as final and unimprovable, and thus sins against his own method. But the supposed conflict between method and system cannot be resolved by recognizing the transience of all forms and the impossibility of final ones. Hegel's thought is not comprehensible without its fulfillment in the absolute, and negativity as the young Hegelians understood it is no longer Hegelian. The whole burden of Hegel's criticism of Kant and Fichte, especially of the bad infinity or the notion of unending growth, was that any phase of development can only be understood in relation to a final state, without which so-called progress is merely eternal repetition. Only an absolute which is actually attainable, not somewhere dimly visible on the horizon, can provide the refer-in system that gives meaning to any stage of spiritual evolution. The notion that it is possible to salvage from the Hegelian dialectic the idea of eternal progress while jettisoning the conservative idea of an ultimate goal is analogous to a philosophy which, confronted with the contradiction between God's omnipotence and man's free will, should abolish God and claim that it had preserved the genuine essence of Christianity, namely atheism. The contradiction, or tension, is itself the essence of Christianity, and to remove one of its terms is not to accommodate Christianity to critical thought but simply to destroy it. In the same way, the notion of infinite progress without that of the final unified cation of being is not a critical absorption of Hegelianism but a denial of it, and the first term of the contradiction is not even specifically Hegelian, it comes from Kant and Fichte, and if it is to be the kernel of dialectical thought, such a dialectic has no need of the Hegelian tradition. Marx's assimilation of Hegel, however, is not based on keeping the method while rejecting the system, but on standing Hegel on his feet instead of his head, which is a different thing. Marx in his own fashion took over from Kant and Hegel the idea of history culminating in the complete unity of man, the identification of existence with essence and the abolition of contingency in human life. Man, according to Marx, is not doomed to contingency, as Stirner maintained, and as do modern existentialists, at least of the atheistic kind. On the contrary, what has hitherto been contingent, though miscalled freedom, derives from the power of objectified forces over man. To remove these forces and subject man's existence to his own freedom, abolishing the difference between empirical being and species essence, is to destroy the contingency of existence. Man is no longer at the mercy of alienated forces of his own creation. The individual is not a victim of anonymous society, nor the owner of its objectified labor in the form of capital. In short, man's absolute being is fully realized in actual being. The latter, in consequence, ceases to be accidental. Its individuality expresses the universal essence of humanity, and its freedom is. Book 1 The Founders 331. Historical necessity. Man's fundamental disunity can thus be overcome, but not in the way Hegel suggested. Hegel, having reduced man and his works to self-consciousness and the externalization thereof, and regarding humanity as a stage in the evolution of spirit, could not, on the basis of his own method, reconstruct man as an integral being. Man's contingency cannot be healed by an absolute outside himself, and accordingly Hegel does not cure the contingency of individual life, or else he does so only in the context of that life. In effect, he condemns empirical human individuality to a state of contingency throughout its existence, as may be seen in the permanent dichotomy between the state and civil society in Hegel's philosophy of law. To do away with contingency it is necessary, firstly, to take man as a complete physical being, working and contending with nature, and secondly, to comprehend that man's only reality consists in his being an individual. Any other form of existence is the effect of the alienation of labor, an aberration of fortune which, however, is historically inevitable, and is a condition of his liberation. Only when Hegelianism has thus been transformed in the sense of materialism, consciousness as a component of the complete man and an effect of practical activity, and individualism, the individual as the only subject, all other modes of existence being predicates of the actual man, only then is it possible to look forward to man's true unification. As predicted in the Paris manuscripts and in Capital, Hegel has been stood on his feet. The individual is the subject and universal being is the predicate, instead of the other way round, and the starting point of historical development is not the externalization of consciousness but that of natural human forces in the form of labor. Marx, therefore, does not take over Hegel's method without his system, but transforms both together. In the new schema we still have the prospect of a kind of ultimate goal, namely what Marx calls the end of the past and the beginning of true history. It is a consummation in the sense that it puts an end, once and for all, to the historic duality between the individual and reified social being, between self-objectification in labor and the alienation of its products. The healing of disunity and return to full integration are no less essential to Marx's doctrine than to Hegel's, although the disunity and therefore the return are conceived in different terms. The finality of the socialist transformation, as we have seen, does not imply the cessation of development but the extinction of all conflict between man's empirical life and his nature, the removal of all obstacles that alienated labor and the contingency of life opposed to the true creative objectification of man's natural powers. In a similar way to that in which Marx differs from Hegel, his idea that philosophy will be abolished by being realized is different from the scientific Belief that philosophy will be superseded by the positive sciences. In Marx's view, the abolition of philosophy is a natural element in the reintegration of 332 main currents of Marxism. Man, as it consists in depriving thought processes of their autonomy vis a vis life as a whole. Thought becomes a direct affirmation of life, aware that it is itself conscious life and nothing else. The division between physical and intellectual work is done away with. Thought can no longer withdraw to an independent realm of its own. Philosophy, which is the mind's aspiration towards the integral idea of man, will disappear when that aspiration is realized. This is quite different from the view that philosophy will no longer have the right to a separate existence, and that anything worthwhile will be taken over by the various positive sciences. The difference between these two interpretations of the human condition is clear, as is the sharpness of the division, in Marx's view, between the present world and that which is to come. On his own philosophical premises he could never have made any concession to reformist strategy. The new society had to make a complete break with the old, and a revolutionary upheaval was the only valid form of social criticism. By contrast, on the assumption that progress continues throughout history but never reaches an absolute goal, it is easier to understand the view that reform within the framework of capitalism may be of value in itself. To sum up the difference in the attitudes of Marx and Engels, we may say that they exhibit a contrast, firstly, between naturalistic evolutionism and anthropocentrism, secondly, between the technical interpretation of knowledge and the epistemology of praxis, thirdly, between the idea of the twilight of philosophy and that of its merging into life as a whole, and, fourthly, between infinite progression and revolutionary eschatology. Many critics have taken the view that Marx never uses the term materialism in the same sense as Engels, as he always means by it the dependence of consciousness on social conditions, and not the metaphysical primacy of matter over mind. Some, such as Zijor Dan, even argue that Marx had a much better title than Engels to be called a positivist, as he rejected any kind of substantialist metaphysics. To some extent this is a question of terminology. Marx was certainly not a positivist in the historical sense of the word, as he did not share the phenomenalist theory of knowledge or the prohibition against looking for an essence behind phenomena, and indeed often expressed himself to the contrary. It is true, however, that, unlike Engels, he did not concern himself with metaphysical questions about the primal substance and the origin of the world. In his early writings he expressly rejected metaphysical questioning, and it is of course one thing to do this and another to answer the question negatively. Certainly Marx is a materialist in the broad sense of one who does not believe in spirit existing prior to matter, or who rejects the question of such existence as meaningless. As a rule, however, the term is used to denote a substantialist belief in matter as the substratum of all that can meaningfully be said to exist, or more. Book 1 * The Founders 333. Precisely, the belief that all objects have the properties that scientific and everyday experience ascribe to physical bodies. It is hard to call Marx a realist in this sense, and Engels himself, as we saw, varies between scientistic phenomenalism, which is not a metaphysical doctrine but an intellectual rule, and true materialism, which goes beyond the reach of scientific rigor and, according to how it is formulated, is either obscure or unprovable. A point of view represented especially by Catholic critics of Marxism, and recently defended also by Al-Khalidi, is that materialism is incompatible with Engels' dialectic of nature because the latter predicates the existence in nature of qualities, such as creativity, that belong only to spiritual beings. This criticism, however, is open to objection. The idea that nature can evolve forms that are qualitatively new, in the sense we have considered, and that some parts of nature obey laws that cannot be deduced from the universal laws of physics, does not involve any logical contradiction with materialism in the above sense. At all events, the theory of a multiplicity of irreducible qualities does not in itself conflict with materialism. There is, however, another way in which materialism may be found incompatible with the dialectic. Engels clearly expresses a view that logical contradiction is a property of certain natural phenomena. Now the statement that a certain logical relationship occurs in nature may be reconciled with the philosophy of Hegel, Leibniz, or Spinoza, in the latter's case, with the proposition that cogitatio is an attribute of the whole universe, but none of these is compatible with Engels' form of materialism. If we interpret contradiction and negation in the non-logical sense of conflict or destruction, this point falls to the ground. It would seem, however, that Engels' casual identification of logical relationships with physical ones is due to his inadequate training in philosophy rather than to a deliberate theory. With all his wide knowledge and agility of mind, Engels was an amateur in philosophy. His critique of Kant's agnosticism is astonishingly naive. He shows complete misunderstanding by arguing that according to Kant, new chemical substances could never be discovered because, if they were, a thing in itself would become an object of knowledge. It is also not clear how Engels could reconcile his psychologistic interpretation of logic, which is expressed in summary form and does not go beyond the commonplace views of his time, with his belief that human knowledge is a reflection of nature as it really and independently exists. For, if the laws of thought are not obligatory rules independent of experience and of the existence of things, but are merely the way in which the human brain works and are thus particular cases of some general law of nature, the question whether knowledge is true in the traditional sense has no meaning. Cognitive activity would be a form of biological reaction and nothing more, and could be evaluated only from the point of view of its usefulness. 334 Main currents of Marxism. Despite Engels' inconsistencies and reckless generalizations, can the dialectic of nature in some sense preserve its validity? Those Marxist critics who dispute the possibility have pointed out that in Marx's usage dialectic refers to an interplay between the mind and its social environment. This cannot be transferred to nature, or constitute a set of universal laws whereof the laws of social life are only a manifestation. If it were so, the development of society, and above all its revolutionary transformation, would be the effect of natural laws, which is the opposite of Marx's view. However, if this criticism be accepted, it does not follow that orthodox Marxism forbids consideration of the irreducibility of various natural processes to a single model. All that is shown is that the term dialectic does not apply to such consideration in the way that it does to social phenomena. With this reservation, there seems to be no reason why Engels' speculations should be condemned out of hand, though it is a further question how far and in what sense they are true in detail. His ideas of logical contradictions in nature, or the dialectic in arithmetic, are certainly naive. But the question of the multiplicity of qualities is not, nor does it seem improper to speak of an accumulation of quantitative changes leading to qualitative ones, in the sense suggested above, i.e. that most or even all the parameters by which natural phenomena are described are not indefinitely additive. Certainly Engels' dialectic of nature is full of obsolete examples and unfounded speculation in the realm of philosophic cosmology. He maintains that the emergence, in the history of the earth, of higher forms from lower presents an imminent necessity and that nature must, by virtue of some unknown law, produce the same forms in similar conditions. Although Engels himself at other times condemned this kind of arbitrary speculation, at all events in general terms, it belongs to a traditional philosophy of nature that was fairly widespread in the 19th century. This is not to say, however, that Engels' philosophy made any contribution to the development of science. As historians of science point out, there have in the past been moments of crisis when philosophical ideas played an important part in this way, for example the influence of Platonism on Galilean physics or of empiriocriticism on the theory of relativity. But no such heuristic role can be ascribed to Marx's or Engels' philosophy of nature, and its effect in the Soviet Union has been to stifle sciences, not bring them to birth. It may even be said that Engels is not wholly innocent in this respect. On the one hand, he emphasized that philosophic generalizations are valueless if they are not based on scientific experience, but on the other, in his critique of empiricism, he ascribed to philosophy a supervisory role vis-a-vis plain experience. He failed to explain clearly how these principles could be reconciled or on what basis philosophy was entitled to criticize experience. The idea that it is so entitled could easily furnish a pretext for the subjection of science to ideology, which has in fact happened of Book 1 ** The Founders 335. Course, in political circumstances that have nothing to do with this part of Engels' doctrine. Questions connected with the dialectic of nature constitute a much publicized part of what is now codified as dialectical materialism. How far they are scientifically and philosophically fruitful at the present time is a topic to be considered later. 2-3 Motifs in Marxism. As with all great thinkers we can perceive in Marx's own doctrine, considered as a whole, a degree of tension between heterogeneous strains of thought, and also between the sources which he wrought into a synthesis. From this point of view we may distinguish 3 principal motifs. 1. The romantic motif. In the main lines of his criticism of capitalist society, Marx is an heir to the romantic movement. The romantics attacked in this trial society from a conservative point of view, deploring the loss of organic ties and loyalties and the fact that human beings confronted one another not as individuals but as representatives of impersonal forces and institutions or the money power. On the one hand, personality was lost in anonymity and men tended to treat one another as embodiments of their social function or the wealth they possessed. On the other hand, genuine collective life disappeared. As well, there were no true communities of the traditional kind, moral entities, united not only by interest but by spontaneous solidarity and direct contact between individuals. The opposition between such organic communities and society as a mechanical aggregate held in balance by nothing but the negative bond of interest is a theme that runs through pre-romantic and romantic philosophy, from Rousseau and Fichte to Comte. The dream of a return to perfect harmony and to a state in which no middle term intervened between the individual and the community, or the individual and himself, was an attack, expressed or implied, on liberalism and its theoretical basis in the social contract. Liberal philosophy assumes that man's conduct is necessarily governed by selfish motives and that their conflicting interests can only be reconciled by a rational system of laws which safeguards the security of all by limiting the freedom of each. This implies that men are one another's natural enemies, each one's freedom being the limit of everyone else's. Unlimited freedom would be self-destructive, for if no one agreed to respect the rights of others, all would be exposed to aggression and none would be safe. The social contract, in Hobbes' sense, prevents this by organizing the community on the basis of men respecting one another's freedom. Society is thus an artificial creation, a stem of legislation to restrain natural egoism and provide security for all at the price of a partial relinquishment of freedom. In the Romantics' view this was 336 main currents of Marxism. Indeed a true picture of industrial society, but it did not answer to the requirements of human nature. Man's natural destiny was to live in a community based not on the negative bond of interest but on the independent, spontaneous need to communicate with others. Coercion and control would not be necessary in a society in which each individual freely identified with the whole. Marx adopted the destructive part of the Romantics' view of contemporary society, witness his theory of alienation and of the power of money, and his belief in a future unity in which the individual would treat his own forces directly as social forces. The aspects of society that he attacked were the same as those whose devastating consequences had been noted by the Romantics. Men were dominated by their own energies and skills in the form of the Anani, Mao's laws of the market, the abstract tyranny of money, and the ruthless process of capitalist accumulation. To Marx, as to the Romantics, the freedom contained in the Declaration of the Rights of Man, which allowed the individual to do what he liked so long as he did no harm to others, was the hallmark of a society dominated by the negative bond of self-interest. Not only this, but the main features of the communist utopia are also borrowed from the Romantics. Marx's basic principle is that all mediation between the individual and mankind will cease to exist. This applies to all constructions, rational or irrational, that interpose themselves between the individual and his fellows, such as nationality, the state, and law. The individual will voluntarily identify himself with the community, coercion will become unnecessary, the sources of conflict will disappear. The removal of mediating forms does not mean the destruction of individuality. On the contrary, as in the Romantic view, the restoration of organic links will at the same time restore the authenticity of personal life. As things are now, the individual wrenched from the community and enslaved to anonymous institutions is robbed of his personal life and obliged to treat himself as a mere object. The worker sees his whole effort as a means of biological survival, while the creative part of his work becomes alien to him. His personal qualities and abilities take on the form of a commodity bought and sold on the market like any other. The capitalist loses his own personality in a different but equally pernicious way. As the personification of money, he is not master of his behavior but must do as the market tells him, irrespective of whether his intentions are good or bad. On both sides of the gulf, personality is extinguished as individuals turn into servants of alienated forces. The abolition of capitalism does not mean exalting the community at the expense of the individual, but restoring both at once. Instead of freedom being conceived in the liberal fashion as the private sphere of non-interference with others, it becomes the voluntary unity of the individual with his fellow men. But the agreement between Marxism and Romanticism is only partial. Romanticism in its classic form is a dream of attaining social unity by reviving Book 1 ** The Founders 337. Some idealized feature of the past, the spiritual harmony of the Middle Ages, a rural Arcadia or the happy life of the savage, ignorant of laws and industry and contentedly identifying with the tribe. This kind of nostalgia is, of course, the reverse of Marx's viewpoint. Although he shows traces of the romantic belief in the felicity of the savage, these are not numerous or important and there is No suggestion in his work that mankind could or should revert to a primitive lifestyle. Unity will be recovered not by destroying modern technology or invoking primitivism and rural idiocy, but by further technical progress and by obliging society to put forward its utmost efforts to perfect its control over natural forces. It is not by retreating into the past but by strengthening man's power over nature that we can salvage what was of value in primitive society. The process is a kind of spiral, involving the maximum negativity of the press and system. The destructive effects of the machine cannot be cured by abolishing machines, but only by perfecting them. Technology itself, by its negative aspects as it were, makes it possible to revive what it destroyed. Because future unity will be obtained not by jettisoning the achievements of social development but by continuing it, that unity will reside in the human species as a whole and not in traditional forms like the nation or the village. The national community, which so many romantics regard as the paradigm of organic life, is already being dissolved by the progress of capitalism, which sweeps away everything that does not serve its own expansion. The workers have no fatherland, and neither has capital. On both sides of the great conflict of the age, patriotism has lost its relevance. Nationalism may be exploited for political or other short-term ends or to justify protectionist policies, but its strength is collapsing under the remorseless pressure of cosmopolitan capital and the internationalist consciousness of the proletariat. From this point of view also, capital, the destroyer of tradition, is clearing the way for the new society. 2. If Marx parted company with the romantics in this important feature of his utopia, it was because of what may be called the Faustian Promethean motif, a strong influence and, in some ways at least, a rival to romanticism. It is hard to refer this motif to any particular school of thought. It appears in a wide variety of philosophies, including some strands of Neoplatonism, man as the head of created being, and in texts of Lucretius and Goethe that were well known to Marx. We find it in Giordano Bruno and other Renaissance writers, whom Marx regarded as models of fulfilled humanity, universal giants who had overcome the penury of the division of labor and had not only assimilated the entire culture of their day but had raised it to a higher level by their own efforts. This strain in Marx's thinking appears clearly from the answers he gave to his daughter's questionnaire: favorite poets, Shakespeare, Aeschylus, Goethe. Favorite heroes, Spartacus, Kepler. Idea of happiness, fighting, most hated quality, servility. The Promethean idea which recurs constantly in Marx's work. 338 main currents of Marxism is that of faith in man's unlimited powers as self-creator, contempt for tradition, and worship of the past, history as man's self-realization through labor, and the belief that the man of tomorrow will derive his poetry from the future. Marx's Prometheanism is of course of a special kind, and above all it relates to the species and not the individual. Marx believed, as he made clear in his defense of Ricardo against the sentimental critique of Sismondi, that the idea of production for production's sake meant developing the riches of human nature as an end in itself, and that the progress of the species must not be held up by considerations of individual happiness. Even if the development of the species took place at the expense of a majority of individuals, it was in the end synonymous with the development of every individual. The progress of the whole always involves detriment to some, and the callousness ascribed to Ricardo was a proof of his scientific honesty. Marx was certain that the proletariat as the collective Prometheus would, in the universal revolution, sweep away the age-long contradiction between the interest of the individual and that of the species. In this way, too, capitalism was the harbinger of socialism. By smashing the power of tradition, brutally rousing nations from their slumbers, revolutionizing production, and liberating fresh human forces, capitalism had made a civilization in which man for the first time was able to show what he could do, although as yet his prowess took non-human and anti-human forms. It was pitifully sentimental to upbraid capitalism in the hope of stopping or diverting its victorious advance. The conquest of nature must go forward. In the next stage, men would achieve mastery over the social conditions of progress. A typical feature of Marx's Prometheanism is his lack of interest in the natural, as opposed to economic, conditions of human existence, the absence of corporal human existence in his vision of the world. Man is wholly defined in purely social terms. The physical limitations of his being are scarcely noticed. Marxism takes little or no account of the fact that people are born and die, that they are men or women, young or old, healthy or sick, that they are genetically unequal, and that all these circumstances affect social development irrespective of the class division, and set bounds to human plans for perfecting the world. Marx did not believe in the essential finitude and limitation of man, or the obstacles to his creativity. Evil and suffering, in his eyes, had no meaning. Except as instruments of liberation, they were purely social facts, not an essential part of the human condition. In the 1844 manuscripts, it is true, Marx refers to sexual relations, i.e. presumably a biological tie, as the paradigm of the truly human links which are apparently to be dominant in communist society. But the parallel is at once explained in a contrary sense from what we expect. It is not that the biological tie is a model for the social one, but that it has taken on a social character, man. Book 1 *, The Founders 339. Discovers in sexual relations to what extent his nature has been humanized, i.e. socialized, in what way his biology has become human, and his biological needs have become social needs. Contrary to social Darwinism and to liberal philosophy, Marx not only does not derive the social tie from biological needs, but represents the latter, and the biological conditions of human existence, as elements of the social tie. Socialized nature is not a metaphor. Everything in man's being is social. All his natural qualities, functions, and behavior have become virtually divorced from their animal origins. For this reason Marx can scarcely admit that man is limited either by his body or by geographical conditions. As his argument with Malthus showed, he refused to believe in the possibility of absolute overpopulation, as determined by the Earth's area and its natural resources. Overpopulation was a purely social fact relating to the conditions of capitalist production, as technical progress and exploitation caused relative overpopulation in the shape of a reserve army of workers. Demography was not an independent force but an ele meant in the social structure, to be evaluated accordingly. Marx's ignoring of the body and physical death, sex and aggression, geography, and human fertility, all of which he turns into purely social realities, is one of the most characteristic yet most neglected features of his utopia. Among other things, it means that the popular analogy between Marx's soteriology and that of Christianity, the proletariat as redeemer, total salvation, the chosen people, the church, etc., is erroneous in one crucial respect. Salvation, for Marx, is man's salvation of himself, not the work of God or nature, but that of a collective Prometheus who, in principle, is capable of achieving absolute command over the world he lives in. In this sense man's freedom is his activity, the march of a conqueror overcoming both nature and himself. 3. But Prometheanism too has its limits, at all events in the interpretation of the past. It is rivaled by the third motif, that of the rationalist, determinist. Enlightenment. Marx often speaks of the laws of social life, operating in the same way as the laws of nature. By this he does not mean that they are a continuation of the laws of physics or biology, but that they impose themselves on human individuals with the same inexorable necessity as an avalanche or a typhoon. It is for objective scientific thought to study these laws as a naturalist does, without preconceived dogma, sentiment, or value judgments, as Marx considered himself to have done in Capital. The normative concepts of alienation and dehumanization thus present themselves as the neutralized, non-evaluating concepts of exchange value, surplus value, abstract labor, and the sale of labor power. In the questionnaire we have already quoted, Marx's rationalism and philosophical skepticism appear in his favorite maxim, de omnibus dubitandum. In this scientific approach we recognize the third conception of freedom, as 34,0 main currents of Marxism. Formulated by Engels, freedom is the understanding of necessity, the extent to which men are able to turn the laws of nature to their own use, the level of material and social technique. Here too, however, there is a reservation to be made. Belief in the laws governing society is grounded in the interpretation of history up to the present, the prehistory of mankind. Up to now men have been governed by forces they have created but do not control: currency, the market, religious myths. The gulf between the tyranny of economic laws and the mind which impotently observes them is closed by the appearance of the proletariat, conscious of its mission. From then on necessity is not imposed from without, and does not consist in the technical utilization of existing laws by enlightened social engineers. The very difference between necessity and freedom ceases to exist, and 80 presumably do social laws as hitherto understood, i.e. as something like the law of gravitation. The latter, however, while it can be known and put to use, cannot be abolished, and operates whether we know about it or not. The term law in this sense cannot apply to a social process that occurs only on condition of being understood, and this is precisely the case with revolutionary praxis. There is a crucial distinction here: the laws that have governed society up to now were independent of human knowledge. The fact that they are now known does not mean that they cease to operate. But the revolutionary movement of the proletariat is not the exemplification of a law in this sense, for although it is caused by history, it is also the awareness of history. Then, the romantic side of Marxism applies equally to the past and to the future, criticizing the dehumanization of man by capitalism, and looking forward to a state of unity, and while Prometheanism looks primarily to the future, for although man has at all times been his own creator, he was not, and could not have been aware of this fact. The deterministic aspect of Marxism relates to the past which still weighs upon mankind, though it is destined soon to be thrown off altogether. The whole of Marx's thought can be interpreted in terms of these three motifs and their interrelation. They do not coincide, however, with the conventional sources of Marxism. The romantic strain derives variously from Saint Simon, Hess, and Hegel, the Promethean from Goethe, Hegel, and the young Hegelian philosophy of praxis and self-knowledge, man as creator of himself, the determinist and rationalist from Ricardo, Comte, whom Marx derided, and again from Hegel. All three motifs are influenced by Hegelian thought, but in all of them it is transformed from Hegel's intention. The three motifs are present uninterruptedly in Marx's work, but their respective strength varies at different times. There can be no doubt that Marx laid more weight on the purely scientific, objective, deterministic aspect of his observations in the 60s than in the 40s. The other two strains did not lose. Book 1 * The Founders 341. Their force, however, but continued to affect the direction of his work, the concepts he used, the questions he put and the answers he gave to them, even though, as often happens in such cases, he was not fully aware of their constant influence. Marx was convinced that he had synthesized all the intellectual values available to him in a single picture. In the height of his own conception of his work, such questions as whether he was a determinist or a voluntarist, or whether he believed in historical laws or the power of human initiative, have no meaning. Ever since, as a student at Berlin, he came to the conclusion that, with Hegel's help, he had overcome the Kantian dualism between what is and what ought to be. He was in an intellectual position which enabled him to reject such questions. 3. Marxism as a source of Leninism. These considerations, however, belong to the domain of social philosophy, and it was difficult to derive a precise political strategy from them at a time when there was already a strong movement in being which professed Marxism as its ideology. The philosophy required interpretation and specification, and this brought to light tensions and contradictions within Marxism which had not been noticeable on the plane of general soteriology and eschatology. The debate between necessity and freedom could be resolved in theory, but at a certain point it had to be decided whether the revolutionary movement must wait for capitalism to mature economically or whether it should seize power as soon as the political situation permitted. General principles were of little use in resolving this question. Marxism promised that society would become one and that all barriers between the individual and society would be removed. The next step was to draw practical conclusions and translate the promise into the language of a political program. It was also necessary to define more clearly the idea of civilization as conditioned by class and at the same time universal. What exactly was meant by the state withering away, and how was this to be brought about in practice? Those who relied on the gradual and automatic development of capitalism into communism, and those who stressed the creative historical role of revolutionary initiative, could both find support in Marxist writings. The former accused the latter of seeking to violate the laws of history as laid down by Marx. The latter retorted that the former expected the impersonal process of history to make their revolution for them, which might mean waiting till the end of the world. Marx was quoted on either side of the argument, but, taken together, the quotations did not prove much, and, as usually happens, they were used to buttress positions adopted for other reasons. Still more troublesome was the practical interpretation of all Marx's Prof. 342 main currents of Marxism. Size concerning the nature of communism. It was possible to argue as follows. According to Marx, all social antagonisms were based on class conflicts. When private ownership of the means of production was abolished, there would be no more classes and no social conflict except that due to the lingering resistance of the possessing classes. Marx envisaged that there would be no immediacy in socialist society. This meant, in practical terms, the abolition of the liberal bourgeois separation of powers and the unification of the legislature, executive, and judiciary. Marx also envisaged the disappearance of the national principle, so any tendency to cultivate national separateness and national culture must be a survival of capitalism. Marx had declared that the state and civil society would become identical. Since the existing civil society was a bourgeois one, the simplest way to interpret this was by the complete absorption of civil society into the new state, which was by definition a working class state ruled by the party that professed Marxism, the proletarian ideology. Marx had said that the negative freedom of the liberal bourgeois tradition would have no place in socialist society, as it only expressed the antagonistic character of society. The building of the new world could thus begin by substituting for negative freedom a higher form of freedom based on the unity of the individual and society. As, by definition, the proletariat's aspirations were embodied in the proletarian state, those who failed in any way to conform to the new unity deserved destruction as survivals of bourgeois society. What else, after all, was the meaning of the principle that human progress is always at the expense of the individual, and that this cannot be otherwise until absolute communism is achieved? By arguing on these lines, the whole Marxist romantic theory of unity, classes, and the class struggle could be used, which does not mean that this was historically inevitable, to justify the establishment of an extreme despotism, which professedly embodied the maximum possible freedom. For if, as Engels taught, the freest society is that which has most control over the conditions of its life, it is not a gross distortion of the theory to infer that society will be free, in proportion as it is governed more despotically and subjected to more numerous equals us regulations. Since, according to Marx, socialism deposes objective economic laws and enables men to control the conditions of their lives, it is easy to infer that a socialist society can do anything it likes, i.e. that the people's will, or the will of the revolutionary party, can ignore economic laws and, by its own creative initiative, manipulate the elements of economic life in any way it pleases. Marx's dream of unity could thus take the form of a despotic party oligarchy, while his Prometheanism would appear in the attempt to organize economic life by police methods, as Lenin's party did at the outset of its rule. Economic voluntarism, which was only abandoned when the new society was on the brink of ruin, was an application, and not too much a caricature, of Marxian Prometheanism. Chinese communism went through a very similar period. Book 1 * The Founders 343. Inspired by the same ideology and no less catastrophic in its results. Under socialism, economic failure can only be seen as due to the ill will of the governed, which in turn must be an effect of resistance by the possessing classes. The rulers had no need to seek the reasons for failure in doctrinal errors. As true Marxists, they could blame them on the bourgeoisie and intensify repressive measures against the latter, as in fact they did. In short, the Leninists' still innocent version of socialism was a possible interpretation, though certainly not the only possible one, of Marx's doctrine. If freedom equals social unity, then the more unity there is, the more freedom, as the objective conditions of unity have been achieved, namely the confiscation of bourgeois property, all manifestations of discontent are relics of the bourgeois past and should be treated accordingly. The Promethean principle of creative initiative divided the field. With historical determinism, initiative was vested in the political machine, while the backward masses were expected to accept their lot as a historical necessity, which, once understood, was identical with freedom. There is nothing easier than to find passages in Marx which support the view that the superstructure is an instrument of the base and that both must be described in class categories. If there are new relations of production reflecting the interests of the proletariat, the superstructure, politics, laws, literature, art, and science must conform to the demands of these relations as interpreted by the conscious vanguard of the proletariat. Thus the abolition of law as a mediating institution between individuals and the state, and the principle of servility in every manifestation of culture, could be regarded as a perfect embodiment of Marxist theory. It is easy to reply to objections such as these that Marx, except perhaps for a short time after the revolutions of 1848, not only did not question the principles of representative democracy but regarded them as a necessary part of popular rule, and that although on 2 occasions he used the term dictatorship of the proletariat, without saying what he meant by it, he had in mind the class content of the power system and not, as Lenin did, the liquidation of democratic institutions. It follows that the despotic socialism of history is not socialism as Marx intended it. The question, however, is how far it represents the logical outcome of his doctrine. To this it may be answered that the doctrine is not wholly innocent, though it would be absurd to say that the despotic forms of socialism were a direct outcome of the ideology itself. Despotic socialism arose from many historical circumstances, the Marxist tradition among them. The Leninist-Stalinist version of Marxism was no more than a version, i.e., one attempt to put into practice the ideas that Marx expressed in a philosophical form without any clear principles of political interpretation. The view that freedom is measured in the last resort by the degree of unity of society, and that class interests are the only source of social conflict, is one component of the theory. If we consider that there can be a technique of establishing social 344 main currents of Marxism unity, then despotism is a natural solution of the problem inasmuch as it is the only known technique for the purpose. Perfect unity takes the form of abolishing all institutions of social mediation, including representative democracy, and the rule of law as an independent instrument for settling conflicts. The concept of negative freedom presupposes a society of conflict. If this is the same as a class society, and if a class society means a society based on private property, then there is nothing reprehensible in the idea that the act of violence which abolishes private property at the same time does away with the need for negative freedom, or freedom to court. And thus Prometheus awakens from his dream of power, as ignominiously as Gregor Samsa in Kafka's Metamorphosis. Selective bibliography. The relevant works by Marxist authors whose writings are discussed in volumes 2 and 3 are listed in the bibliographies of those volumes. When an edition of collected works of an author is available, individual works are not mentioned. General works, general anthologies and bibliographies. Bibliographie Marxiste Internationale, Paris, Centre d'études et de recherches marxistes, 1964-. Cole, G.D.H. A History of Socialist Thought, 5 volumes, London, 1953-60. Drakovich, M.M., ed., Marxism in the Modern World, London, 1965. Drawn, E. Marx Bibliography, Charlottenburg, 1920. Fitzscher, I. Der Marxismus. Sein Geschichte in Dokumenten, Munich, 1967, an anthology with a copious bibliography. Karl Marx und der Marxismus, Munich, 1967, ENG Trans 1971. Howe, I. Essential Works of Socialism, 2nd ed., New Haven and London, 1976. Jordan, Z.A., The Evolution of Dialectical Materialism, London and New York, 1967. Lashes, J. Marxist Philosophy, A Bibliographical Guide, Chapel Hill, 1967. Lichtheim, G. Marxism. A Historical and Critical Study, London, 1961. Masaryk, T.G., Die Philosophisken und die Soziologischen Grundideen des Marxismus, Vienna, 1899. Papaioannou, K., Marx et les Marxists, Paris, 1970, an anthology. Playmenitz, J. German Marxism and Russian Communism, London, 1954. Vradicki, B. Geschichte Marxismus, 2 volumes, Frankfurt, 1972-4. Wolf, B. Marxism, 100 Years in the Life of a Doctrine, New York, 1965. I.L. Works by Marx and Engels. Marx Engels, Historisch-Kritische Gesamthausgabe, MEGA, Frankfurt, 1927-35, incomplete. Werke, 39 volumes, Berlin, 1956 ff, incomplete. Collected works, Moscow, New York, and London, 1975 ff, planned to comprise 50 volumes. Anthologies in English. Marx Engels, Selected Writings in Sociology and Social Philosophy, ed. T. Bottomore and M. Rubel, London, 1956. Basic Writings on Politics and Philosophy, ed. L. Fuhrer, New York, 1959. Marx, Karl, Early Writings, ed. T. Bottomore, London, 1963. The Essential Writings, ed. D. Cott, London and New York, 1967. The Early Texts, ed. D. McClellan, Oxford, 1971. Economy, Class, and Social Revolution, ed. Z. A. Jordan, London, 1971. 345. 340 Selective Bibliography. Il General Works on Marx and Engels, Biographies. Berlin, I. Karl Marx, 3rd ed., Oxford, 1973. Blumenberg, W. Karl Marx, London, 1971. Cabet, J. Y. La Pensée de Karl Marx, Paris, 1956. Cornu, A. Karl Marx et Friedrich Engels, 3 volumes, Paris, 1955-62. Kiensley, A. Karl Marx, in Psychographe, Vienna, Frankfurt, and Zurich, 1966. McClellan, D. The Thought of Karl Marx. An Introduction, London, 1971. Karl Marx. His Life and Thought, London, 1973. Meyer, G. Friedrich Engels. In Biography, 2 volumes, The Hague, 1934. Mering. Father, Karl Marx. Geschichtslebens, Leipzig, 1918, ENG Trans 1936. Meyer, A.G., Marxism, The Unity of Theory and Practice, Ann Arbor, 1963. Nikolaevsky, B.I. and Mankenhelfer, O. Karl Marx, Man and Fighter, London, 1936. Payne, R. Marx, A Biography, London, 1968. Raditz, F.J., Karl Marx, in Politis Biography, Hamburg, 1975. Rubel, M. Bibliographie des œuvres de Karl Marx, Paris, 1959. Karl Marx. Essay de Biographie Intellectuelle, Paris, 1957. For the Hegelian Left, Feuerbach, The Young Marx. The Marx-Hegel Relationship. Avron, H. Feuerbach ou la Transformation du Sager, Paris, 1957. Bauer, B. Kritik der Evangelischen Geschichte Johannes, Bremen, 1840. Kritik der Evangelischen Geschichte Synoptiker, Leipzig, 1841. Das Entdeckchristentum, Zurich, 1843. Berlin, L. The Life and Opinions of Moses Hess, Cambridge, 1959. Siaskowski, A. Graf von, Prologomen zur Historiosophie, Berlin, 1838, 2nd ed. 1908. Gott und die Palingenesie, 1842. Dupré, L. The Philosophical Foundation of Marxism, New York, 1966. Feuerbach, L. Sammelik Werke, 10 volumes, ed. W. Bolin und F. Jodl. Leipzig, 1903-11, 2nd ed. 1959. Friedrich, M. Philosophie und die Ökonomie beim Jungen Marx, Berlin, 1960. Gerwis, J. August Siaskowski W. Zachnimka. August Siaskowski in the Eyes of the Germans, in Polskie Spory Zero Hegel, Polish Controversies about Hegel, Warsaw, 1966. Gregoire, Father, Auxiliary Sources de la Pensée de Marx, Hegel, Feuerbach, Lubac, 1947. Hess, Moses, Philosophische und die Sozialistische Schriften, 1837-1850, ed. A. Cordy und W. Monty. Berlin, 1961. Hillman, G. Marx und Hegel, Frankfurt, 1966. Book, S. From Hegel to Marx, Ann Arbor, 1962, is ed. 1936. Hippolyte, J. Etudes sur Marx et Hegel, Paris, 1955, ENG Trans 1969. Istituto G. Filtrinelli, Anneli, 7, 1964-5, contains a bibliography. Jodl, F. Ludwig Feuerbach, Stuttgart, 1921. Kinney, W. August Graf von Siaskowski, 1938. Lewith, K. Die Hegelsche Link, Stuttgart, 1962. Von Hegel Nietzsche, Stuttgart, 1959. McClellan, D. Marx Before Marxism, London, 1970. McGuire, J. Marx's Paris Writings, and Analysis, Dublin, 1972. Panasuk, R. Philosophia I Panstvo. Studium Miss Politis nos Potesnit Louis Hegloskio. Bodego Marx 1838-1841, Philosophy and State. A Study of the Social and Political Thought of the Hegelian Left and the Young Marx 1838-1841, Warsaw, 1967, with a good bibliography. Selective Bibliography 347. Popitz, H. Der Entfremdet Mensch, Basley, I 953. Rosen, Z. Bruno Bauer and Karl Marx. The Influence of Bruno Bauer on Marxist Thought, The Hague, 1977. Silberner, E. Moses Hess. An Annotated Bibliography, New York, 195. Strauss, D.F., Das Leben Jesu, 2 volumes. Tübingen, 1835-6. Streitriften zur Verteidigung einer Schrift über das Leben Jesu, Tübingen, 1838. Die Kreislich Glaubenslehr, 2 volumes, 1842-1. Thier, E. Das Menschenbild der Jungen Marx, Göttingen, 1957. Tscheizuskij, D. Hegel bei Densleben, Reichenberg, 1934. Tucker, R.C. Philosophy and Myth in Karl Marx, Cambridge, 1961. Wielke, A. Siaskowski Philosophizna Systematizacja Meszczanizmu, Siaskowskia Philosophical. Systematization of Messianism, in Philosophia Polska, Polish Philosophy, Warsaw, 1967. 2 Polish Messianists, Adam Mickiewicz and August Siaskowski, in Oxford Slavonic. Papers, Volume 2, Oxford, 1969. Zeta Sisti, T. Moses Hess, Der Fortdem für das Sozialismus und Zionismus, Berlin, 1921. Zatowski, A. August Graf von Tsieskowski's Philosophie der Tat, Posen, 1904. Wie Premarxian Socialism. Abendroth, Wolfgang, Sozialgeschichte der Juristischen Arbeiterbewegung, 1965. Advial, V. Histoire de Gracchus Baby of E.T. du Beauvoisme, Paris, 1884. Engrand, P. Etienne Cabet et la Republique de 1848, Paris, 1948. Babyov, G. Texts Coises, Prev. E.T. Comment. Parg E.T. I. Willard, Paris, 1950. Beer, M. A History of British Socialism, London, 1953. Bernstein, S. The Beginning of Marxian Socialism in France, New York, 1965. Blanc, L. Organisation du Travail, Paris, 1839. L.E. Socialisme. Droit au Travail, Paris, 1848. Blanqui, A Critique Sociale, 2 volumes, Paris, 1885. Bugle, C. La Sociologie de Proudhon, Paris, 1911. Bravo, G.M., Wilhelm Weidling e il Comunismo Tedesco Prima del Quarantato, Wilhelm Weidling. And German Communism Before 48, Turin, 1963. Les Socialistes avant Marx, 3 volumes, Paris, 1970, an anthology, with a copious bibliography. Charlotte, S. Histoire du Saint-Simonisme, Paris, 1931. Cole, G.D.H., The Life of Robert Owen, London, 1930. Cole, M.I., Robert Owen of New Lanark, London, 1953. Delbo, G. Charles Fourier y la Scuola Societaria. Saggio Bibliografico, Charles Fourier and the Societaria School. A Bibliographical Essay, Milan, 1957. Domanget, M. Les idées politiques et sociales d'Auguste Blanqui, Paris, 1957. Victor Considerant. S.A.V., Sunsuper, Paris, 1929. Fourier, C.H., Uber Completes, Paris, 1841-5. Ferniers, E. Les Théories Socialistes au XIXe siècle de Baby of Proudhon, Paris, 1904. Gerwis, J. Midzi Marzena Imowidza. Positai Myslisogalistitich W. Niemczech, Between Dream and Knowledge. Beginnings of Socialist Thought in Germany, Warsaw, 1975. Gray, A. The Socialist Tradition, London, 1963. Gurvich, G. Proudhon, Sociologue, Paris, 1955. Les Fondatrices Françaises de la Sociologie Contemporaine, Saint-Simon et P.J. Proudhon, Paris, 1955. Proudhon et Marx, On Confrontation, Paris, 1964. Halaby, E. Histoire du Socialisme Européen, Paris, 1948. Harris, D. Socialist Origins in the United States. American Forerunners of Marx 1817-1832, 1966. 348 Selective Bibliography. Harrison, J.F.C. Robert Owen and the Owenites in Britain and America, London, 1969. Harvey, R.H., Robert Owen, Social Idealist, Berkeley, 1949. Jackson, J.H. Marx, Proudhon and European Socialism, New York, 1962. Labros, C.E., L.E. Movement de Rear Les Théories Sociales en France de 1815-1648, Paris, 1861. Landauer, C., European Socialism, Berkeley, 1959. Leroy, M., L.E. Socialisme de Producteurs. Henry de Saint-Simon, Paris, 1924. Histoire des idées sociales en France, 2nd ed., Paris, 1962. Lichtheim, G., The Origins of Socialism, London, 1969. Lowbury, L.A., Louis Blanc. His Life and His Contribution to the Rise of French Jacobin Socialism. Evanston, 1961. Manuel, F.E., The New World of Henry Saint-Simon, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1956. The Prophets of Paris, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1962. Mazurek, C., Baby of E.T. Locke Inspiration for Illegalite, Paris, 1962. Morton, A.L., The Life and Ideas of Robert Owen, London, 1962. Owen, R., A New View of Society, and Other Writings, Intro. By G.D.H. Cole, London, 1927. The Book of the New Moral Worlds, London, 1836-1844. The Future of the Human Race, London, 1853. Pollard, S. and Salt, J., eds., Robert Owen. Prophet of the Poor, London, 1971. Proudhon, P.J., Ubers Completes, Paris, 1923, ff., incomplete. Renard, E., Bibliography relative to Louis Blanc, Toulouse, 1922. Louis Blanc, S.A.V., Sunsuper, Paris, 1928. Spitzer, A.B., The Revolutionary Theories of L.A. Blanqui. New York, 1957. Saint-Simon, H., E. Overs de Saint-Simon et d'En Fantin, 47 volumes. Paris, 1865-78. Selected Writings, trans. F. M. H. Markham, Oxford, 1952. Tallman, J. L., The Origins of Totalitarian Democracy, London, 1952. Vitaline, J., Louis Blaine, Paris, 1948. Walsh, J., Bibliographie du Saint-Simonisme, Paris, 1967. Whiteling, W., Das Evangelium meines Armenzienders. Die Menschheit wie sie ist und wie sie sen. Salt, ed. W. Schaefer, Reinbeck Bay Hamburg, 1971. Wick, C., The Utopian Communist. A Biography of W. Whiteling, 19th Century Reformer. Louisiana State UP, 1950. 6. The First International, Bakunin, La Salette. Archives Bacounine, Text AWET Notes BAR Arthur Lenning, The Hague, 1961 ff. Bakunin, M., Q. Havres, 6 volumes, Paris, 1895-1913. Gesammelt Werke, 3 volumes, Berlin, 1921-4. Sobrani Sakinidae Pizam, Collected Works and Letters, ed. Weistiklov, 4 volumes, Moscow, 1934-5. Bronthal, J., History of the International, Volume I, 1864-1914, London, 1966. Carr, E. H., Michael Bakunin, London, 1937. Collins, M. and Abramsky, C., Karl Marx and the British Labour Movement. London, 1965. Footman, D., Ferdinand Lassalle, New York, 1969. Fremont, J., ed., La Première Internationale, 2 volumes, Geneva, 1962. Guillaume, J., Karl Marx, Pangermanist, ETL Association Internationale de Travailleurs de 1864. 1870, Paris, 1915. Lassalle, Ferdinand, Gesammelreden und die Schriften, 12 volumes. E. Ingele. Bernstein, Berlin, 1919-20. IOEAE. Reden und die Schriften im Auswahl, H.G. Von H. Fagel, Vienna, 1920. Lenning, A. From Bonnerade to Bakunin, Studies in International Socialism, London. 1970. Selective Bibliography 349. Molnar, M. L'édicle de la Première Internationale, Geneva. 1963. Onken, H. Lassalle. Zwischen Marx und Bismarck, Stuttgart, 1966, is ed. 1904. Pozier, E. The Doctrine of Anarchism of M. A. Bakunin, Milwaukee, 1955. Ram, T. ed. Der Freie Sozialismus, Stuttgart, 1955. Temkin, H. Bakunin I Antinomy Wolniski, Bakunin and the Antinomies of Freedom, Warsaw, 1964. 7 Various Aspects of Marx's and Engels' Doctrines. Abinry, S. The Social and Political Thought of Karl Marx. Cambridge, 1968. Amsterdamski, S. Engels, Warsaw, 1965. Becker, W. Kritik der Marxistischen Hamburg, 1972. Bober, M. Karl Marx's Interpretation of History, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1950. Bottomore, T. The Sociological Theory of Marxism, London, 1972. Croce. B. Historical Materialism and the Economics of Karl Marx, London, 1922. Derendorf, R. Marx in Perspective. Die Idee am Denken von Karl Marx, Hanover, 1952. Eilstein, H. ed. Gennos Materialnis Sueta, The Material Unity of the World, Warsaw, 1961. Führer, L.S. Marx and the Intellectuals, New York, 1969. Fleischer, H. Marxismus und die Geschichte, Frankfurt, 1969, E.N.G. Trans 1973. Gamble, A. and Walton, P. From Alienation to Surplus Value, London, 1972. Heller, A. The Theory of Need in Marx, London, 1976. Homs, J. Der Technische das Wesen der Materialistischen Geschichtsauffassung, Freiburg, 1955. Horowitz, D. ed. Marx and Modern Economics, London, 1968. Jaroslawski, J. Theorie der Sozialistischen Revolution von Marx bis Lenin, Hamburg, 1973. Kamenka, E. The Ethical Foundation of Marxism, London, 1963. Kedroy, B. M. Engels I Dialectica Jestisbezenia, Engels and the Dialectics of Natural Science. Moscow, 1970. Klages, H. Technischer Humanismus, Stuttgart, 1964. Krajewski, W. Engels Orushu Materii I Jego Projektoisai, Engels on the Movement of Matter and Its Laws, Warsaw, 1973. Lifshitz, M. Karl Marx und die Ästhetik, Dresden, 1967. Lobkoes, and Theory and Practice. The History of a Marxist Concept, Notre Dame, 1967. Mondale, E. The Formation of the Economic Thought of Karl Marx, London, 1971. Morosky. S.I.J. Marxismo e Estetica, Marxism and Aesthetics, Rome, 1973. Ullman, B. Alienation, Marx's Critique of Man in Capitalist Society, Cambridge, 1971. Playmenitz. J. Karl Marx's Philosophy of Man, Oxford, 1975. Post, W. Critic der Religion by Karl Marx, Munich, 1969. Brauer, S.S. Karl Marx and World Literature, Oxford, 1976. Rupprecht, K. Die Philosophische Naturwissenschaftlichen Arbeiten von Karl Marx und Friedrich Engels, Berlin, 1969. Robinson, J. An Essay in Marxian Economics, 2nd ed., London, 1967. Rostalski, R. Zur Entstehungsgeschichte Marxischen Kapitals, Frankfurt, 1968. Schmidt, A. Der Begriff der Natur in der Lehre von Karl Marx, Frankfurt, 1962, E.N.G. Trans 1971. Schwann, G. Die Gesellschaftskritik von Karl Marx, Stuttgart, 1974. Tucker, R. The Marxian Revolutionary Idea, London, 1970. Witt-Hansen, J. Historical Materialism, The Method, The Theories, New York, 1960. A. Book 2. The Golden Age. Equals. SLLAG 8A. MN. NT. IAO. Bibliographical note. S. Sources of quotations used in the text. Lenin, V. L. Collected Works, 45 volumes, Lawrence and Wishart, London, 1960-70. McClellan, D. Karl Marx, Early Texts, Blackwell, Oxford, 1971. Marx, K. Capital, Lawrence and Wishart, London, 1974. Searle, G. Reflections on Violence, Trans. T. E. Hume and J. Roth, The Free Press, Glencoe, IL. 1950. Trotsky, L. The Defense of Terrorism, Labor Publishing Co. and Allen and Unwin, London, 1921. AOE. At 3. Re. Rare. 404%. Equals IOLA. Equals. A. 90 DZI. 44% OE. SER. GGDM. I. Marxism and the Second International. Tuesday period of the Second International, 1889 to 1914, may be called without exaggeration the golden age of Marxism. Marxist doctrine had been clearly enough defined to constitute a recognizable school of thought, but it was not so rigidly codified or subjected to dogmatic orthodoxy as to rule out discussion, or the advocacy of rival solutions to theoretical and tactical problems. Certainly the Marxist movement cannot, at this time or at any other, be identified simply with the ideology of the socialist parties that belong to the International. The many sources of European socialism had by no means dried up, though they seemed of little importance compared with the apparently self-consistent, universally applicable theories of Marx. Only in Germany was it possible, despite the strong tradition of Lassalleanism, to frame and maintain, for a considerable time, a uniform ideology based on Marxist premises, or what were generally regarded as such. The French party led by Geste could lay claim to orthodoxy inasmuch as its program had been drawn up under Marx's own auspices and with his assistance, but the French socialist movement was in a state of disruption for some time, and the Marxist tradition was more lively in some sections than in others. In Austria, Russia, Poland, Italy, Spain, and Belgium, and wherever else there was a working-class socialist movement, its ideology was permeated by Marxism to a greater or lesser degree. The influence of Marxism was least strong in Britain, the country in which its basic doctrine had been formulated. British socialism owed far more of its character to the ideas of Owen, Bentham, and J.S. Mill. In Europe, Gen. Errolly, to be a socialist was not necessarily to be a Marxist, but, except in Britain, socialist theory was in general the work of men who called themselves Marxists, though each understood the term in his own way. There was no clear distinction between theorists and practical socialists, in addition to the many theoreticians, party leaders such as Bebel, D'Este, Victor Edler, and Turati, who were not intellectuals and had no ambition to develop socialist theory on their own account, were nevertheless educated men and quite capable of joining in theoretical discussions. The general intellectual caliber of party leaders never again reached such a high level, either among social democrats or communists. Marxism seemed to be at the height of its intellectual impetus. It was 355. B50 main currents of Marxism. Not the religion of an isolated sect, but the ideology of a powerful political movement. On the other hand, it had no means of silencing its opponents, and the facts of political life obliged it to defend its position in the realm of theory. In consequence, Marxism appeared in the intellectual arena as a serious doctrine which even its adversaries respected. It had redoubtable defenders such as Kolakowski, Rosa Luxemburg, Plekhanov, Bernstein, Lenin, Jors, Max Adler, Bauer, Hilferding, Labriola, Pannekoek, van der Velde, and Kuhnau, but also such eminent critics as Croce, Sombart, Masaryk, Simmel, Stambeiler, Gentile, Bohm, Bauer, and Peter Struve. Its influence extended beyond the immediate circle of the faithful to historians, economists, and sociologists who did not profess Marxism as a whole but adopted particular Marxist ideas and categories. The main characteristics of Marxist doctrine were of course connected with its social situation and political function. There were many factors which contribute to its development as an ideology of the workers' movement, but at the same time, as that development was affected by current political pressures, its scope was in some respects limited. The quarter century of the Second International saw the publication of many important theoretical works on the general problems of historical materialism, the Marxist interpretation of particular ages and historical events, and the economics of imperialism. A Marxist school of aesthetics and art criticism came into being. Plekhanov, Lafargue, Mering, Clara Zetkin, and Henriette Roland Holst, and works were published on the theory of religion and ethnology, Kuhnau, Krzyzewicki, and Kelly's Krauss. There was, however, no such efflorescence in the more strictly philosophical fields of epistemology and anthropology. Those who considered themselves Marxists may be divided into two groups according to their attitude towards the philosophical premises of Marxism. One group took the view that Marxism was a theory of social development and especially of capitalist society and its inevitable collapse, and that this theory could without inconsistency be supplemented and enriched by philosophical doctrines derived from other sources, in particular Kantianism and positivism. They thus attempted to link historical materialism with Kantian ethics, as in ethical socialism, or empirio-critical epistemology, for example, the Russian Marxists and Friedrich Adler. The orthodox majority, however, maintained that Marxist doctrine itself contained the answers to all or most of the problems of philosophy, and that Engels' works, in particular the Anti-Dühring and Ludwig Feuerbach, were the natural completion of Marx's economic and sociological theories. Those who thus regarded Marxism as a single, uniform theoretical whole, for instance, Kolakowski, Plekhanov, and Lenin, did not add much to Engels' popular philosophy and were generally content to echo his summary conclusions or apply them to the criticism of new idealistic trends. After Engels' death, the German socialists published many of Marx's works that were not previously known. Book 2 ** The Golden Age Br. Such as the theory of surplus value, part of the German ideology, correspondence with Engels and others, and the doctoral dissertation, but other texts of great philosophical value remained unpublished, for instance the Paris Manuscripts of 1844, the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, and the Grundrisse. Attempts were made, by Sarl and Brzezinski among others, to distinguish the materialism of Engels from Marxian anthropology, but these were not in the mainstream of Marxism and played no decisive role. On the whole, therefore, Marxism as a general philosophical theory remained a dead letter or took the form of eclecticism, despite the vast body of literature interpreting the premises of historical materialism. The theses on Feuerbach were known and quoted, but rather as pieces of rhetoric than as statements to be seriously analyzed. Categories such as alienation, reification, and praxis, which are today so frequently met with, received scarcely any mention in Marxist literature. The Second International was not a uniform, centralized organization with an elaborate body of doctrine acknowledged by all its members, but rather a loose federation of parties and trade unions, working separately though united by their belief in socialism. Nevertheless, the International seemed to be the first true embodiment of Marx's dream, which was also Lassalle's, of a marriage between socialist theory and the workers' movement, between the class struggle and the scientific analysis of social processes, two phenomena of independent origin, condemned to impotence unless they could achieve this state of symbiosis or identity. Although non-Marxist traditions of socialism had not lost their strength, Lassalleanism in Germany, Proudhonism and Blanquism in France, anarchism in Italy and Spain, utilitarianism in Britain, it was Marxism that stood out as the dominant form of the workers' movement and the true ideology of the proletariat. Unlike the First International, which was an ideological center rather than an organization of the workers' movement, the second was an assemblage of parties representing the masses. What, however, did it mean to be a Marxist in the 25 years preceding the First World War? In relation to the stereotypes of the period, the notion of Marxism may be most simply defined by enumerating some classic ideas that distinguish Marxists from the adherents of all forms of utopian socialism and anarchism, and a fortiori from liberal and Christian doctrines. A Marxist was one who accepted the following propositions. Tuesday tendencies of capitalist society, in particular the concentration of capital, have activated the natural tendency of the historical process towards socialism, which is either the unavoidable or the most probable consequence of the processes of accumulation. Socialism involves public ownership of the means of production and thereby 358 main currents of Marxism. The abolition of exploitation and unearned income, of privilege and inequality, deriving from the unequal distribution of wealth. There must be no discrimination of race, nationality, sex, or religion, and no standing armies. There must be equal opportunities for education, democratic freedom for all, freedom of speech and assembly, popular representation at all levels, and a comprehensive system of social welfare. Socialism is in the interest of all mankind and will make possible the universal development of culture and welfare, but the standard bearer in the fight for socialism is the working class as the immediate producer of all basic values, and as the class most strongly and directly interested in abolishing wage labor. The advance towards socialism calls for an economic and political struggle on the part of the proletariat, which must fight for the short-term improvement of its lot within the capitalist system and must make use of all political forms, especially parliamentary ones, in order to fight for socialism. The proletariat must organize itself into independent political parties. Capitalism cannot be radically altered by the accumulation of reforms, and its catastrophic consequences of depression, poverty, and unemployment are unavoidable. Nevertheless, the proletariat must fight for reforms in the shape of labor legislation, democratic institutions, and higher wages, since these make conditions more tolerable and also provide training in class solidarity and in the technique of battles to come. Capitalism will finally be swept away by revolution, when economic conditions under capitalism and the class consciousness of the proletariat are ripe for this. The revolution, however, is not a coup d'état to be carried out by a handful of conspirators, but must be the work of an overwhelming majority of the laboring population. The interests of the proletariat are identical on the world scale, and the socialist revolution will come as an international event, at all events in the advanced industrial societies. In human history, technical progress is the deciding factor in bringing about changes in the class structure, and these changes determine the basic features of political institutions and the reigning ideology. Socialism is not only a political program but a worldview based on the premise that reality is susceptible of scientific analysis. Only rational observation can reveal the nature of the world and the meaning of history. Religious and spiritualist doctrines are the expression of a mystified consciousness and are bound to disappear when exploitation and class antagonisms are abolished. The world is subject to natural laws and not to any kind of providence. Man is the work of nature and is to be studied accordingly, although the rules that govern his being cannot be simply reduced to those of the pre-human universe. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 359. The main lines of Marxist doctrine as thus formulated were, however, open to important differences of interpretation, and in certain conditions these led to the formation, within Marxism, of political movements and theoretical positions that were radically hostile to one another. Within the framework of the general definition it was possible to hold quite different views as to, for example, the degree of validity of historical materialism or the relationship between the base and the superstructure. Socialism might be regarded either as an natural inevitability or as a possibility within the historical tendency of the capitalist economy. The struggle for reform might be treated as valuable in itself or merely as training for the revolution to come. It was possible to advocate the political exclusivism of socialist parties or to admit, with greater or less freedom, the legitimacy of alliances of various kinds with non-socialist movements. The revolution could be envisaged either as a civil war or as the result of non-violent pressure by the majority. It was possible to hold either that the socialist worldview was an all-embracing, self-contained system providing the answer to every important philosophical question, or that philosophical criticism might draw freely on pre-Marxist or non-Marxist thought in respect of questions that Marxism itself did not decide one way or the other. All these differences were of great importance in defining the objectives and policy of socialist parties. The latter were not mere discussion groups but had to take many practical decisions. They were constantly confronted by situations which Marxist doctrine had, so to speak, not foreseen. This obliged them to draw particular conclusions from the master's principles, and they did not always agree as to the mode of doing so. From the doctrinal point of view, the most important stages of theoretical development in the Second International may be reduced to three: the struggle against anarchism and revisionism in the first and second phases respectively, and the conflict between orthodoxy and the left wing after the Russian Revolution of 1905. From the point of view of the fate of Marxism and the socialist movement, the decisive conflict was of course that waged against Zionism in all its ramifications. In these introductory remarks we take no account of Russia, which requires separate and more detailed treatment. The most important factors of the European situation affecting the development of socialist thought during the period of the Second International may be summarized briefly as the retreat from liberalism in ideology and economic practice, the democratization of political institutions, especially the introduction of equal and universal suffrage in many European states, the economic expansion of Western Europe, and the growth of imperialist tendencies. The decline of liberalism was expressed above all in the abandonment of two principles that had been fundamental to liberal social philosophy. The first of these laid down that the main function of state institutions was to protect the 300 main currents of Marxism: safety, freedom, and property of the individual. Questions of production and exchange lay outside their competence and should be left to private initiative, which gave the best assurance of prosperity. The second, more specific principle was that the relationship between the employer and the wage earner was a particular kind of free contract between free individuals and must be left subject to the laws of such contracts. It was an infringement of freedom for the law to interfere in labor agreements or for trade unions to exert collective pressure on employers to improve conditions. These two principles, expressing what may be called the pure doctrine of capitalism and free competition, were scarcely defended by anyone in the closing years of the 19th century. This was partly the result of socialist propaganda and partly because changes in the world economy had made the ideal of unrestricted free trade unworkable. Socialist ideas had effectively destroyed the fiction that the employer and the wage earner met on equal terms, and most liberal theorists had also abandoned this position. It was consequently recognized as the right and duty of legislative bodies to regulate the system of wage contracts and restrict certain forms of exploitation, and it was equally conceded that workers were entitled to form associations for the collective defense of their interests against employers. The recognition of the principle of state intervention between workers and employers, and the possibility of exerting pressure through freely elected legislative bodies, faced the socialist parties of Western Europe with a situation to which Marxist strategy provided no clear-cut answer. If socialists became heirs of bourgeois parliaments and helped to pass laws in the working class interest, were they not participating in the reform of capitalism? The anarchists charged them with doing so and admitting, by implication, that capitalism was remediable, whereas Marx had stated the contrary. To this the orthodox replied that capitalism could not be reformed in the sense that it would cease to be capitalism and evolve of its own accord into a socialist order, but it was nevertheless essential to fight for the improvement of workers' conditions under capitalism so as to develop their class consciousness. Workers who were left to the mercy of capitalists, deprived of education and stupefied by toil, would never be capable of playing their part in the socialist revolution. The dilemma was especially acute as regards temporary alliances with non-socialist parliamentary groups. If the socialists refused, on principle, any association with parties of the center, they lost all hope of obtaining concessions in the interest of the working class and were in practice favoring the conservatives and the right wing. But if they agreed to such associations, it meant cooperating with the bourgeoisie to improve the capitalist system, and thereby blunting the edge of class antagonism. In countries such as Russia, where the parliamentary system either did not exist or was ineffectual from the socialist point of view, this Book 2 *The Golden Age 361. Problem scarcely arose. Parliament might be a sounding board for propaganda, but could not be looked to for effective social reform. But where such reforms proved to be practicable, it was hard to draw a line between the struggle to improve conditions and reformism in the pejorative sense. The anarchists held that any form of political action, especially in Parliament, demoralized the work. ERS by suggesting that capitalism was changing for the better, the distinction drawn between one bourgeois party and another obscured, in the eyes of the proletariat, the basic cleavage between hostile classes. To this the orthodox retorted that it was not a matter of indifference to the future of socialism, whether the workers lived in an empire, a tyranny, or a republic. It was not contrary to the principles of the class struggle to defend republicanism and bourgeois democracy against reaction, clericalism, and military cliques. A bourgeois republic could not itself carry out the socialist program, but it provided better conditions for the proletariat to carry on the fight. The history of the socialist movement is that of a continuing debate between these two points of view. Either side could find statements by Marx supporting its attitude. If it were held that the proletariat does not belong to bourgeois society and cannot amend that society, but only destroy it, that the natural laws of capitalist production operate against the workers, and that this state of things can no more be altered than physical bodies can be made to fall up instead of down, then any struggle for reform, any temporary parliamentary alliance, any distinction between one bourgeois party and another is a betrayal of the proletariat and an abandonment of the revolution. But, on the other hand, did not Marx expressly reject Lassalle's view that all the non-proletarian classes form a single reactionary mass? Did he not approve of the proletariat fighting not for total revolution but for democratic rights or factory laws, and did he not condemn the absurd principle the worse, the better? The anarchists, and particularly the anarcho-syndicalists, set their faces against parliamentary tactics and any idea of reforming capitalism or coming to terms with the bourgeoisie. The older generation of orthodox socialists, such as Geste, and the young German left, accepted the need for political action, but were against temporary alliances, and they regarded the struggle for reforms as valuable not in itself but only in relation to the ultimate aim. The orthodox of the center persuasion accepted political alliances provided the working class party remained fully independent, and they recognized the fight for short-term objectives as valid in itself. The right wing, Jors, Turati, were not only prepared to come to terms with anyone in the immediate interest of the proletariat, but regarded reforms within capitalist society as having a social significance. 1.e as implanting elements of socialism in the midst of bourgeois reality. There was a clear divide between the syndicalists and the rest of 362 main currents of Marxism. The movement, as there was between the socialism of Jors and the orthodox position. Between intermediate schools of thought the barriers were more fluid, and made themselves felt occasionally, in particular controversies. Throughout its existence the Second International was dominated by GER, man social democracy. The German socialist movement was the most numerous and uniform and the best equipped doctrinally. Lassalle's party, founded in 1863, enjoyed considerable support among the workers even after the death of its leader, but it did not produce any outstanding theoreticians or men of action. It held dogmatically to the views of its founder, who thought the social case could be solved by establishing producer cooperatives with the help of the state and gradually eliminating the system of hired labor. For this purpose, Lassalle believed that the working class would first have to gain a parliamentary majority, and the prospect of this was so remote that the party's program seemed devoid of practical content. A new party, the Social Demokratische Arbeiterpartei, was formed in 1869 at Eisenach under the aegis of August Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht. Bebel, 184.0 to 1913, was a Turner by occupation and spent some years in his youth as a traveling journeyman, but at an early age became active in workers' associations at Leipzig. There in 1864 he met Liebknecht, 1826 to 1900, who acted as a mentor to his younger friend and introduced him to Marxist theory. Liebknecht had lived abroad for a dozen years. After the 1848 revolution, he met Marx and Engels in England and adopted their social theories. Bebel and Liebknecht were subsequently elected to the Reichstag and opposed the war with France and the annexation of Alsace and Lorraine. Bebel was not a theoretician, but his chief work apart from memoirs, Die Frau und der Sozialismus, 1883, translated as Woman Under Socialism, was popular with 2 or 3 generations of socialists. Its importance was that it led the socialist movement as a whole to embrace the cause of women's emancipation and equal rights. Bebel enjoyed moral authority in the German and European socialist movement and displayed tactical skill in the intricate disputes that arose within the party. He was concerned above all to preserve unity, and it was mainly thanks to his influence that the later conflict with revisionism did not disrupt the party organization. In 1875 the Lassalle and Eisenach parties united at Gotha to form the Socialist Workers' Party. The Gotha program, severely criticized by Marx, was a compromise between Lassalle's strategy and Marxism, in which the four Mayor's basic principles were maintained. In practice, however, the influence of Marxism was increasingly strong. Neither Bebel nor Liebknecht was a doctrinaire by nature. They accepted the fundamental principles of Marxian socialism, but were not interested in the absolute correctness of theoretical formulas, without direct application to the practical struggle. They believed that socialism would eventually conquer by revolutionary means, but this was more a Book 2 *, The Golden Age 363. General hope than a political directive. Between them they organized the GER, man socialist movement, into a powerful force which set an example to the rest of Europe. In 1878 Bismarck used the pretext of an attack on the emperor's life to enact an emergency law prohibiting socialist meetings and publications and dissolving local party organizations. Many leaders were forced to emigrate, but the party did not give in and, as was seen in due course, managed to maintain and extend its influence. At this time Kolakowski founded at Stuttgart the monthly Die Neue Zeit, ostensibly a private venture, which became a focus for the whole European Marxist movement. Bernstein at Zurich edited the Sozialdemokrat, a less theoretical publication which became one of the chief organs of party life during the period of repression. The anti-socialist law was repealed in 1890, and in that year the party obtained 1.5 million votes at the polls and 35 seats in the Reichstag. In the following year the Congress at Erfurt adopted a new program drafted by Kolakowski and Bernstein. This was purged of Lassalleanism and faithfully reflected Marxist doctrine in the current version approved by Engels. It asserted that capital was bound to become more concentrated, squeezing out small businesses and accentuating the class struggle. It spoke of the exploitation of the proletariat, economic crises, and the growing incompatibility between private ownership of the means of production and the efficient use of existing technology. The program set out the need to fight for reforms in preparation for the revolution which would bring about the socialization of property and the subordination of all production to social needs. It also declared the unity of proletarian interests on a world scale. A second section dealt with practical objectives, universal and equal suffrage, a direct, secret ballot, proportional representation, replacement of the standing army by a people's melee, freedom of speech and assembly, equal rights for women, secular, free, and compulsory education, religion to be treated as a private matter, free legal aid, election of judges and magistrates, abolition of the death penalty, free medical care, progressive taxation, an 8-hour working day, no child labor under 14 years of age, supervision of working conditions. It soon became evident that the relationship between the practical and the theoretical part of the program was far from clear. The dispute between the orthodox and the revisionists may be reduced to the question which part of the Erfurt program truly expressed the party's mind and policy. The second pillar of the International was France. French socialism had a richer and more varied tradition than that of Germany, but was in consequence more subject to ideological disputes, and Marxist doctrine did not enjoy a monopoly position. The party of Rear-Francais led by Geste was fundamentally closer to German social democracy. Jules Geste, 1845 to 1922, real name Jules Bazile, grew up under the Second Empire, which he hated from his early 3,604 main currents of Marxism years, and soon became a Republican and atheist. From 1867 he worked as a journalist for various Republican publications, and in 1870 he helped to found Les Droits de l'Homme, a democratic but not socialist journal. Sentenced to 5 years imprisonment for supporting the Commune, he escaped to Switzerland, where he encountered Bakuninist groups and spread anarchistic ideas among French émigrés. He was still an anarchist while at Rome and Milan in 1872-6, but after returning to France became a Marxist and the chief organizer of the party founded on Marxist doctrine. In 1877-82 workers' congresses were held in France, both dominated by reformist tendencies. The third, held at Marseilles in October 1879, adopted the main premises of Marxian socialism, and decided upon the creation of a workers' party. In May 1880 Geste went to London to discuss the party program with Marx, Engels, and Lafargue. This document, to which Marx himself wrote the theoretical introduction, was less elaborate than the subsequent Erfurt program, but embodied similar practical objectives. It was adopted with small amendments at a congress at Le Havre in November 1880, but it soon became clear that the party was by no means unanimous as to its interpretation. Some argued that the party should adjust its program to real possibilities and only set itself tasks that could be carried out in the foreseeable future. These members were called possibilists by their orthodox revolutionary opponents, and retorted by calling the latter impossibilists. The former group was not interested in direct action towards the ultimate goal, but preferred to concentrate on local and municipal issues as the proper field of party activity. A split took place in 1881-2. The adherents of the Parti ouvrier Francais under Geste took the line of awaiting a global revolution which would sweep away capitalism, while the possibilists in the Parti Socialist Francais set their sights on immediate objectives. The former emphasized the purely proletarian character of the movement and were basically opposed to alliances with non-socialist radicals, while the latter aimed to increase their influence among the petty bourgeoisie and were ready for local and tactical alliances of all kinds. There soon came into being a new group of possibilists led by Jean Allemagne, which was essentially revolutionary but in the manner of Proudhon rather than Marx, unlike the followers of Geste. This group disbelieved in the effectiveness of political action, but it was also opposed to the pure reformism of the possibilists. Meanwhile Blanqui had formed a group of his own, which was led after his death in 1881 by Edouard Vaillant. The Blanquist group eventually joined the Gestists, but Vaillant continued to insist on the division between himself and the Marxists. Besides these 4 groups there were, at a later stage, independent socialists such as Jaurès and Millerand. At the beginning of the 20th century French socialism was divided into 3 main streams: the Parti Socialiste Français, with Jaurès as its chief ideal. Book 2 The Golden Age 365. August, the Parti Socialiste de France, Gestists and Blanquists, and the Syndicalists. Of the first 2 groups, the Gestists were concerned with proletarian purity and were opposed to tactical understandings with non-socialist parties, or to intervention in disputes within the bourgeois camp. They disbelieved in the value of reformist action and firmly rejected the idea that any reforms within the existing system could be of significance for socialism. Jaurès and his followers, on the other hand, while they saw the transition to socialism in terms of revolution, believed that some socialist institutions could be established and maintained in bourgeois society, as socialism was not the negation of republicanism but a development of its principles. They were also prepared to contract alliances with non-socialist forces in the interests of any cause currently defended by the socialists. The syndicalists, the least important of the 3 groups, were opposed in principle to all political activity and especially to parliamentary action. Their periodical, The Movement Socialist, was edited from 1899 to 1914 by Hubert Lagardelle, and the chief ideologist of the movement, although he stood outside it, was Georges Sorel. The Geste and Jaurès groups united in 1905, but this did not put an end to ideological differences within French socialism. Marxism, however, did not produce any important theoreticians in France. During the period of the Second International, Geste was not a scholar, and Lafargue, no doubt the chief French Marxist in the classic sense of the term, was more of a popularizer than an independent thinker. Jaurès and Sorel, who were genuinely original writers, could only be called Marxist in a very loose sense, but both influenced French intellectual life by their different interpretations of Marxism as well as in other ways. British socialism, as already mentioned, was hardly affected by Marxian doctrine. Strictly speaking, there is nothing in the ideological basis of Fabianism that can be called specifically Marxist. Fabian Essays in Socialism, 1899, which struck the keynote of British socialism for generations to come, comprised a program of reform which was either contrary to Marxist theory or rooted in principles drawn from the general arsenal of 19th century socialism. The Fabians were not interested in social philosophy unless it was directly related to feasible reforms. Their main ideals were equality and rational economic planning, and they believed that these could be achieved by democratic pressure within the framework of existing political institutions and their gradual improvement. They accepted that the concentration of capital created the natural economic preconditions of socialism, but they believed that social reform and the gradual limitation of unearned income would make it possible to give this process a socialist sense without the revolutionary destruction of the existing state. It would seem that in the course of time the idea of rational, scientific, social organization and economic efficiency came to loom larger in Fabian IDE. 366 Main currents of Marxism. ology, at the expense of democratic values. Despite the great importance of the British movement in the history of socialism, it made no significant contribution at this time to the evolution of Marxist doctrine, except of course for the British role in the formation of European revisionism. The Belgian socialist movement was more Marxist than the British, but less doctrinally consistent than the German. The Parti Ouvrier Belge, formed in 1885, had as its chief theoretician Emile van der Velde, 1866-1938, chairman of the International from 1900 to 1914. He considered himself a Marxist, but felt free to diverge on points of theory that he regarded as doctrinaire. Plekhanov, for one, denied that he was a Marxist at all. But he was not a leader of the type common in the Second International that was interested in trying only for its direct relation to political and reformist action. On the contrary, he strove after an integral worldview and regretted that socialism, unlike Catholicism, had not evolved one. In L'idealisme dans le Marxisme, 1905, he gave an extremely loose interpretation of historical materialism, retaining only the general idea of the reciprocal influence of all historical circumstances, technical, economic, political, and spiritual, a position which almost everyone at that time accepted, but which left no room for Marxian monism. He also argued, following Croce, that the term historical materialism was misleading. No type of historical change was absolutely prior to any other, and in different circumstances different kinds of change might give the initial impetus. Demographic processes or changes of geographical environment might of themselves affect social developments. Nor was it true that spiritual phenomena were simply the consequence of changes of economic structure. They could not exist outside that structure, just as a plant had to have soil in which to grow, but it was absurd to say that the soil was the cause of the plant. Technical development was itself conditioned by man's intellectual activity, which was a spiritual phenomenon. Moral factors, too, played an independent part in historical change. Marx and Engels, in attacking capitalism, had been moved by moral considerations. Historical materialism was a useful device for seeking out the hidden causes of social ideas and institutions, but it was wrong to regard it as providing the sole cause of the entire historical process. Arguing in this way, van der Velde rejected the determinist aspect of the doctrine, while accepting that the general tendency of capitalist economy led towards the socialization of industry. This did not mean that he accepted the theory of increasing misery, or of socialism as requiring the transfer of all production to public ownership, or, above all, the inevitability of revolution. On the contrary, all the signs were that socialism would come about gradually, in different ways and not necessarily in the same form everywhere. Socialization was not the same as nationalization. One of its most essential elements was the gradual elimination of political authority centralized in the state. The development of socialism was, Book 2 *, the Golden Age 367, more likely to be aided by local groupings and forms of self-government, which permitted genuine social control over the productive process. Van der Velde was not an outstanding theorist, and his views on theoretical questions are generally cursory and commonsensible. In politics he stood perhaps closest to Jaurès, but he had not the latter's analytical mind or rhetorical gifts. The Austrian socialist movement was, next to the German, the most active from the theoretical point of view. The Social Democratic Party, formed in 1888, was led for many years by Victor Edler, 1852 to 1918, a doctor by profession. He was not an original theorist, and on important questions generally took up a position near the center of German orthodoxy. The great achievement of the Austrian party was the enactment of universal suffrage in 1907, an event helped to a large extent by the Russian Revolution. In the multinational Habsburg monarchy, the Social Democrats had to cope incessantly with conflicts between nationalities, both in the state and in the party, and their ideologists naturally spent much time analyzing the national problem from a Marxist point of view. The best known writings on this subject are by Otto Bauer and Karl Renner. Both were leaders of so-called Austro-Marxism, a movement generally regarded as including also Max Adler, Rudolf Hilferding, Gustav Eckstein, and Adler's son Friedrich. The Austro-Marxists produced important theoretical works which, for the most part, were looked on askance by the orthodox, as they refused to treat Marxism as an all-embracing system and had no hesitation in combining it with other sources. In particular, though they were not alone in this, they sought to incorporate Kantian moral and epistemological categories into the Marxist philosophy of history. Most of them belonged to the generation born in the 1870s, as did Lenin, Trotsky, Rosa Luxemburg, and many other leaders of Russian socialism. Scarcely any of this generation were orthodox Marxists of the stamp of Koskay, Plekhanov, Lafargue, and Labriola. The polarization which took place as a consequence was to be the ideological cause of the division of socialism into two hostile camps. In Italy, the workers' movement, after some false starts, achieved separate existence in opposition to anarchism in 1882, but it was not until 1893, after two changes of name, that it adopted a socialist program in the Marxian sense. Its chief leader was Filippo Turati, 1857 to 1932, who was not a theoretician but stood for a decidedly reformist policy, or irrationalist as it was then called. The only important Marxist theoreticians at this period of Italian socialism were Antonio Labriola and Enrico Ferri. The former represented the main stream of Marxist orthodoxy, while the latter was even more of a Darwinist than Koskay. Poland, too, was an important center of the Marxist movement. It may in fact be said that it was here that socialism for the first time split up in accordance, more or less, with the principles that subsequently divided social democracy. 3608 Main currents of Marxism. From communism. The Social Democratic Party of the Kingdom of Poland, i.e., Russian Poland, and Lithuania, known from its Polish initials as SDKPL, was the first independent party of communist type inasmuch as it emphasized the purely proletarian character of the socialist movement, refused to have anything to do with Polish, or any other, nationalism, and professed absolute fidelity to Marxian doctrine. On the other hand, it lacked the features which were to distinguish Lenin's form of social democracy, viz., the idea of the party as vanguard and the use of peasant demands as a weapon in the revolutionary struggle. The party's co-founder and chief theoretician was Rosa Luxemburg, but although of Polish birth she belongs essentially to the German socialist movement. Another theoretician of the SDKPL was Julian Marszalewski, who studied the history of the physiocrats and also the theory of art. However, the mainstream of Polish socialism was represented by the Polish Socialist Party, PPS, which as a whole can hardly be considered Marxist. Its chief Marxist theoretician was Kazimierz Kalis-Kraus. Ludwik Krzyzewski, an unorthodox Marxist and the most eminent sociologist of his generation in Poland, was also close to the PPS. Another writer who belongs in part to Polish Marxist literature Torres Edward Abramowski, a philosopher and psychologist and a theoretician of the anarcho-cooperative movement. Finally, a special place in the history of Marxism belongs to Stanislaw Berezovsky, who made a highly original and unorthodox attempt to interpret Marx in terms of voluntarism and collective subjectivism. The Dutch socialist movement began as a struggle on two fronts, being opposed on the one hand to Catholic trade unions based on the doctrines of Leo Xip's Rerum Novarum and, on the other, to a strong anarchist tendency, whose chief exponent was Don Lenuwen, who was, as in Poland, a strong leftist group arose within Dutch social democracy and eventually formed an independent party, the nucleus of the future Communist Party. Its chief ideologist, Anton Pannekoek, 1873-1960, was an implacable opponent of the parliamentary delusion and the pitfalls of reformism, insisting that socialism required the violent overthrow of the bourgeois state machine and could not be built piecemeal in capitalist conditions. Pannekoek sided with Lenin at the Zimmerwald Conference in 1915, and later belonged to the left-wing, anti-parliamentary section of the Dutch communist movement. Although larger or smaller groups of Marxists were active in almost every European country, it is more or less true to say that the Marxist movement was a phenomenon of Central and Eastern Europe. The Second International can be called Marxist only in a very approximate sense, nor was it ever centrally organized and directed like the Comintern. The criteria for membership of the International were not clear-cut, as in some countries there was no clear division between political parties and trade union movements. Nevertheless, its Book 2 *, The Golden Age 369 inaugural Congress at Paris in July 1889 was attended by the whole elite of European Marxism, including Engels, although he had expressed in letters his misgivings at setting up an international organization. Strictly speaking, the conflict between the Guestists and Possibilists meant that the founding Congress broke in two from the beginning, a fact which led to general confusion. Yet it was only the Marxist Congress that really mattered to the subsequent history of socialism. Among the 20 countries represented were Germany, Babel, Liebknecht, and others, France, Geste, Valiant, Russia, Plekhanoi, Lavrov, Austria, Victor Edler, Britain, William Morris, Belgium, Poland, Mendelssohn, Dasinski, and the Netherlands. Resolutions were passed concerning the 8-hour day, the replacement of standing armies by a general militia, the 1st of May holiday, the fight for social legislation and universal suffrage as a means to the seizure of power. From 1889 to 1900 the International had no real existence except in the form of successive congresses. At the 5th of these a permanent organ was set up, the International Socialist Bureau. But this was only a clearinghouse for information, not a directive body. The list of congresses between 1889 and 1914 is Brussels 1891, Zurich 1893, London 1896, Paris 1900, Amsterdam 1904, Stuttgart 1907, Copenhagen 1910, and Basel 1912. The crucial issue during the first phase of the International, up to the London Congress, was the controversy with the anarchists. The latter had done much to break up the First International but, partly because of their own ideology, did not set up a lasting independent organization. Accordingly, the anarchist wing of the First International soon ceased to exist. In the early 1880s an anarchist association, the Alliance Internationale Ouvrière, came into existence, numbering among its members Kropotkin, Malatesta, and Elie Reclus. But it had no precisely agreed doctrine or means of coordinated action. The anarchist movement was largely defined in negative terms, there being about as many subgroups as there were individual writers or political activists. Their main common ground was the belief that human beings left to their own inclinations were capable of forming harmonious communities, but that the root of all evil lay in impersonal institutions and particularly the state. It might seem that the opposition of actual individuals to faceless institutions was in accordance with Marx's social philosophy, but the two cases are not the same. Marx believed that socialism would restore man's individual life in all its fullness and would do away with autonomized political organisms, thus replacing sham forms of community by the direct association of individuals. But he also held that the return to an organic community could not consist in the mere liquidation of existing institutional forms, but required the reorganization of civil society on the basis of the technique and organization of labor created in the capitalist world. The state as an instrument of coercion would become super. 370 main currents of Marxism. Fluis, but not the centralized administration of material resources and production. In Marx's view, the overthrow of the state and political authority did not imply the destruction of social and industrial organization, but he believed that the socialization of property would prevent the organization of society from degenerating into an apparatus of violence and a source of inequality. If the state were destroyed and the processes of production were at the same time handed over to the uncoordinated initiative of groups or individuals, the result would be bound to be a return to capitalism in all its forms. This view of Marx's implies the existence of certain natural laws governing a commercial economy independently of the will of individuals. The anarchists, on the other hand, generally believed that the aptitude of human beings for friendly cooperation would prevent all injustice once the institutions of tyranny were swept away. Kropotkin, in his Ethics and in Mutual Aid, a factor of evolution, argued in opposition to the Darwinists that within a given species, the law of life is not force and rivalry, but aid and cooperation. From this he drew the comforting conclusion that the natural inclinations of individuals would ensure the harmony of society. Only a few anarchists professed absolute egoism a la Stirner. The majority thought there was no basic conflict between individual interests, and that disputes would come to an end when men perceived their own nature and threw off the religious and political mystification and corruption that tyranny imposed upon them. Hence the anarchists often attacked Marxist socialism as a new form of tyranny designed to replace that of the bourgeoisie. The Marxists claimed that their objective was a social organization in which all forms of democracy would not only be preserved but would come into their own for the first time, as legal democracy was reinforced by democratic production. The state, however, as a means of organizing production, exchange, and communication could not be abolished without destroying society. To this the anarchists retorted that a democratic state or a state based on freedom was a contradiction in terms, since any form of state was bound to give rise to privilege, inequality, and violence. In the same way the anarchists were opposed to agitation for reforms such as the 8-hour day, since small concessions of this sort only served to strengthen and perpetuate the organization of oppression. Political action, too, in the sense of socialist parties engaging in current rivalries, elections, parliamentary contests, etc., was a fraud at the expense of the downtrodden classes. To seek the verdict of the ballot was to endorse the legality of existing political institutions. Thus the anarchists were equally opposed to the political struggle and to the economic struggle for immediate ends. They rested their hopes either on a transformation of the moral consciousness of the oppressed which would cause the breakdown of coercive institutions, or on a violent revolution engineered by a terrorist conspiracy. Their ideal was complete equality and the abolition of all organizer. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 371. Tional forms beyond the range of immediate democracy, i.e. the complete decentralization of public life. In addition, the anarchists, and especially the syndicalists, were mistrustful of middle-class intellectuals in the revolutionary movement, as they suspected them of seeking to dominate the workers. Some anarchist groups professed violent hatred of intellectuals as such. Of the whole body of scientific knowledge and art, it was the duty of the working class, they believed, to sever all continuity with culture as it had hitherto existed. This tendency was represented only by a few writers and groups, but it is in accordance with the spirit of a movement which sought to begin human history anew, to go back to the sixth day of creation and restore mankind to a state of paradisal purity. The anarchists were influential in France, owing in part to Prudentist tradition. They were stronger still in Spain and Italy, and had active groups in Holland and Belgium. They were least firmly rooted in Germany. At the Zurich and London congresses they were finally excluded from the International, since a rule was adopted confining membership to parties which accepted that political activity was indispensable. In 1896 to 1900, between the London and Paris congresses, events took place which brought to light or exacerbated profound differences within the socialist movement: the Dreyfus case, the controversy over Millerand joining the Waldeck-Rousseau government of 1899 to 1902, and the debate over revisionism in Germany. The agitation over Dreyfus and ministerialism might appear purely tactical, but in fact these issues involved fundamental questions of the class interpretation of the French socialist movement. Those who, headed by Jaurès, demanded that the party commit itself without reserve to the defense of Dreyfus argued that socialism, as the cause of all mankind and of the moral values created throughout history, must take up arms against injustice wherever it appeared, even if the victim was a member of the governing class. Guesde and his followers objected that if the party sprang to the defense of a particular member of the military caste it would blur the distinction between the proletarian party and bourgeois radicalism and, by weakening class consciousness, would play into the hands of the bourgeoisie. The dispute, although it was not so formulated, can be seen as reflecting two different interpretations of Marxism. Marx himself, especially after his polemic with German true socialism, held that, although socialism is the affair of all humanity and not just of a single class, the advance towards socialism is the concern of the working class and must therefore be inspired by its class interests and not by humane moral values in general. This could be interpreted to mean that socialists should not get involved in conflicts that did not affect proletarian interests, especially those between different sections of the bourgeoisie who, by definition, could not be uphold ERS of socialist values. It was possible, following Guesde, to defend the political 372 main currents of Marxism, exclusivism of the working class and treat the possessing classes as essentially a single, uniform, hostile camp. Some socialists also pointed out that the party would suffer needlessly at the polls if it came out too strongly for Dreyfus, but Guesde rejected this consideration as unworthy. But strategic and theoretical arguments could also be advanced, from a Marxist point of view, in the opposite direction. Marx did not accept the oversimple and ruinous principle that it was all one to the proletariat what kind of system prevailed until the day of revolution. On the contrary, he and Engels repeatedly distinguished between reaction and democracy, royalists and republicans, clericals and radicals in the political groupings of the propertied classes. As they were well aware, for the working class to look on passively while the bourgeois quarreled among themselves not only brought the revolution no closer but condemned the workers to impotence. A basically similar dispute, though more clearly articulated, was that between Russian Marxists on the role and participation of the working class in a bourgeois revolution. Jaurès, however, based himself on other grounds which were more doubtful from the Marxist point of view, viz., that the party must take an active part in all conflicts involving universal moral values because by defending those values it was building socialist reality in the midst of bourgeois society. While the Fourierism professed by Guesde and his followers was no doubt a false and oversimplified interpretation of Marxism, Jaurès was guilty of unorthodoxy when he represented the party's moral commitment as itself a realization of socialism. In Marx's view the socialist revolution was to be a violent breach of continuity with bourgeois institutions, and could certainly not be realized in whole or in part within bourgeois society. To an orthodox Marxist, then, it would seem that support for Dreyfus might be justified on strategic or tactical grounds but not on moral ones. On the other hand, it was hard to find a text in Marx stating that the revolution meant a breach of moral as well as institutional continuity. If Marx had taken this view, it would have implied that socialists enjoyed complete moral freedom vis-a-vis bourgeois society, but had not. Engels on this very ground condemned Bakunin for treating all moral precepts as strategic weapons, holding, for instance, that the sanctity of contracts was a bourgeois prejudice. Here again, it was difficult to judge the question unequivocally by appealing to the fathers of scientific socialism. The problem of Dreyfus was, however, less acute than it might have been, inasmuch as none of the socialists found it necessary to pose the question for or against. Moreover, not even Guesde proposed that the party should ignore the affair completely. The opponents of Dreyfus stood for black reaction, militarism, chauvinism, and anti-Semitism, and there were no two opinions about them in the socialist camp. The Millerand issue was a more delicate one, raising the question whether, and on what conditions, a socialist was justified in Book 2 The Golden Age 373. Joining a bourgeois cabinet in the present case, a cabinet which included among its members General Galifet, the bloodthirsty suppressor of the Paris Commune. Those who defended Millerand's action argued that the presence of one socialist in the government could not alter its class character but might help to curb the more reactionary elements and promote reforms within the existing system, a policy which enjoyed the party's basic approval. The opponents of this view replied that the participation of a socialist confused the proletariat by giving the impression that the party was throwing in its lot with those in authority. Moreover, it would mean that the party bore some responsibility for the actions of a bourgeois government. The Millerand question was debated at the Paris Congress of the International in 1900, where Van der Velde, like Jaurès, argued that agreements between socialists and other parties were justifiable in defense of democratic freedoms, the issue of the Italian emergency laws, or the rights of the individual, or for electoral purposes. The Congress adopted a compromise resolution by Kolakowski to the effect that socialists might join a non-socialist government in exceptional circumstances provided they remained under party direction and that their action was not treated as a partial transfer of power. The dispute over revisionism was the most important event in the ideology history of the Second International and calls for a separate discussion. The International was less concerned with the theoretical sources of antagonism between the revisionists and the orthodox than with the question of reformism, and the significance of reforms, which from the theoretical point of view, reflected more fundamental divergences. The German Social Democrats passed a resolution against revisionism at their Congress in Dresden, and at the Amsterdam Congress Geste proposed that the International adopt the same resolution. On this occasion Georges made his famous speech declaring that the doctrinal rigidity of the German socialists was only a mask for their practical ineffectiveness. The French socialist movement was in fact much smaller, but also much more militant, than the German. The anti-revisionist resolution was adopted by a majority, but the revisionist movement continued to grow. The German party did not expel its revisionists, neither Babel nor Kolakowski wanted a split, and the strength of revisionism lay not in Bernstein's theoretical arguments but in the practical situation of the German working class. Those party activists who supported Bernstein were not interested in his critique of the dialectic, or even in the theory of value or the concentration of capital, but rather expressed that state of mind of the workers' leaders who saw a gulf between the austere revolutionary formulas of the party's program and its actual policy, and who could no longer ascribe a practical meaning to traditional Marxist dogmas. In theory, of course, neither the increased importance of parliamentary institutions, which was much greater in Britain, France, or Belgium than in 374 main currents of Marxism, Germany, nor the achievement of labor legislation and other social reforms, should have affected the revolutionary outlook of the proletariat. According to the doctrine, everything the working class was able to secure under capitalism, in the way of social reforms or democratic freedoms, should have helped to awaken the revolutionary consciousness, and no orthodox Marxist could admit that this was not so. But the crisis over revisionism emphasized the problem of the social significance of reforms and gave an impetus to the study of the theoretical premises of Marxism in this area. It soon became clear that the dispute affected, directly or indirectly, many of the basic categories of Marxism. The idea of revolution, classes, and the class struggle, the continuity and discontinuity of culture, the state, historical inevitability, historical materialism, and the meaning of socialism itself, all these were called in question. Once the debate on revisionism was engaged, orthodox Marxism was no longer the same as before. Some of its adherents held by the old positions, but new forms of orthodoxy gradually supplanted the classic Marxism of Kolakowski, Babel, and Labriola. The last years of the Second International were overshadowed by the approach of war, the threat of a European conflict, and the problem of social policy were discussed many times, especially at the Stuttgart Congress in 1907. The question was closely bound up with that of nationalities and self-determination. Some general principles were accepted by all socialists. All but a group of the German Social Democrats were opposed in principle to militarism and colonialism, and all opposed national oppression. But this did not suffice to determine a common attitude towards war or particular international conflicts. The International had condemned militarism in general terms at Brussels in 1891, and at London in 1896 it adopted a resolution for the replacement of standing armies by people's militias. But as the respective socialist ties were organized on national lines and were obliged in the event of war to take up a position in view of the policy of their own governments, such resolutions had no tangible consequences for any of them. As regards the discussions of war and peace, the following general points may be singled out. Geste, faithful as ever to his dogmatic Marxism, was unenthusiastic about any special anti-war campaign. Wars were inevitable under capitalism, and the way to stop them was to abolish it. This was in effect a repetition on the international plane of Geste's position in regard to the Dreyfus case. Socialists should not interfere in disputes among the possessing classes. Imperialist war is an instance of such a dispute, and is not the proletariat's concern. This was also the view of some German Social Democrats, but it meant abandoning all hope of exerting a socialist influence on events. If war broke out, a large part of the proletariat was bound to be mobilized and take part in the general slaughter, and if the socialists stood aside in the name of doctrinal purity, they Book 2 * the Golden Age 375 would in practice be endorsing the actions of governments. Several leaders accordingly urged that the International should adopt a definite policy of preventing war. Jors and Valiant were for active resistance, including rebellion, if necessary, but they also held that if a country was attacked it had a right to defend itself, and it was the duty of socialists to take part in the defense. At Stuttgart in 1907 Gustav Hervé proposed a resolution calling for a general strike and mutiny in the event of war, but the Germans opposed this, chiefly for fear that their party might be outlawed. Even the call to strike and rebel was within the bounds of a reformist policy. The left wing, represented by Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, put forward more radical proposals. In their view, the business of socialists, should a war break out, was not to attempt to stop it, whether by means of strikes or invoking international law, but to use it to overthrow the capitalist system. The resolution adopted at Stuttgart spoke in general terms of acting to stop a war or using it to hasten the downfall of capitalism, but these were purely ideological statements and comprised no specific plan. The idea of taking advantage of the imperialist conflict could be interpreted, as it afterwards was by Lenin, in the sense of turning it into a civil war. But the great majority of socialist leaders were not thinking on these lines. At the Basel Congress in 1912, although the First Balkan War had broken out, the mood was one of concord and optimism. A further anti-war resolution was passed, the slogan "War on War" was vociferated, and the delegates dispersed in the conviction that the socialist movement was strong enough to prevent the carnage plotted by imperialist governments. The International was also divided, though along different lines, on the question of national self-determination. National oppression was of course condemned by all, but neither this nor Marxist theory provided a solution to the complicated ethnic problems of Central and Eastern Europe. In general, it was accepted that while national oppression and chauvinism were contrary to socialist ideas, the former was only a function of social oppression and would vanish along with it. The nation-state was likewise associated with the development of capitalism, and there was no reason for Marxists to regard it as a GUID. In principle, the Austrian Marxists put forward the idea of cultural autonomy. Within a multinational state, there was no need for the state to be organized on a national basis, but every ethnic community was entitled to maintain its cultural traditions and language without interference. Rosa Luxemburg violently attacked the principle of self-determination on the ground that socialism would do away with national quarrels in due course, while the fight for socialism was going on. To raise the national question as a separate problem would distract the proletariat from its proper objective and assist the bourgeois policy of national unity. Lenin and the left wing of the Russian Social Democrats upheld the right of every nation to form a state of its own. Rosa Luxemburg's 3,760 main currents of Marxism. Dogmatism on this issue was similar to the rigid attitude of Geste towards other disputes, as all important historical processes were determined by the Class struggle. There was no such thing as a separate national problem, and in any case it was not a proper object of attention for the working class movement. As for Lenin, he did not advocate the idea of a nation-state for its own sake, but regarded national tension and oppression as a powerful source of strength that could be exploited in the interest of the social struggle. The collapse of the International in the face of the 1914 war was the more unexpected and depressing as the socialists had built such high hopes on the strength of their movement. The left wing did not expect it either. Lenin at first refused to believe that the German Social Democrats had obeyed the fatherland's call to arms. In every country of Europe the great majority had instinctively adopted a patriotic attitude. Even among the Bolshevik emigres in the West, a large number did so without hesitation. Plekhanoi, the father of Russian Marxism, had no doubt that Russia must be defended against invasion, and almost all the Mensheviks thought likewise. At the beginning of August the large Social Democratic Party in the Reichstag voted for war credits, a minority which had been outvoted at a previous party meeting conformed to the majority line. At the next Reichstag vote in December, Karl Liebknecht alone broke the ranks of party solidarity. During the next 2 years the number of active dissidents rose to the point at which there was a split. The opponents of war were expelled, and, in April 1917, formed the Independent German Socialist Party, USPD, which drew its members from all parts of the German Socialist Party, SPD. The war brought about new political divisions. The USPD included Orthodox centrists like Koski and Hugo Hasse, chairman of the SPD since Babel's death in 1913, revisionists like Bernstein, and the left wing, which had formed itself into the Spartacus League at the beginning of 1916 and now joined the USPD in a body. In France the anti-patriotic opposition was if anything even weaker than in Germany. Jors, who might have hesitated, was murdered on the eve of the war. Geste and Sembat joined the war government, as did Van der Velde. In Belgium, Hervé, the most radical of French anti-war agitators, changed almost overnight into an ardent patriot. The International was in ruins. In the summer of 1914, the socialist movement suffered the greatest defeat in its history, when it became clear that the international solidarity of the proletariat, its ideological foundation, was an empty phrase and could not stand the test of events. Both on the side of the Entente and on that of the Central Powers attempts were made to justify the upsurge of patriotism on Marxist grounds. Marx had often denounced Russia as a bulwark of barbarism and reaction, and a war against her could well be represented as defending European democracy against Tsarist despotism. On the other hand, Prussian militarism and feudal survivals in the German lands had traditionally been the book to the Golden Age. J377. Object of socialist attack from Marx onwards, and it was easy to present France's struggle as that of republicanism against reactionary monarchy. Lenin and the later Zimmerwald left attributed the collapse of the International to treachery and opportunism on the part of the Social Democratic lead. ERS. None of the Marxists posed the question whether the debacle of the socialist movement in the face of national conflicts was of any significance for Marxist doctrine itself. The summer of 1914 saw the beginning of a process whose consequences are still with us and whose final outcome cannot be foreseen. Two fundamentally different interpretations of socialism, which for years had made themselves felt in a variety of questions, had suddenly collided with such forces to destroy the International. Marxists at the time did not clearly examine or decide the question whether, and in what sense, socialism is a continuation of human history and in what sense it represents a breach with all that has gone before, or, to put it another way, how far and in what sense the proletariat is part of bourgeois society. Different answers to these questions were implicit in the philosophical conflicts within the socialist movement, and Marx's doctrine was by no means unambiguous on the point. In some important respects it supported the view of revolutionaries who refused to have any dealings with existing society or to attempt to reform it, but who counted on a great historical apocalypse that would sweep away oppression, exploitation, and injustice, and begin history anew on the ruins of capitalism. On the other hand, Marx did not envisage socialism as something built in the void, and he believed in the continuity of civilization, both technical and cultural. He thus provided support to those who regarded socialism as the gradual increase of justice, equality, freedom, and community of ownership within the present system. The workers' movement, organized into parties adhering more or less strictly to Marxist ideology, had obtained real successes in the fight for labor legislation and civil rights. This seemed to show that existing society was reformable, whatever the doctrine might say, and thus to knock the bottom out of revolutionary programs. The idea of socialism as a radical break was more natural in countries such as Russia, the Balkans, and Latin America, where there was little or no prospect of improving conditions by gradual pressure for reform. In Western Europe it was hard to argue that the proletariat was a pariah class with no place in society or the national community and no expectation of better conditions under the present system. Marxism had in fact helped on its own dissolution as an ideological force by contributing to a workers' movement that had achieved successes under capitalism and so refuted the view that the latter was incapable of reform. This is of course a simplified schema, and does not take account of the intricate changes that took place in the socialist movement after the collapse of the 378 main currents of Marxism. Second International. It gives an idea, however, of the subsequent polarization, leading to a state of affairs that still exists. On the one hand, reformist socialism bearing only a tenuous relation to Marxism, and, on the other hand, the monopolization of Marxism by Leninism and its derivatives. The latter, despite the traditional doctrine, displays its main strength in parts of the world that are backward from the technological, democratic, and cultural points of view. Countries that are only on the threshold of industrialism and where the main pressure comes from non-proletarian claims, especially those of the peasants and subject nationalities. This polarization appears to have shown that the CLAS sick version of Marxism which held the field up to the First World War is unable as a practical ideological force. From this point of view the present situation is, in spite of all changes, essentially the outcome of the drama that took place in the summer of 1914. Il. German Orthodoxy, Karl Koski. Tuesday figure of Karl Koski dominates the theoretical development of Marxism for the whole period of the Second International. While certainly not an outstanding philosopher, he was the chief architect and, so to speak, the embodiment of Marxist orthodoxy. He defended it against all extraneous influences, popularized it skillfully and intelligently, and applied it successfully to the interpretation of past history and to new phenomena connected with the evolution of capitalist imperialism. He played the main part in creating a stereotype of Marxism which, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, held the field for decades and has only begun to give ground to other stereotypes in the last 10 or 15 years. Generations of Marxists were brought up on his books, which became classics of Marxist literature and doubtless a unique case remained so even after Lenin had denounced their author as a renegade for attacking the October Revolution. Kolakowski was not orthodox in the sense of feeling obliged to defend every particular thought expressed by Marx or Engels, or of treating quotations from their works as arguments in themselves. Indeed, no theoreticians of his generation were orthodox in this sense. In some matters, not of the first importance but not wholly trivial either, he criticized Engels' views, for example by maintaining that the state most frequently comes into existence as the result of external violence. But he was pedantically orthodox in the sense that Marxism as a theory and a method of historical investigation was the only system that he regarded as valid for the analysis of social phenomena, and he opposed all attempts to enrich or supplement Marx's theory by elements from any other source, except Darwinism. Thus, while not a strict dogmatist in respect of all Marx's or Engels' ideas, he was a rigorous defender of doctrinal purity. It was thanks to his interpretative work that the stereotype known as scientific socialism, the evolutionist, determinist, and scientistic form of Marxism became universally accepted in its main lines. One Life and Writings. Kolakowski, 1854–1938, was born in Prague of a Czech father and a GER man mother. As a youth in Vienna he became acquainted with socialist ideas. 380 Main Currents of Marxism. By reading the novels of George Sand and the historical works of Louis Blanc. He entered the university in 1874, and joined the Social Democratic Party in the following year. He studied history, economics, and philosophy and was attracted by Darwinism as an explanation of the general principles governing human affairs. His first book, Der Einfluss der Volksvermehrung auf den Fortschritt der Gesellschaft, The Influence of Human Increase on Social Progress, 1880, was a critique of the Malthusian view that poverty is the result of overpopulation. While still a student, Kolakowski wrote for the socialist press in Vienna and GER Many and Medliebknecht and Babel. In 1880 he moved to Zurich, where he became a friend of Bernstein and worked for the German-language periodicals Sozialdemokrat and Jahrbuch der Sozialwissenschaft und die Sozialpolitik. In 1881, he spent some months in London, where he met Marx and Engels. In the following year he returned to Vienna, and at the beginning of 1883 founded the monthly, later weekly, Die Neue Zeit, which he edited until 1917 and which was, throughout this period, the chief Marxist journal in Europe and therefore in the world. No other periodical did so much to popularize Marxism as the ideological form of the workers' movement in Germany and the rest of Europe. Many articles by socialist theoreticians that appeared in Die Neue Zeit later became part of the Marxist canon. The journal was first published at Stuttgart, but was subsequently transferred to London owing to the anti-socialist laws. After the laws were repealed, Kolakowski returned to Stuttgart at the end of 1890, and moved to Berlin 7 years later. The Erfurt program adopted at the German Social Democratic Congress in October 1891, the first party program based strictly on Marxist premises, was the work of Kolakowski and Bernstein, the former being responsible for the theoretical section. Kolakowski attended every congress of the German Party and of the International, defending his conception of orthodoxy against the anarchists, Bernstein, the revisionists, and the left wing. In matters of political strat, e.g. he was the chief exponent of what was then usually called the center point of view, opposing the reformist idea that socialism could be introduced into capitalist society by way of gradual reforms and cooperation between the proletariat, the peasantry, and the petty bourgeoisie. At the same time he opposed the revolutionary theory that the party's proper task was to prepare for its violent upheaval at a moment dictated by political circumstances. In the same way, when the war came and the International fell apart, Kolakowski took up a middle position between the nationalism of the German party as a whole and the revolutionary defeatism of the left wing. His sharp criticism of the October Revolution in Russia caused him to be branded as a traitor by Lenin and his followers. In the 1920s he returned to politics and took a prominent part in drafting the program adopted by the German Social Democratic Party. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 381. At Heidelberg in 1925. He lived in Vienna until shortly before the Anschluss, and died at Amsterdam. Kolakowski's writings cover all the important problems that confronted Marxism and the socialist movement in his time. Amid his huge output of books and articles, those on history and economics achieved the most permanent reputation. In 1887 he published Karl Marx's Ökonomische Lehren, the economic doctrines of Karl Marx, in effect a summary of Volume I of Capital, which served for some decades as a handbook of Marxist economic theory for beginners. For historical works, applying the Marxist method of class analysis to the study of ideology and political conflict, are perhaps the most important part of his theoretical activity. These are Thomas More und seine Utopie, Thomas More and his Utopia, 1888, English translation 1927, Die Klassenstütze von 1789, The Class Antagonisms of 1789, 1889, Die Vorläufer den Sozial Ismus, The Forerunners of Modern Socialism, 2 volumes, 1895, Ender. Ursprung des Christentums, The Foundations of Christianity, 1908. The first of these works analyzed the state of England under Henry VIII and the life and best-known work of Thomas More in terms of the class conflicts of the age of primitive accumulation. The third work is a historical review of socialist ideas, from Plato's Republic to the French Revolution, with particular attention to revolutionary Anabaptism, while the fourth is concerned with the historical significance of early Christian ideas. Kolakowski's most important work of general theory published before 1914 is Ethik und die materialistische Geschichtsauffassung, Ethics and the Materialist Interpretation of History, 1906, which contains a history of ethical doctrines, and an exposition of Darwinist and Marxist views on the biological and social significance of moral ideas and behavior. Works dealing directly with political theory and the strategy of social democracy are his extensive commentary on the Erfurt Program, Das Erfurter Programm in seinem Grundzeichen Teil, Erläutert, 1892, and Polemics against Bernstein and the left on the reformist revolutionary dilemma, Bernstein und das Sozialdemokratische Programm, 1899, Die Soziale Revolution, 1907, translated 1909, Der politische Massenstreik, 1914, Der Weg zur Macht, 1909. His criticism of the Russian Revolution can be found in Die Diktatur des Proletariats, 1918, translated 1918, 1964, Terror, Ismus und die Kommunismus, 1919, and Von der Demokratisierung Staatslabyrinth, 1921. In 1927 he summed up his theoretical ideas in Die Materialistische Geschichtsauffassung, the materialist interpretation of history. This vast work had far less influence than his earlier treatises, on account of its size and because its popularity suffered from the ban pronounced on Kolakowski by the highest authority in the communist world. Moreover, the Social Democrats, having broken with the communists, were less interested in the philosophical foundation of socialist ideas and their own links with the Marxist tradition. 382 Main Currents of Marxism. Marxist doctrine had been almost monopolized by the Leninist and Stalinist brand of socialism, in which there was no longer room for Kolakowski's later ideas. In consequence, the most impressive exposition of historical materialism ever written had virtually no audience and no effect on those it was meant for. To nature and society. Kolakowski's views changed remarkably little in the course of his career. In his youth he had embraced Darwinism and a naturalistic view of the world. He soon discovered historical materialism, and wove the two elements into an integral whole which satisfied him for the rest of his life. Having written his commentary on the Airford program in 1892, he could still reaffirm its validity not only in 1904 but also in the preface to the 17th edition in 1922, after the European War, the Russian Revolution, and the disintegration of international socialism. His last, monumental work contains scarcely anything by way of modification or correction of the views he expressed in the preceding 50 years. This early rigidification and satisfaction with his own conclusions made him insensitive to new political and philosophical ideas. However, he preserved the spirit of inquiry and intellectual honesty, which enabled him to remain clear-sighted in polemics. He eschewed demagogy and the replacement of logic by insult, and marshaled his vast knowledge of history into convincing arguments. His writing is marked by pedantry and a hankering after systematization. When he sets about to explain the Marxist view of ethics, he begins by attempting, with very poor success, to give a compressed history of ethical doctrines and a whole history of manners and customs. Denouncing the terrorism of the Russian Revolution, he traces the history of France's Revolution of 1789 and the Paris Commune. He always goes back to first beginnings, is imbued with didactic purpose, and attaches great importance, as did Lenin, to the correct formulation of the theoretical basis of the socialist movement. A striking feature of Kolakowski's work is the complete lack of understanding of philosophical problems. His remarks on purely philosophical subjects do not go beyond what may be read in the summary essays of Engels. From his comments on Kant, it is clear that he had no idea of the true meaning of the latter's philosophy. The key problems of metaphysics and epistemology, in the epistemological basis of ethics, are unknown to him. The strongest aspects of his intellect are seen in his analysis of past events and social conflicts. In the light of Marxist theory, the peculiar nature of Kolakowski's thought is best seen by comparing him with a writer like Georges. To Georges, socialism, and Marxism as the modern theoretical expression of socialism, was above all a moral notion, a value concept, the highest expression of man's eternal longing for freedom and justice. 2. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 383. Kolakowski, Marxism was primarily the scientific, deterministic, integral apprehension of social phenomena. Kolakowski was fascinated by Marxism as a coherent and theoretical system by which the whole of history could be comprehended, and its events reduced to a single schema. He was a typical child of the scientific era in which he grew up, inspired by Darwin and Herbert Spencer and the advance of physics and chemistry. He believed in the unlimited capacity of science to synthesize knowledge into a more and more extensive yet concentrated system of facts and explanations. The scientistic and positivistic version of Marxism developed in Engels' later writings was adopted by Kolakowski without modification. His worldview was dominated by scientific rigor devoid of sentiment and value judgments, a belief in the unity of scientific method, the strictly causal and objective interpretation of social phenomena, the world of men considered as an extension of organic nature. Thinking in this way, he naturally regarded the Hegelian origins of Marxism as a historical accident of small importance. Like Engels, he saw no more in Hegel's contribution to the Marxist tradition than a few banal reflections on the interdependence of all phenomena, the development and variability of the universe, etc. Thus the foundation of the scientific worldview was, in Kolakowski's eyes, strict determinism and a belief in unchanging universal laws. Even more strongly than Engels, he emphasized the natural necessity, Naturnotwendigkeit, of all social processes. He was not a social Darwinist in the sense of denying the specific character of human society or reducing social conflicts and class struggles to a mere Darwinian fight for survival. But his reservations concerning the reduction of human society to the level of animal communities are of far less importance than the analogy that he sees between them. All specifically human characteristics, i.e. those that appear throughout history, are shared by mankind with other animals. This is a frequent motif in Kolakowski's works, from the ethics to the materialist interpretation of history. Kolakowski adopted without reserve Darwin's view of evolution as a process resulting from chance mutations that permit the survival of the individual best adapted to its environment. Nature has no purpose in the sense either of a conscious force governing evolution or of a definite overall tendency. Organisms that undergo favorable mutations transmit their power of adaptation to their descendants, and this process accounts for the whole course of evolution. All typically human functions can be found in the animal world: intelligence, sociability, social instincts, and moral feelings. Intelligence is a weapon in the struggle for existence, and the cognitive faculty has no other purpose than to ensure the preservation of the species. Animals show a knowledge of natural laws and the relations of cause and effect, and human knowledge is a development and systematization of this. Kolakowski does not ask himself how it is that a purely biological ability to associate events and to express this association in terms of natural laws, articulated 384 main currents of Marxism, in the form of language, can claim the status of a discovery of the truth about the universe, or how the idea of knowledge as truth can be derived from its role as an instrument of adaptation. Two basic instincts, those of self-preservation and the preservation of the species, are a sufficient explanation of the whole range of animal and human behavior, both moral and cognitive. The instinct for cooperation within the species is what, in the human race, we call the moral law or the voice of conscience. Among human beings as among animals, it is often in conflict with the instinct of self-preservation. It is therefore not the case that man is naturally egoistic or altruistic, since both tendencies, though they may conflict in particular cases, coexist in him as in all the higher animals. The division of labor and the use of tools are observable among beasts in embryonic forms, as is production in the sense of transforming the environment meant to suit one's purposes. In short, human beings are in no way different from animals as cognitive, moral agents and producers. There is nothing in specifically human nature that cannot be found also in the non-human universe. The specific powers achieved by man, or rather specific developments of animal powers, can be explained by adaptation and the interaction of the organism with its environment. These powers, namely language and the invention of tools, have fostered each other's development, making possible the accumulation of thought, experience, and ability, but they are no more than the prolongation of animal faculties. The whole progress of civilization can be explained by the working of the same laws of adaptation. When primitive man emerged from the jungle into open country, he had to make clothing, build houses, discover fire, and the art of cultivation. Language was a strengthener of social ties and cooperation within the tribe, but it led to differences of speech and social groups and hence to the peculiarly human institution of wars within a single species. The division of labor, a continuation of the process begun in animal community ties, made it possible to produce in excess of essential needs. This led men to fight for control of such surpluses, and also to the formation of class divisions based on the possession of means of production. Technical developments determined the changing forms of such divisions, but these were also determined in part by other factors, especially the natural environment. Class divisions take one form where centralized irrigation works are required. For example, in the Nile Delta, another where the chief problem is to ward off the attacks of neighboring tribes. They will be different among mountaineers and in coastal settlements. In all cases, however, the principle of adaptation to the environment determines specific forms of human behavior, governed by the unvarying instincts of self-preservation and cooperation. The delusion that there are eternal and absolute values that humanity finds ready-made or, at any rate, preserved throughout history arises from the fact. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 385. That for thousands of years social progress was extremely slow, so that particular commands and prohibitions remained unchanged until they came to be regarded as valid for all time and in all circumstances. In reality, the only immutable factors of this sort are general biological instincts, whereas specifically human moral norms and values are all dependent on modes of production. It is true that in the struggle carried on by the oppressed classes throughout history certain uniform circumstances can be discerned, and hence a similar ity in the values created by those classes. But this similarity is more apparent than real. In primitive Christianity, equality meant an equal distribution of goods, while freedom meant idleness. In the French Revolution, equality meant an equal right to property and freedom meant the free use of one's possessions. Under socialism, however, equality means an equal right to use the products of social labor, while freedom is the reduction of necessary labor, i.e. the gradual shortening of the working day. It can happen, indeed, that opinions or values outlive the conditions from which and in which they arise, and in which case they act as a clog on social progress. As a rule, however, human behavior in society is not determined by ideals but by the material exigencies of life. A moral ideal is not an aim, but a weapon in the social struggle. In general, no ideals can be ascertained by scientific observation, which is by definition morally neutral and concerned only with necessary connections in nature and human history. Scientific socialism demonstrates the inevitability of a classless society as a result of economic laws, but it cannot direct this into a moral purpose. This fact, however, does not detract from the greatness and sublimity of the vision of a socialist world for which the working class is fighting, impelled by irresistible economic necessity. Kolakowski appears to have failed to understand the epistemological problem of moral values, or the fact that, when a historical process has been presented as inevitable, the question of its value remains open. Hence his criticism of Kant and of ethical socialism is beside the point. As Cohen, Forlander, and Bauer pointed out, from the fact that something is necessary it does not follow that it is desirable or valuable. We need a special cognitive faculty to tell us that socialism is not only historically necessary but also a good thing. Marx having demonstrated the former proposition, Kantian ethics might show us a way to believe the latter. Kolakowski replied, however, that values are outside the province of science. He agreed with the neo-Kantians that Marxism proved the historical necessity of socialism, and this, in his view, was all that required to be shown. The working class was bound to develop a consciousness that would regard socialism as an ideal, but this attitude of mind was itself no more than the consequence of a social process. The question why a person should regard as desirable what he believes to be inevitable is ignored by Kolakowski, who gives no reason for not answering it. He maintained that Kant's categorical impera 386 main currents of Marxism rested on a delusion, in the first place, because it purported to be independent of experience, whereas it presupposed the existence of other people, which could only be known empirically to the philosopher. In actual fact, the categorical imperative is independent of experience in the sense that it cannot be logically derived from empirical data, but not in the sense that it can be effectively formulated without any empirical knowledge. Secondly, Kolakowski declares, the categorical imperative is unworkable in a society torn by antagonisms and conflicting loyalties. In fact, however, it is presented by Kant as a formal norm constituting the necessary condition of any concrete rule, and not an empirical assertion excluding moral conflicts or presupposing the existence of a harmonious society, nor does it purport to be a sufficient basis for the construction of a moral code. The extent of Kolakowski's failure to understand Kant is shown by a remark in his ethics to the effect that the Kantian precept of treating every individual as an end and not as a means is realized among animals, with the proviso that the community protects only those individuals whose survival is advantageous to the species. Kolakowski does not notice that this proviso is contrary to the whole principle of the intrinsic value of the individual, who is treated, in this case, not as an end in himself but as a means to the preservation of the species. 3. Consciousness and the development of society. 2. State principle of strict determinism, and the belief that human history is a continuation of natural history and can be explained by the same laws, led Kolakowski to a purely naturalistic interpretation of human consciousness. Kolakowski does not regard consciousness as an epiphenomenon, as critics of McAtee frequently assert, i.e. as a phenomenon that is not part of objective history, but appertains only to the perception, true or false, of historical events. On the contrary, he regards it as an essential link in the chain of necessary processes. But, he says, there is no such thing as a human consciousness differing from that of animals. Human consciousness consists of intelligence, knowledge, and moral sensibility, all of which evolved at the pre-human stage as organs of adaptation. It is therefore wrong to say that conscious processes are an innocent tile extra without which human history would be exactly the same as it is now. But this is also true of pre-human history, which in the case of higher animals, involves conscious processes enabling them to survive in a hostile environment. From this point of view, he declares, the human species, despite its FAC, all ties of language and tool-making, is no different from other intelligent beings. In particular, and here Kolakowski seems to be mistaken in imagining that he is faithful to Marx's ideas the necessity of the downfall of capitalism and the transition to socialism is no different from the necessity whereby techno. Book 2 The Golden Age 387. Logical progress has in the past brought socio-economic systems into existence. Of course, Marx's idea that socialism will be consciously brought about by the organized working class, when it has acquired knowledge of social processes, remains in force. But neither Kolakowski nor his neo-Kantian adversaries realized the true sense of Marx's attempt to transcend the opposition between necessity and freedom, between description and prescription. Neither the Kantians nor The determinists assimilated the Marxian eschatology involving the identification of the subject and the object of history, the idea of man's return to his species nature, and the theory of alienation which is inseparable from it. Marx, as we have seen, did not regard socialism merely as a new system that would do away with inequality, exploitation, and social antagonism. In his view, it was the recovery by man of his lost humanity, the reconciliation of his species essence with his empirical existence, the restoration to man's being of his alienated nature. History up to the present time involved the participation of human beings and their conscious intentions, but was subjected to its own laws, which were valid whether or not they were consciously apprehended, as in fact they could not be, at all events not completely. But in the consciousness of the work in class we have not merely to do with the increased knowledge of social processes, which, like any other knowledge, can be used to transform society in the same way as it transforms technology. The consciousness of the working class actually is the process of the revolutionary transformation of society. It is not a reservoir of information, first acquired and then put into practical use, but is the self-knowledge of the new society, in which the historical process coincides with awareness of that process. Socialism is necessary in the sense that capitalism, like all previous systems, is fated to lose control over the technological conditions it has itself created, but the necessity of socialism realizes itself as the free, conscious activity of the working class. Since the consciousness of the proletariat is the self-awareness of humanity recovering its lost nature, a nature that really exists, not a normative ideal, this consciousness cannot be divided into a descriptive or informational aspect and a normative or imperative one. The act by which men become aware of their own being, or return to their own essence, is a self-affirmation of humanity and, as such, cannot be reduced to awareness of the natural inevitability of the historical process, or to a normative ideal, or to a combination of these two. Marx's specifically Hegelian belief in essence as something more real than empirical reality, and not simply an imagined ideal, was ignored in the argument between the determinists and the Kantists. The latter's position was that Marx had shown that socialism was an objective necessity, and they held that awareness of this fact must be supplemented by the socialist norm of value. Kolakowski contended that Marx had shown socialism to be an objective necessity, and that one factor in this necessary process was the proletariat's awareness and approval of that necessity. This 388 main currents of Marxism. Awareness and approval were inevitable, and nothing more was required. Marx's real view, however, was that the consciousness of the proletariat, being the consciousness of humanity returning to its own essence, was identical with that return as an objective process in the revolutionary activity of the proletariat. The opposition between necessity and freedom ceased to exist. To put it another way, Kolakowski, following Engels, took a naturalistic and positivistic view of consciousness as knowledge which, being itself the result of the necessary development of society, was part of that development inasmuch as it provided the indispensable basis for effective social technology. Knowledge of society, and the practical application of that knowledge, were distinguished from each other in the same way as in any technology. Hence the specific meaning of the term scientific socialism. Socialism was a theory that could only be the result of scientific observation and not of the spontaneous evolution of the proletariat. Socialist theory was bound to be the creation of scholars, not of the working class, and must be introduced from outside into the workers' movement as a weapon in the struggle for liberation. This theory, later adopted by Lenin, of socialist consciousness implanted in the spontaneous working class movement from outside, is a direct consequence of the naturalistic interpretation of consciousness and the Darwinist interpretation of social processes in general. It also became a political instrument by supplying a theoretical basis for the new idea of a proletarian party directed by intellectuals versed in the Oreo party, expressing the authentic, scientific consciousness of the proletariat, which the working class was unable to evolve for itself. Kolakowski drew different consequences from the theory of scientific socialism than did Lenin, but in his case, too, the view that the proletarian class consciousness can only take shape outside the proletariat, in the minds of the intelligentsia, was a fleet and theoretical justification of a socialist party transforming itself into a party of professional politicians and manipulators. For revolution and socialism, Baxter in historical necessity, and in particular the objective necessity of socialist society, was to Kolakowski the cornerstone of Marxism and the essential difference between scientific and utopian socialism. In fact, however, the opinion that socialism is objectively inevitable is not exclusively Marxist. It can be found in the works of some utopians, for example the Saint Simonists. Kolakowski was especially careful to remain faithful to Marx's doctrine on this point, and he never ceased to emphasize that political fantasy is no substitute for economic necessity. Socialism can only proceed from the economic majority of capitalism and the resulting polarization of classes. Kolakowski's political attitude was essentially determined by this principle of maturity, which, Book 2 *, The Golden Age 389, indeed was accepted by all theoreticians of the Second International except the Leninist wing. It appeared to follow as a matter of course from the anti-utopian and anti-Blanquist elements in Marx's teaching. Both in his criticism of utopian socialism and of revisionism, Kolakowski emphasized the difference between the class division of society and its division according to criteria of consumption, i.e. participation in the national income. In this he was fully in accord with Marx. The proletariat struggle is not the result of poverty but of class antagonism, and the condition of socialist victory is not the absolute impoverishment of the working class but the sharpening of class antagonism, which is not the same thing. At various points in his historical analyses, Kolakowski shows that the class struggle may become more acute in cases where the exploited worker's lot is improving, so that its intensity is not a function of poverty. On this ground he rejects all revisionist arguments showing that the workers were relatively better off and predicting that class antagonism would therefore diminish. The theory of the absolute pauperization of the working class was thus, in Kolakowski's view, not an essential part of Marxist doctrine, such that the latter would have to be abandoned if the theory proved to be untrue. What was essential, however, was the view that class polarization would increase and that the middle class would be squeezed out by the concentration of capital. Kolakowski was uncompromising on this point, and strove to refute Bernstein's contention that in spite of the concentration process the middle class, and especially the small owners, were not becoming less numerous. In his polemics with the revisionists and in his exposition of the theoretical portion of the Erfurt program, Kolakowski argued that the development of bourgeois society was bound to eliminate small enterprises. When told that statistics did not confirm this, he replied that the new owners were not petty bourgeois but men thrown out of work by the concentration of capital, who strove to keep afloat by establishing small workshops and cooperatives. He admitted that in agriculture the disappearance of small holdings was not proceeding so fast as had been predicted, but here too he thought it was bound to come about in time. Kolakowski held that the collapse of capitalism would not be a result of the fall in the profit rate, which was compatible with the rise in the absolute level of profits. Capitalism would break down because private ownership of the means of production did not permit the efficient use and development of the techniques that humanity had evolved. Capitalism could not avoid anarchy, recurrent crises of overproduction, and mass unemployment. Moreover, it was bound to develop the consciousness of the working class, which was organizing itself not only to obtain short-term improvements but to seize political power and establish public ownership of the means of production for the good of society. On the two basic questions of the relation between the political and the 390 main currents of Marxism, economic struggle, and that between fighting for reforms and awaiting the revolution, Kolakowski's position was that of orthodox Marxism. As to the first case, he opposed the Marxist viewpoint to the equally false extremes of Proudhonism on the one hand and Blanquism on the other. The Proudhonists were not interested in the political struggle, for they held that the conquest of political power by the proletariat would not do away with exploitation. As long as there was capitalism, the proletariat would gain nothing by democracy, as political democracy would not bring economic liberation. The workers must therefore have nothing to do with political and parliamentary issues, but concentrate on freeing themselves by organizing production independently of capitalism. The Blanquists, on the other hand, were interested only in the conquest of political power, irrespective of economic conditions. Marx, as Kolakowski explains, avoided both these one-sided views and adopted the only position consonant with the scientific method, viz., that the proletariat's assumption of political power is the necessary condition and means of economic liberation, but this power can only be used to overthrow capitalism when the latter is ripe for destruction. If the moment is premature from the economic point of view, the seizure of power cannot lead to the overthrow of capitalism, for objective economic laws cannot be overruled by decrees or violence. An example of this is the Jacobin dictatorship, which Kolakowski regarded as a dictatorship of the proletariat. The terror was supposed to smash profiteering and keep up the revolutionary enthusiasm of the masses, but it only brought fear and disillusionment. When the Thermidor reaction came, the Jacobins had no support, and the revolution returned to the base established for it by economic conditions, i.e. the rule of the bourgeoisie. The Paris Commune was bound to collapse for the same reason. Kolakowski, however, was unable, or did not try, to explain precisely how the ripeness of capitalism for political revolution was to be recognized. He maintained against the reformists that socialism could not simply develop as an natural continuation of capitalism, by partial reforms and concessions on the part of the possessing classes. A revolution, in the sense of a conscious seizure of political power by the organized proletariat, was an essential and inevitable condition of socialism. But social democrats must not tie their hands by any precise definition of the character and duration of the revolutionary process. In particular, it need not signify a once and for all act of violence, an armed rebellion or a bloody civil war. On the contrary, the more the proletariat was capable of organized action, aware of historical processes and trained in the working of democratic institutions, the more likely it was that the revolution would take a non-violent form. The precise situation, however, was hard to predict. As for the Social Democratic Party, since it could not itself create the economic conditions that made revolution possible, it was, in Kolakowski's words, a revolution. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 391. A party but not a party that was making or preparing a revolution. For a revolution could not simply be made at will or from purely political ingredients. The Social Democrats rightly rejected the absurd doctrine of the worse, the better. The struggle for social and political reforms under capitalism was in the highest interest of the proletariat and of its eventual victory, developing its class consciousness and enabling it to gain experience of economic administration and political life. Reforms were not a substitute for revolution, but they were a necessary preparation for it. It was contrary to Marxist strategy either to set a course towards catastrophe or to rely on cooperation between classes in the hope that capitalism would turn into socialism by gradual evolution. Kolakowski was certainly faithful to Marx when he insisted that the revolution could not be enacted by decree, and that the mere transfer of political power would not bring about the economic liberation of the proletariat unless capitalism were economically and technically ripe for the change. But he seems to have overlooked the fact that the strategy, tactics, and organization of the workers' movement would have to be quite different according to whether it set about preparing for a political upheaval or chose to await the conditions, whatever they were exactly, for the economic collapse of capitalism. Kolakowski's refusal to prejudge the character and duration of the revolution was quite reasonable on the premise that the proletariat must wait for the ripening of conditions under capitalism. But a party that calls itself revolutionary cannot act rationally if, on whatever grounds, it refuses to prejudge the meaning of the term revolution if it signifies a peaceful process, perhaps lasting for decades, in which the proletariat gradually gains control of political institutions. The party's educational and organizational tasks must be quite different than if the revolution is to be a once and for all act of violence. The party, therefore, can not in practice refrain from choosing on the mere ground that historical events are unpredictable. It may leave both alternatives open in its program, but in political life it is bound to opt for one or the other. For this reason Kolakowski's centrist position, based on his scientific attitude and reluctance to take decisions without rational foundation, amounted in practice to acceptance of the reformist standpoint. The theory of a revolution prepared by capitalism itself, and not by the proletariat, was a reflection, in Kolakowski's doctrine, of the practical situation of the party, which adhered to revolutionary phraseology in its program but took no action suggesting that it meant what it said. Bernstein was quite right when he observed that German social democracy was in actual fact a reformist organization and that the revolutionary elements in its program were at variance with its actions and even with the practical objectives set forth in the program itself. The eventual defeat of centrism as a matter of practice, not of phraseology, and the party's dissolution into a revolutionary and a reformist wing were due to the fact that centrism, under the appearance 392 main currents of Marxism, of scientific open-mindedness, was a philosophy of indecision and was incapable of taking up a clear position on questions that had to be decided and that were decided, if not in the party program, at all events in political life. This fault was not obvious while the party was peacefully building up its strength, and so Kolakowski's orthodox Marxism prevailed over the reformist program at congresses, although the party continued in practice to take a reformist line. The inconsistency came fully into view at the moment of crisis, which swept away the foundation of Kolakowski's policy. The idea that the revolution must await the ripening of economic conditions appeared to Kolakowski a perfectly natural consequence of the Marxist theory of historical processes. It was not his view that in the relationship between the base and the superstructure the former alone played an active role and the latter was a mere adjunct. On the contrary, he emphasized, following Engels, that the division between the two was not identical with that between real and spiritual factors in the historical process. The base, which he regards as including means of production and tools, develops in accordance with the advance of knowledge and comprises all human productive faculties including spiritual resources. The superstructure, on the other hand, i.e. legal and political relationships and socially formed opinions, has a great deal of influence on economic conditions. There is thus a continuing process of reciprocal influence, and the primacy of the base vis-a-vis the superstructure applies only in the last resort, a phrase which Kolakowski, like Engels before him, does not explain precisely. He only adds that technological progress and the accompanying changes in property relations do not account for every detail change in the superstructure, though they do account for the appearance of new ideas, social movements and institutions. Having thus limited the interpretation of the primacy of the base, Kolakowski still does not explain how the new is to be distinguished from the old, or how we can be sure that ideas or institutions that may come into being long after the relevant changes in technology or property relations are in fact a consequence of these. In interpreting single events in the history of the revolutionary movement, Kolakowski suggests many convincing explanations, but in the case of more extended processes his suggestions often appear arbitrary. He argues, for instance, that the Kantian principle of treating every human being as an end, and not a means is the expression of a bourgeois protest against personal dependence in a feudal society. But the opposite ethical principle voiced by the utilitarians of the Enlightenment is equally characteristic of the rising bourgeoisie, asserting its Epicureanism against the asceticism of Christian morality. On the other hand, Epicureanism is also typical of the declining aristocracy, while Kant's principle is rooted in Christianity, and again, the liberal doctrine of the survival of the fittest is of bourgeois origin. It is easy to see that if the Book 2 ** The Golden Age 393 sense of intellectual phenomena can be manipulated thus freely, it is possible to defend any interpretation of them in class or economic terms, which in itself shows up the weakness of the theory. If, as Kolakowski argues, Christian ethics reflected the misery of the oppressed classes in ancient Rome and also the situation of the decadent aristocracy of those times, and if it could then be an instrument of the rulers of feudal society, and later an inspiration of protest against that society, or if the bourgeois mentality could equally well be expressed by Kant's personalism, Bentham's utilitarianism, and Calvin's asceticism, then the theory is certainly capable of accounting for all historical phenomena and is covered against falsification, but only because it is arbitrary and lacking in precise criteria for the correlation of spiritual phenomena with their material origins. In Kolakowski's evolutionist doctrine there is of course no room for eschatology, or any belief in the general meaning of history. Like Marx, he regards socialism as the cause of all mankind and not merely of a class, but he also follows Marx in insisting on the class character of the movement that is to bring socialism about. The working class may conclude temporary alliances with the bourgeoisie or lower middle class to secure political or social reforms, but it would be lost if it did not at the same time preserve its independence and separate character. Kolakowski was especially mistrustful of any alliance with the peasantry, which he regarded, above all in Germany, as a preeminently conservative class. Socialism is in the interest of all, but the fight for socialism is in the interest of the working class alone. This idea, not formulated by Kolakowski in so many words, but expressing his teaching and that of Marx, is self-consistent on the assumption that only the proletariat is so privileged by history that its immediate and ultimate aims are in harmony with each other, whereas the short-term objectives of the peasantry and the lower middle class, not to mention the bourgeoisie, are contrary to the interest of all humanity embodied in the idea of a socialist society. The contradiction does not lie in the doctrine, but in the interests of the possessing classes. Socialism signifies emancipation for the whole human race. This is true, first and foremost, because public ownership of the means of production and control of the production process in accordance with social needs will shorten the working day and give people more time to develop their personal aptitudes and aspirations. Socialism does not mean the abolition of the state, as the anarchists would have it, or a return to small self-contained communities, which would revive all the consequences of anarchic production and competition. The state, transformed into an organ of the social administration of things as opposed to people, must be centralized and capable of looking after the whole range of material production. Artistic and intellectual production, on the other hand, will develop in perfect freedom. Kolakowski, like most Marxists of his time, saw no 394 main currents of Marxism flick between the central regulation of trade and industry and the independence of culture. Democracy, freedom of the spoken and written word, the right of assembly, and cultural freedom were generally regarded by Marxists as automatic features of socialist organization. Kolakowski often expressed his view on this subject, and always in the same sense. Although, as a matter of history, democratic freedoms have been secured by the bourgeoisie fighting feudal oppression, they belong to the permanent achievement of progress, and socialism without democracy would be a parody of its own first principles. For this reason socialism must never be imposed by a revolutionary minority, for it would then contradict itself. It must be the undisputed work of a majority, which should respect the right of the minority to express and advocate different opinions. 5. Critique of Leninism. Kolakowski's basic conviction that socialism could not prevail until economic conditions were right for it, and his belief that socialism entailed democracy, combined to make him firmly opposed to the October Revolution and the Leninist conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Like most of Lenin's socialist critics, Kolakowski held that Lenin was wrong in claiming Marx's support for the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat as a particular form of government, opposed to democratic forms. To Marx and Engels, he maintained, it signified not the form of government but its social content. This was shown by the fact that Marx and Engels used the term dictatorship of the proletariat to describe the Paris Commune, which was based on democratic principles, a multi-party system, free elections, and the free expression of opinion. In resolving to build socialism in a backward country by means of terror and oppression, the Bolsheviks were in opposition to the views of Marx and Engels, who, for instance, had sharply criticized the Bakuninists for attempting to start a communist rising in Spain in 1873, and also to those of Russian Marxists like Plekhanov and Axelrod, who hold that a revolution in Russia could only be of a bourgeois character, even if the proletariat played a decisive role in it. The destitution of the Russian people and the chiliastic hopes that went with it, the brutalization caused by war, and the general backwardness of the proletariat meant that socialism, if introduced there, was bound to turn into its opposite. Instead of organizing the proletariat for practicable aims and raising it to a higher level, the Bolsheviks had incited it to take revenge on individual capitalists, destroyed all elements of democracy, and allowed the immaturity of the movement to bear fruit in universal savagery and banditry. They were trying ineffectually, like the Jacobins before them, to cure economic difficulties by mass terror and forced labor, which they falsely called the dictatorship of the proletariat. Thus, as Kolakowski wrote in 1919, their Book 2 ** The Golden Age 395 was growing up amid despotic conditions a new class of bureaucratic exploiters, no better than the Tsarist chinovniks, and the workers' future struggle against tyranny would be even more desperate than under traditional capitalism, when they could exploit divergences of interest between capital and the state bureaucracy, whereas in Bolshevik Russia these two had coalesced into one. This kind of regimented socialism could only maintain itself by denying its own principles, which it was most likely to do, given the Bolsheviks' notorious opportunism and the ease with which they changed their tune from one day to the next. The most probable result would be a kind of thermid reaction which the Russian workers would welcome as a liberation, like the French in 1794. The original sin of Bolshevism lay in the suppression of democracy, abolition of elections, and denial of the freedom of speech and assembly, and in the belief that socialism could be based on a minority despotism imposed by force, which by its own logic was bound to intensify the rule of terror. If the Leninists were able to keep their Tartar socialism going long enough, it would infallibly result in the bureaucratization and militarization of society and finally in the autocratic rule of a single individual. 6 Inconsistencies in Kolakowski's philosophy. Next to Engels, Kolakowski was certainly the chief exponent of the naturalist, evolutionist, determinist, Darwinist version of Marxism. At first glance his philosophy appears to form a consistent whole and to be reducible to a few main principles covering the whole history of nature and of mankind. All development is the result of interaction between organisms and their environment. Those that are best adapted survive and transmit their characteristics to the next generation. The competition among species creates universal instincts of aggression and interspecies solidarity. The human race has achieved a special place in nature owing to its ability to make tools and to the power of articulate speech. The development of tools led to the origin of private property and classes fighting each other for the appropriation of surpluses. This in turn leads to the concentration of capital and class polarization. Private ownership prevents further technical progress and intensifies the antagonism between the exploiting minority and the exploited majority, and this process is bound to end in the establishment of public ownership and of a new society which will preserve the technical and social achievements of capitalism, especially the democratic way of life, but will antagonize the process of socialization, restore the solidarity of the human race, do away with basic social conflicts, and enable individuals to develop without restraint. On closer inspection, however, the theory proves to be full of gaps and inconsistencies, some of which are peculiar to the evolutionist brand of Marx. 396 Main currents of Marxism. Ism as opposed to that contained in Marx's early writings, while others are common to the naturalist and anthropocentric versions. In Kolakowski's view, the whole development of the organic world, and human history as a subdivision of natural history, are to be explained by the interaction of organisms with their environment. Kolakowski regards this theory of interaction as the true, rational content of the dialectic, and for this reason he criticizes the idea of the dialectic as the theory of the dichotomy of being, due to its latent inner contradictions. Self-negation as an explanation of development is, in his view, a survival of Hegelian idealism. Changes in nature and his story are not brought about by a self-generated movement of contradiction but by the interaction of distinct elements of the universe. There is no such thing in reality as the paradigm of human nature returning into itself after an age-long state of fission and restoring the unity between the object and subject of history. We are the spectators of a necessary process of changes which have no meaning in themselves and cannot reveal any to scientific investigation, for science has nothing to do with values and is only concerned with necessity or the laws of nature. This naturalistic determinism, which is not fully worked out from the philosophical point of view, gives rise to important inconsistencies, or arbitrary assumptions, affecting the whole of Kolakowski's thought. To begin with, it is not clear whether historical necessity comprises every detail of history or only its general direction. If the former, then, leaving aside the arbitrariness of this form of determinism, it must be the case that each particular event or process is inevitable and predetermined in exactly the same sense. It follows that there is no point, for example, in Kolakowski criticizing the Russian Revolution, for this was a no less necessary event than the transformation of a commodity economy into capitalism. Human volition may indeed be a necessary link, but its nature and effect are as much determined as everything else, and it is no different in function from any other factor of historical change. It is meaningless to criticize a revolutionary movement for taking no account of whether the situation is ripe, since its ripeness is demonstrated by the movement's very success. If, on the other hand, historical necessity is only a matter of general tendencies, while the particular form of events is subject to unconditioned human volition, then the criticism is meaningless for another reason. Since we cannot say precisely what constitutes ripeness for the changeover to socialism, and since conscious human activity may bring the favorable moment closer, no one can say for certain at what time the moment has in fact arrived. Hence Kolakowski's criticism of Blankism and Leninism is not justified, as it purports to be, by his theory of historical determinism. Furthermore, as scientific consciousness arises independently of the social movement that leads to socialism and must be introduced into that movement. Book 2 = The Golden Age 397. From without, there is no reason not to draw the same conclusion from this state of affairs as Lenin did. The truly proletarian, i.e. the scientific, consciousness can develop independently of the actual proletariat, and the political organism which possesses that consciousness is entitled to regard itself as embodying the will of history whatever the actual working class thinks of the matter. Lenin's theory of the party as a vanguard was based on the doctrine formulated by Kolakowski and cannot be accused of inconsistency. In Marx's own thought, the problem does not arise, as he identifies the scientific doctrine that arises in the minds of scholars with the movement which makes that doctrine its own. In Marx's view, the scientific consciousness is an articulation of the ELE. Mental consciousness, it is not simply awareness of a process that is going on outside it, but is itself that process. In the consciousness of the proletariat, the object and subject of history coincide, and the proletariat, by becoming aware of itself and thus of the whole historical process, ipso facto transforms the historical situation. In the proletarian consciousness, knowledge of the social universe and political activity are not two separate things, like the knowledge of natural laws and the application of that knowledge to technological purposes. They are one and the same. For the same reason, as already stated, there is no problem for Marx of the dichotomy between facts and values, or knowledge and duty. As, in this particular case, the act of cognizance of the world is the same as the act of changing it or of taking a practical part in the cognitive process, there is no room for the dichotomy to manifest itself, for there is no question of a perception followed by a separate act of evaluation. But since Kolakowski, like his neo-Kantian Hence, regards knowledge as independent of its application and free from any value judgment. He does not really come to grips with his critics' objections, but fends them off with general statements, without perceiving the real nature of the problem. If men are convinced by scientific knowledge that socialism is a historical necessity, they must then ask themselves why they should help to bring it about. The mere fact that it is necessary does not answer this question. For Marx there is no problem, as humanity personified in the proletariat becomes aware of the necessity of the revolution in, and only in, the very act of bringing it about. Theoretical awareness of the revolutionary movement once that movement. But Kolakowski's deterministic philosophy makes it necessary to cope with the difficulty that the Kantians formulated, but Kolakowski himself failed to perceive. He also failed to notice that approbatory terms such as humanism, liberation, the greatness or sublimity of the socialist ideal, all of which he often employed, were inadmissible on his own premises. Kolakowski was profoundly attached to democratic values. He hated violence and war, and, while recognizing that future forms of the class struggle could not be foreseen, he hoped that mankind would advance into the realm of socialist. 398 Main currents of Marxism. Freedom as a result of peaceful pressure, without violence or bloodshed. He tried to provide a theoretical backing for his hopes, but here too his doctrine is not free from essential weakness. The case for democracy, in his view, was based on the incurable limitation of human knowledge. No group or party could claim a monopoly of truth. All knowledge was partial and subject to change, and it would impede progress if any party were to reserve the exclusive right to express its views and to suppress criticism and discussion. These are sound arguments from the common sense point of view, but they are combated by Kolakowski's own theory of the social basis of knowledge. He maintained that there is no such thing as classless knowledge, at any rate in social questions, but that a true understanding of social processes can only be had by adopting the proletarian viewpoint. This raises epistemological problems that Kolakowski never faced. If all knowledge of society is class conditioned, how can knowledge acquired from the proletarian viewpoint in particular lay claim to university or sal validity? If it cannot, however, then all the scientific pretensions of Marxism are baseless. At best it can only rate as the formulation of a particular interest, albeit the interest of humanity in general, but it cannot, in addition, claim superiority over all other theories as the possessor of objective truth. If, however, the proletarian viewpoint also entails a purely cognitive superiority, i.e. if it alone makes it possible to apply universal criteria of knowledge, and if all other attitudes are not only class conditioned but inevitably lead to the distortion of reality, then the demand for democracy, pluralism, free speech, it is groundless, for the party of the proletariat has, by definition, a monopoly of truth as against every other political organism, and all the privileges it claims and the despotism it imposes are fully justified in the interest of truth itself. But, on this point too, Kolakowski failed to notice his own inconsistency. Again, it is not clear why despotism and violence should be condemned from the point of view of Kolakowski's historiosophy, although undoubtedly he himself was opposed to them. If mankind, unlike the rest of nature, has evolved various forms of interspecies aggression as a result of the very factors to which its preeminence is due, if man is endowed by nature with an aggressive instinct, as well as an instinct of solidarity with his fellows, and if he has given free rein to the former instinct throughout his history, why should this state of things suddenly come to an end? Why should we believe in a law of history tending to lessen the use of coercion in intrahuman relations? Even if we accept that capitalist forms of appropriation and the sharing of the surplus product must give way to public ownership, it does not follow that the same struggle will not be continued by other means in a socialized state, since the instincts that caused it will still be there. Kolakowski's faith in the gradual elimination of violence and the increase of human solidarity is no more than faith, and cannot be vindicated by his theoretical principles. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 399. Kolakowski's position is also ambiguous as to the relation between reform and revolution. At first sight he appears in general to follow Marx in holding that there is no contradiction between the prospect of revolution and the policy of fighting for reforms, social progress, the shorter working day, greater prosperity for the workers, and democratic rights enabling them to defend their interests collectively, are all ways of developing class consciousness and training the workers to take over the state in due course. But the consistency of this position is only apparent. The real question is whether reforms are only of value in relation to the coming revolution, or whether they are also valuable in themselves since they improve the lot of the proletariat. Kolakowski took the latter view, holding that the intrinsic value of reforms was quite consistent with their value as an instrument of the revolutionary struggle. The course of practical politics, however, was to show that this supposed consistency was an illusion. A party which treated the struggle for reform seriously and which was successful in its efforts naturally became a reform party, its revolutionary slogan surviving only as embellishment. Kolakowski was able to show that there were cases in history when the class struggle had intensified, although the lot of the exploited workers was at the same time improving. But he was wrong in thinking that the improvements obtained by the working class through economic pressure were, as a general principle, without effect on the sharpness of class conflict and the state of revolutionary ardor. No doubt revolutionary situations are always the result of an unexpected coincidence of many circumstances, and better conditions for the workers do not rule out such situations a priori. But the practical difficulty is that a party which works for reforms instead of for revolution, which achieves reforms and therefore treats them as a serious objective, will find that its revolutionary theory becomes atrophied, and when the moment for revolution arrives the party will be incapable of seizing its opportunity. The objectives of reform and revolution can be reconciled in general doctrinal formulas, but not in social and psychological reality. Hence a socialist movement that achieves success in the economic struggle and in reformist endeavors tends inevitably to turn into a reform movement, as Bernstein saw but Kolakowski did not. The achievements of German social democracy meant that it were to ally cease to be a revolutionary party. The keynote of Kolakowski's philosophy and that of the Marxists who thought like him is the naturalization of human consciousness, i.e. its complete subordination to natural determinism, so that it plays the part of a mere factor of organic evolution. The main features of Kolakowski's political theory and historiography are determined by this Darwinian version of Marxism, belief in the gradual and continuous evolution of capitalism to the point at which it destroys itself, confidence in historic inevitability, perceived from outside by the theoretical consciousness, dichotomy between theoretical awareness and the social 4,00 main currents of Marxism, process to which it is directed, the notion of a proletarian consciousness, imported from without, and the rejection of the eschatological spirit of socialism. Kolakowski's policy may be summed up as, let us improve capitalism for the time being. Socialism is guaranteed by the law of history in any case. It does not matter that we cannot prove separately the moral superiority of socialism. It Simply so happens that what is necessary is also what appears desirable to me. And to other persons of good sense having introduced into Marxism the Enlightenment belief in continuous progress and the Darwinian view of consciousness as a biological organ, Kolakowski was insensitive to the dramatic reversals of progress and failed to realize that consciousness itself is the cause of breaches of historical continuity that can easily be explained with the aid of hindsight, but which no one is ever able to foresee. 7. A note on Mering. Franz Mehring, 1846–1919, was, after Kolakowski, the principal pillar of Orthodox German Marxism. He became a social democrat in middle age, in the early 1890s, having made a considerable name as a publicist and writer for the LHB Herald Press. From then on he devoted his vast historical knowledge and literary skill, in which he stood foremost among the orthodox writers, to the cause of socialism. His works include the voluminous classic Geschichte der Sozialdemokratie, History of German Social Democracy, 1897–8 no less CLAS. Sick, though somewhat hagiographic, Life of Marx, Karl Marx, Geschichtssens. Lebens, 1918, translated 1936, Deutsche Geschichte vom Ausgang der Mittel. Alters, History of Germany from the End of the Middle Ages, 1910–11, and Die. Lessing Legend, 1893, perhaps the finest work of Marxist historiography of the period. He also left many studies of literary history and criticism, and helped to create the Marxist theory of literature, articles on Schiller, Heine, Tolstoy, and Ibsen. From time to time he dealt with the general principles of historical materialism, for example in the appendix to Lessing, in different parts of his book on German social democracy, in the Life of Marx, and in critical articles against the neo-Kantists. On these occasions he showed a leaning towards very simplified or reductionist formulations of fact to which we owe Engels' fees. Letter of 1893, in which the patriarch of scientific socialism corrected one-sided interpretations of historical materialism and the rather crude formula which he himself and Marx had employed on occasion for purposes of controversy. Mering's historical-literary analyses also contain some remarkable simplifications, as when he says that the Oresteia merely reflects the victory of the patriarchal principle over the matriarchal, or that the whole of classical German literature, Klopstock and Lessing, Goethe, and Schiller represents nothing but the fight of the bourgeoisie for emancipation. If this is so, it is hard to see how. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 401. Aeschylus can be read with pleasure and understanding by people who have not the faintest interest in the conflict between the patriarchate and the matriarchate in ancient Greece, or why Goethe and Schiller are still part of German culture although the political struggles of the last century have been forgotten. But it would be unfair to judge Mering purely on the strength of such utterances. As a theoretician of historical materialism he did not, it is true, contribute anything to the evolution of Marxism, but he was of great importance as a historian and literary critic who, when it came to particular analyses, shook off the stiffness of doctrinal generalizations. The Lessing Legend is not only a work about Lessing, but a review of the conventional views of German history. ANS on the Enlightenment and an attack on the idolaters of Frederick the Great, and those who called Lessing the scribe of the Prussian monarchy. Mering tries to show that Lessing embodied in the most perfect and radical form all the virtues and progressive aspirations of the German bourgeoisie in its most militant and therefore creative period. His work has also an ideological purpose. It ends by declaring that Lessing's legacy belongs to the proletariat, as the bourgeoisie has jettisoned all his enlightened ideals. Mering joined issue with Marx on one point, namely his opinion of Lassalle. He recognized that Marx stood far above Lassalle as a scholar, writer, and revolutionary, and that Lassalle had his faults both as a historian and as a man of action, but he regarded Marx's judgment of him as offensive and largely due to personal prejudice. In Mering's opinion, Lassalle had done a permanent service to German socialism both by his work as a theoretician and by creating a workers' party. In his works on literature Mering generally endeavored to show that the greatness of a writer was measured by his success in presenting the aspirations and ideals of the class which he historically represented. But he did not identify artistic value with the class standpoint or with the social function that served to explain it. He held that no artistic values or tastes were permanent, irrespective of history, but that all were relative to social situations. What he called emergent classes, i.e. those that were just beginning to fight for their social rights, tended in his opinion to show similar tastes in literature and art, in the shape of a desire for truth and realism. But naturalism, which had once been a weapon of the progressive bourgeoisie, had at times degenerated into the slavish imitation of casual reality and had deprived literature of the greatness that comes from a historical perspective. Naturalism had shown, sometimes very convincingly, the horrors of capitalism, but given its class origin it could not offer any way of escape from the bourgeois predicament. It had therefore given place to neo-romanticism, which was an escape from the unfeeling world into capricious subjectivism and a capitulation before social problems. Along with historical perspective, the bourgeoisie had lost its fiery 4.02 main currents of Marxism. Creativity and no longer produced great works of the mind. Contemporary art and literature were alien to the proletariat, which turned to the great CLAS. 6. For the sound of warfare, the passion and fighting spirit by which it was itself animated. The art which would express specifically proletarian ideals and aspirations was still in an embryo state. Mering did not believe, however, that sympathy for the workers' cause sufficed to produce literature of high quality. He did not identify artistic value with a correct political tendency, but more than once deprecated any such reduction. Good intentions were not a substitute for artistic ability. Thus, although Mering emphasized the value of art that expresses the proletarian point of view, Freilagrath's poems, Hauptmann's Die Weber, he was mistrustful of proletarian literature produced for direct political or propaganda ends and detached from the classical literary tradition. It is not clear, however, how there can be a scientific aesthetic such as Mering desiderates, since he declares on the one hand that art cannot be evaluated by its social genesis and intentions, and, on the other, that there can be no purely aesthetic, non-historical criteria. Mering was a well-read and percipient critic and quite aware of the difference between great and mediocre art. He defined the greatness of a work of art by the success with which it reflected the conflicts of its time, but he also questioned the possibility of other criteria than those based on the genesis of the work. On this basic point it is hard to clear him of inconsistency. For if all works of literature are born of class conflict, their genesis cannot permit us to distinguish good works from bad. The fact that a work expresses the tendencies of the progressive class is also not enough. There is still a need for criteria independent of the genetic explanation, but according to Mering there cannot be any such criteria, for in that case we should have to acknowledge that there were non-historical standards of beauty, which would mean falling into Kantianism or worse. Here again, however, Mering should not be too severely blamed for inadequacies that he shared with all contemporary Marxist writers on this subject. The value of his work does not consist in theoretical generalizations but in particular analyses in which he explained, skillfully and convincingly, the social background of creative literature. The genetic approach remains legitimate, even when it is not clear exactly how it relates to artistic evaluation. Kolakowski, Mering, and Heinrich Kuhnau were the most eminent theoreticians of orthodox Marxism as it was understood in their day. During and after the war, however, their political paths diverged. Kolakowski maintained his centralized position, Mering declared for Spartacus, and Kuhnau for the right wing of the party. There was no direct correlation between theoretical orthodoxy on the one hand and politics on the other. 3. Rosa Luxemburg and the revolutionary left. Rosa Luxemburg occupies an ambiguous place in the tradition of socialist thought. She was the principal theoretician of the small revolutionary group, which combated both revisionists and orthodox centrists, but she differed from the Leninist wing on certain important points. The group in question, the left wing of German social democracy, had no real prolongation in the later history of the socialist movement, in the time of polarization after 1918. Rosa Luxemburg's uncompromising revolutionism, and her violent criticism of the trade area of most of the socialist leaders in 1914, separated her completely from reformist social democracy. At the same time, her sharp attacks on Lenin's program and tactics meant that, in spite of dying a martyr's death, she was never quite admitted to the communist pantheon. Verbal tribute was paid to her as a revolutionary and critic of revisionism, but from a practical point of view she was disregarded. None of her writings is expressly philosophical. She was a theoretician of socialist strategy and tactics and of political economy. One may, however, regard Luxemburgism as a particular variant of Marxism which, though not possessing an articulate philosophical basis, occupies a place of its own in the history of socialist doctrine, including its theoretical foundations. 1. Biographical information. Rosa Luxemburg, a Polish Jewess, was born at Zamość in 1870. Although she spent very little of her adult life in Poland, she maintained close links with the Polish revolutionary movement, as a pillar of the Social Democratic Party of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania and, indirectly, as one of the founders of the Polish Communist Party. Her links with socialism began in her early youth. After leaving high school in Warsaw in 1887, she joined a clandestine socialist youth group and, to escape arrest, fled to Switzerland in 1889. She studied at Zurich University and lived there till 1898, when she moved to Berlin and became one of the most active theorists and leaders of German. 4.03. 4.04 Main currents of Marxism. Social democracy. In Zurich she met the Polish socialists Dworski, Marszalkowski, and Tyszkiewicz, and wrote for the Paris paper Sprawa Robotnicza, the Workers' Cause, which became the organ of SDKPL when the latter was founded in 1894. From 1893 onwards she took part in all the congresses of the Second International except the final one at Basel, and afterwards in all those of the German Social Democratic Party. From the outset she devoted much time to combating the Polish Socialist Party and its program for the independence of Poland. In 1897 she wrote a doctoral thesis at Zurich on Polish industrial development, published as Die Industrielle Entwicklung Polens, 1898. This formed the historical background to her future tactics, which were terribly opposed to any attempt at reconstituting an independent Polish state. Her argument was that the development of capitalism in Russian Poland was mainly the result of the conqueror's policy, which had linked the fate of the Polish bourgeoisie with the Tsarist Empire and its economic expansion to the east. Plans for an independent Poland, as she maintained in subsequent writings, were contrary to the objective economic trend which had irrevocably drawn Polish capitalism into the Russian orbit. Rosa Luxemburg's opposition to the movement for Polish independence supplied the main ideological theme of SDKPL in contrast to that of the PPS. From the time she settled in Berlin, Rosa Luxemburg's career was linked with the German socialist movement, but she remained active in the leadership of SDKP2L, carried on political propaganda in Prussian Poland, which she visited several times, and wrote for Polish socialist papers, Pierziglet Sokol, Demokratyzny, Social Democratic Review, published legally at Krakow, and the illegal Warsaw journal Czerwony Standard, Red Flag. From 1895 she wrote for Die Neue Zeit, the Leipziger Volkszeitung, and other German socialist organs. From 1898, when the world of German social democracy was dominated by the controversy over Bernstein's views, Rosa Luxemburg's writings and speeches were largely devoted to combating revisionism as advocated by Bernstein and other reformists. Her most important theoretical work of this period was the pamphlet Social Reform oder Revolution, Social Reform or Revolution, published in 1900, second edition 1908, containing the fullest expression of her disbelief in the possibility of reforming capitalism and her conviction that any struggle for economic reform must be of purely political significance. Up to 1906 revisionism was attacked by all Orthodox German socialists, but the First Russian Revolution caused, or rather brought to light, a divergence of view resulting in the formation of a left-wing group with Rosa Luxemburg as its chief theorist. Other members were Karl Liebknecht, Clara Zetkin, and Franz Mering. It was not until 1910, however, that the differences between the radicals and the center took on an acute form and led to a new balance of polit. Book 2 ** The Golden Age 4.05. Eichel forces within the party, with the center group, Babel and Kolakowski, in Gen. Errol closer to the right than to the revolutionaries. The events in Russia prompted Rosa Luxemburg to work out a new idea of revolution in the light of the spontaneous uprising of the workers of the Tsarist Empire. At the end of 1905 she went illegally to Warsaw to take part in the revolutionary movement. Arrested after 2 months, she was released on bail in July 1906 and returned to Berlin via Finland. In a pamphlet Massenstreik, Partei und die Gewerkschaften, 1906, she attempted to draw conclusions from the events of the past year. Apart from this, both before and after the 1905 revolution she expressed her views on matters related to the state of socialism in Russia. In articles published in Die Neue Zeit in 1903-4 she criticized the opportunism of Lenin's ultra-centralist policy and his distrust of the workers' movement. At the same time she defended the Bolsheviks against the charge of Blanquism that was brought by Plekhanov and the Mensheviks like Lenin. She opposed the doctrine that, in view of the bourgeois character of the coming Russian Revolution, the socialists should not attack the liberals but should allow them to gain power without hindrance. This issue was debated, for example, at the London Conference of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, RSDWP, in May 1907. Rosa Luxemburg believed that the defeat of the Russian Revolution was only temporary, that the revolutionary process would continue and that Russia was a pattern for the German working class as well, which Babel and Kolakowski both denied. The centrists and the radicals, however, were agreed in their attitude towards militarism and the threat of war, until it actually materialized. At the Stuttgart Congress of the Second International in 1907 Rosa Luxemburg caused the anti-war resolution to be amended in the sense that if war did break out despite the efforts of the working class, it should be transformed into an anti-capitalist revolution. In 1912 she wrote her principal theoretical work Die Accumulation de Cap. Itals, published in 1913, English translation, The Accumulation of Capital. 1951, which analyzed the process of reproduction and demonstrated the economic inevitability of the collapse of capitalism. In 1913, with Marszalski and Mering, she founded the Sozialdemokratische Correspondence, a revolutionary organ of the German left. She was sentenced to a year's imprisonment in 1914 for anti-war speeches, but was not actually imprisoned until later. The outbreak of war, the action of the Social Democrats in voting for war credits, and the dissolution of the International had placed the Internationalist left in the position of a helpless minority, but Rosa Luxemburg continued the struggle, convinced that the revolutionary potential of the world proletariat would eventually turn the war into a social upheaval. Sentenced to another year's imprisonment in February 1915, she wrote in her cell a pamphlet analyzing the causes of the war and condemning the Social Democratic leaders for destroying the 4060 main currents of Marxism. Socialist movement by accepting the Bergfried, civic truce, and supporting the imperialist war. She went on to define the basis on which the workers' movement should be revived. Wars, imperialism, and militarism could not be abolished as long as capitalism lasted, but could only be overcome by a socialist revolution. The most urgent task was to free the proletariat from the state of spiritual dependence on the bourgeoisie in which it had been placed by its time-serving leaders. This work, published under the title Die Kreis der Sozialdemokratie but generally known as the Junges pamphlet, was the ideological foundation of the Spartacus League, which was formed early in 1916, and was the nucleus of the future German Communist Party, KPD. In 1917 the League, while remaining a separate body, joined the left wing of the Social Democrats who had formed the USPD. After the war the USPD dissolved, its members joining either the KPD or the reconstituted SPD. Rosa Luxemburg was released from prison in February 1916 but was arrested again less than 4 months later for taking part in anti-war demonstrations. She remained in jail until the last days of the war, November 8, 1918. While there she wrote a reply, The Anti-Critic, to criticisms of her accumulation of capital, and an unfinished analysis of the October Revolution in Russia. The latter work was first published in 1922, after Rosa Luxemburg's death, by her friend Paul Levi, a former member of the Spartacus League and a leader of the KPD, who, however, was afterwards expelled from the latter and returned to the SPD. The pamphlet, entitled Die Russische Revolution, hailed the events in Russia as a sign that world revolution was close at hand, but attacked the Bolsheviks for their policy towards the peasants and the national question, and, above all, for their despotic rule and suppression of democratic freedoms. It was chiefly on account of this work that Rosa Luxemburg became a bête noire of the Stalinists, who never quoted it, however. In general the pamphlet was literally known before the Second World War, and was only translated into other languages after 1945, English version 1959. Rosa Luxemburg was set free by the German Revolution, but did not enjoy her liberty for long. She imagined that the revolution would at once develop into a socialist phase, but the attempted rising by the Spartacus League, which was weak in itself and had scarcely any roots in the working class, was a fiasco. During the rising the League transformed itself into the KPD, while the ERS and soldiers' councils formed the basis of the social democratic government of Germany. On the night of 15 to 16 January 1919 the two chief communist leaders, Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, were murdered by Freikorps troops, and 2 months later Leo Tizhkazhiches met a similar death at the hands of the police. The lectures on economics which Rosa Luxemburg had delivered at the party school and written up while in prison were published posthumously in 1925, Einführung in die Nationalökonomie. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 407. 2. The Theory of Accumulation and the Inevitable Collapse of Capitalism. After 6 Rosa Luxemburg's chief theoretical work was not published until 1913. Its main ideas can be found in many earlier texts, including social reform or revolution, and most of her theoretical and political opinions derive logically from her views on accumulation, which we shall therefore begin by examining. The theory expounded in The Accumulation of Capital is commonly referred to as that of the automatic collapse of capitalism. This term, however, was coined by Rosa Luxemburg's opponents, chiefly Leninists and Stalinists. It does not occur in her own work, and it is misleading insofar as it suggests that capitalism will collapse by virtue of its own contradictions and irrespective of the political struggle of the proletariat. Far from taking this view, Rosa Luxemburg believed that the revolution would overthrow capitalism long before the latter's economic possibilities were exhausted. She held, however, that the capitalist system could only work as long as it had at its disposal a non-capitalist market, whether internal or external, and, as it was in the nature of the system to destroy its non-capitalistic environment, it was inevitably preparing its own economic ruin. There could be no such thing as pure capitalism on a world scale. If the capitalist economy developed to that extent, it would cease to exist. Marx had maintained that capitalism was bound to destroy itself by its own contradictions, especially those connected with the concentration of capital and the impoverishment of the working class, but he never defined the exact conditions under which capitalism would become an economic impossibility. Rosa Luxemburg set out to do this, partly by supplementing Marx's views and partly by modifying them. The starting point of her theory of accumulation consists in the schema of reproduction set out in Volume 2 of Capital. This is the most arduous and the least read portion of Marx's work, but from Rosa Luxemburg's point of view it was fundamental to the crucial question of scientific socialism, viz. Why is capitalism doomed to destruction on economic grounds? Or, to put it the other way round, can the process of compound reproduction, ordered reproduction, as it exists in capitalism develop, theoretically, to infinity? Rosa Luxemburg's argument is as follows. According to Marx, the value of any commodity consists of 3 components, expressed in the formula C and V and SC. Constant capital stands for the value of the means of production, i.e. tools and raw materials, that have gone into making the product. V, variable capital, represents wages, and S, surplus value, is the increase of value due to the unremunerated portion of wage labor. In contrast to previous systems in which reproduction was governed by social needs, capitalism is concerned only with the maximum increase of 408 main currents of Marxism, plus value, and therefore tends constantly to increase production irrespective of need. Accumulation, or the conversion of surplus value into fresh, active capital, belongs to the nature of capitalist production. It is a condition of compound reproduction, however, that the goods produced should be converted into money. For this purpose further quantities of goods must be marketed. A. process over which the individual capitalist has little influence. Let us assume that the annual production is expressed in the proportion 40C plus 10B plus 108 equals 60. In this formula, the amount of constant capital is 4 times that of variable cap, ITAL, and the rate of surplus value, or rate of exploitation, is 100%. The value of the commodities produced is 60 units. If the capitalist now devotes 55, or half the surplus value, to increasing production, i.e. adds it to his constant capital, then, the organic composition of capital remaining the same, the next phase of production will be expressed by the formula 44C plus 1B plus 1 equals 66. This process can go on as long as the capitalist can get hold of sufficient means of production and labor force and secure an outlet for his goods. Hence, if in conditions of simple reproduction money plays only the part of an intermediary in the exchange of commodities, under capitalism it is an element in the circulation of capital. For accumulation to be possible, surplus value must assume a monetary form. In addition, capitalism tends naturally to drive wages down to subsistence level, so that S tends to increase in relation to V. If, following Marx, we divide the whole of social production into two departments, I production of means of production, and II production of consumption goods, then we see that the two are interdependent, i.e. they must remain in a specific proportion so that the process of production may continue harmoniously. Department I produces means of production for both departments, I and I, while Department II produces consumption goods for the workers and capitalists of both departments. The necessary proportion is illustrated by the following pattern. Department I, 4,000C plus 1,000B plus 1,000 equals 6,000. Department II, 2,000C plus 500B plus 5,005 equals 3,000. For simple reproduction, the value of the products in Department I, i.e. 6,000, must equal the value of the constant capital of both departments, 4,000 plus 2,000, while the value of the products of Department II, i.e. 3,000, must equal the combined income of workers and capitalists in both departments, i.e. 1,000 plus 500 plus 500. This is so in the above example, but it is not so in Capital. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 4.09 is reality, which is based on compound reproduction, i.e. the capitalization of a part of S in both departments. If we have Department I, 4,000C plus 1,000B plus 1,000 equals 6,000. Department IT, 1,500C plus 750B plus 750 equals 3,000. It will be seen that the value of the production of means of production, 6,000, exceeds by 500 the value of the means of production used in the given productive cycle, i.e. 4,000 plus 1,500, while the value of consumption goods, 3,000, is 500 less than the total incomes of capitalists and workers in both departments, 1,000 plus 750 plus 750. The application of this unconsumed portion of S to the new productive cycle, the proportion between the two departments remaining the same, causes a corresponding increase in all the elements of the value of the totality of commodities. For this, however, the commodities must first be transformed into money. Accumulation depends on an increasing demand for the goods produced, and the question is, how does this demand arise? Industry cannot go on creating its own market ad infinitum. What is produced must in the end be consumed. An increase of population does not solve the problem of demand, for the numerical increase of the capitalist class is included in the absolute magnitude of the consumable portion of surplus value, while working class consumption is limited by the wage level. Non-producing sections of the population, such as landowners, civil servants, soldiers, professional men, and artists, are maintained either from surplus value or from wages. Nor does foreign trade provide the solution, for the analysis of compound reproduction applies to world capitalism, for which all countries are an internal market. In other words, for the surplus value of both departments of production to realize itself in money form, there must be a market external to both departments and capable of absorbing goods at a rate increasing with the rate of accumulation. Marx, according to Rosa Luxemburg, did not come to grips with this problem. He believed that capitalists collectively provide a market by buying one another's means of production, but they cannot increase surplus value indefinitely except by increasing the rate of consumption, and the workers cannot help towards this end, since all they have is their wages, which figure in the equation already. Marx, it is true, never stated that accumulation can go on to an unlimited extent. His schemata are only designed to illustrate the proportion between accumulation in the two departments and their dependence on each other. But, as he never answered the basic question, for whom does compound reproduction occur, the schemata may be falsely interpreted as indicating that production is capable of absorbing the whole increase of surplus value. The industry of Department I expands to increase production in Department II. 4.10 Main currents of Marxism. And the latter is increased so as to maintain the growing army of workers in both departments. Thus the Russian Marxists Struve, Bulgakov, and Tugin Baranovsky use the Marxian schemata to infer that capitalist accumulation can go on increasing indefinitely. But to admit this is to give up the whole idea of scientific socialism. For if there is no limit to accumulation within capitalist forms of production, it follows that capitalism is economically invincible, that it is an inexhaustible source of economic and technical progress. Socialism is not a historical necessity, and there is no economic reason for the collapse of capitalism. The idea that capitalism would collapse because of the falling rate of profit seemed to Rosa Luxemburg absurd. It was impossible to imagine the scenario of this breakdown, the more so as the tendency for the profit rate to fall was quite compatible with an absolute increase in total profits. It was hard to suppose that capitalists would one day cease production because the profit rate was too low, even though they were making larger profits than before. Thus, in Rosa Luxemburg's opinion, Marx overlooked the question which is vital to the existence of scientific socialism, viz., that of the precise economic reason why capitalism is bound to destroy itself. He wrote, indeed, that the increase of productive power conflicts increasingly with the limited possibility ties of consumption, but his schemata of compound reproduction do not reveal the contradiction between the creation of surplus value and its realization. The schemata presuppose that capitalists and workers are the only consumers, i.e., they assume for theoretical purposes a fictional society of pure capitalism, consisting of capitalists and workers only. Such a fiction is admissible in the analysis of individual capital but not, Rosa Luxemburg argues, in regard to capital as a whole, for it conceals the fundamental point that compound reproduction takes place in a world in which there is still a non-capitalist market, and the social classes or countries that live outside the capitalist system are necessary to the latter as consumers of its surplus production in both departments, and if the surplus value must realize itself outside the sphere of capitalist production, in pre-capitalist spheres such as backward countries, the rural economy, and handicrafts. Mature capitalism depends on the existence of non-capitalist classes and countries. But capitalist expansion tends inexorably to eliminate pre-capitalist economic forms by drawing peasants and craftsmen into its own orbit. Capitalism thus unconsciously prepares its own downfall by destroying the forms on which it depends. When capitalism succeeds in assimilating the whole of production, accumulation will become impossible and capitalism will be economically unfeasible. Pure capitalism is incapable of surviving. At the present time there are many non-capitalist areas of the world, and the struggle to possess these as sources of raw materials and cheap labor, and above all as outlets for European goods, takes the form of imperialism. The field for expansion still exists, but it is contracting rapidly. By the fight from our Book 2 equals the Golden Age 411. Ket's capitalism is steadily destroying all remnants of the pre-capitalist environment, which is the condition of its own being. It is noteworthy that although Rosa Luxemburg's intention was to establish once and for all the economic inevitability of the collapse of capitalism, none of the Marxist theoreticians who believed in the historical necessity of socialism endorsed her argument, and the most important of them opposed it. Hilferding, Koskay, Gustav Eckstein, Otto Bauer, A. Patagogue, Tugan, Baranovsky, and Lenin. Tugan Baranovsky held that the anti-human character of capitalism, and the fact that it makes increased production an end in itself instead of a means of satisfying social needs, meant that accumulation could go on indefinitely, as industry was able to provide itself with outlets by continuing to increase production, absorbing more and more of the means of production, employing more and more workers, and so forth. No one denied, of course, that capitalism was beset by marketing difficulties that resulted in crises of overproduction, cutthroat competition, the struggle for markets, and imperialist wars, and that militarism, beside the immediate purpose of conquering markets, itself afforded a sphere of capital accumulation. But Marxists generally took the view that although capitalism would eventually be destroyed by its own manifold contradictions, it was not possible to predict the exact economic circumstances in which this would happen, and they were inclined to attach more importance to the concentration of capital, the pauperization of the working class, and the extinction of the middle class than to any insufficiency of demand, which capitalism seemed able to remedy in various ways despite its undoubted difficulties and crises. Rosa Luxemburg's Leninist critics were suspicious of the theory of accumulation precisely because it seemed to imply that capitalism would break down automatically. If capitalism was bound to destroy itself by its own expansion, irrespective of the political role of the proletariat, this would encourage a policy of passive expectation and would tend to relax the party's zeal instead of spurring it to revolutionary activity. Rosa Luxemburg herself never drew this conclusion from her theory. The critics also objected that she underrated the possibility of compound reproduction thanks to the armaments industry and military expansion, and this has been confirmed by the later development of capitalism. In general, it appears that the theory of accumulation involves assumptions concerning capitalism that were either unreal or have been disproved by subsequent events. Rosa Luxemburg frequently makes the point that she is concerned with capitalism as an all-embracing system, a single worldwide market, and for this reason she ignores any modifications that might be due to external markets. Capitalism in a single country may be able to survive by expanding into the non-capitalist world, but if capitalism is worldwide there are no markets. 2. 412 main currents of Marxism. Expand into. But for pure capitalism to exist in this sense, it is not sufficient. For capitalist production to embrace every country in the world, it is necessary, in addition, for the rate of profit to be the same throughout the world, for, on Rosa Luxemburg's theory, the developed countries may expand into areas which, although capitalist, are backward and where the rate of profit is there for higher. In other words, her schema presupposes a world in which there is no difference in economic development between the Congo and the USA. One may imagine a world as uniform as this, but it scarcely affords a solid basis for economic predictions. Not only is the prospect remote and unreal, but it ignores the fact that the gap between developed and backward nations is getting larger rather than smaller. This being so, to assert that capitalism will break down when this prospect becomes a reality is no less arbitrary than, for example, to suppose that capitalism can content itself with simple reproduction and could therefore survive if there were insufficient outlets to permit of compound reproduction. Rosa Luxemburg derides those who believe that the fall in the profit rate will lead to the collapse of capitalism, on the ground that one cannot see the capitalists committing suicide because their profit rates are less high than they used to be. But she fails to observe that her own theory is open to the same taunt. If capitalists one day find they cannot market an increased volume of goods, will they hang themselves sooner than be content with simple reproduction? The answer to this in Marxian terms is, of course, that it is in the nature of capitalism to seek after compound reproduction, but if natus is not a purely metaphysical entity, we may ask whether capitalism is really unable to change its spots as an alternative to complete destruction. Such a hypothesis is no less extraordinary than Rosa Luxemburg's imaginary world in which all countries are at the same level of industry, technology, and civilization. From today's standpoint we can see how far her theory of accumulation was based on a false estimate of the future development of capitalism. This estimate, however, unlike her specific theory of the collapse of capitalism, was shared by most of her Marxist contemporaries. The theory of accumulation assumed a growing class polarization approximating to the condition in which society consisted exclusively of capitalists and workers. As we know, things happened differently. Not only were small businesses not squeezed out, but, above all, in the more developed countries the proportion of workers in the population has tended to decrease, while there has been a huge increase of what Marx called non-productive workers, i.e. those engaged in trade, administration, edu, catine, services, etc. Rosa Luxemburg disposes of these non-productive elements by saying that they are remunerated either from the uncapitalized portion of surplus value or out of wages, but that there is always a portion of surplus value that is turned into capital and so increases production in the next cycle. But it, Book 2 ** the Golden Age 4.13, is not clear why the increased consumption of the non-productive workers should have no effect on the realization of surplus value, even if we accept Marx's increasingly doubtful distinction between productive and non-productive labor, and suppose that the latter is in the last resort paid out of surplus value CRE, aided by the working class. Another false assumption of the theory of accumulation is that wages under capitalism would always be close to subsistence level, the argument being that, although the laws of exploitation might be weakened from time to time, they would in the last resort always prevail over working class resistance, so that a genuine increase in workers' consumption was unlikely to occur. Further, Rosa Luxemburg did not believe that a state controlled by the bourgeoisie could regulate the process of accumulation to any important extent. But the evolution of capitalism has shown that she was mistaken. Even if, follow In Marx, we regard the state as a whole as the political embodiment of global capital. Experience has shown that the state can play the part of an organizer, using economic and legal means to affect the distribution of investment resources, and that it can, under political pressure for instance, enlarge the internal market. That is to say, it can act as a socialist state insofar as it controls the process of production in accordance with social needs, instead of leaving everything to the wolfish greed for surplus value as the sole motive force of capitalist production. For the above reasons, Rosa Luxemburg's theory of accumulation cannot, in its literal form, be accepted as an explanation or forecast of the economic development of capitalism. It does not follow, however, that her work was of no effect. As Mikey Kalecki observes in the collected work, in Polish, The Economic Theories of Marx's Capital, 1967, the rival theories of reproduction put forward by Rosa Luxemburg and Tugan-Baranowski were both erroneous but both helped to illustrate certain features of economic growth under capitalism. Tugan-Baranowski held that there are no absolute barriers to capitalism in the form of limited outlets, and that its output can be marketed at any level of consumption as long as the ratio of consumption to investment is maintained. There is nothing absurd, in capitalist terms, in production being undertaken simply in order to increase production. On the contrary, production regardless of need is the strength of the system. But, Kalecki observes, Tugan-Baranowski overlooked the fact that a system which entirely ignored the level of consumption would be very unstable, since any drop in investment would mean a decrease in the use made of the existing apparatus of production, hence a further drop in investment, and so on in a vicious spiral. On the other hand, Rosa Luxemburg's theory that compound reproduction depends wholly on non-capitalist markets has been refuted by our experience of the state's power to create, in the form of arms production, a huge market that may have a decisive effect on 4,14 main currents of Marxism, economic growth. In addition, she was wrong in supposing that the whole volume of goods exported to non-capitalist markets contributes to the realization of productive surpluses, whereas what actually counts is the excess of exports, both goods and capital, but especially the latter over imports, for imported goods also absorb purchasing power. However, in a limited sense the two supplement each other. One shows up the absurdity of a system whose viability depends on producing for profit instead of need, while the other demonstrates the importance of foreign markets for capitalist growth. At the same time, neither theory provides a sufficient explanation of the process of compound reproduction. To Rosa Luxemburg, however, the theory of accumulation was of fundamental importance not only as the sole possible scientific vindication of Marx's prophecy of the downfall of capitalism, but also as an ideological weapon, for it meant that capitalists could do nothing to avert the destruction of their class, and that no human power could prevent the final victory of socialism, which, as she and all Marxists believed, would replace capitalism. This belief was, it would seem, based on a more general conviction by which her thought was permeated an unshakable, doctrinaire fidelity to the concept of iron historical laws that no human agency could bend or break. The belief in historical laws is, of course, a classic theme of Marxism, and all Marxists at the time professed it, but some held it more uncompromisingly than others. Most of them attenuated the literal sense of the doctrine, for instance by invoking Engels' formula of the relative independence of the superstructure, or, like Lenin, emphasizing the role of subjective factors, i.e. organized will power in hastening social change, or again, pointing out in a common sense fashion the many social conflicts that do not fall into the general category of contradictions of capitalism yet undeniably do affect history. Rosa Luxemburg, however, was determined to find a single key to all historical problems, and believed that Marx's analysis of the dynamics of capitalism provided this key, at any rate when supplemented by an exact account of the conditions of reproduction. Her adamant refusal to believe in any individual or even collective human actions that were not predetermined by the laws of history was manifested in all important questions in which she took a different stand from her fellow Marxists. Just as no capitalist efforts could hinder the blind anarchic forces of accumulation that were bringing the whole system to ruin, so too it was impossible for any organized movement to bring about a revolution by artificial means. Men and women were instruments of the historical process, and their task was to understand it and their own part in it. No purely ideological phenomena could of themselves affect the course of history. In particular, national ideologies were powerless to deflect history from its progress towards the great transformation of all time, the worldwide socialist revolution. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 415. Owing to this doctrinaire belief, Rosa Luxemburg was frequently blind to the empirical reality of social events and showed an extraordinary lack of political understanding in regard to national questions and to the revolution itself. Her writings show a theoretical consistency of the kind which can only come from extreme dogmatic rigidity and insensitivity to facts. 3. Reform and Revolution. Rosa Luxemburg had believed in the automatic breakdown of capitalism in the sense imputed by her critics. It would have been in glaring contradiction to the position she took up in the debate on reform versus revolution. But, although she held with Marx that capitalism was condemned to self-destruction in that it would sooner or later become a brake on technical progress and economic growth, it did not follow that capitalism would collapse without the need for revolutionary action. It was rather the case that imperialism must develop to a point at which it would awaken the revolutionary consciousness of the proletariat, without which capitalism could not be overthrown. Its overthrow was a historical necessity, but so was the revolutionary movement that must bring it about. This view was shared by Rosa Luxemburg and other orthodox Marxists of her time. The question of the significance and prospects of reformist action, i.e. the workers' economic struggle for better conditions, and the campaign for erratic measures within bourgeois society was, in Rosa Luxemburg's opinion, vital to the whole socialist movement. Her position was essentially the same as Marx's. The value of reforms was not that they brought an alleviation of conditions, but that the struggle itself afforded the proletariat the necessary practice for the decisive battle. Those who regarded reforms as an end in themselves were denying the prospect of socialism and turning their backs on the ultimate goal. Many orthodox Marxists took the view that the revolution would come when economic conditions were ripe, and that meanwhile their task was to fight for democracy in public life and better conditions for the working class. The reformists, while not expressly abandoning the hope of revolution, were vague about the time and circumstances in which it would occur. The essence of Rosa Luxemburg's position, like that of all the left wing of the International, including Lenin, was that she combated both these views, although her opposition to the orthodox viewpoint took shape at a later date. In the controversy with Bernstein and those party leaders and trade unionists who supported him in practice, though without evolving any special theoretical views, for example, George von Ballmer, Wolfgang Heine, and Max Schiphol, Rosa Luxemburg in effect directed her attack not only against revisionist reformism but also 416 main currents of Marxism, against the orthodox variety. Her main point was that reforms were meaningless Less if they were not a means to the conquest of power, they must not be treated, even partially, as an end in themselves, and those who did so, whatever their professions, were abandoning the revolutionary cause. Any struggle for reform that was not subordinated to the coming revolution was a hindrance rather than a help to socialism, whatever its immediate outcome might be. As Rosa Luxemburg declared at the Party Congress at Stuttgart in 1898, the unions fight for better terms for the sale of labor power, pressure for social reform and democratic methods were forms of activity within the capitalist system and therefore had no specifically socialist meaning except as part of the struggle for the ultimate conquest of political power. To Bernstein's dictum that the goal is nothing, the movement everything, she replied with the opposite formula. The movement as an end in itself, unrelated to the ultimate goal, is nothing to me. The ultimate goal is everything. Concentration on short-term effects led reformists like Schiphol to support militarism, as the growth of armies and war production would reduce unemployment and prevent crises by increasing chasing power. This, Rosa Luxemburg said, was absurd economically, as crises were not due to an absolute imbalance between consumption and production, but to the inherent tendency of production to exceed the possibilities of the market, and military costs would be borne in one way or another by the working class. But the theory was also politically dangerous, as it suggested that the workers could or should give up their principal aims for the sake of temporary gains that would finally be to their detriment. Milas und Militarismus. Leipziger Volkszeitung, February 1899. Rosa Luxemburg's most general treatment of this question is in her pamphlet Social Reform or Revolution. There is no opposition, she declares, between the struggle for reform and the struggle for political power. The former is a means, the latter an end in itself. Social democracy is distinguished from bourgeois reformism by its awareness of the ultimate goal. To treat reforms as an end in themselves means accepting the indefinite continuance of capitalism, enabling it to escape destruction at the cost of a few modifications. For example, Conrad Schmidt held that the workers' political and economic struggle would lead in time to public control over production and would limit the role of capitalists. But in fact the workers' influence on capitalist production could only have a reactionary effect. It would hold up technical progress, or align workers and capitalists against consumers. In general, Rosa Luxemburg wrote in 1900, the trade union movement is not moving into a period of victorious development, but into one of increasing difficulties. When the development of industry reaches its zenith and worldwide capitalism begins to go downhill, the union's task will be doubly difficult. In the first place, the objective state of the labor market will be worse, as demand will increase more slowly and supply more. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 417. Rapidly than now. Secondly, capital will be even more unscrupulous in seizing that part of the product which is the workers' due, so as to recoup its losses on the world market. The state cannot intervene in any other interest than that of capital, since it is an organ of the capitalist class and can only pursue general policies insofar as they accord with the interests of that class. This applies equally to democratic political institutions, which the bourgeoisie will maintain, as long as, and to the extent that, it suits them to do so. Hence no amount of reform can overthrow capitalism or achieve revolutionary objectives by degrees. The proletariat's economic and political struggle can only help to bring about the subjective conditions of revolution. It does not, as Bernstein argues, lead objectively towards socialism or restrict exploitation. What the struggle achieves is not the transformation of society but the transformation of the consciousness of the proletariat. To treat short-term successes as ends in themselves is contrary to the class viewpoint and can only breed illusions. In the capitalist world, social reform is and always will be a nut without a kernel. In despite of Bernstein, Marx's predictions concerning the development of capitalism are being fulfilled to the letter. The fact that there are no crises of overproduction at the moment does not invalidate his views or signify that capitalism is changing or is capable of adaptation. The crises that Marx knew at first hand were not the same as those he predicted. The former were crises of the growth and expansion of capitalism, not its exhaustion. The real crises of overproduction have yet to come. The system of share capital is not, as Bernstein maintains, a sign that small capitalists are on the increase. It is a form of the concentration of capital and therefore intensifies contradictions instead of curing them. The proletariat cannot avert or invalidate the laws of capitalist economy. Its defensive struggle for the right to sell labor power on normal terms is a Sisyphean task, though necessary to prevent wages falling still more. But, whatever the workers' efforts, their share in the wealth of society must diminish with the inevitability of a natural process, as the productivity of labor increases. Thus revolution and reform are different in nature, not merely in degree. Reform does not amount to a gradual revolution, or revolution to a telescoped reform. To think otherwise is to believe that capitalism need only be amended, and that its overthrow is unnecessary. Rosa Luxemburg's refusal to admit that reforms had any value in themselves, and her mistrust of any conspicuous success in the proletariat's economic struggle, inclined her to make pessimistic forecasts and to disparage the results obtained. Her revisionist adversaries, such as Bernstein and David, regarded Britain as a model country as far as the workers' struggle was concerned. She, on the other hand, saw in it a pernicious example of how the proletariat could be corrupted by temporary gains. In an article in the Leipziger Volkszeitung in May 1899 she declared that the British trade unions had 418 main currents of Marxism achieved successes by abandoning the class viewpoint and bargaining within the framework of the capitalist economy. The British proletariat had adopted bourgeois ideas and sacrificed class objectives for immediate gain. But we are now at the end of this period, and the class struggle in the true, not the reformist sense, is about to begin again. All this is fully in accord with Marx's theory, but not with the celebrated text from Engels on which the reformists relied. At the first Congress of the German Communist Party on December 30, 1918, Rosa Luxemburg made no attempt to interpret Engels in a sense favorable to her own views, but criticized him for taking a reformist line in the introduction to Marx's The Class Struggles in France, under pressure, as she claimed, from Babel and the Social Democrats. In the Reichstag, the text in question had done harm to the socialist movement by providing a permanent excuse to those who based their hopes on purely parliamentary action and in practice ignored the prospect of revolution. Rosa Luxemburg did not speculate deeply as to the basis of Marx's view that the working class, by virtue of its position, must evolve a revolutionary consciousness. Marx formed this opinion in 1843 on purely philosophical grounds, and never abandoned it. Its only basis at that time, however, was the conviction that because the working class is subject to the maximum of dehumanization, it cannot liberate itself as a separate class but only as a movement restoring the humanity of mankind as a whole. This is scarcely a cogent argument. Because a particular class is oppressed, exploited, and dehumanized, it does not follow a priori that that class must aspire to world revolution, still less that its aspiration will succeed. In any case, the modern working class is no more dehumanized than the slaves of antiquity. In his later writings, Marx used what appeared to be more pragmatic arguments. The capitalist system would soon lose control over technological progress, and the working class stood for a society that would remove obstacles to such progress and subordinate production to human needs instead of to the multiplication of value for its own sake. But this argument involves premises which are far from obvious. It assumes that indefinite, finite technical progress is in the nature of things, or rather that the desire for technical improvement is an inseparable part of human nature equals for technical progress is a human activity. As Levi Strauss puts it, one acts does not produce another. But Marx did not make this assumption. On the contrary, he believed that the urge for technical improvement was peculiar to capitalism and had not existed in other economic systems. Thus, if he was right in holding that capitalism was bound to lose the power to improve technology, the consequence would be that capitalism would cease to exist in its present form, i.e. as characterized by technical progress, but it would not follow that its role would be inherited by the working class, still less that the working class would inherit the ability to control technical progress and that this ability would ensure its bullet. Book 2 The Golden Age 419. Eichel Triumph. It could equally well be supposed that capitalism would go on existing in a stagnant form or be replaced by another society that might not necessarily depend on the continual improvement of productive forces and need not be socialist in Marx's sense. This, it is true, was not the whole of Marx's argument. He also thought that the historical prelude to the proletarian revolution would be the increasing polarization of classes, the disappearance of the intermediate class, the increasing size of the reserve army and of the proletariat, and the development of the latter's class consciousness. But even on Marx's premises, these events are not sufficient to justify belief in the inevitability of a proletarian revolution. Poverty does not in itself produce a trend towards revolution, nor does the preponderance of the exploited class, nor, least of all, the fact that justice is on its side. On the other hand, according to Marx, the growth of revolution, a consciousness depends on social conditions objectively tending towards revolution. It is not a spontaneous mental phenomenon, but must be the reflection of an actual historical trend. In order to know whether to expect an upsurge of revolutionary consciousness, we must first find out whether a social upheaval is on the way in accordance with the historical process. But it has not been shown that this condition is fulfilled, since the proletarian revolution, as predicted by Marx, has not yet occurred anywhere, and there is no reason to expect it soon, or indeed at all. Neither Marx nor Rosa Luxemburg makes it clear which statement logically comes first, that capitalism cannot be reformed, or that the working class is bound to destroy it by revolution. Since the two propositions are not the same, either they must be proved independently or one must follow from the other. In her polemics with the reformists, Rosa Luxemburg appears to make most use of the former proposition. Her theory of accumulation supplies proof, which, according to her, Marx failed to give, that for purely economic reasons, capitalism cannot go on indefinitely. But even if we accept that theory for the sake of argument, it is not clear how it follows that there must be a proletarian revolution. Assuming that capitalism must collapse because private ownership of the means of production leads to overproduction and crises, it is still not proved that the system of ownership must be transformed in that particular way. The conclusion is more likely, though still not certain, on the further assumptions that society is coming closer to a state in which it consists of nothing but the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, that the latter situation cannot be really improved, and that the bourgeoisie is bound to resist any attempt to break its monopoly of the means of production. But of these three additional assumptions, only the last is credible. Since, however, Rosa Luxemburg believed unalterably that the working class was revolutionary by nature, her account of social reality was often based 4.20 main currents of Marxism, more on theory than on observation. She was convinced that revolutionary consciousness was on the increase, and when the facts belied this, she was more inclined to blame the leader's opportunism than objective circumstances. Believing that the workers were essentially revolutionary, she placed more hope in an elemental outbreak than in organized party action. For the consciousness of the proletariat and forms of political organization, the question of spontaneity versus party organization was the crux of Rosa Luxemburg's most violent disagreement with the Bolsheviks, but she saw similar dangers in every branch of social democracy. Lenin, Kolakowski, Jors, and Turati were all guilty in her eyes of underrating the spontaneity of the masses, and tending to discourage it by the doctrine of leadership. Here again, she was almost the only one of her opinion in the social democratic movement. By spontaneity, however, she did not mean a blind impulse devoid of ideological self-awareness. Not only had Marx predicted the proletarian revolution, but his prediction must itself become part of the proletarian consciousness in order for the revolution to come about. It is fundamental to the historic upheaval as formulated in Marx's theory that this theory should become the form of the working class consciousness and, as such, a historical factor in its own right. Article on Marx in Vorwärts, 14. March 1903. Since the revolution, a consciousness that is to be, or is now taking shape, has already been formulated in terms of theory, the working class has every opportunity to become aware of its own destiny, and there is no need of leaders to educate the masses, or look after their consciousness for them. Lenin's ultra-centralism was a piece of opportunism, typical of the intelligentsia, so Rosa Luxemburg declared in Problems of the Organization of Russian Social Democracy, Die Neuzeit, No. 42-3, 1903-4. According to Lenin, the Central Committee could arrogate to itself full power vis-a-vis party organizations, turning the whole party into a mere passive instrument. The centralization of social democracy, based on these two principles: firstly, the blind subjection of all party organs and their activity, down to the minutest detail, to a central authority which thinks, acts and decides for everyone, and secondly, the strict separation of the organized core of the party from the surrounding revolutionary milieu, as Lenin would have it seems to us no more or less than a mechanical transference of the Blanquist principles of the organization of conspiratorial groups to the social democratic movement of the working masses. Lenin has defined his own point of view more trenchantly, perhaps, than any of his opponents could have done when he speaks of his revolutionary democrat as a Jacobin linked with Book 2 * The Golden Age 4,21. An organization of the proletariat conscious of its class interests. But social democracy one's not linked with the organization of the working class, it is itself the working class movement. Lenin failed to distinguish the mindless discipline of the barrack room from conscious class action, and his centralism was imbued with the sterile attitude of a night watchman. Revolutionary tactics could not be invented by leaders. They must develop spontaneously. History came first, leaders' consciousness second. The effect of the Bolshevik policy was to paralyze the free development of the proletariat, deprive it of responsibility, and make it an instrument of the bourgeois intelligentsia. The agency of revolution must be the collective mind of the workers and not the consciousness of self-styled leaders. The errors of the true workers' movement were more fruitful than the infallibility of a Trial Committee. The Russian Revolution of 1905 convinced Rosa Luxemburg that mass strikes were the most effective form of revolutionary action. In her view, that revolution afforded a pattern for other European countries, an elemental outbreak without a leader, a plan, or a coordinated program, and not initiated by any political party. In 1914, Kolakowski, in Der politische Massenstreik, decried Rosa Luxemburg's views as an aberration. How could she suppose that a few months of accidental, disorganized strikes, without a unifying idea or plan, could teach the workers more than 30 years of systematic work by parties and trade unions? But this was precisely what Rosa Luxemburg believed, and she held that the revolutionary potential of the working masses was indestructible, though it might be temporarily stifled by arrogant leaders. This did not mean that the party was superfluous, however. The concept of an advance guard of the proletariat was a sound one, but it should be a group of active members, not a sovereign body. The party's task was not merely to await the revolution but to hasten the course of history. This, however, was not a matter of conspiracies and coups d'état, but of cultivating the revolutionary consciousness of the masses, who would in the end decide the fate of socialism, without help from their leaders. Although Rosa Luxemburg criticized Lenin for his barrack room ideas and manipulation of the socialist movement, she did not join issue directly with Kolakowski's doctrine, which Lenin adopted as the basis of his theory of the party, viz., that revolutionary consciousness should be instilled into the workers' movement from without. Lukes, in his article Rosa Luxemburg is a Marxist in Geschichte und die Klassen du Aussehen, History and Class Consciousness, 1923, maintained that she herself accepted this doctrine, as she held that the party was the vehicle of the proletariat's class consciousness and that its task was to turn theory into practice by imbuing a spontaneous movement with the truth. 422 main currents of Marxism, already implicit therein. Rosa Luxemburg would probably have agreed with this formulation, but she would not have gone on to say that the intelligentsia was the prime source of the consciousness of the proletariat, or that the party in its role of standard bearer could be replaced by a group of leaders. To her the party was the self-organizing proletariat, not the proletariat organized by professional functionaries of the revolution. In her comments and criticisms she maintained the position that Marxism was not merely a theory of the historical process but an articulation of the consciousness, latent though it might be as yet, of an actual workers' movement. When that consciousness took shape, i.e. when the spontaneous movement achieved theoretical self-knowledge, the distinction between theory and practice would cease to exist. The theory would become a material force, not in the sense of being a weapon in the struggle, but as an organic part of it. There is in this sense a kind of pre-established harmony between Marx's doctrine and the revolutionary movement that was to make it its own. Marx did not invent the philosophy of history, he expressed the content of the proletariat self-awareness, which was still dormant, and was, one may say, the instrument by which that content was first manifested. This account of the matter is consistent with Marx's view of his own theory, and with Rosa Luxemburg's dominant idea, but she did not herself use this or similar language. It is clear that the above interpretation does not remove the difference between Leninism and Rosa Luxemburg's philosophy of the party, but is compatible with either of them. If the party's function is to inspire a spontaneous movement with the truth that is immanent in that movement, we are still free either to accept Lenin's view of the party as a manipulator or to agree with Rosa Luxemburg that the workers' movement is always a spontaneous process and that all the party has to do is to explain to the workers their true objectives as laid down by history. Rosa Luxemburg's belief that the workers' movement should not be manipulated or forced into a tactical mold by party leaders was the basis of her criticism of the Bolsheviks after their first year of rule in Russia. This fell under three main heads: their policy towards the peasants and towards the national ideas, and the question of democracy in the state and party. Rosa Luxemburg criticized Bolshevik tyranny in the same way as Kolakowski, but not for the same reasons. Kolakowski defended democracy on general grounds that were not specifically Marxist but might also be recognized by liberals, whereas Rosa Luxemburg was actuated by her Marxist faith in the unique value of the spontaneous political activity of the masses. She brushed aside the arguments of Kolakowski and the Mensheviks about Russia's economic backwardness and the desirability of a coalition with the liberal bourgeoisie. This, she said, would be a desertion of the revolutionary cause. The Bolsheviks had been right to start the revolution when they did and to bank on its spreading. Book 2 The Golden Age 423. To the rest of the world. Here Rosa Luxemburg was in agreement with Trotsky and Lenin. The party should seize power when it was politically feasible to do so, regardless of doctrinaire objections about economic maturity, always on the assumption, which was generally accepted, that a socialist revolution in Russia could only succeed if it touched off a revolution throughout Europe. She also rejected the social democratic principle that the party must first gain a major ity and only then think about taking power. This was parliamentary cretinism. The proper course was to use revolutionary tactics to gain a majority, not the other way round. This did not mean, however, that the party, having seized power despite the majority of the population, should maintain itself by terror and reject all normal forms of political freedom and representation. The turning point of the Russian Revolution was the dispersal of the Constituent Assembly. Lenin and Trotsky had done away with general elections altogether, basing their power on the Soviets. Trotsky declared that the assembly summoned before October was reactionary and that universal suffrage was needless as it did not truly reflect the state of feeling of the masses. But, Rosa Luxemburg replied, the masses could influence their representatives after the elections and make them change course, and the more democratic the system, the more effective such pressure could be. Democratic institutions were not perfect, but to abolish them was much worse, as it parleysed the political life of the masses. The restriction of the suffrage to those who work for their living was absurd in the general state of chaos, with industry in ruins and unemployment on a huge scale. The curbs on the press and on the right of assembly turned the rule of the masses into a fiction. Freedom only for supporters of the government, only for members of a single party, however numerous. This is not freedom. Freedom must always be for those who think differently. The Russian Revolution. Socialism was a live historical movement and could not be replaced by administrative decrees. If public affairs were not properly discussed, they would become the province of a narrow circle of officials and corruption would be inevitable. Socialism called for a spiritual transformation of the masses, and terrorism was no way to bring this about. There must be unlimited democracy, a free public opinion, freedom of elections and the press, the right to hold meetings and form associations. Otherwise the only active part of society would be the bureaucracy. A small group of leaders would give orders, and the workers' task would be to applaud them. The dictatorship of the proletariat would be replaced by the dictatorship of a clique. For Lenin and Trotsky, Rosa Luxemburg wrote, democracy was the opposite of dictatorship, as it was for Kolakowski. Because of this opposition, Kolakowski thought the proletariat should give up the power it had seized in an unripe situation. Because of it, Lenin and Trotsky decided that power should be wielded. 4.24 Main currents of Marxism. By means of coercion. But the proletariat is supposed to exercise the dictatorship of a class, not of a party or a clique, and it should do so openly, in democratic conditions. If we have revealed the bitter kernel of inequality and slavery beneath the husk of formal equality and freedom, it is not in order to throw the husk away, but to persuade the working class not to be satisfied with it, but to press on to the conquest of political power and fill it with a new social content. Dictatorship is not a matter of abolishing democracy but of applying it correctly. If it true, the Bolsheviks had come to power in circumstances in which full democracy was impossible. But they were now making a virtue of necessity by seeking to impose their own tactics on the whole workers' movement, turning the distortion of an exceptional situation into a universal rule. They were to be commended for seizing power in Russia, but the socialist cause was a matter for the whole world and not for a single country. Rosa Luxemburg's criticism of the Bolshevik dictatorship was consistent with her earlier critique of Leninism. In 1906 she wrote that the very idea of socialism excludes minority rule, Blanquism and social democracy, Cherwonistan. Dar, June 27. She also said at that time that when the Tsardom was overthrown, the Russian proletariat, after seizing power, would hand it over to a government elected by a majority of the population, and, as the proletariat was a minority in Russia, this government could not be predominantly social democratic. It is not clear how she imagined the Bolsheviks could keep themselves in power in 1918 while allowing free elections, since the proletariat was only a minority and it could not by any means be supposed that the whole of it would vote for them. Martov and Kolakowski did not have to meet this difficulty in their criticism of the Bolshevik dictatorship, since they took the view that authority must derive from general representative institutions, so that there could only be a government of the proletariat if the latter constituted the bulk of society. Rosa Luxemburg, on the other hand, seemed to believe that the Bolsheviks could have held on to power by democratic means under a system of popular representation. This strange notion could only be based on her mythical, unshakable belief in the innate revolutionary character of the masses, which, left to themselves, were bound to evolve socialist forms of public life. Lenin and Trotsky were a good deal more circumspect and realistic than this. 5. The national question. The question of nationality was a permanent, unsolved theoretical difficulty of Marxism and a practical difficulty of socialist movements. It was not easy to reconcile the principle that class divisions were fundamental to social analysis and prediction and to problems of practical policy, with the historical fact that PLE were and always had been divided on a national basis. Ethnic units were. Book 2 * The Golden Age 4.25. Divided by quite other criteria than those of class, and a nation was historically a unit transcending class. How then could a purely class viewpoint be combined with the traditional recognition of the right of nations to independence? The brotherhood of peoples against their exploiters had been a popular slogan in the mid-19th century and no doubt expressed the natural attitude of the democratic revolutionaries of the age of emancipation, but on inspection it clearly failed to solve the inveterate problems of national frontiers and minority ties and colonial exploitation. When countries were ruthlessly exploiting their colonies, it was hard to show in despite of all practical experience that the interests of the subject peoples were in the nature of things identical with those of the metropolitan population. Marx and Engels left nothing that could be called a theory of the national ity question. Their attitude to the problem was a mixture of Hegelian Ramini's senses, the slogans of 1848, and their personal likes and dislikes, which they expressed forcibly at times, especially in letters. Their views are marked by a strong European orientation and by contempt for small unhistorical peoples, which are doomed to destruction as nations and are meanwhile supporters of darkest reaction and puppets of great power intrigue. Marx was systematically hostile to Russia, believing that the desire for world domination was the main stay of her policy. He suspected the British government of conniving at Russian expansionism, and regarded Britain's part in the Crimean War as due to proletarian pressure. He was little interested in ancient civilizations other than that of Greece, dismissing them as infantile periods of spiritual weakness and barbarism. Both India and China were written off in this way. He once wrote in a letter that the Orient had given us nothing but religion and the plague. He had no doubt that socialism was the mission of the advanced and dominant countries. By creating a world market, the bourgeoisie was setting the stage for revolution, and when it took place in the developed countries, the rest would follow. Engels welcomed the United States' conquest of territory from Mexico and the French colonization of Algeria. The Bedouin were a race of bandits anyhow. Marx emphasized Britain's revolutionary role in India, roused by Coloradonization from its millennial slum bears. In a letter of August 1882 he rebuked Bernstein for taking a sentimental view of Egyptian nationalism. Engels made no secret of his contempt for the Balkan peoples. The Bulgarians were a race of swineherds who would do best to keep quiet under Turkish rule pending the European Revolution. All these small nations were allies of the Tsar and the enemies of the developed West. The historic peoples, Germans, Poles, Hungary, ANS, should rule over the other Slavs, except Russia. Poland should be restored to her pre-1772 frontiers, including Lithuania, White Russia, and a large part of the Ukraine. The Hungarians were entitled to rule over the Slovaks and Croats, the Austrians over the Czechs and Moravians. All these small 420 main currents of Marxism. Subject peoples had played no part in European history and would never be independent. France should rule over Belgium, Alsace, and Lorraine. Germany over Schleswig. In general, the higher civilization should prevail over the lower. Progress over barbarism and stagnation. Both Marx and Engels were especially interested in the Polish question. Engels thought the Poles had done more for the revolution than Germany, Italy, and Hungary put together. Both men regarded the partition of Poland as the cornerstone of European reaction. The freeing of Poland from Russian rule would be the first step towards overthrowing the Tsardom and destroying reaction throughout the world. Engels' distinction between historical and non-historical peoples is a reflection of the mood of 1848 rather than a deliberate historical theory, and the same may be said of his sympathy for Poland and his belief that it would play a key part in the revolution. Marx, however, towards the end of his life became seriously interested in the prospect of a revolution in Russia. He also thought the Irish question might hasten the revolution in England. However, national questions in general played no part in his theory of revolutionary strategy. The socialists of the Second International, especially those from the multi-national empires of Russia and Austria-Hungary, could not fall back on general formulas and summary classifications of nations into progressive and reactionary, especially as they canvassed for support from the proletariat of the subject nationalities. It was thus natural for the Russians, Poles, and AUS Trians in particular to endeavor to find a socialist solution to the national Question. Lenin, Otto Bauer, Karl Renner, Stalin, and Rosa Luxemburg all in their different ways sought to integrate the national problem into the corpus of Marxist doctrine. The theme is one which naturally recurs incessantly in Rosa Luxemburg's correspondence. The SDKPIL proclaimed itself first and foremost, in opposition to the PPS, to be against the policy of Polish independence. Not that Rosa Luxemburg was indifferent to the oppression of one nation by another, but she regarded it as a consequence and a function of the rule of capital. After the socialist revolution, the problem would solve itself, as socialism by definition would do away with all forms of oppression. In the meantime, it was no use fighting for national independence, and it would be harmful to the revolution. A cause as it would divide the movement into sections, destroy the international solidarity of the proletariat, and divert its attention to nation building, which was supposed to be the concern of the whole nation and not only of the oppressed classes. In general, concern over the national question as a separate problem was the result of bourgeois infiltration and tended to undermine the class viewpoint which was the raison d'etre of social democracy. Marx's attitude towards Poland was understandable as a matter of policy in his time, but it was outdated or erroneous and in conflict with Marxist theory, which forbade the Book 2 * The Golden Age 427, labeling of Poland and Russia, regardless of class divisions, as respectively progressive and reactionary. The attempts of Lemanowski, continued by the PPS, to link the cause of socialism with that of an independent Poland were reactionary in the highest degree. The PPS sought to involve the international workers' movement in the cause of a reconstructed Polish state by foisting on it the traditions of the Polish nobility's struggle for independence. As early as 1896, Rosa Luxemburg protested against the introduction of a Polish resolution at the London Congress of the Second International, arguing that it was not true that Russia's strength depended on the subjugation of Poland and that the Tsardom would collapse if she were freed. The strength of the Tsardom depended on conditions inside Russia, and the development of capitalism would lead to its downfall in due course. The idea of restoring Poland was not only reactionary inasmuch as it tended to destroy the class solidarity of the proletariat in the Tsarist Empire, but it was utopian and hopeless as well. In all her writings, Rosa Luxemburg never ceased to emphasize that Polish capitalism was an integral part of Russian capitalism. 2/3 of Polish exports went to the East. The irreversible process of economic integration could not be arrested by childish patriotic dreams. No social class in Poland was interested in independence, neither the bourgeoisie, whose livelihood depended on Russian markets, nor the gentry, fighting desperately to preserve as much as they could of their way of life, nor the proletariat, whose concern was the class struggle, nor the majority of the petty bourgeoisie, nor the peasants. At the most, some small groups of the intelligentsia who lacked social advancement, or of the reactionary petty bourgeoisie threatened by the rise of capitalism, dreamt impotently of an independent Poland. In general, national problems had no significance of their own. National movements were always in the interest of particular classes. Since there was no class that could represent the national cause on the basis of strong, irrefutable economic principles, that was the end of the matter. An independent Poland was an impossibility. What was true of Russian Poland applied equally to the provinces ruled by Prussia and Austria. Polish capitalists attempted to turn the workers' thoughts to ideas of independence so as to cloud their minds and persuade them that the enemy was not capitalism but the Germans and the Hakata, an organization for eroding Polish rights in the Poznan province. Holding these views, Rosa Luxemburg combated from the outset the principle of national self-determination that figured in the program of the Russian Social Democrats. She inclined instead to the Austro-Marxist idea of cultural autonomy as a solution to the national question after the revolution. Her opinions were set out in an article, The Nationality Question and Autonomy in Pierziglet Sogol Demokratizny, No. 6, August 1908, and in her pamphlet on the Russian Revolution. In the former she states that the right of 428 main currents of Marxism. Self-determination is a slogan of bourgeois nationalism, implying that every nation has an equal right to decide its own destiny. In fact, national movements are progressive or reactionary according to historical circumstances. This was recognized by Marx and Engels when they emphasized the reactionary character of national aspirations on the part of the southern Slavs and Czechs, the Swiss revolt against the Habsburgs in the 14th century, or the separatism of Scots, Bretons, and Basques. Many of these movements supported reactionary monarchies against republicans. The natural tendency of history was for small nations to be absorbed by larger ones. Cultural and linguistic unity was bound to be the ultimate goal, and it was reactionary and utopian to seek to reverse this process. Can one speak seriously of self-determination for the Montenegrins, Bulgars, Romanians, Serbs, and Greeks, or even to any real extent of the Swiss? In any case, a nation was not an integrated social whole, but a congeries of hostile classes opposing one another in everything. Rosa Luxemburg held that the recognition of the right of nationalities to self-determination was one of the Bolsheviks' gravest mistakes. This yield right was no more than an idle petty bourgeois phrase and humbug. The Bolsheviks had hoped by it to secure the support of the non-Russian pleas of the empire, but the result was that the Poles, Finns, Lithuanians, Ukrainians, and the peoples of the Caucasus used their freedom to combat the revolution, though formerly they had been active in its cause. Instead of defending the integrity of the Russian state, now the bulwark of the revolution, and crushing separatism with an iron hand, the Bolsheviks had allowed the bourgeoisie of the non-Russian peoples to decide their own fate and had even stirred up national feeling among peoples like the Ukrainians, who had never been a nation. The acerbity with which Rosa Luxemburg fought the idea of national independence, especially for the Poles, brought her and the Leninists into sharp opposition, but it must be emphasized that this was a question of strategy and not of different views as to the intrinsic value of nations and national culture. Lenin's attitude on this point was the same as Rosa Luxemburg's. He conceded the right to self-determination, but he regarded it as the duty of socialists to fight against the separatism of their own nation. In any case, self-determination was far less important than the interest of the revolution, i.e. of keeping the Bolsheviks in power. The proletariat of a nation should speak for it as regards separation versus integration, and the mouthpiece of the proletariat was its party, which expressed the most progressive tendencies of any national group. Lenin's disapproval of the brutality of the Soviet occupation of Georgia in 1921 had no practical effect, and the party's program afforded ample justification of the violent measures by which most of the Russian patrimony was regained. However, Rosa Luxemburg's quarrel with the PPS was a fundamental one. Book 2 * The Golden Age 4.29. With hindsight, it may appear incredible that she could be so blind to social realities, but this was not the only instance of its kind. She was a doctrinaire, intellectual through and through. Her accounts of social phenomena are deductions from a Marxist schema, with the minimum of correction in the light of experience. Since capitalist society was in the nature of things divided into hostile classes, and as the interest of each class was identical throughout the world, at least as far as the class war was concerned, it was a theoretical impose. Stability for any nation as a whole to aspire to independence, for aspirations on the national plane simply could not exist. Rosa Luxemburg was not shaken in this opinion by the outburst of nationalism in 1914 and the resulting collapse of the International. She merely blamed the social democratic leaders for betraying international ideals. Like many doctrinaire Marxists, she ceased to think in terms of social analysis when experience failed to bear out her theoretical presuppositions. Instead, she looked for guilty men and blamed the discrepancy on subjective factors. Since nations did not exist as integrated communities, there could be no such thing as a true national movement. If there appeared to be, it was a case of bourgeois fraud or revisionist treachery, and the Marxist schema remained unscathed. The working class was essentially revolutionary, and any appearance to the contrary must be due to corrupt leaders instilling reformist ideas in the workers. The disparity between the essence of things and superficial experience could be ignored or attributed to individual bad faith, or explained as a dialectical contradiction. Reasoning. In this way, Rosa Luxemburg was able to preserve her views unaltered even though her predictions were almost always falsified by events. Lenin for his part criticized Rosa Luxemburg on the ground that by one-sidedly combating Polish nationalism she was favoring the more dangerous nationalism of Great Russia. Others who criticized her were the PPS theorists Felix Perl and Kazimierz Kallis-Kraus. The latter wrote in 1905 that the economic conditions that were supposedly an obstacle to Polish independence were no more than a matter of trade between provinces, and that Rosa Luxemburg was in effect advocating that the proletariat should adapt its activity to the temporary requirements of the bourgeoisie. National states were in the natural interest of capitalism, but independence was also necessary to the working class, as it was a necessary condition of democracy. The Polish communists, on the other hand, wholeheartedly accepted Rosa Luxemburg's doctrine on the subject of national independence. The later criticism of Luxemburgism, which was of a general and summary character, accused her of underestimating the bourgeoisie's interest in the internal market and that of other classes in the national cause. But this criticism never went so far as to call in question the principle that the class struggle is in the last resort the only decisive historical conflict. National questions are either 4.30 main currents of Marxism, transient, unimportant issues, or a disguise for real, i.e. class interests, or else they represent a potential source of revolutionary energy that must be used for tactical reasons but can hardly be taken seriously in a historical perspective. In short, Marxism in its communist version never came to terms with national realities. Rosa Luxemburg is an outstanding example of a type of mind that is often met within the history of Marxism and appears to be specially attracted by the Marxist outlook. It is characterized by slavish submission to authority, together with the belief that in that submission the values of scientific thought can be preserved. No doctrine was so well suited as Marxism to satisfy both these attitudes, or to provide a mystification combining extreme dogmatism with the cult of scientific thinking, in which the disciple could find mental and spiritual peace. Marxism thus played the part of a religion for the intelligentsia, which did not prevent some of them, like Rosa Luxemburg herself, from trying to improve the deposit of faith by reverting to first principles, thus strengthening their own belief that they were independent of dogma. Rosa Luxemburg's main theme was the theory of accumulation, linked closely with her belief that capitalism must bring about increasing class polarization. All orthodox Marxists shared this belief, and in Kolakowski's view Marxism would have collapsed without it. She endeavored to give Marxism a final, consistent shape by defining the circumstances in which capitalism becomes an economic impossibility. Marxism was to her the universal key to the meaning of history, enabling the mind to reject as insignificant trifles any adventitious factors that might disturb its course. In this way historical materialism could be looked on not as an extreme impoverishment of reality but as a process of scientific abstraction, preserving the essence of things and eliminating what was merely accidental. No one seemed to notice, however, that this meant treating the whole of actual history as a series of unimportant contingencies, leaving science to contemplate only the general framework of the transition from one economic system to another. All the rest, wars, national and racial conflicts, constitutional and legal forms, religions, artistic and intellectual life, was relegated to the scrap heap of accidents, of no concern to the theoretician brooding over the majestic phases of great history. In this way the barrenness of simplistic schemata was endowed with a false sublimity. The fate of Rosa Luxemburg's writings illustrates the tragedy of the attempt to preserve the integral idea of Marxism while rejecting the only means of doing so, viz. an institutional body with authority to distinguish finally between truth and error. Rosa Luxemburg sought to be the champion of orthodoxy, but instead of regarding the party as the infallible fount of orthodoxy, she preferred Book 2 equals the Golden Age 431 to believe in the revolutionary mission of the masses as the spontaneous source of truth. Lenin was not guilty of this inconsistency, and his form of Marxism was effective in practice because its doctrine was made the exclusive property of an organization of professional revolutionaries. In the case of Rosa Luxemburg, strange results followed from believing absolutely in the predetermination of history and also in the essentially revolutionary character of the masses. In her pamphlet on the Russian Revolution, she urged Lenin to introduce unfettered democracy and at the same time to crush all nationalist movements with an iron hand, not suspecting for a moment that there might be any inconsistency in these two demands. On the basis of her theory of accumulation, Rosa Luxemburg foresaw increasing market difficulties and pressure of capital on wages, the radicalization of the working masses, and the class polarization of society. This is why she attached no practical importance to national and peasant movements, whose effect must diminish as capitalism expanded, and she neglected the role of colonial territories as theaters of revolution. In short, she believed in a proletarian revolution in the classic Marxian sense, whereas Lenin realized that no pure proletarian revolution would ever occur and that as capitalism approached the ideal of two-class society, the socialist revolution became less probable, not more. Thus Rosa Luxemburg opposed Lenin on 3 points, each of which was a necessary precondition of the Bolshevik success in 1917, their policy towards the peasants and the nationalities, and their military conception of the party. In an article written in 1922 and published posthumously in 1924, Lenin drew a picture of Rosa Luxemburg which was accepted as definitive by the communist movement. She was an eagle of the revolution, but she had been wrong in her opinions concerning accumulation, the national problem, the Mensheviks and Bolsheviks, and the October Revolution itself. Her ideas on spontaneity and the role of the party do not figure in this list of her mistakes. The German communists, after their failure to bring about a rising in 1920 and 1923, blamed their miscalculation on the ideology of Luxemburgism. Prominent in this were Ruth Fischer and Maslow, the former of whom compared Rosa Luxemburg to a syphilis germ. The whole tradition of the Spartacus League was written off as a series of theoretical and tactical errors. In 1926, when factional and personal conflicts in the Soviet Party leadership brought the so-called rightists to power in the German Communist Party, Rosa Luxemburg was rehabilitated for a brief period, while Ruth Fischer and Maslow lost their influence, but soon the old stereotypes were revived and intensified. In an article in 1931, Stalin closed the discussion by stating that Rosa Luxemburg was responsible for the theory of permanent revolution, later adopted by Trotsky in opposition to the doctrine of socialism in one country. In consequence, all that was distinctive in Rosa Luxemburg's political and 4.32 main currents of Marxism theoretical views became a dead letter, and she was remembered only in BAL tributes by Polish and German communists commemorating her martyrdom for the revolution. Her critique of revolutionary despotism was not noticed until long after the Second World War, when such criticism had become current coin, and was treated as a historical curiosity rather than an incentive to change. In the 1960s, however, some interest in her ideas was shown by the so-called New Left in its search for an alternative model of Marxist orthodoxy, which, while rejecting Lenin's theory of the party, would set its face against revisionism and continue to rely on the inexhaustible revolutionary potential of the proletariat. 4. Bernstein and revisionism. 1. The concept of revisionism. The term revisionism has never been precisely defined, but has been used in a wider or narrower sense according to circumstances. In present-day communism, it is no more than an arbitrary label affixed to any group or individual who in any way criticizes the policy, program, or doctrine of a particular party. But at the turn of the century, revisionism existed as a specific phenomenon, though with fluid boundaries, in Central and East European socialism. The term denoted those writers and political figures who, while starting from Marxist premises, came by degrees to call in question various elements of the doctrine, especially Marx's predictions as to the development of capitalism and the inevitability of socialist revolution. Revisionists were not people who abandoned Marxism completely or had never been Marxists, but those who sought to modify the traditional doctrine or who held that some of its essential features were no longer applicable in the present state of society. Jaurès, for instance, was seldom called a revisionist, because he never set up to be an orthodox Marxist in the German sense. Later the term was also applied to those who attempted to supplement Marxism on Kantian lines. In general, however, revisionism is typically found within the parties that insisted on their fidelity to Marxist theory, i.e. especially those of Germany, Austria, and Russia. Strictly speaking, revisionism was regarded as a theoretical position, but its articulation by Bernstein in the later 1890s was preceded by political tendencies which led to the same direction. The first sign of the revisionist crisis in the German party appeared in a discussion of the agrarian question in the early 1890s at the Frankfurt Congress. In 1894, the Bavarian Social Democratic leader, George von Vollmer, 1850-1922, urged that the party should defend the interests of peasants as well as workers. This appeared to be a purely tactical case, but it involved an essential point of theory. The orthodox, following Marx and Engels, held that agriculture under capitalism must develop on broadly the same lines as industry, i.e. that fewer and fewer owners would hold more and more of the land, and that small peasant proprietors would be squeezed out of existence. Hence Kolakowski and those who thought like him were against taking up the cause of the small farmers, who were doomed to extinction as a class. 433. 434 main currents of Marxism, and were therefore reactionary in the eyes of history. This meant, however, that the socialists could never enlist peasant support, a fact which greatly weakened them in electoral terms, especially as most of the Prussian peasants allied themselves with the reactionary Junkers against the bourgeoisie. But the issue was not only a tactical one, it was also a question of whether the expected concentration of agriculture was really taking place. Edward David, 1863-1930, a socialist expert on agricultural questions, argued that it was not, and that the family farm was the ideal form of rural production. Kolakowski disputed both these points, but agreed many years later that David was right in holding that there was no necessary process of concentration in land ownership. It soon appeared, however, that the correctness of Marx's predictions could be doubted with regard to industry as well as agriculture. The traditional doctrine was that capitalism involved the increasing polarization of classes and concentration of capital, the ruin of small concerns, and the proletarianization of the masses, and that this was an irreversible process. All reforms within the framework of capitalism were superficial and impermanent, and the main task of socialists was to organize their forces for the coming revolutionary conflict. But the growth of mass socialist parties, parliamentary successes, and social reforms prompted a large section of the leadership to see their task in terms of immediate advantages to the working class, and to lose sight of the prospect of a final decisive battle. This reformist attitude was widespread in practical socialism before Bernstein gave it a theoretical basis. Note was taken of the record of British socialism, which had no revolutionary doctrine but had scored undoubted successes over the years. Thus the revisionist doctrine, when it came, fell on fertile ground among party and trade union leaders. Their practical Zionism had various motives and took various directions. Parliamentarians were interested in forming alliances with non-socialist forces for electoral or reformist purposes, and all such alliances were suspect from the orthodox point of view. Local party and union representatives were less interested in electoral tactics, but they were also generally indifferent to the ultimate goal of socialism and the whole theoretical side of the party program. Among the leaders, their way of thinking was represented by Ignaz Auer, 1846-1907. Others again, such as Schiphol and Heine, questioned the party's anti-militarist and anti-colonial program on grounds of nationalism and in the belief that a strong army and the acquisition of colonies and markets were in the interest of the German proletariat. In general, the practical basis of this loosely formulated revisionism was that socialists should build the new society by degrees, concentrating on day-to-day improvements and not merely waiting for a revolution. Bernstein's The Auries could never have had such an earth-shaking effect if they had not been a crystallization of ideas which were already in the air. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 435. 2 Biographical information. F.U.R. Bernstein, 1850-1932, was born in Berlin, the son of an engine driver. Both his parents were non-practicing Jews. After leaving the gymnasium at an early age, he worked in a bank from 1869 to 1878. He joined the Eisenach Party in 1872 and took part in the Gotha Congress of 1875. For a time, he adhered to Diering's philosophy, but was put off by the latter's dogmatic intolerance and anti-Semitism. Engels' anti-Diering, 1878, converted him to Marxism, and he became a zealous exponent of orthodoxy as then understood. After the anti-socialist laws were promulgated, he went to Lugano and then to Zurich as secretary to Karl H. Sixchberg, a rich German who sympathized with the Social Democrats and helped them financially, though not himself a Marxist. In Zurich, Bernstein wrote for the Social Democrat and became its editor from 1880 to 1890. He also met Kolakowski, who came from Vienna with Hepburg's help, and the Russian socialist émigrés. The Social Democrat was an orthodox, revolutionary journal and played an important part in maintaining the party's continuity in conditions of illegality or semi-legality. In 1880, Bernstein accompanied Babel to London, where he met Marx and Engels. He visited Engels again in 1884 and they maintained a lively correspondence, which Bernstein did not publish until 1925. In 1887 he published in Zurich a work on the Chartists, Die Chartisten Bewegung in England. In the middle of 1888 he was deported from Switzerland and went to London. He was one of Engels' closest friends for the next few years, and was an executor of his will. Bernstein remained in England till the beginning of 1901. His stay there fundamentally altered his views on Marxism and the philosophy of socialism. He was much influenced by the Fabians, with whom he remained in close contact. His experience of conditions in England convinced him that the idea of a once and for all breakup of capitalism was a doctrinaire illusion, and that socialists should place their hopes in gradual social reforms and socialization as the result of democratic pressure. These conclusions soon took the form of an entire system in which many of the philosophical and political premises of Marxism were modified. Bernstein's critique had much in common with the Kavitar socialismus of Brentano, Schultz-Gabernitz, and Sombart, who attempted to combine socialism with liberalism and looked to social legislation as a means of reform instead of a single qualitative jump from capitalism to socialism. Bernstein expounded his views in a series of articles entitled Problems of Socialism, which appeared in Die Neue Zeit from the end of 1896, and later in the book Die Voraussetzungen des Sozialismus und die Aufgaben Sozialdemokratie, the premises of socialism and the tasks of Sozialdemokratie, 1899, which became the fundamental revisionist text and the object of innumerable polemics. Bernstein replied to the first attacks in a letter to the 4.30 main currents of Marxism Party Congress at Stuttgart, which he could not attend as he was still wanted for trial in Germany. His views were denounced at the Congress by Kolakowski, Clara Zetkin, and Rosa Luxemburg, and soon the whole of the European social democratic movement was involved in a debate which led finally to the crystallization of two opposing tendencies. In spite of the succession of anti-revisionist resolutions and condemnations, and although Bernstein was opposed by most of the party theorists, his influence was already clearly increasing within the party and the trade unions. Bernstein returned to Germany in 1901, and was elected to the Reichstag in 1902 as member for Breslau. He ceased to contribute to Die Neue Zeit but wrote frequently for Sozialistisches Minutschrift, which Julius Bloch edited from 1897 and which became the chief theoretical organ of reformism. He was not expelled from the party, only a small group of radicals pressed, unsuccessfully, for the expulsion of the revisionists, and as time went on his adherents secured more and more influential posts in the party administration. From then on Bernstein divided his activity between parliamentary work. He was a deputy to the Reichstag from 1902 to 1918 and again from 1920 to 1928, and writing and publishing. In London he had published works by Loss, Saul, and a complete edition in 12 volumes subsequently appeared in Berlin. He endorsed the program for a mass political strike, Der politische Massenstreik und die politische Sozialdemokratie in Deutschland. 1905, wrote a 3-volume history of the Berlin workers' movement. Geschichte der Berliner Arbeiterbewegung, 1907-10. Collaborated with Babel in publishing the correspondence of Marx and Engels in 4 volumes, and founded and edited the periodical Document des Sozialismus, 1902-5. He criticized Marxism more and more outspokenly, and in the last few years before 1914, was closer to the liberal reformers than to the Marxists. During the war he belonged to the anti-war minority of the party and joined the USPD along with Kolakowski and Hasse. He rejoined the SPD after the war and took part in drafting its first program. He was the real founder of the social democratic ideology, as that term was generally understood between the wars, in opposition to communism. He died in Berlin. 3. The laws of history and the dialectic. In Bernstein's opinion, it was the misfortune of Marxist theory that it derived from Hegelianism. Marx, he thought, had never quite shaken off the Hegelian tendency to make deductions about social conditions from abstract, a priori, dialectical schemata, with insufficient regard to actual facts. This had led him to believe in historical determinism and in a single factor governing the course of history, in relation to which human beings were merely instruments. Or, Book 2 equals the Golden Age 437. Organs. But Engels had considerably attenuated the original formulas of his historical materialism by his doctrine of ultimate causes, which implied that there were also mediate causes affecting history, the more numerous and varied these were, the less absolute must be the preponderance of the ultimate causes. This was confirmed by experience. The multiplicity of forces affecting society limited the sphere of necessity and enabled human beings to exercise increasing influence on social processes. This being recognized, Marxism could no longer be regarded as a purely materialist doctrine, still less as teaching that history was absolutely governed by the economic factor, though Marx deserved immense credit for having shown the importance of changes in technology and production methods for the understanding of history. Hegel was also responsible for the blanquist element in Marxism, the belief in total revolution and the creative role of political violence. The Communist Manifesto made no mention of Babeuf among the socialist authors whose views it criticized. The address of the Central Committee to the Communist League, made in March 1850, was blanquist in spirit. It appeared to assume that the will to revolution and the organization of terrorism were sufficient to provide the driving force of a socialist upheaval. In general, Marx had tried to find a compromise between two socialist traditions. The first was constructive and evolutionary. It had been developed in utopian literature and in 19th century socialist sects and workers' associations, and aimed at emancipating society by means of a new economic system. The second principle was destructive, conspiratorial and terrorist, and its aim was to transform society by the political expropriation of the governing classes. Marxism was rather a compromise than a synthesis of the two principles, and Marx's thought oscillated between them, presenting different features at different times. Bernstein's view that Hegel was to blame for the blanquist elements in Marxism was, it may be noted, the opposite of Plekhanov's opinion. The latter held that Hegel's tradition, with its anti-utopian trend and its emphasis on the natural logic of history, was the most effective weapon against political aventurism, blanquist conspiratorial tactics, and the expectation of a lightning leap to socialism, before the relations of production under capitalism had matured to the point where an organic change was possible. Another blemish in Marx's philosophy, according to Bernstein, was his Or of value, suggesting as it did that value as defined by labor time was a real phenomenon governing the terms of exchange and not merely a convenient expository device. Value in Marx's sense was unmeasurable and was at best an abstract conceptual instrument, not an economic reality. Engels had held that in the Middle Ages goods were still exchanged according to their value, but Parvis had shown that even then there were various factors limiting the effect of value on prices. The law of value was truly in force only in primitive soci. 438 main currents of Marxism. Eddies. The rightness or wrongness of Marx's theory in this respect was not essential to the analysis of surplus value, but here too the doctrine was misleading. By identifying the rate of surplus value with the rate of exploitation, he gave the impression that the former was the index of social immajustus. This was incorrect, for the worker's standard of life was not directly geared to the rate of surplus value. They might be in a state of destitution when the rate was low, or comparatively well off although it was high. Moreover, socialism could not be justified by the fact that wages did not equal the full value of the product, since they could not do so anyway. In his later articles, Bernstein took issue even more emphatically with the theory of value expressed in capital. The point that Marx's definition of value was an expository device and not a real social phenomenon had made previously by Schmidt and Sombart, and in his main treatise Bernstein followed their argument. Later he went further and declared that value in Marx's sense did not exist. Price was the sole economic reality, and commodities had value because they had a price. Marx had underestimated the use value of commodities, and his concept of value was useless because it was not quantitative. One of the reasons for this was that one can measure labor time but not the intensity of labor. Bernstein's critique of the philosophical basis of Marxism and its derivation from Hegelianism is summary in the extreme. He does not in fact seem to have known any more of Hegel's work than he could gather from the absurd simplifications of Engels. In this he was not alone among his contemporaries. The Marxists knew next to nothing of Hegel, and the latter's contribution to Marx's worldview was reduced to a few platitudes or ignored. Labriola and Plekhanov were among the few who mentioned the dependence of Marx on Hegel, but Plekhanov's view of Hegel was also simplified out of all recognition. The general trend of Bernstein's critique of Marx is clear, however. It is an attack on all speculative systems which purport to explain history by a single abstract principle, and on the philosophic mentality which, instead of studying empirical economic tendencies, subordinates all to the expectation of a tremendous qualitative change which is to transform and save the world. Bernstein did not endeavor to show that he was faithful to Marx's views. He openly criticized what he regarded as the negative element of Marxism, the belief in speculative historical schemata and in the advent of socialism as a complete break with the previous history of mankind. For the revolution and the ultimate goal, Tuesday's critique of Hegelian blemishes in Marx's thought would not in itself have been a grave threat to party ideology, but the brunt of Bernstein's attack lay. Book 2 * The Golden Age 439. Elsewhere, he argued that Marxist predictions as to the concentration of capital were erroneous, as was the theory of class polarization and a single revolutionary change sweeping away the existing order, that the task of social democracy was gradually to socialize political institutions and property, and that the party had already accepted this in practice, though it had not the courage to jettison the time-honored revolutionary theory. Such was the true substance of the revisionist doctrine, which was clearly inconsistent with the letter and spirit of Marxism and with the theoretical section of the party program. Marxist statements concerning the falling rate of profit, overproduction, crises, concentration, and the periodical destruction of capital were undoubtedly based on fact, Bernstein observed, but he ignored or underrated the contrary tendencies that were to be found in capitalism. The concentration of enterprises was not the same as the concentration of wealth. The former was taking place, but not the latter. Owing to the joint stock system, the growth of large industrial concerns did not mean the corresponding growth of large fortunes. On the contrary, the number of property owners was increasing in both relative and absolute terms. Thus, if the prospects of socialism depended on the concentration of wealth, social democracy would be fighting against an objective economic process. In reality, however, the chances of socialism did not depend on the validity of the theory of concentration. As Bernstein emphasized to the Stuttgart Congress, in stating that the number of owners was increasing, he did not mean to justify the present system. What was decisive for socialism was not the concentration of wealth but the productivity of labor. If the increase in the number of owners acted as a brake on productive forces, it was not conducive to socialism, but the increase must be recognized as a fact, whatever its social significance. In the same way, the predictions of class polarization were erroneous. On the contrary, social stratification was increasingly complex as technology and the organization of society produced a more numerous middle class. It was therefore hopeless and utopian to expect socialism as a result of capital squeezing out the intermediate class. As the class of technicians and functionaries was increasing rapidly, so the ratio of the proletariat to the total population tended to fall. Nor was rural property tending to concentrate in fewer hands. The prospects of socialism did not depend on a major crisis bringing about the collapse of capitalism. Such crises were less and less probable, as capitalism grew more capable of adapting itself to market difficulties. The belief of many socialists that crises were due to underconsumption by the masses was incorrect and was contrary to the views of Marx and Engels. Sismondi had put forward this idea, and Rodbertus after him, but Marx himself had pointed out that crises usually occur at a time when wages are going up. Volume 2 of Cap. Ital, however, described crises as the result of a conflict between the purchase 44,0 main currents of Marxism, in power of the masses and the urge of capitalism to improve and increase the forces of production. But the development of world trade had vastly increased the power of capital to react to local crises by mobilizing credit at short notice. Foreign markets were growing intensively rather than extensively, and there was no reason to foresee an absolute end to this increase. Rosa Luxemburg held that Marx's theory related to future crises of decline, whereas hitherto crises had been those of growth, but if this were so it would follow that Marx's theory of crises had a different meaning than he himself ascribed to it, and also that it was a mere speculative deduction unproved by evidence. As it was, the elaborate system of credit, cartels, and protective duties that helped to maintain exploitation was also an effective guard against crises and nullified the hope of an economic cataclysm. According to Marx, there were two main conditions of socialism: a high degree of socialization of the productive process under capitalism, and the political power of the proletariat. The first of these conditions, Bernstein argued, was far from being fulfilled. As to the second, it should be made clear whether the party expected to gain power through democratic electoral institutions or by revolutionary force. The basic trends of social development were not favorable to hopes of revolution. Contrary to prediction, social functions were becoming more differentiated, both generally and amid the working class. The theory that the workers' condition under capitalism was hopeless and could not undergo any real improvement had also been refuted. Marx had not been quite consistent here. He recognized the existence of tendencies that might limit exploitation and improve the wage earner's lot, but as often as not he ignored them, because they were inconsistent with his a priori theories. At the present time, there was certainly no ground to expect class antagonisms to become more acute, owing to increasing exploitation and poverty. But again, the prospects of socialism did not depend on this expectation, they depended on the increasing social productivity of labor as a result of general progress, and on the moral and intellectual maturity of the working class. Socialism was a gradual process of increasing socialization with the aid of democratic institutions and the strength of the organized proletariat. Democracy was not merely a weapon in the political struggle but an end in itself, the form in which socialism was to become a reality. It was not an automatic solution to all social problems, but a powerful and necessary instrument of progress. Since the social democratic movement had taken its stand on parliamentary ground, phrases about the dictatorship of the proletariat were meaningless. Nor could there be any question of the working class building socialism by using force against the rest of society. On the contrary, the socialists should try to interest the petty bourgeoisie and peasants in their program. The right course was to take advantage of the growing influence of social democracy on state institutions in order to reform the Book 2 The Golden Age 441. Organization of the economy, remove obstacles to cooperative production. Secure the right of trade organizations to control production, and establish safe guards against monopoly and guarantees of employment. If these things were achieved, it would not matter that production was partly socialized and partly not. Private enterprises would socialize themselves by degrees, but a single wholesale conversion to public ownership would involve waste and terror on a large scale. This did not mean, Bernstein insisted, that the revolution was forbidden. Revolutions were spontaneous, elemental processes and no one could stop them. But policy of reform made no difference in this respect. The important thing was to recognize that the party was in fact working towards the social transformation of society through democratic and economic reforms, and it should have the courage to show itself in its true colors. Babel, for instance, denied the charge that the party intended to use political violence. Kolakowski had drawn up a reformist agrarian program, and in the Reichstag the party had called for the establishment of arbitral courts. It was not the case, anyway, that threats of force and strikes were the most effective mode of action. The British workers had gained the vote not in the revolutionary days of Chartism but by allying themselves with the radical section of the bourgeoisie. Bernstein summed up his attitude in a formula which became famous as the target of orthodox attack. What is generally called the ultimate goal of socialism is nothing to me, the movement is everything. In his letter to the Stuttgart Congress he explained this as follows: the party at the present time should not rely on a great cataclysm but on the general extension of the workers' political rights and their participation in economic and administrative bodies. The conquest of power and the socialization of property are not ends, but means. In his principal work, however, he explains himself somewhat differently. Marx, he says, wrote that the working class has no ready-made utopia to be introduced by a decree, it has no arbitrarily fashioned ideals, it knows that its emancipation will require long struggles and many historical processes, altering circumstances as well as people. We must bring into action the elements of the new society that have already developed under capitalism. To hold fast to traditional utopias is injurious to social progress, as it distracts attention from the practicable reforms for which we should be fighting. As can be seen, the formula the goal is nothing, the movement everything is not clear in itself, and it distorts the idea of Marx's on which it is based. In Class Struggles in France, in the German Ideology, and in other writings Marx emphasized that scientific socialism did not set out to allure people with arbitrary models of a perfect society. Its purpose was to ascertain existing economic and social tendencies in order to stimulate or activate the real forces by which society was changed. It was necessary to study natural historical tendencies in embryo or, as he put it in 1843, to force these petrified relationships to dance. 4.42 Main currents of Marxism. By playing their own tune to them. This attitude of Marx's was certainly opposed to all sentimental and moralizing utopias, but not to the hope of a violent revolution. It did not mean that socialists should limit their horizon to urgent or immediately attainable ends, but only that their aims, including the ultimate goal and the hope of a political revolution, should be based on observation of real historical tendencies and not arbitrary imaginings of a perfect world. In particular, Marx made clear the way in which capitalism, as he believed, was creating the premises for a new order, viz. The collectivization of productive processes, class polarization, and the revolutionary training of the proletariat by the very conditions of its existence. These premises made socialism possible and even necessary, but no changes in capitalism had any socialist significance prior to the political victory of the proletariat. Bernstein was thus not justified in invoking Marx's authority for his views, though there was some color for them in the writings of Engels. The essential question was not whether to accept or reject revolutionary violence, but whether processes of socialization within the capitalist economy were already part of the building of socialism. If socialism could be realized little by little under capitalism, there was no reason why the transformation should not turn out, one day, to be complete. Thus there would no longer be an impassable gulf between the two systems. The movement towards socialism was not the prelude to a great expropriation but simply meant more collectivization, more democracy, equality, and welfare, a gradual trend with no predetermined limit and, by the same token, no ultimate goal. When Bernstein said that the goal was nothing and the movement everything, he was not expressing a banal demand that the party should only set itself practicable tasks. He meant, first and foremost, that the ultimate goal as understood in Marxist tradition, the economic liberation of the proletariat by its conquest of political power, had no definite content. The socialist movement was capable of fighting successfully for many changes which would mean the realization of more and more socialist values. If it were to live merely on the expectation of a once and for all cataclysm, it would not be serving the interests of the proletariat. Moreover, according to Bernstein, the SPD was already a reformist party in many of its political attitudes. The revolutionary formulas in its program were inconsistent with its actual policy and could only act as a brake on the latter. It was not a question of the party changing its policy, but rather of understanding the policy it was in fact pursuing, and adapting traditional ideas to current realities. Furthermore, Bernstein rejected the formula in the Communist Manifesto to the effect that the workers had no fatherland. This might have been true in the 1840s, when the proletariat had no political rights and took no part in public life, but it was an anachronism when the workers had asserted their rights. Book 2 *The Golden Age 443. as citizens and could affect their country's destiny. The present-day worker had a fatherland and had good reasons to defend it. In the same way, colonialism should not be condemned by socialists out of hand, without regard to circumstances and to the form in which it was exercised. Marx had written that human societies are not the owners but the usufructuaries of the land they inhabit, and are in duty bound to hand it on to posterity in an improved and not a wasted condition. Thus, Bernstein argued, the right to a particular territory did not depend on conquest but on the ability to make good economic use of it. Civilized peoples who could cultivate the land to advantage had a better right to it than savages, so long as they did not rule with brutality or to the detriment of the natives. 5. The significance of revisionism. Bernstein's writings provoked an unprecedented flood of attack from orthodox Marxists of all shades. Scarcely any important socialist writer failed to join in. Kolakowski, Rosa Luxemburg, Plekhanov, Babel, Labriola, Jors, Adler, Mering, Parvis, Clarazetkin all felt it their obligation to give tongue, which in itself showed that Bernstein's views were not a casual aberration but the expression of a tendency genuinely rooted in the socialist movement. The philosophical critique of Marx's views played a very small part in these polemics. Bernstein's own remarks in this field were trite and lacking in understanding. The aspect of his writings that aroused indignation was that which disputed the theory of the concentration of capital and argued that the existing order might be gradually reformed by an alliance between the proletariat and the peasants and petty bourgeoisie. Plekhanov objected that the abandonment of the Marxist premise that the workers had no hope of improving their lot under capitalism meant that socialism was no longer a revolutionary doctrine, but a program of legislative reform. If Bernstein was right, said Kolakowski, socialism had no raison d'etre. Labriola argued that Bernstein had thrown in his lot with the liberal bourgeoisie, and Rosa Luxemburg pointed out that socialism would be unnecessary if the capitalist economy had powers of adaptation enabling it to avoid crises of overproduction. Criticisms of this kind were purely ideological and expressed no more than a well-grounded fear that if Bernstein was right, classic revolutionary Marxism would cease to exist. But most of the critics also maintained that Bernstein was arguing from false premises. Kolakowski, Babel, and Rosa Luxemburg held to the traditional theory of concentration, and in so doing showed that this term could be interpreted in different ways. Bernstein had not disputed that capital mergers and combinations were taking place in such a way as to increase the number of big industrial enterprises and their share in production. But he denied that there was a 4,4 main currents of Marxism tendency for capital to accumulate in the hands of fewer and fewer owners, while small capitalists were squeezed out. Rosa Luxemburg objected that the shareholding system meant the concentration and not the deconcentration of capital. This was true, but did not refute Bernstein's argument. Apart from this, however, all the orthodox critics perceived that if the polarization of classes and the disappearance of the middle class were called in question, the whole of Marxist doctrine would collapse. The universal practice of issuing small shares was, they said, only the method used by capital to attract small savings, and had nothing to do with the class division of society. Even Jors questioned Bernstein's view that class divisions were becoming more fluid, in spite of all differentiations. He claimed the basic division between haves and have-nots remained in force. Jors feared, moreover, that if Bernstein's views were adopted, the socialist movement would lose its class character and dissolve into vague radicalism. On this account, Jors broadly supported Kolakowski, although his own views were closer to Bernstein's as regards the socialist significance of reforms and the right and duty of social democrats to ally themselves with non-socialists in the pursuit of short-term objectives. Rosa Luxemburg formulated the crux of the dispute most clearly. If it is supposed that capitalism can be reformed either by gradually removing the consequences of anarchical production or by improving the workers' standard of life, then there is no point in working for a revolution. But such reform is impossible, for anarchy and crises are in the nature of capitalism, and the worker is exploited by virtue of the fact that he sells his labor power. This state of things cannot be eliminated or improved without expropriating the capitalists, which can only be done by revolutionary seizure of power. There is a qualitative difference between revolution and reforms of any kind. The critics' views did not prevent revisionist ideas from becoming widespread among German social democrats, the majority of whom had in practice been reformists before Bernstein published his theories. True, there were many party and union leaders who were uninterested in theory or the revision of party doctrine. The latter was neither a help nor a hindrance in the everyday process of struggle, bargaining, and reform, and could be left as it stood for poses of rhetoric. Nonetheless, once the new formula was uttered, they accepted it without resistance. The revolutionary idea was much more the property of the party intellectuals than of the working masses. In the first years of the dispute, the future left wing did not clearly take shape within the party, and up to the war period it was represented only by a few theorists and publicists who had no organizational role or practical influence and did not form a permanent group among themselves. To the orthodox Marxists who provided the party with its organization and doctrine, like Babel and Kolakowski respectively, Bernstein's views were of course a challenge to the revolutionary faith. Book 2 The Golden Age 4.45, which they professed with full sincerity. The party was in their eyes a true embodiment of its program, both on the practical and on the theoretical side. If, however, they were able to obtain majority support for anti-revisionist formulas, it was not because the party was imbued with revolutionary spirit but because most of its members regarded the traditional slogans as harmless and of little practical consequence. Lenin took the view, which is still treated as a dogma by the communist movement, that revisionism came into being as an ideology reflecting the interests of the aristocracy of the working class, whom the bourgeoisie permitted to enjoy the leftovers of their feast of prosperity. This would suggest that only a small privileged part of the German working class lent a willing ear to reformist doctrine, while the great majority were fervent revolutionaries. But in fact, what was later called by its opponents practical revisionism was chiefly found among the trade unions, the most immediately class-based organization of the proletariat. Moreover, the unions at that time did not yet possess the elaborate bureaucracy which was later made the scapegoat for opportunism and revisionism. In any case, if Lenin's explanation were true, it would be highly unfortunate for Marxist doctrine, since the aristocracy of the working class are wage earners like their fellow workers, and differ from them only in earning more. It would appear that a higher standard of living turns workers from revolutionaries into reformists, but, according to traditional Marxism, poverty is not the source of the class struggle and the revolutionary consciousness, and a short-term improvement in the workers' lot has no significant effect on their innate revolutionism. When Bernstein was writing, the German working class had behind it a long period of increasing real wages and a successful struggle for welfare years and a shorter working day. It also had a powerful political organization, whose influence was steadily increasing. The Reichstag, it is true, did not carry much weight, and Prussia had not introduced universal suffrage, but elections. Political mobilization, and the comparison of forces encouraged hopes of a successful struggle for republicanism and even of seizing power. The actual rents of the German working class by no means supported the theory that its position was essentially hopeless and could not be reformed under capitalism. In Russia, too, a revisionist tendency made its appearance when the Social Democrats were no longer a handful of intellectuals and a genuine workers' movement had begun to take shapes. The history of revisionism does not suggest that the working class is naturally revolutionary because it is forced to sell its labor power and is incurably alienated in consequence. Thus it was not only in the doctrinal field that revisionism called into question the traditional belief in the revolutionary mission of the proletariat, the belief was challenged, perhaps more effectively still, by the success of revisionism as a social PHE. 44.0 Main currents of Marxism. Nomenon, which robbed socialism of the glamorous prospect of a final battle for universal liberation. Instead of a new 14th of July bringing human prehistory to an apocalyptic close and ushering in the new era, the reformists offered a program of laborious, gradual, and unspectacular improvement. Thus was created the ideological foundation of a new social democracy, the further development of which had very little to do with the history of Marxist doctrine. Although this form of socialism derives genetically from Marxism, in part at least, its origin soon became unimportant. The new doctrine was a promise between liberalism and Marxian socialism, or a socialist variant of liberalism. It was applied to situations other than those envisaged by classical Marxism, and appealed to different psychological motivations. The increasing dominance of revisionism in German social democracy spelled the end of Marxism as socialists had understood it before the First World War. The center of gravity was soon to be transferred eastward, where revolutionary doctrine was embodied in new dynamic forms. V. Jean Jaurès, Marxism as a soteriology. 1. Jaurès as a conciliator. As a theoretician, Jaurès counts for little among orthodox Marxists. He is, of course, generally recognized as one of the key figures of French socialism, but his views are regarded as a synthesis, by his admirers, or a conflation or patchwork, by the more orthodox, of a variety of sources, especially French ones, among which Marxism occupied no more than a position of equality. Certainly he never treated Marxism as a self-sufficient and all-embracing system, from which the interpretation of all social phenomena could be deduced, still less as a metaphysical key to the universe, explaining its every feature and providing moral and practical guidance as to how it should be changed. On the contrary, Jaurès made conscious efforts to combine the most varied philosophical and political traditions into a single vision of the world, believing as he did in the essential unity of intellectual and moral trends that presented themselves in apparent diversity at different stages of history. He was by nature a universal conciliator, and was aware of this fact. His political and philosophical opponents accused him of glossing over social and doctrinal differences, obscuring contrasts, being all things to all men, blunting the edge of the class struggle by a naively moralizing attitude, and so on. From the orthodox point of view, a writer and politician who invoked the authority of Proudhon and Blanqui, Michelet and Saint-Simon, Kant and Fichte, Lassalle and Comte, Rousseau and Kropotkin, instead of treating them all as enemies or naive predecessors, was obviously not to be ranked as a Marxist, which in orthodox eyes is an all-or-nothing position. But if we do not approach the matter from a dogmatic standpoint, our judgment as to whether Jaurès was a Marxist will depend on which of Marx's thoughts, and which interpretation of them, we regard as containing the essence of his doctrine, and on this point there is no agreed conclusion, even among those who claim to have remained faithful to the spirit and letter of Marxism. Unlike the most typical Marxists of his own day, Jaurès never believed that the idea of socialism could be fully objectivized as a scientific theory similar to that of evolution, or actually as an extension of the latter. Nor was Marxism, in his view, a theory of social development and nothing more. It was an impulse. 447. 448 Main currents of Marxism. Zion moral appeal, a new and more perfect expression of man's eternal thirst for justice, unity, and brotherly love. Jaurès' ambition was not to intensify but to assuage conflicts, antagonisms, and enmity of every kind. The fundamental ideas of Marxism, he believed, did not signify a breach of historical continuity, but appealed to the deepest moral instincts of mankind. Since men basically shared the same feelings, desires, and habits of thought, and since socialism too, Jaurès was above all a moral concept, he naturally addressed his appeals and explanations to all social classes, the bourgeoisie included. This was not because he imagined that all social problems could be solved by philanthropy, or the goodwill of the privileged classes, or that socialism could be achieved by a moral transformation alone instead of by pressure and fighting, but because he believed that all human beings possessed common values that were not those of any specific class. If they took those values seriously and drew practical conclusions from them, they would be bound to see that socialism offered the only chance of their fulfillment. Socialists, therefore, should take advantage of any support they might find outside the working class, among people whose moral instincts prompted them to support the socialist cause. Socialism, to Jaurès, was essentially a question of morals and human values, an ideal to which mankind had more or less consciously aspired throughout the ages. Consequently, he was repelled by an interpretation of it in terms of a break with man's spiritual and cultural heritage. Spiritual values, he believed, were continuous and grew stronger as history progressed. In the coming synthesis alley, human values and achievements would turn out to be part of the same culture, even though they were rooted historically in conflict and hatred. Trends that appeared contrary or irrelevant to one another would one day blend into a harmonious unity. Nothing, therefore, that the human spirit had ever created should be despised or overlooked. This vision of an ultimate synthesis is the most characteristic feature of Jaurès' thought. In his more enthusiastic moments he may be called the Pangloss of socialism, believing in the final unity of science and religion, idealism and materialism, national and class values, the individual and society, spirit and matter, man and nature. Even before the final synthesis it was possible to combine revolution and evolution, the political struggle and moral education to work on man's feelings as well as his intellect, and to appeal to proletarian interests as well as to universal human values. Moreover, the unity of human progress was not only a matter of the final synthesis but could be seen already in the gradual prevalence of the idea which was to find its fulfillment in socialism. Progress up to the present time consisted not only in technological change but in the embodiment of basic values in increasingly perfect forms, though their ultimate perfection of course lay in the future. Jaurès shared with Marx the belief that human affairs would one day be Book 2 equals the Golden Age 44.9. Harmonized in a socialist world, and that past history and present conflicts were meaningful only in relation to this prospect. But he differed from Marx in his view of the continuity and cumulative character of the whole of past history, as opposed to the Hegelian belief that progress is realized by its bad aspect. Ja. Residential believed in the steady upward progress of humanity, supported by an increasing accumulation of spiritual and social values, and not in a descent into the abyss, to be followed by a sudden, apocalyptic renaissance. 2. Biographical outline. George's political career belongs wholly to the period of the Second International, and his death occurred at the moment of its dissolution. Born in 1859. At Castres in the south of France, he attended the lycée there and subsequently the École Normale in Paris. In 1881 he was third on the list of egregies, the candidate with the highest marks had a career of no special distinction, while the runner-up was Henry Bergson. In the same year George became a teacher of philosophy in the lycée at Albi, and 2 years later he was made a lecturer at Toulouse University. In 1885 he was elected to the chamber as a Republican deputy, in opposition to the monarchist and clerical parties. Partly as a result of his political activities he became attracted to socialist ideas, which he regarded from the start as the legitimate development of the ideals of the revolution. In 1889 he lost his seat to a conservative candidate and returned to Toulouse, where he spent the next 2 years working on his doctoral theses. The first of these, entitled De la Réalité du Monde Sensible, published 1891, second edition 1902, was a philosophical discourse in the strict sense and expressed his basic metaphysical views, which are important for the understanding of his public life. The second thesis was in Latin, De Primis Octulissimi Germanici Lineamentis Apud Lutherum, Kant, Fichte et Hegel, 1891, a French translation, Les Origines du Socialisme Allemand, was published in 1892 in the Revue Socialiste. This is more directly related to George's socialist views, giving his interpretation of the philosophical sources that inspired the social theories of Marx and Lassalle. At this period he also wrote socialist articles, chiefly in the Dépêche de Toulouse. When re-elected to the chamber in 1893 he was a socialist not only in the sense of upholding the principles of a socialist order, but in believing that the future of those principles depended on action by the working class. During the next 5 years he became an acknowledged leader of the socialist group in Parliament, and until 1914, his life was an integral part of French history. In the main issues of the time, the Dreyfus case and the Milrand affair, questions of war and peace, Morocco and the French colonial empire, the role and significance of the international, George's attitude was always important and sometimes decisive. Generally his views can be traced to philosophical principles which he 4.50 main currents of Marxism appears to have had constantly in mind. If he was wholeheartedly involved in the Dreyfus case, without regard to considerations of tactics, it was because he held, unlike Gueste, that the socialist movement should be the mouthpiece of any cause in which human rights were at stake, no matter who the victim was, or to what class or group he belonged, for socialism was responsible for all human values, not only after the revolution but here and now. When, after much hesitation and to the indignation of the whole socialist left wing, he supported Millerand's action in joining Waldeck-Rousseau's government, it was because of his view that advantage should be taken of every means of influencing existing forms of public life. If cooperation with class enemies seemed likely to pay off in a particular case, it should not be rejected on grounds of strategic exclusivism. His socialist opponents retorted that he was abandoning the class viewpoint and was prepared to accept the shoddiest allies for the sake of some immediate gain. He was, they claimed, a reformist and an opportunist. George was not a reformist, however, in the sense of abandoning the ultimate goal or limiting his sights to the short-term, partial interests of the working class. On the contrary, he insisted at every turn on the basic principles and objectives of socialism. However, unlike the revolutionary syndicalists and the extreme left of the International, but in agreement with most of the center group, he regarded reforms not merely as a preparation for the final conflict, but as an improvement of the workers' lot here and now. He did not consider that the proletariat embodied the whole virtue of society, since human values could not be the monopoly of a single class, even though that class might enjoy the historical privilege of bringing them to a state of complete fulfillment. A whole policy of conciliation, compromise, and piecemeal agreements did not, as he saw it, signify opportunism or lack of principle, but was an expression of faith in the power of the socialist ideal. The opponents of socialism were bound to recognize that in many matters it had right on its side, and in this way it could enlist support outside its natural home in the working class. Both George and Gueste lost their seats in the election of 1898, when the Dreyfus agitation was at its height. Re-elected in 1902, George spoke frequently in Parliament and at meetings and wrote innumerable pamphlets and articles on current politics and problems of socialism. He no longer had time to produce large single works, and most of the volumes he published at this period were collections of short pieces. They include Les Prélogues, 1898, on the Dreyfus case, Etudes Socialistes, 1G01, second edition 1902, mainly theoretical. Action Socialiste, 1897, and L'Organisation Socialiste de France. L'Armée Nouvelle, no date. In addition he edited, and partly wrote, the Histoire Socialiste. La Révolution Française, published in installments from 1879 to 1900. George's contributions were republished separately by A. Matthews in 1922-4. Many articles scattered through various periodicals. Revue Socialiste, Movement Social. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 451. Ist, Humanite, Petite Republique, Matin, Revue de Paris have not yet been collected and republished. An edition of George's works by M. Boniface appeared in 9 volumes from 1931 onwards, but was not completed. George's last years were overshadowed by the approach of war, which aroused anxiety throughout the European socialist movement. He was shot dead by a nationalist fanatic in a Paris cafe on July 31, 1914, the last day of the 19th century. He was certainly one of the liveliest and most versatile minds in the socialist movement, interested in all aspects of public life and culture. Although frequently attacked both by socialists and by others, according to most accounts, he aroused friendly feelings in all those whom he met personally. 3. The metaphysics of universal unity. Unlike most socialist leaders except Lassalle, George was also a philosopher in the professional sense of the word. His thesis De la Réalité du Monde Sensible shows no trace of Marxist influence but is inspired by Neo-Kantian ideas and, particularly by Jules Lassalle. This does not mean that it is irrelevant to his activity as a writer and politician. On the contrary, it serves as a metaphysical background to the latter, but at the same time it illustrates the unorthodoxy of his view of Marxism. It was not Marxist studies that led him to socialism, but moral motivations that he shared long before he had heard of Marxism. Marxism to him was not a philosophy or a metaphysic, but the theoretical expression of the socialist movement, and he was never a Marxist in the sense of expecting the doctrine to provide a key to all human problems. His philosophical Eichel magnum opus, couched in the diffuse rhetorical style of the École Normale, is an attempt to reconcile almost every conflicting metaphysical standpoint and to show that all of them are basically right, but each is incomplete in the light of his universal theory of being. It expresses a kind of evolutionary pantheism, which, however, does not sacrifice individual being to the absolute but defends the rights of subjectivity amid the general trend of the universe towards final unity. When Jaurès tackles the classic problem of the primacy between sense and intellect in the act of perception, he adopts a kind of polar Kantianism, as sensual qualities present themselves in permanent associations. The mind is constrained to regard objects as substances, and the idea of substance is present in every mind, including the minds of those philosophers who declare there is no such thing. Certainly the mind would not have evolved the idea of the substantial unity of objects if this were not suggested to it by sensual perception, but the latter could not of itself give rise to the idea of substance, which is due to the operation of the intellect. In this sense the real and the intelligible are one and the same. However, Jaurès goes beyond this purely epistemological standpoint and 4.52 main currents of Marxism develops a positive metaphysic over and above the Kantian critique. The mind does not create the organization of the universe, but neither does it simply reflect that organization as a result of perception. The perception of the order that pervades all being is possible only because the mind is itself a part of that order, a product, and a co-author of it. The different forms and levels of universal organization combine in a single purposeful whole. The astral system, chemical compounds, the organic world, and the world of mankind are all part of a rational evolution towards divine harmony and unity. At the highest level of being, thought, and reality are the same. The mind coalesces with the universe. This ultimate unity is a condition of the meaning of every particle of real ity, and it also determines that meaning. There is no such thing as chance, which term only signifies the mind's perplexity in the face of events that spring from multiple causes. But to explain the meaning of existence it is not sufficient to reject the idea of chance, nor even, and here Jaurès parts company with Leszek, to accept the view that all change is for a purpose. There must also be a category of progress to which all events contribute after their fashion, and this is not contained in the idea of purpose as such. Progress implies a distinction between potentiality and actuality. The reality of each particular event is then determined not merely by its cause or even its purpose in relation to other events, but also by the part it plays in the progressive realization of the absolute, the rational movement towards final harmony. Reality is the absolute. As it lives and develops, human reason perceives the meaning of evolution and thus helps to cause it, so does the act of understanding in which sense is revealed. Thus, strictly speaking, there is no primacy of truth or reason as opposed to being, for in the last resort they are one and the same. Being affirms itself by taking on intellectual form. Examining in turn the various elementary forms of the mental and physical world, Jaurès tries to show the meaningfulness of all that we experience with the mind and senses, but always from an eschatological point of view. For instance, he puts the question why there are three dimensions, and replies that this is so that the postulate of freedom can be realized in the physical world. If there were only one dimension, change could only take the form of movement, forwards or backwards, and from a teleological point of view this would mean a simple increase or decrease of the distance to the ultimate goal, i.e. slavish virtue or absolute wickedness. Freedom, however, requires the possibility of a departure from the straight path in the direction most opposed to it, i.e. at right angles to the original line. Moreover, freedom also requires that there be an infinite number of lines at right angles to the original one, i.e. that there be three dimensions. These three are both necessary and sufficient, expressing in the order of spatial extension the infinite freedom of infinite activity. De la Réalité du monde sensible, p. 32. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 453. The starting point of Jaurès' metaphysical system is self-identical being. Not, he emphasizes, the idea of being, i.e. being as understood by Parmenides and Hegel. All forms of partial existence are related to being in a manner that is not specifically defined, but in which there is no place for a distinction between real and apparent existence. Everything that seems to be an appearance or illusion exists in its own way, more particularly human subjectivity. Even dreams are not mere illusion, they are perceived, and therefore have a reality of their own. Consciousness does not reduce being to an illusion, nor is it itself an illusion or a mere fleeting manifestation of being. On the contrary, it can as Descartes observed arrive at the fact of being by merely contemplating itself, and in so doing it shows that its own existence is not merely a fact, but a necessity. Impressions are no less real, though they are real in a different way, than the physical movements that are their objective counterpart. The evolution of being comprises everything, gives it a meaning and in some sense justifies it. It tends towards perfect unity, but not so as to destroy the wealth of diversity in which being is manifested. That unity is God, of whom it may be said that he is above the world, but also, in a sense, that he is the world. He is the self in every self, the truth in every truth, the consciousness in every consciousness. The human mind needs God and finds him in spite of the sophists, just as it needs justice and finds it in spite of the skeptics. Faith is not a sign of weakness or ignorance. On the contrary, those who have no faith or do not feel the need for it are mediocrities. Jaurès' thesis does not appear to have been influenced by Hegel, though in some respects it shows Hegelian tendencies, in particular the idea that the act by which being is apprehended must be regarded as itself a moment or aspect of the development of being. In other words, thought does not turn being into an illusion, nor is it merely a passive reflection of it, but, by understanding the evolution of being, it acts as a necessary co-author and sharer in that evolution. Jaurès, when he wrote his principal thesis, does not seem to have known the phenomenology of mind. In his second dissertation he mentions Hegel's philosophy, but only in regard to the state. The general idea of the fundamental unity of all being seems to have taken shape in his mind under the influence of Spinoza and the French neo-Kantians. But his evolutionary conception of the absolute, which so strikingly recalls the pantheism of the Christian neo-Platonists, was probably worked out independently rather than borrowed from tradition. Today it also brings to mind the cosmology and cosmogony of Thiele. Hard to chart in. The importance of Jaurès' metaphysical pantheism does not lie in the field of Marxist theory, on which it had no influence whatever, but in the fact that it led him to embrace socialism and that he never departed from it in later years. On many occasions, in more or less popular writings, he returned to the ideas expressed in his doctoral thesis. In an article in the 4.54 Main Currents of Marxism, Dépêche de Toulouse of October 15, 1890, at the time of the thesis itself, he summed up his social and religious hopes in a vision of the triumph of socialism and of universal concord, joy, and human dignity. In that day, men will understand the profound meaning of life, whose secret aim is the harmony of all minds and forces and of every individual freedom. They will understand his story better and will love it more, for it will be their own history, as they will be the heirs of the whole human race. And they will understand the universe better too, for, as they behold the triumph of mind and spirit in humanity, they will soon realize that the universe out of which humanity is born cannot be fundamentally brutal and blind, that there is soul and spirit everywhere, that the universe itself is nothing but an obscure, infinite yearning and progress towards harmony, beauty, freedom and goodness. In a speech in the chamber in favor of secular education, on February 11, 1895, George declared that he understood the new generation which sought to reconcile naturalism and idealism with the aid of Spinoza and Hegel, for he himself could not accept the doctrine that the explanation of the universe lay in matter, sed supreme incognito. Nor could he regard the great religions as the result of mere calculation or deceit, although exploited for class purposes. They had their roots in human nature and were, so to speak, an appeal to the future which might be heard someday. In Socialism et Liberté, Socialism and Freedom, 1898, he returned to the same ideas. The future order would be a supreme affirmation of the rights of the individual, and would differ from Christianity in that it would not conceive of God as a transcendental ruler over mankind. But human minds would not be content with mere negation. Many socialists were tending towards idealistic monism, regarding the world as an integrated progress of man and nature towards final harmony. Socialism would unite men with one another, and all men with the universe. The advent of socialism will be like a great religious revelation. Will it not be a miraculous event when men and women who have grown up in the brutal obscurity of our planet attain justice and wisdom, when man by natural evolution rises above nature, that is to say above violence and conflict, when warring forces and instincts blend into a harmony of wills? And how can we forbear to ask ourselves whether there is not, at the root of all this, a secret of unity and kindliness that gives meaning to the world? A revolution of justice and goodness, carried out by that part of nature which we now call mankind, will be, as it were, a challenge and a signal to nature itself. Why should not the whole creation strive to free itself from inertia and confusion, since in the form of humanity it will already have achieved consciousness, enlightenment, and peace? Thus, from the height of its triumph, humanity will proclaim words of hope to reach the very depths of nature, and will give ear to the Book 2 ** The Golden Age 455. Voice of universal longing and expectation that will answer its cry. Culivres, ed. Bone. Nafis, 9 volumes, 1931-9. 6, 96-8. Similar thoughts are expressed in a lecture L4RTETLE Socialisme, 1900, and in other writings. In George's view, socialism is part of the universal trend towards harmony which gives a meaning to all the struggles and sufferings of which history is full. This, as he himself acknowledged, is a religious viewpoint, though pantheistic rather than Christian. It is as though George in his intellectual development unconsciously retraced the long road from Neoplatonic pantheism to Marxian soteriology, not only the step from Hegel to Marx, which was all Marx himself regarded as important, but the preceding stages as well. Marx, in his early writings, speaks, it is true, of a restoration of unity between man and nature, but in a different sense. Nature, to him, has no significance prior to that of mankind. It is not man who in his spiritual development reveals the spirituality of nature, its latent aspirations or unconscious goodness and wisdom. Rather, by exercising his own wisdom, man confers a human significance on nature. If the spirit is the work of nature, it does not therefore constitute a man-ive station of nature as spirit. In the same way, socialism is not the product of feeling, least of all an unconscious feeling by which the development of the universe is inspired and permeated. Marx could never have said that the revolution would take place in the name of justice and goodness, for these were not part of history and had no share in determining its meaning. George's belief in the purposeful harmony of the universe is of course foreign to Marxism. Although it was the cause of George becoming a Marxist, holding this belief, he considered that in the last resort there was no conflict between scientific knowledge of the world and the religious faith of pantheism. His attitude to religion was not that of St. Simon's followers, who in effect accepted the basic doctrine of Christianity. But George believed, it would seem, that historical soteriology was of no value except as part of a universal soteriology of being. Like most pantheists, he believed in universal salvation and the ultimate reconcilability of all things, i.e. the non-reality of evil, for the directing forces of history. As in general metaphysics, so in the philosophy of history George sought to reconcile two apparently opposite concepts, those of historical idealism and Marxism. In the preface to the Socialist History of the Revolution he argued that while history has economic foundations, economic forces act on human beings who impart to history the variety of their passions and ideas, living not only on a social but on a cosmic plane. Certainly the evolution of ideas depends in some measure on that of economic forms, but that dependence does not. 456 main currents of Marxism explain everything. Marx himself had believed that humanity in future times would be able to determine the course of its own development. This was not yet so, but even today superior souls were able to rise to freedom, and the dignity of the spirit played an increasingly important part in history. Arguing thus, Jean Residential declared that his interpretation of history was materialist with Marx and mystical with Michelet as the historian of France and especially of the Revolution. Michelet was an important figure to George in that he emphasized the role of collective inspiration in bringing about great events. In his critical writings George often takes a similar line to many of his contemporaries. For instance, he opposes the interpretation of historical materialism according to which every detail of history can be fully explained by the development of technology causing changes in the system of ownership, production, and exchange, and hence in class relationships and the whole ideological superstructure. In a lecture of February 1900 on Bernstein and the evolution of socialist method he states that particular branches of human spiritual activity have their own logic and are in some degree independent of economic processes. In Socialism and Freedom he writes, just as a weaver, although bound by the shape of his loom, is able to weave fabrics of varying design and color, so history, with the same equipment of economic forces, can fashion human destiny in various ways. The economic form conditions all human activities, but that is not to say they can be deduced from it. In many other passages he makes clear, however, that he is concerned with more than Engels' relative independence of the superstructure. He also holds that human history must be understood as a process of the steadily increasing prevalence of ideal values and their influence on events. There is no place for this idea in Marx's historiosophy, even as diluted by Engels. In the preface to a book by Benoit Malin, George observes that in spite of all conflicts human beings have an instinct of mutual sympathy that expresses itself in religion and philosophy and, most fully of all, in the working class movement. In a lecture of December 1894 on the idealistic and materialistic views of history, he says that historical development arises from the conflict between man and the use that is made of him, and that this development will come to an end when man is used according to what he is. Humanity thus realizes itself in economic forms that conflict less and less with its own idea. And in human history there is not only necessary evolution, but also an ideal sense and a purposeful direction through all the moral changes due to the pressure of economic forces. Humanity preserves an unchanging impulse and an undying hope of rediscovering itself. There is no conflict between materialism and historical idealism. History is affected by mechanical laws, but it also reflects a moral urge and an ideal law. Recalling Marx's critique of Bentham, George observes that Marxism itself would be meaningless if it were a mere description of indifferent history. Book 2 * The Golden Age 457. Cal necessities, and not also an affirmation of the human values enshrined in socialism. It would be contrary to common sense to suppose that the socialist idea could assert itself automatically, without the aid of human faith and enthusiasm. Capitalism, it is true, prepares the way for socialist forms of life, and draws the lines of the future state, but we cannot confer the stamp of natural necessity on historical evolution. Socialism would not exist without the forces set in motion by capitalism in the form of technology, labor organization, and property, but it would also not exist if it were not for the conscious will of humanity, a thirst for freedom and justice, and inspired by the energy to transform the opportunities offered by capitalism into reality. In discussing the problem of socialism as historical necessity and socialism as a value, George does not resort to the typical categories of ethical socialism. 1. He does not put the question assuming that we know socialism to be the inevitable result of historical laws. How does it follow that we must approve its values? Unlike the Neo-Kantians, he rejects the dualism of what is and what ought to be, claiming to have overcome this by his pantheistic theory of development. Since the universe develops in accordance with ideal laws determined in the last resort by a future harmony, and since goodness, beauty, and love are not immanent in human history but are part of the creative surge of nature itself, while humanity brings to its fullness the divine potentiality of being, it follows that the apprehension by man of his future destiny is not a purely intellectual act, to be complemented by a subsequent act of moral approbation. The end to which mankind has aspired more or less consciously throughout history, and to which it still aspires, is not an arbitrary creation of the mind, it is the articulation of the aspirations of universal being. Men are part of nature not only as organisms but as creatures endowed with mind, feeling, and desires. Once they are aware of their own unity with the cosmos, their self-understanding is at the same time an acceptance of nature and of its necessities, which must be benevolent in their effect. There is no contradiction between the indifferent course of nature, subject to mechanical laws, and the rules of morality which must derive from sources other than theoretical knowledge. Hence there is no longer any duality or separation between that which is and that which ought to be. Marx too rejected the Kantian dualism, but not for the same reasons as Jaw. Rise. Marx believed that in the last phase of prehistory, in which the proletarian movement paved the way for a general revolution, the duality of necessity and freedom would disappear, as what was historically necessary would be carried out by free revolutionary activity. He believed that in this way he had overcome the Kantian dualism, but he did not thereby do away with the problem whether what was historically necessary was also good. The question why this should be so cannot in fact be answered, or even asked, within the framework. 458 Main currents of Marxism. Of Marx's views, because the fact, if such it is, that what is necessary is also good in this case is a contingent one. The historical necessity of socialism is not based on the proposition that it is good for mankind, nor can its value be deduced from its quasi-natural inevitability. The two aspects are logically and historically distinct, and each is accidental with respect to the other. There is no law which lays down that man must achieve liberation or unity with himself and nature. Historical necessity does not assure us a priori that man is not bound to endure slavery, poverty, and unhappiness forever. The fact that men desire to free themselves from these things does not prove that they will succeed, for history does not depend on human wishes. Hence, although the changes scheduled to take place in the last phase are due to revolutionary will, and not to anonymous laws, the efficacy of that will derives from objective circumstances and not from the fact that it stands for justice and freedom. In this sense it can be said that the ultimate beneficence of historical necessity is a matter of chance. It happens to be the case that the laws of history favor the accomplishment of what human beings regard, or will regard, as satisfying their desires, and that the same end will, independently of their wishes, in fact constitute the fulfillment of human nature. George is concerned to avoid this element of contingency, because his vision of universal harmony leaves no room for a necessity which is devoid of purpose or neutral as between good and evil. In his view, intelligence and the invincible force of goodness are constantly shaping the course of the entire universe. There is no stage of evolution at which the universe is a blind force that men can only exploit or curb for their own ends. In short, George believes that universal being desires the same ends as humanity does, and that this is so not by chance but because of man's place in the order of being and the fact that his desires and aspirations are the articulation of what the universe as a whole desires and aspires to. 5. Socialism and the Republic. It's easy to see how closely George's political reactions are linked with his philosophy. Believing as he did in the overall unity of history and the march of progress in all spheres of human life, he also held that the liberated society of the future would not be a radical negation of existing forms but a continuation and development of values that were already burgeoning. Thus he constantly reiterated, in one form or another, the view that socialism was the full realization of principles that were already discernible in history and especially in the 1789 revolution. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Constitution of 1793 contained in essence all the ideas of socialism, which only had to be developed to their proper conclusion, in particular, freedom, equality, and Jews. Ties must be extended from the political field to that of ownership and the SYS. Book 2 * The Golden Age 459. Tema production, and this was the proper meaning of socialism. The individual freedom guaranteed by the revolution did not apply to economic affairs, and privileges of ownership remained although political privilege had been swept away. In justice, every human being had an equal right to the enjoyment of all the resources accumulated by humanity since the beginning of time. As Marx had contended, under socialism accumulated labor should serve to enrich workers' lives, whereas under private ownership living labor only went to increase the accumulation of labor in the form of capital. The aim of socialism was to subordinate the achievements of the past to life in the present. As George wrote in an article on Socialism and Life, September 7, 1901, life does not cancel the past, but makes use of it. The revolution is a conquest, not a new rupture. But the logic of the Declaration of the Rights of Man was a dead let ter until the proletariat came on the political scene, and thus the plans of Saint Simon and Fourier had come to nothing. Since 1848 it was clear that the socialist order could not be created merely by dreams of justice but only by the organized working class putting an end to the contradiction between the political sovereignty of the people and its economic enslavement. The political republic must be turned into a social republic by the extension of democracy to the whole of economic life. The frequency with which Joris insisted that socialism was a continuation and not a negation of the Republican idea was partly due to his anxiety to refute the anti-socialist argument that collectivism was a denial of individual freedom, but partly also to the fact that, in France at least, socialists themselves were by no means unanimous on the point. The idea of socialism as the direct opposite of the existing order suggested that socialists wanted to destroy the bourgeois republic with its democratic institutions, or to replace the rule of bankers and capitalists by that of bureaucrats in charge of nationalized industry, a fear expressed in many quarters at this time, not least by the anarchists. Hence Joris insisted that individual human values were the sole criterion of the values of social institutions. Socialists relate the value of every institution to the human individual. It is he who, by asserting his will to free dom and development, confers strength and vitality on institutions and ideas. The individual is the measure of all things, the fatherland, the family, property, humanity, God himself. This is the logic of revolutionary thought. This is what socialism means, socialism and freedom. The collectivization of property would be a travesty of socialism if it meant that the political authorities were put in charge of the economy as well. If the politicians and administrators who already control the nation's diplomacy and armed forces were also given authority over the whole labor force, and if they could appoint managers at all levels in the same way as they now appoint army officers, this would confer on a handful of men such power as Asian despots never dreamt. 400 main currents of Marxism. For they controlled only the surface of public life and not the economy of their countries. Socialist organization. Socialists did not propose to strengthen the state as an instrument of coercion but, on the contrary, to place state institutions and production once more under the control of associated individuals. The abolition of classes meant the abolition of those private interests that fought for control of the administrative machine, and hence an end to its corruption and oppressive function. Everyone would be, in the same sense, a worker for the public good. There would be no separate caste or group of administrators tyrannizing over the public. Freedom to work and enjoy the fruits of one's labor, freedom of speech and the printed word, freedom of assembly, of the arts and sciences, all this could be guaranteed incomparably better by socialism than by a system where these freedoms were curtailed by the privileges of private ownership. There was no reason to fear that people would be reluctant to do unpleasant or laborious work. Rates of pay could take account of the nature of the job, and anyhow there might be people who felt a vocation to be dustmen. Nor should it be feared that producers would be deprived of initiative or that workers would lack incentive to increase and improve production, for it was easy to devise rewards for productivity and invention. In any case, production would not be wholly centralized. There would be increased scope for corporations covering different branches of production, and for municipal and regional bodies. Representative institutions, both on a national scale and on the basis of smaller geographical or industrial units, would ensure that the people as a whole were able to supervise the entire economy. Freedom would not be curtailed but greatly extended when the basic social functions of production and distribution were placed under public control. The state would remain in charge of public services which required to be administered from the center, but it would be a state of a different kind. Instead of private owners, as now, using the state's social functions for their own ends, the state would act for the benefit of society as a whole and would, as socialists had always maintained, cease to exercise political authority over individuals. It was not the purpose of socialism to impose on the public any particular idea of happiness, but to create conditions in which everyone could pursue his own happiness as he saw fit. Socialism preserved and maintained all the values that mankind had created over the centuries, and had no intention of sacrificing anything that would increase man's dignity, freedom, and energy or further the quest for harmony. In particular, contrary to what was often asserted, it did not seek to diminish the idea of nationality, to deprive people of a fatherland or of patriotic feelings. The famous remark on this subject in the Communist Manifesto was no more than a boutade. Now that the proletariat enjoyed universal suffrage and education, and had become a political power, it was absurd and insulting to suggest that it, Book 2 *, the Golden Age 461, did not form part of the existing state and nation, or that it must remain nothing until it became everything, so Joris declared in Chapter X of L. Army Nouvelle. It was indeed counter-revolutionary to assert that the proletariat did not belong to the patrie, for it meant denying the value of a day-to-day struggle, and of partial gains, without which there could be no final liberation. Since the revolution, the national and the democratic idea had been inseparable. The unity of a nation was not a matter of land ownership, as some pretended, but the natural, almost physical longing of human beings to live in a community larger than the family. The whole of mankind was too large a unit to satisfy that need. Socialism was not out to destroy patriotism but to enlarge it. Abstract internationalism, ignoring national differences, was a chimera. Mankind could only achieve unity by the federation of free nations. It was natural, therefore, that socialists defended the right of every nation to independence. The international character of the workers' movement in no way conflicted with patriotism or the desire to defend one's country against threats and aggression. The nation was not the primary object of socialism, which was concerned above all with individual freedom, but it was nevertheless an essential form of life without which socialism would wither away. It was impossible to imagine social liberation in conditions of national enslavement, or a socialist movement that did not operate on the national plane before it became international. Chauvinism, wars, aggression, and hatred were not part of the national idea but were a contractation of it. Socialism presupposed France and the French Republic, as it presupposed every other human value. As socialism thus laid claim to everything of value that the human race had ever produced, it may be said that in Joris's mind all such values were, consciously or otherwise, a contribution to socialism. He did not perhaps assert this in so many words, but he seems concerned to persuade everyone that they are really socialists at heart, and that if they attack socialism it is because they have not thought out their own ideas properly. Republicans, anarchists, Christians, intellectuals, patriots, all would be socialists if they reflected sufficiently on the best way of preserving the values that they hold most dear. In the past, as well as in the present, Joris is constantly discovering more or less conscious socialist tendencies, hampered by ignorance or inconsistency. In the French Revolution he finds them among the Bovists, Girondists, and Jacobins. In his Thesis on the origins of German socialism. He detects the germ of socialist ideas. At every point in the history of German idealism, beginning with Luther, the idea of Christian equality paved the way for that of civic equality, fighting against the tyranny of Rome. Luther taught his countrymen to fight tyranny of every kind. The Lutheran notion of freedom as circumscribed by the divine law is part of the critique of false freedom in the economic sphere. Kant and Fichte, 2, contributed to socialism by reconciling the freedom of the individual with 462 main currents of Marxism, the authority of the state and its right to control economic affairs. Even Kant's idea that property is a precondition of citizenship was consistent with socialism, in the sense that wage laborers who own nothing are not full citizens. Fichte's Geschlossener Handelsstaat embodied a kind of moral socialism, for it involved the social regulation of production in the common interest of its citizens. Hegelian philosophy was another source of socialism, especially when it distinguished abstract freedom, which was no more than individual caprice, from freedom governed by reason and universal law. Perfect freedom was not, as the liberals claimed, freedom short of injuring others. Its true definition implied that freedom of the individual, instead of separating people, involved universal aspirations. Hegel came close to socialism when he defended the organic unity of a society in which individual values are preserved and subjected to the law of reason. Finally, Lassalle and Marx resolved the contradiction between the moral and historical interpretations of socialism, reconciling Fichte and Hegel, and especially in Lassalle's case discovering eternal justice in the dialectical movement of the world. Socialism could not become a live movement until there was an active, self-conscious working class to uphold its values. But, as Marx had shown, socialism was in the interest of all mankind and not only of the workers. It was even in the interest of today's exploiters, sick men refusing to be cured, who were victims of the system despite their privileges. When communism arrived, the children of today's bourgeoisie would not only see in it the negation of what their fathers had done, they would also realize that the bourgeois themselves, by their bold and energetic improvement of technology, had unconsciously prepared for the liberation that would bring their endeavors into harmony with those of the revolutionary proletariat. Since every human being was an anima naturaliter socialista, it was right and necessary for socialists to appeal to human values of all kinds and not only those peculiar to the present situation of the proletariat. The revolution could not, without self-contradiction, be the work of a minority or the result of a coup d'état, even if this were technically possible. The changes involved by socialism would be far more profound than those of the bourgeois revolution, and they could not be brought about without the unequivocal support of a large majority of the population. General elections revealed the true strength of different groups in society and made a successful coup less and less likely. But in any case, socialism required the wholehearted cooperation of society, for it was not enough to overthrow the old order and then allow economic life to be governed by the free play of individual forces. The new organizational forms must be planned in advance and must embrace the whole system of production and distribution. Thus the revolution must be preceded by moral changes. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 463. That would arouse the socialist consciousness and inspire enthusiasm for the values of the new order. The socialists therefore must seek support among other classes, especially the farmers and petty bourgeoisie. Jors recalled that in Leszek's view the working class should be taken to include all those who lived wholly or mainly by the work of their hands, i.e. the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie as well as the industrial proletariat. Moreover, Liebknecht maintained, the socialist party should be more interested in whether its members professed socialist ideas than in whether they were wage earners. If the movement were based exclusively on the industrial proletariat, it could not become a majority or achieve its aims. It must be a movement of the whole people other than the nobility, clergy, and upper bourgeoisie, who together formed only a small percentage of society. Jors thought on similar lines. Socialism, by its universal ity, would attract almost the whole people, and the socialist revolution, unlike the bourgeois one, could therefore be accomplished without violence, blood, shed, or civil war. Cooperation with the bourgeoisie and bourgeois parties on particular issues was possible and desirable not only on tactical grounds but because the spirit of cooperation was the guiding principle of socialism. We want a revolution, said Jors in a lecture on Bernstein's views. But we do not want everlasting hatred. If, for the sake of some great cause, trade unions, cooperatives, art, or justice, even bourgeois justice, we can get the bourgeoisie to march with us, how strong we shall feel when we can say to them, what a joy it is that those who were divided by hatred and mistrust can join forces even in a temporary fashion, for a single day, and how much more sublime and lasting will be our joy at the final encounter of all mankind. What we wish, is that the Socialist Party should be the geometrical locus of all great causes and all great ideas. This does not mean that we are abandoning the fight for social revolution. On the contrary, we are arming ourselves in strength, dignity, and pride so that the hour of revolution may strike all the sooner. Bernstein et Evolution de la Method Socialist, February 10, 1900, Evers, 6. 139-40. This was the theoretical basis of Joris's activity in regard to the Dreyfus case, and also his attitude to the controversy over ministerialism. Many French socialists of the Ouvrier persuasion took the view that the affair was a quarrel among bourgeois, with a member of the military caste as its protagonist, and was therefore no concern of the socialist movement. Guesde did not share this view and took a similar line to Jors at the outset, but he afterwards came to think that the party should not commit itself to the defense of a single individual in the opposing camp, as its proper task was to stand up for the whole oppressed working class, the bourgeois intrigues of which Dreyfus was a victim. 464 main currents of Marxism were not a good reason for abandoning the class struggle. The opposing arguments of Guesde and Jors were subsequently published in the pamphlet Two Methods, 1900. Guesde's position was summed up in the contention that the proletariat should be guided solely by its own class egoism, since its interests are identical with the ultimate, universal interests of the whole human race. There has been and can be no change in society until capitalist ownership is abolished. We do not believe in negotiations. The class struggle excludes agreements between classes. The revolution is only possible if you remain yourselves, a class against a class that has never known, and is determined to avoid, the divisions that exist in the world of capital. Jors, on the contrary, held that the universal character of the proletariat's struggle was not something that only came into play after the revolution, but that it must manifest itself here and now, in all matters, in order that the revolution might come about. The proletariat, as an oppressed class, was already the mouthpiece of universal justice and the ally of all who had justice on their side, even if they were not its allies on other issues. It must therefore join forces, in the present case with those sections of the bourgeoisie who stood for progress against reaction. It must defend the secular state against clericalism. Even though this was the cause of the bourgeois radicals as well as its own, it must defend the republic against monarchists, and the cause of justice even when the victim was a member of the opposing camp. A similar issue was raised in a more doubtful form by the Milrand affair. The latter's opponents maintained that his action in joining a bourgeois government was a deception of the working class, as it suggested that the proletariat already shared in political power. Moreover, the socialist movement would be compromised if one of its leaders shared responsibility for the acts of a bourgeois regime which he could not prevent and which were bound to be in the interest of the exploiting classes. Georges replied that Millerand's act in joining the government would certainly not induce the latter to change its course, basically, but it nevertheless bore witness to the strength of the socialist movement, and the latter's struggle against militarism and the reaction was aided by temporary alliances with the more progressive elements of the bourgeoisie. The controversy brought to light two fundamentally different approaches to the idea of the political independence of the proletariat, and it also revealed the ambiguity of this idea in the context of the parliamentary activity of the socialist movement. There was a strong tradition, for which it was easy to find support in Marx's writings, in favor of treating the proletariat as for an enclave in bourgeois society, a class for which there could be no partial liberation but which was destined to overthrow the entire political establishment, and could therefore not ally itself with any of the other hostile classes. But this exclusivism could not be consistently maintained in a situation in which social. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 465. His parties took part in parliamentary life and secured improvements in the condition of the working class by legislative means. Every improvement of this kind was to some extent an improvement of capitalism, and if Geste consistently believed in his own principle that such improvements should be left to the capitalists, he ought not to involve the Socialist Party in parliamentary life, or the struggle for immediate economic and legislative gains. The revolution. Aries syndicalists were more consistent in this respect, but by the same token, they had no hope of influencing conditions in France. In any case, once the principle of attempting to reform capitalism had been accepted, it was impossible to draw an exact dividing line between tactical cooperation with other parties and an opportunist policy of grafting socialism onto the existing order. Georges was far from holding that the political independence of the proletariat was of no consequence. Arguing in general support of Kolakowski against Bernstein, he accused the latter of submerging the proletariat among the other classes on the ground that both the working class and the bourgeoisie were far from being homogeneous. This was fallacious, Georges claimed, as there was a clear distinction between the haves and the have-nots. These two basic classes were radically opposed, but socialists need not be afraid of temporary alliances, provided they kept in mind that their ultimate objective was not to improve the present system but to transform it. Socialism was unthinkable except as an achievement of the working class, and the hopes of such men as Fourier, Louis Blanc, and Owen could only be idle dreams. But and this perhaps is the kernel of the dispute between Georges and the exclusivists. The working class was building elements of socialism within the capitalist system. Georges seems to have had no doubt that the final transformation of society could only come about by revolution, but he did not understand this as entailing an act of violence or civil war. By revolution he meant simply the radical transformation of the property-owning system in a socialist sense. The proposition that socialism can only come about by revolution thus becomes a tautology. Georges failed to notice this, and dismissed the question as to what form the revolution would take as a barren speculation relating to the unforeseeable future. But on this argument the revolution might take the form of a gradual evolutionary change from capitalism to socialism, although Georges seems to have denied this possibility. In his view, socialism was taking shape within capitalism in many ways, thanks in particular to the workers' growing historical sense and power of self-organization, but also to democratic reforms in the working class interest, universal education, labor laws, improved living standards, the secularization of public life, and the effect of unions and cooperatives in curbing exploitation. The ultimate goal of socialism was distinct from these reforms, but the latter were more than a mere process of training for the decisive battle. They constitute the objective foundations of a socialist society, and it was not clear there. 466 Main currents of Marxism. 4. Why they should not in course of time lead, in a continuous and gradual progress, to the achievement of the goal. 6. Georges' Marxism. Georges did not consider himself a revisionist, although he often emphasized his debt to French socialist sources independent of Marxism. He defended against Bernstein the idea of the political independence of the proletariat, and he upheld the Marxian dialectic as a theory of natural evolution whereby one social formation engenders another as the result of its internal contradictions. A belief in this natural movement of history was necessary to an oppressed class, giving it faith in the success of its efforts. Georges accepted the Marxian theory of exploitation as the appropriation of the unremunerated part of the working man's labor, and the Marxian theory of value as a piece of social metaphysics, though not as a theory of prices. The idea that socialism is the cause of all humanity and not of the working class alone, but that it is the latter's mission to bring socialism about, is of course one of the traditional pillars of Marxist doctrine. It is also consistent with this idea to hold, though perhaps no one did so as emphatically as Georges, that the value of socialism resides ultimately in its effect on the spiritual development of every human individual. What essentially divides Georges from Marxism is his belief in continuous and universal progress. Apart from the pantheist metaphysic which treats historical progress as part of a universal soteriology of being, the progress in which Georges puts his trust applies to all periods of history and every aspect of civilization. The future salvation and absolute unity of the world are not, as he foresees them, the result of a violent historical break but of a gradual improvement in every sphere, especially that of political and legal institutions. Marx, it is true, did not limit progress to technological change, but expected that the victorious proletariat would take over from bourgeois society its scientific and, in part at least, its artistic achievements. He also believed that past history was a preparation for socialism, especially in the technique and organization of labor. But he did not believe in a gradual and irreversible build-up of socialism through the ages, with social and legal ideas and institutions steadily approximating to the perfection that would supervene after a final upheaval. This, however, is precisely what Georges seems to have believed in, justifying in this way his whole idea of contracting alliances on all hands, his appeals to all social classes, and his role of a universal conciliator. Georges did not accept the Marxian vision of progress using evil as a necessary instrument, and the Hegelian tragedy of his story was quite alien to him. His philosophy of history, as we have seen, combined in a coherent whole the notion of socialism as the salvation of the world, with that of socialism as the result of an imminent historical trend, whereas in Book 2 The Golden Age 467, Marx's theory these two were contingent with regard to each other. But Georges' consistency is achieved at the cost of a prophetic optimism which enables him to believe that the future world of universal unity will absorb the whole of past history, and that it will one day be seen that no human labor has been in vain. No effort of the spirit has spent itself against the indifference of nature. His socialism and his metaphysic of salvation sprang from his love of the world and of his fellow men. If this last statement is an appraisal, it relates to George as a human being, but not to the analytical coolness of his mind. 6. Paul Lafargue, A Hedonist Marxism. Lafargue is certainly one of the principal scriptors minors of the Marxist canon. By the orthodox of the present day he is treated with the respect due to a minor authority. As the co-founder, with Guesde, of the French Socialist Party. As a polemicist against anarchists, Christians, and Jours, as a propagandist of Marxism, and finally as Marx's friend and son-in-law, he fully merits a place in the second rank of the Marxist pantheon. True, his Marxism was highly simplified, and it is hard to find anything in his writings that could be called a development of the doctrine. But of all French Marxist writers he was closest to German orthodoxy, and in his day this was the touchstone of doctrinal purity. Paul Lafargue, 1842–1911, was a planter's son from Cuba. His father was partly Negro, and he had Indian blood on his mother's side. When he was a boy, the family came to France, where he was educated. He studied medicine at Paris, but was expelled from the university for socialist activities, after which he went to London and took his degree in 1868. In the same year he married Marx's daughter Laura. Returning to France at the end of 1868, he took up journalism and practiced as a doctor. He was a member of the Commune and, after its defeat, fled to Spain, where he was active in the small socialist party led by Pablo Iglesias. At the end of 1872 he returned to London, where he stayed for 10 years. He made his living as a photographer, wrote articles and pamphlets, and helped Marx and Guesde to draw up the French party program. After the amnesty for the communards he returned to France in the spring of 1882. Worked as a civil servant, and was an active propagandist of Marxism. He wrote extensively, gave lectures in the provinces, and assisted Guesde as party leader. In 1891 he was elected to the chamber. He and Laura committed suicide, not from despair but in order to escape the onset of senile decay. As a writer and theorist, Lafargue was a gifted and versatile dilettante, one of many examples in the history of Marxism. His articles and pamphlets popularized a certain style which, like that of Plekhanov, contributed to diluting the intellectual values of Marxism. He wrote on almost every branch of social science, philosophy, history, ethnology, linguistics, religion, economics, and leader. _A criticism. He was not an expert on any of these subjects, but knew something about all of them at second hand. Like most Marxists he believed that as Marx 468. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 469. Had provided a universal key, it could be used by anyone to unlock the secrets of all sciences, however little particular knowledge he might possess. He also believed that he was contributing to the triumph of Marxism by discovering elements in non-Marxist works that seemed to confirm the truth of historical materialism by relating political and literary phenomena or social customs to this or that mode of economic production. He did not realize that it is easy to point to such relationships in large number, but that they do not prove Marx's general theory, any more than a theory of genetics can be established by accumulating instances of the likeness between parents and their children. In short, it cannot be said that Lafargue enlarged or improved upon Marx's doctrine in any way. Nonetheless he is of some importance in the history of Marxism, both because he did more than anyone else to make it known in France and because his writings, simplified as they are, brought into prominence an aspect of Marxism that is less evident in writers of a more serious stamp. He was one of the first to criticize literature in the Marxist spirit, and his amusingly malicious pamphlet on Victor Hugo is still quite readable. There is as yet no complete edition of Lafargue's writings. His most important works are Le Determinisme économique, La méthode historique de Karl Marx, 1907, a popular pamphlet Le Droit à la Paris, 1883, translated as The Right to be Lazy, 1907. Le Programme du Parti ouvrier, written jointly with Guesde, 1883, and a discussion with Jours on historical materialism, 1895. Lafargue's philosophical works do not go beyond popular sensationalism and the materialism of the Enlightenment. He lays great stress on the derivation of all abstract ideas from sensual perception, using the arguments of Locke, Diderot, and Condillac. He maintained that the Platonist idea that abstracts can be intuited independently of perception was not only false but socially reactionary, as it regarded man as something more than a physical being and thus opened the way to religious mystification. This was why the bourgeoisie, having fought Christianity under the banner of materialism and sensationalism, had dropped its old iconoclasm as soon as it achieved power, turning to an alliance with the Church and reinstating the Platonic Christian belief in supersensual cognition. Such had been the evolution of Maine, Byron and Cabanis, while the whole Romantic movement, from Chateaubriand onwards, was nothing but an attempt to reconcile the bourgeoisie with Catholicism. The bourgeoisie needed the fiction of eternal truth and supersensual knowledge in order to consecrate and perpetuate the social order that served its ends. Meanwhile the materialism of the Enlightenment was taken over by the proletariat, as a weapon against the ascetic morality preached by the Church in order to maintain class divisions and exploitation. Lafargue's realism is expressed in crude formulas similar to those of de la Mettrie, Cabot, NIS, or Molschat, i.e. to what Marxist tradition stigmatizes as vulgar materialism. 4,70 main currents of Marxism. He says, for instance, that the brain is an organ for thinking as the stomach is for digesting, recherche sur génétique evolution des idées de justice, du bien. Or that the brain transforms impressions into ideas as a dynamo transforms motion into electricity, discussion with Jours. The epistemological problem of the independent function of abstraction is not touched on in his writings. The only valid objection, in his opinion, to the views of the 18th century sensationalists is that the brain, thanks to the inheritance of acquired experience, has a disposition to assimilate abstract ideas and is therefore not a mere tabula rasa. An argument he frequently advances in favor of sensationalism is that etymology shows that terms denoting abstract ideas such as justice, goodness, and the other virtues, as well as the idea of number and all other universals, are all derived from the names of empirical objects or qualities apprehended by the senses. In his philosophical argumentation Lafargue is closer to Feuerbach than to Marx. A late Feuerbach, freed from any encumbrance of Hegelianism. Idealistic philosophy and the history of religion are nothing to him but a system of delusions and an instrument of class division. Unlike Marx, he sees no cognitive value in the history of idealism. As for the age-long controversy between sense and spirit, beginning with the opposition between Zeno the Stoic and Plato, it is simply the history of truth versus error. Religion is the projection of human passions, mores, and social conditions into a world of supernatural beings. The idea that a soul inhabits the body arises from primitive attempts to explain the nature of dreams. The existence of dream figures led men to imagine supernatural beings and deities and to conjecture that the soul was immortal. The belief in an incorporeal soul was characteristic of matriarchal society, and disappeared as the patriarchal system prevailed, but revived as the latter declined, thus preparing the way for Christianity. Elsewhere, in his commentary on the party program, Lafargue explains religion as being due to fear of the unbridled forces of nature. It is the reaction of primitive man, still half an animal, to his own helplessness in the face of elemental powers. As men succeed in extending their power over nature, so religion declines. It will disappear completely when the socialist revolution enables man fully to control the conditions of his own existence. In his treatment of economic determinism, Lafargue again simplifies Marxism out of all recognition. He understands by historical materialism, firstly, that there is in social development no pre-existing purpose or intention. Everything, including human behavior, is the effect of natural, ineluctable causality. Free will is a delusion. Men's acts are wholly determined by their natural circumstances or those they have created for themselves. In the man-made environment, changes occur most frequently in the mode of production, which Lafargue appears to identify with productive forces, or rather the whole Book 2, The Golden Age, 471. Productive apparatus. These changes inevitably bring about corresponding changes in social institutions and ideologies. If the latter are not completely identical in different societies at the same level of technology, it is because of differences in the natural environment. In general, however, Lafargue agrees with Vico, who observed that all human societies go through the same phases of development. Matriarchate, patriarchate, slave-owning, feudalism, capitalism. All human communities pass through these stages on the way to communism, and the last is as necessary as its predecessors. The starting point of social development is primitive communist equality, in which the ideas of justice and property are unknown, as are moral restrictions of all kinds. Along with other stereotypes of the Enlightenment, Lafargue to some extent revived the myth of the noble and contented savage, which was unusual among Marxists of his day, though traces of it can be found in Engels. In almost all respects, he maintained in physical development, happiness, and purity of soul primitive men were on a far higher level than those of today. It has been proved that men and women in communities felt neither jealousy nor parental affection. They lived polygamously, the woman having as many husbands as she pleased and the man as many wives as he could. Travelers tell us that all these people lived in a state of greater contentment and fellowship than do the members of sad, selfish monogamous families. So Lafargue declares in the discussion with George, while in the right to be lazy he writes, consider the noble savage whom the missionaries of trade and the traders in religion have not yet depraved by Christianity, syphilis, and the dogma of labor, and then look at our wretched servants of the machine. The physical beauty and the noble bearing of members of primitive tribes, as yet uncorrupted by what Poppig calls the poisonous breath of civilization, arouses the admiration and amazement of European observers. Similarly, L. E. Play remarks that the tendency of the Bashkir people to indolence, the habit of reflection and the activity of nomadic life have endowed them with a subtlety of mind and judgment and a distinction of manner such as is seldom met with on the same social level in more developed civilizations. Lafargue, like most of his predecessors, held up the idyllic picture of primitive man in order to criticize industrial civilization rather than actually to start a back to nature movement. Nevertheless, not a few of the Arcadian clichés are present in his depiction of the future communist paradise. The perfect society is not to be an embodiment of the idea of justice, but one in which that idea has no meaning, since it is bound up with private property and the regulation of property relationships. In primitive communism, social life was subject to the instinct of revenge, which is rooted in biology. This lawless instinct was then transformed into a socially regulated system of retribution, but, as this was insufficient to settle all private accounts, the institution of private property, 4.72 main currents of Marxism, was created so that individual claims and rights could be satisfied without recourse to blows. This is how the idea of justice first arose. Its original purpose was to sanction existing social equality, but under the system of private property it began to sanctify privilege and thus became anti-human. As will be seen, Lafargue in effect reproduces Hobbes' theory of the social contract in the belief that he is offering a Marxist view of the rise of civilization. But, unlike Hobbes, he believes that the socialization of property to which capitalism is leading will restore mankind to a blessed state of innocence free from laws, claims, and obligations. This is perhaps especially clear in his controversy with Jors. The latter argued that in the interpretation of history, materialism and idealism can and must be reconciled, for, on the one hand, human ideals can only be realized by economic changes, while, on the other, men need ideals in order to recognize historical necessity as beneficial. Ratio. NAL ideas are known to us only as embodied in the world, equally. Whatever happens in the world is the embodiment of a rational idea. The life of the mind reflects economic phenomena, but at the same time economic change is in part due to moral forces present in the mind, the desire for unity, beauty, and juice. Ties act as Edes forces throughout the course of history. In short, we must acknowledge both the theory that evolution is causally determined and the idea that gives it meaning and sees in it the embodiment of values, whether as a means of understanding historical change or as a theory describing it. Idealism is not a rival to Marxian materialism but a complement to it. Lafargue's reply brings out clearly the irreconcilable conflict between two fundamentally different ways of thinking, or even mentalities, the naturalistic and the moralistic. There is, Law declares, no inherent purpose in historical evolution and no aspiration towards ideals as an efficient cause. For evolution is not a specifically human phenomenon. The human species came into existence not by any conscious intention but because men developed hands. All abstract ideas, and in particular moral values and the idea of justice, derive from sensual perceptions interpreted in accordance with dominant economic conditions. The ideas of justice, based on the notions of mine and thine, that cloud the minds of civilized human beings will vanish like a dream when that property gives way to common property. Recherche sur l'origine. The true, living ideal is not justice but peace and happiness, in a society in which everything belongs to all men. This is a modern version of the paradisal conditions of primitive communism, but only now will these aspirations become a reflection and counterpart of the actual course of economic change. Lafargue's picture of the new order is most clearly drawn in the right to be lazy. Men will be happy under communism because they will not have to work. In the past they have been taken in by bourgeois and clerical propaganda, telling them that work is meritorious in itself, but in fact work is a curse, and Book 2 *, The Golden Age 473. So is the love of work. All individual and collective woes are due to man's design for work. For the proletariat to realize its own strength, it must shake off the prejudices of Christian, economic and free-thinking morality. It must rediscover its natural instincts and proclaim that the right to idleness is a thousand times more sacred and noble than the rights of man devised by the metaphysical lawyers of the bourgeois revolution. It must firmly refuse to work more than 3 hours a day, and spend the rest of the 24 in repose and rev. Modern technology makes it possible to reduce labor to a minimum, while satisfying all human needs. Under communism there will be no need for international trade, as Europeans will consume their goods at home instead of exporting them to the ends of the earth, and therefore sailors, dockers and transport workers will be able to lead a life of leisure. The working class, like the bourgeoisie before it, will have to curb its taste for asceticism and develop its aptitude for consumption. Instead of the workers getting, at best, a small bit of tough meat every day, they will eat large juicy steaks. Instead of inferior wine mixed with water, they will drink bumpers of fine claret and burgundy. Water will be the drink of animals. In this way Lafargue, unlike Marx, envisages communism from the angle of consumption only. Marx, it is true, regarded the progressive shortening of the working day as a basic feature of the coming society, but he was thinking of men having to do less necessary work and enjoying more time for free creative activity. Communism in his eyes was not primarily an opportunity for carefree consumption but for self-fulfillment in action. For Lafargue it was more like the beta theleme, as he suggests in his introduction to the French Party program. Rabelais was a far-sighted man. He foresaw the communist society of the future, in which we shall produce more than we need and all will be able to consume as much as they like. Communism was a matter of liberating man's natural instincts from the inhibitions of a civilization based on private property. It was a true return to nature, to a life of natural inclination free from the trammels of morality. We may see from this how naive and trivial was Lafargue's interpretation of historical materialism, the Marxian theory of knowledge, and socialism itself. His writings, however, present one possible version of the simplified naturalism which quite commonly passed for Marxism in his day. Assuming that man's being is determined by inclinations due to his biological makeup, and that human history had tended to distort these rather than gratify them, it was reasonable enough to believe that social liberation would take the form of a liberation of natural instincts. This was likewise the principle of Fourier's socialism. The unique and specific character of human existence which played so large a part in Marxist theory was ignored in schemes like these. It was indeed hard to maintain on the basis that man was a product of evolutionary laws governing 4.74 main currents of Marxism, the whole of nature. This assumption, however, was not peculiar to Lafargue, but was current point among post-Darwinian Marxists. In his naive optimism and his consumption-oriented doctrine of communism, Lafargue expressed in simplified terms a possible variant of naturalist philosophy. His ideas were a popularized blend of 18th century sensationalism and the myth of the noble savage, of post-Darwinian evolutionism and Marxism, the latter serving rather to buttress 18th century ideals than to correct them. It is in this that the originality of his Marxism consists, if indeed he is to be regarded as a Marxist at all. Bill George Searle, a Jansenist Marxism. 1. The place of Searle. How far do Searle's writings belong to the history of Marxism? He was not a member of any political movement that claimed spiritual descent from Marx, and, although he took part in all the great polemics of his day, he did so from the outside as it were, so that the guardians of orthodox Marxism were not much concerned to refute his views. He kept aloof from political and party quarrels, and wrote no treatises on historical materialism. He did not consider himself an orthodox Marxist, and criticized both the master and his disciples, as he thought fit to do so. He remains vaguely associated with Italian fascism, as Mussolini and other ideologists for a time acknowledged him as a prophet of the movement. From the viewpoint of Marxism he may be considered an accidental oddity. At the outset of his literary career he had nothing in common with it, and his name hardly figures in the later development of the doctrine. At the time of his main writings, however, Searle not only considered himself a Marxist but believed that he could extract the core of Marxist philosophy, the class war and the independence of the proletariat, and oppose Marx himself to the whole body of contemporary orthodoxy, whether reformist or revolutionary. His unfulfilled ambition was to be the Luther of the Marxist movement, which he saw as corrupted by the struggle for power and privilege, as Rome had appeared to the German reformer in the guise of the whore of Babylon. He dreamt of a Marxism that would be morally and doctrinally pure. His own Zion, though it drew on a great variety of sources, was not a patchwork but an extremely coherent whole. He undoubtedly influenced the first ideologists of Italian communism, such as Antonio Gramsci, and also Angelo Tosca and Palmiro Togliatti. However, Searle differed from his Marxist contemporaries not merely by interpreting Marx in his own way, nor even by sometimes criticizing him, since this happened even to such fanatics of orthodoxy as Rosa Luxemburg. The main point of difference was that all the orthodox regarded Marxism as science, typically true in the same sense as, for instance, evolution or the quantum theory, whereas for Searle it was true in a pragmatic sense, as the ideological expression of a movement to liberate and rejuvenate the human race. That it 475 UE, main currents of Marxism, was true meant that it was the one irreplaceable instrument that history had put into the hands of the proletariat, though there was no guarantee that the proletariat would make successful use of it. Marxism was the truth of its own age in the same sense as early Christianity had been the hope of a fresh dawn for mankind, not a scientific account of history, a means of accurate prognosis, or a reliable source of information about the universe. At the present stage of history it was the instrument best calculated to put into effect the supreme values of humanity, but these values, in their substance and origin, owed nothing to Marxism. Hence Searle was free to change his mind about Marxism without changing his mind about values. He could be a Marxist or a nationalist and still remain faithful to the ideal in respect of which Marxism was only an instrument forged by history at a particular moment. From this point of view, even when most fervently devoted to Marxian philosophy, he was not a Marxist in the same sense as Kolakowski or Labriola, not because he construed the doctrine differently, but because he took a different view of its historical significance and was not afraid to interpret Marx in the light of quite other authorities such as Proudhon or Tocqueville, Bergson, or Nietzsche. He was one of the few who tried to adapt Marxism to the philosophical style of the neo-romantic era, 1 euro, to interpret it in a pragmatic and activist sense, with emphasis on psychology, factors and respect for the independent role of tradition, in a spirit radically opposed to positivism and rationalism. Searle's thoughts on social problems are dominated by the idea of greatness, dignity, heroism, and authenticity, and he treats the revolution, the proletariat, and the class war as historical instances of these supreme values. Radicalism and intransigence are in his eyes valuable for their own sakes, irrespective of object. He seems to approve everything in history that proceeds from strong Authentic impulses, disinterested fervor, lofty aspirations, and generous hopes. He respects the ardor of religious faith but despises religion when it appears in the form of scholasticism or politics or is tainted by calculation or a spirit of rationalism and appeasement. He is an enthusiast for the workers' movement as a revolt in the name of a great revivifying myth, but he scorns parliamentary maneuvers and the feebleness of half-hearted reformism. He rejects the tradition of anti-clericalism as a bridge between socialists and petty bourgeoisie radicals, but also as a hangover of 18th-century rationalism, with its optimistic faith in steady, inevitable progress. He opposes nationalism as a device for depriving the proletariat of its absolute separateness, but when estranged from the syndicalists, he turns towards nationalist radicalism with the same hope that made him a Marxist, namely that of recreating the world in its pristine image. In all struggles he is more interested in the heroism of the contendants than in who wins or who is in the right. The conquering spirit of the proletariat excites him more than the vision of socialism. When he joins the Book 2 * the Golden Age 477 proletarian movement, it is not for the sake of improving the lot of the oppressed, but because the surge of historic events promises a rebirth of greatness. He stands for the complete spiritual separation of the proletariat from the bourgeoisie and all its works. Different as Sarl's intellectual sources are, they form a coherent pattern in his work. His Jansenist upbringing no doubt gave him a dislike of any optimistic faith in the natural goodness of mankind, an easy triumph of good over evil, or the attainment of great ends at small cost. From the same source came his contempt for Jesuitical tactics of conciliation, his general intransigence, the all-or-nothing rejection of compromise, and the belief in a sharp distinction between the elect and the rest of the world. In opposition to the doctrine of automatic progress, he was attached to the tradition of radical Christianity, i.e., the Christianity of the martyrs. His technical education and work as an engineer instilled into him a cult of expertise and efficiency, a dislike of dilettantism and empty rhetoric, a conviction that it was production and not exchange that mattered, and an admiration for capitalism in its early, ruthless, expansionist forms, before it was contaminated by philanthropy and the spirit of compromise. From Marx he learned to believe that the revolution that would restore society was to be carried out by the proletariat, a clearly differentiated class of direct producers, obliged to sell their labor power and embodying the hope of a total revolution that would liberate mankind. The basic tenets of Sarl's Marxism are class war, contempt for utopianism, a literal belief in the abolition of the state, and the expectation of a total revolution carried out by the proletariat alone, in isolation from the rest of society. Guillaume Battista Vico contributed the notion of ricorso, the cyclical return of mankind to its own forgotten sources. The proletarian revolution was to be a reversion of this kind, a rediscovery of the primal values rooted in tribal morality. Another influence was Proudhon, from whom Sarl learned to regard socialism as primarily a moral question, that of breeding a new type of man, the pro-duce ethic, and to consider the proletariat as a kind of race apart, called on to divide the world between itself and all the rest. The importance Sarl attaches to family and sexual morality in social life is due to Proudhon, as is the habit of characterizing socialism in terms of justice and dignity rather than welfare. Bergson was the chief philosophical exponent of the style of thought that dominates the work of Sarl, the opposition between global intuitive perception and analytical thought, which in Sarl takes the particular form of opposing myth to utopia. Bergson also provided Sarl with the conceptual means of contrasting scientific determinism, combined with a belief in the predictability of social processes, with the idea of unforeseeable spontaneity. In 478 Main Currents of Marxism edition, Sarl derived from Bergson a conviction of the inexpressibility of the concrete, which enabled him to protect his idea of the myth against rational argument. The influence of Nietzsche is clearly felt in Sarl's cult of greatness, his hatred of mediocrity, and of party huckstering in political life. The great exponents of liberal conservatism, Tocqueville, Taine, Renan, exercised a strong influence on Sarl in his early period, and to some extent in his Marxist phase as well. From them he learned to approach politics soberly, to perceive the corruption of democratic institutions and the interests that underlay humanistic rhetoric. From these authors too he imbibed an understanding of early Christianity, the revolution, and the ancien regime. From these various sources of inspiration, Sarl created an ideological whole, which shattered traditional agglomerations of values and combined ideas in a different way from any of his predecessors. It was as a Marxist that he stood up for values traditionally associated with the right, the dignity of marriage and of the family, tribal solidarity, honor and tradition, customary law, and the sanctity of religious experience. As a writer he paid little attention to coherence and structure and was more of an apostle than a controversialist. His thoughts appeared to develop without a plan, gropingly as it were, but always in accord dance with certain ruling tendencies and values. His works make laborious reading, not because they are obscure but because they lack literary unity. Sometimes he begins by stating a problem and then plunges into digressions, long quotations, aggressive polemics, and violent challenges, in the course of which he seems to forget the point at issue. As a writer he stood far above the orthodox Marxists, but he had insufficient command over his talent. His polemical ardor and lack of logical discipline make it especially hard to summarize his thought, but some recurrent themes can be clearly identified. Berezovsky, himself a writer of a similar kind, thought this spontaneity and lack of preconceived system a great merit in Sarl. The latter's style is reminiscent of Bergson's creative evolution, developing in obedience to a governing tendency but without a predetermined goal. The easiest way to present, or represent, Sarl's thought in a systematic fashion is to list in parallel columns the ideas and values which he opposed or criticized and those which he advocated. This produces a result on the following lines. Utopianism, Marxist historical realism. Epistemological rationalism, Bergsonian intuition and thinking in terms of wholes. Sociological rationalism, respect for tradition. Determinism, spontaneity. Happiness, dignity and greatness. Book 2 registered. Political socialism. Dilettantism. Cult of the French Revolution. Reform. Belief in progress. Interclass alliances. Politics and power. Optimism. Intellectuals and politicians. Political parties. Political revolution. Utopia. Democracy. Consumer morality. Scholastic religion. The Golden Age 479. Syndicalism. Professionalism. Cult of early Christianity. Revolution. Voluntarism, individual responsibility. Separateness of the proletariat. Production and the organization of production. Pessimism. The proletariat. Working class syndicates. General strike. Myth. Freedom. Producer morality. The religion of mystics and martyrs. Decadence, ricorso, a return to the sources. Social sciences, the activist myth. The state, an association of producers. This set of antitheses may seem strange to anyone acquainted with the stereotypes and conceptual associations of classical Marxism, but Searle's posing tip values, taken together, define his polemical attitude with great clarity. He was opposed to contemporary socialist politicians, the leaders of the International, who in his eyes were a mere band of self-seekers out to enjoy the flesh pots of office once they had wrested them from the bourgeoisie. Jors, in particular, he pilloried in almost all his writings as a symbol of petty bourgeois socialism seeking to win over the bourgeoisie in order to appease the proletariat, to destroy the idea of the class struggle, and to introduce a new system of privilege on the basis of a spurious unity. 2. Biographical outline. Georges Sard was born of bourgeois parents at Cherbourg in 1847. He studied at the École Polytechnique and became an engineer in the department de Pensée et Chaussées, where he worked until 1892. His first writings were published shortly before he retired: Le Procès de Socrate, 1889, Contribution. L'étude profane de la Bible, 1889, La Ruine du Monde Antique, 1888. In about 1893 he became interested in Marx and afterwards in an anti-political syndicalist movement based in part on Proudhonist and anarchist traditions, its chief organizer being Fernand Pelletier. In 1898 Searle published Elevator Socialiste Syndicates, later reissued as part of Materials ad un théorie du proletariat, 3rd edition 1919. This was the first attempt at a theoretical analysis of the experience of the syndicalist movement developing independently of the 480 main currents of Marxism, socialist parties and even in opposition to them. In the 18G0s Searle wrote for L'Air Nouvelle and Devenir Social, where in 1895-6 he published studies of Durkheim and Vico. Active in the defense of Dreyfus, he was disillusioned to find that the socialist Dreyfusards exploited the affair for purely party ends. Bernstein's work to some extent led him to criticize orthodox Marxism, but his own objections soon developed along quite different lines. Although basically opposed to reformism, he continued to admire and respect Bernstein, and agreed wholeheartedly with his contention that the policy of the German socialists had nothing to do with their revolutionary program. As time went on, he became increasingly severe in his criticism of the Socialist Party, parliamentary democracy, and what he called political socialism as opposed to syndicalism. His chief Marxist writings are Reflections sur la violence, Reflections on Violence, 1908 and later, enlarged editions, Les Illusions du Progrès, 1908, Materiaux d'une théorie du prolétariat, 1908, essays dating from 1898 onwards, and La Decomposition du Marxisme, 1908. The first two of these originally appeared in serial form in Le Mouvement Socialiste, edited by Hubert Lagardelle. The fourth edition of Reflections sur la Violence, 1919, contains an appendix with an enthusiastic defense of Lenin and the Bolshevik Revolution. Lenin himself took no interest in Searle, whom he mentions only once and in a disparaging tone. In the course of time Searle lost faith in French syndicalism, but he hoped for a while that a similar movement might win the day in Italy. He had close contacts with that country, having contributed to Italian socialist periodicals. From 1898 onwards, he wrote articles on Vico and Lombroso, and his own books, translated into Italian, were praised by Croce and Pareto and attacked by Labri. Ola. In 1910, however, deciding that syndicalism was irretrievably corrupted by reformist trends, he switched to support of radical nationalist movements in France and Italy and for a time cooperated with the Action Franias. He also influenced the national syndicalist groups in Italy which helped to provide the basis of fascism. He welcomed the first beginnings of the latter movement in 1912 and reiterated his sympathy in 1919, seeing in fascism the promise of a social rebirth inspired by nationalist mythology. For the same reason he hailed the Bolshevik Revolution as a retreat from Westernism to the true spirit of Muse. Eov. The fascists, after they came to power, paid lip service to Searle as their spiritual patron, but the real trend of their movement was to assert the brutal authority of dictatorial government, which Searle abominated. On the other hand, the first Italian communist periodical, Ordine Nuovo, edited by Gramsci at Turin, from 1919 onwards, regarded Searle as an ideologist of the proletariat. Searle died in 1922 at Boulogne-sur-Seine, where he had lived for some years. Since the end of the 1920s his ideas have had no effective influence on any branch of the socialist movement or on the Communist International. Book 2 The Golden Age 481. 3. Rationalism versus History. Utopia and Myth. Criticism of the Enlightenment. The rationalism to which Searle was opposed was not a particular philosophical statement but an intellectual attitude which drew its strength from Cartesianism, flourished in the 18th century salons, and, in his opinion, had a pernicious effect on the contemporary interpretation of Marxism. Rationalism, thus understood, consists of creating simplified, abstract patterns of thought, and making them do duty for the real, complex world. Examples of such patterns are theories of human nature which regard man as an assemblage of permanent, general characteristics and types of behavior, regardless of the historical circumstances which in practice affect human actions. By reducing society to the speculative universal of man, rationalists are able to conjecture at will as to the nature of the perfect community and to construct utopian models of the future, free from conflict, contingency, and rival aspirations. Engels was not exempt from this way of thinking, for he too reduces the world to a single human being. Rationalists also believe that all actions are governed by rational motives, and they thus blind themselves to the real-life complexity of psychological differences, the importance of tradition and custom, and the role played in social development by biological, particularly sexual, and many other factors. They regard the French Revolution, for instance, as the triumph of an idea over historical reality, oblivious of the many actual forces, especially those rooted in the plebeian levels of society, which combine to overthrow the old regime. Rationalism is a simplified, schematic mode of thought based on a legalistic form of reasoning which reduces human beings to the status of juridical units. The history of communist utopias is full of rationalist preconceptions, and that is why they have never seriously competed with existing forms of government. As Pascal pointed out, rationalism is not, as the Cartesians would have us believe, a synonym of scientific thinking. Cartesianism was successful and popular because it turned science into a drawing room topic. Like the scholastics, Descartes set up between man and reality ingeniously devised intellectual machines which prevented man from using his mind to any purpose. He provided the uninstructed laity with a simple formula for discoursing on scientific subjects in the belief that the natural light enables everyone, however amateur, to pass judgment on everything. The Enlightenment writers adopted the same style, for Condorcet as for Fontenelle the object was not to instruct men how to be farmers or manufacturers, but merely salon philosophers. The DOM An ideology of the 18th century was that of men in the service of the monarchy, with the philosopher playing the role of court jester, cowseers, satirists, panegyrists, clowns in the pay of a degenerate aristocracy, to quote Sarl, summing up. To justify the moral depravity of the salons Diderot taught. 482 main currents of Marxism. That the only instincts in nature were those of self-preservation and generation. And in Sarl's day Darwinism was interpreted in the same sense. The encyclopedia contributed nothing to the development of science, but was a mere farrago of dilettantism for the purposes of polite conversation. The communist fantasies of Enlightenment authors were no threat to anyone. It was dangerous to criticize inhuman conditions in the minds, but the monarchy and its hangers on had no objection to abstract praise of communism, republican virtues, and the natural law, or to those who disparaged tradition in the name of some paradisal utopia. Utopian literature from Plato onwards was, Sarl argued, a typical and sterile product of rationalist delusion. Since the Renaissance, utopias have become a literary genre which, by simplifying economic, political, and psychological questions to the extreme, has had a deplorable effect on the intellectual formation of revolutionaries. Materials, 3rd ed., p. 26. Utopias are sterile because they postulate an abstract human individual uninfluenced by his story, religion, inherited custom, or any national, biological, or psychological traits, and they create an imaginary state made up of such beings. They are also harmful, since their authors appeal to the prudence, enlightenment, or philanthropy of the privileged classes and weaken the proletariat's understanding of the class struggle. Marxism is closer to the Manchester school of bourgeois economics than to the utopian writers, for it is a realistic look at society torn by the class struggle, which can neither be avoided nor mitigated. Marx's exceptional lapses into utopian naivete, as in the critique of the Gotha program, are contrary to the true spirit of Marxism, which does not appeal to a universal sense of justice or attempt to compress society into a logical schema, but takes account of the forces that have actually affected history in all their complexity. Thanks to Marxism, socialism has parted company with utopian ideas. It no longer seeks to be a scientific blueprint for a future society, or to compete with the bourgeoisie in theorizing on the organization of production. Its purpose is to provide the ideology of a radical class war. Instead of constructing abstract plans for a perfect society, our task is to discover how social institutions have come into being spontaneously in the course of history, and to interpret them in the light of all the psychological and economic circumstances. This was done by Savinda when, in opposition to the rationalist doctrine of a social contract, he expounded the notion of law arising in the form of local custom, gradually accumulating and adapting itself to new conditions in the course of history. The utopians were ready with draft constitutions for the whole of mankind because they took little heed of actual history. Marxism offered an analysis of history as it really was, not as it appeared in a rationalist schema. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 483. In Reflections on Violence, Sarl devotes special attention to those aspects of social life that offer most resistance to rationalization and form, as it were, a core of mystery, yet have more effect on social development than all the rest. In the field of morality, the clear, rational element comprises relationships of reciprocity analogous to commercial exchanges, while sexual life, by contrast, remains opaque and difficult to reduce to simple formulas. In legislation, the most easily rationalized measures are those relating to debts and contracts. The most refractory are those concerning the family, which affects the whole of social life. In economics, trade is a lucid area, but production, which is the final determinant, is obscurely embedded in local and historical traditions. The rationalists come to grief whenever they try to reduce to simple legal formulas aspects of life which belong to the dark areas of experience and whose qualitative differences are the result of historical contingency. True history is more like a work of art than of lucid logical construction. The contrast between the rationalistic and the historical mentality is very similar to that between optimism and pessimism, in the special sense in which Sarl uses these terms. Among the optimists he includes Socrates, the Jesuits, the philosophes, the ideologists of the French Revolution, the utopians, believe ERS in progress, socialist politicians, and jurors. Among pessimists the early Christians, Protestants, Jansenists, and Marxists. Optimists believe that the evil in the world is due to inadequate legislation, a lack of enlightenment and of human feeling. They are convinced that legal reform will soon bring about the earthly paradise, but in practice their delusions and ignorance of social reality lead them to adopt policies of terror like those of the revolution. Pessimists, on the other hand, do not believe in any all-embracing theory or infallible method of introducing order into the universe. They are conscious that human projects operate within narrow limits set by the weight of tradition, human weakness, and the imperfection of our knowledge. Aware of the interrelation of all aspects of life, they regard social conditions as forming an indivisible whole that cannot be reformed piecemeal, but must either be left alone or destroyed in a catastrophic explosion. In ancient Greece, pessimism was the philosophy of war. Like mountain tribes, poor, proud, uncompromising, and wedded to tradition, while optimism was that of prosperous city traders. The early Christians were pessimists, believing that no human effort could reform the world. They withdrew into themselves and impassively awaited the second coming. Protestantism began as an attempt to revive Christian pessimism, but later it fell under the spell of Renaissance humanism and adopted the latter's values. The pessimism of true Marxism lies in the fact that it does not believe in any automatic law of progress, in the possibility of gradual reform, or in the attainability of general happiness by a simple process of imposing on society some arbitrary 484 main currents of Marxism. Construction of the mind. Marxism is an apocalyptic challenge to the proletarian consciousness, not in the name of some utopian program but in that of an apocalyptic myth. A myth, in Sarl's sense, is not a kind of utopia but the very opposite, not the description of a perfect future society, but the call to a decisive battle. Its value is not cognitive in the ordinary sense, it is not a scientific prediction, but a force inspiring and organizing the militant consciousness of a self-contained group. The myth of the proletariat is the general strike. Only by means of a myth can a fighting group maintain its solidarity, heroism, and the spirit of self-sacrifice. It is a state of mind that expects and prepares for the violent destruction of the existing order at a single blow, but has no ready-made paradise to set up against it. Unlike utopias, a myth is primarily negative, regarding the present world as a coherent whole that can only be destroyed root and branch. It represents a spirit of total opposition and cannot be criticized as though it were a plan of reform or a blueprint for the future. It must be wholly accepted, or wholly rejected, and its devotees are impervious to any doubt that may be cast on its effectiveness. Utopians and social scientists imagine that they can foresee and plan the future, but the myth is an act of creation, not of prediction. The myth of a general strike embodies the whole idea of socialism and the Self-consciousness of the proletariat, which radically severs its connection with the present society and seeks no help or allies of any kind. These results could not be produced in any very certain manner by the use of ordinary language. Use must be made of a body of images which, by intuition alone, and before any considered analyses are made, is capable of evoking as an undivided whole the mass of sentiments which correspond to the different manifestations of the war undertaken by socialism against modern society. The syndicalists solve this problem perfectly by concentrating the whole of socialism in the drama of the general strike. There is thus no longer any place for the reconciliation of contraries in professorial gibberish. La conciliation de contraires dans l'égalité par les savants officiels. Reflections on violence, ch. 4. The myth is not a matter of thinking about the future or planning it, it lives in the present, which it also helps to form. The myth must be judged as a means of acting on the present. Any attempt to discuss how far it can be materially applied to the course of history is devoid of sense. It is the myth in its onto, which is alone important. Its parts are only of interest in so far as they bring out the main idea. Ibid. As will be seen, while Searle criticizes the rationalism of Descartes or the Enlightenment, he does not expressly oppose to it an irrationalist point of view. He regards rationalist delusions as simply a mark of historical dilettantism, the mentality which prefers elegant speculation to complex reality. But when he, Book 2 The Golden Age 485, contrasts social planning with the myth of Piet, he is no longer opposing his historical reason to a priori abstractions, but upholding the claims of sentiment against analytical reasoning in general. The myth is an indivisible, inexpressible whole that can only be grasped in a single act of intuitive perception as described by Bergson. Acceptance of the myth is not an intellectual act, but an expression of readiness for destructive action. The myth is proof against argument, discussion, or compromise. It is anti-intellectual in a more radical sense than we find in Bergson, who did not condemn analytical reason as a source of decadence but merely defined the limits of its usefulness as an instrument for technical manipulation in describing physical or social reality. In Bergson's view, rational and analytical thought on social problems was far from valueless, though it could not take account of historical breaches of continuity due to spontaneous creativity. For Searle, however, belief in the myth was to be a complete substitute for sociological knowledge, and all practical acts must be subordinate to the expectation of an undefined, indescribable apocalypse. By thus setting up a mythology immune to rational criticism, Searle gave advance endorsement to political movements founded on instinct. From this point of view, the fascists were right to claim him for their own, whereas his connection with Marxism must be regarded as accidental. For recourse, the separation of classes and the discontinuity of culture. A.R. Howe see who Searle's myth is a negation of the present in the name of a future catastrophe. It also has some roots in the past, though not in the manner of religious myths. It purports to be a revival of what formerly was a rejuvenation of the world by stripping it of the accumulated layers of civilization. This is what Vico called a ricorso, when a people reverts to its primitive state and all its works are creative, instinctive, and poetic, as in early Christianity or the decline of the Middle Ages. Revolutionary syndicalism is to bring about a universal rebirth of this kind, based on the proletariat as a self-contained enclave within an alien society. Searle laid a special emphasis on the separateness of the proletariat, but in a different sense from that of orthodox Marxism. When the leaders of the Second International spoke of the independence of the proletariat, they had in mind the political distinctness, the independence of the workers' parties, the movement developing according to its own interests and pursuing its own goals. Nei. Tverkovsky, Rosa Luxemburg, nor even Lenin and Trotsky ruled out tactical alliances with non-proletarian parties in particular circumstances, nor did they advocate a break with existing civilization. On the contrary, it was taken for granted that this included human values that socialism was capable of assimilating, and to which it was indeed the sole rightful heir. To Searle, on the other 4,860 main currents of Marxism, and the point at issue was not the political separateness of the Workers' Party, since he was opposed to parties as such and regarded them as a badge of bourgeois society. The party expressed, naturally and inevitably, the subjection of the proletariat to professional politicians. Not only could it not assist in liberating the proletariat, but it was bound to frustrate its liberation, at best reblocking the former tyranny by that of party officials, parliamentary orators, and journalists' clubs. The proletariat's hope lay not in parties, or in trade unions, striving to improve conditions for the time being, but in revolutionary syndicates expressly non-political, indifferent to parliamentary tactics, refusing to play the bourgeois game, devoting all their efforts to forming the consciousness and solidarity of the working class against the day when society would be totally transformed. The syndicalist movement, or anarcho-syndicalist, as it is usually called, developed in France in the 1890s, in Italy, and Spain a little later, in Germany. It did not prevail to any extent. In keeping with the Prudentist tradition, it rejected any kind of political activity or participation in bourgeois institutions, and subordinated the economic struggle of the proletariat to the coming revolution, which would not replace existing political institutions by new ones of the same kind, but by loosely federated producers' associations governed exclusively by workers. Marx stigmatized this as a petty bourgeois utopia, arguing that workers' self-government could not in itself put an end to competition and anarchy in production, and that if Proudhon's ideal were realized, it would bring back all the horrors of capitalist accumulation. To Searle, however, syndicalism offered the only hope of a genuine victory of the proletariat. He did not join the movement, believing that middle-class intellectuals could only do harm as members of workers' organizations, but he provided it with an ideology from outside. The business of the syndicalist movement, then, was to imbue the workers with a sense of alienation from bourgeois society, to break with bourgeois morality and modes of thought, to have nothing to do with party and parliamentary intrigue, and to defend proletarian purity against ideologists and rhetoricians. The proletariat would never free itself if it tried to ape the bourgeoisie. Its first rule must be to preserve its exclusively working-class character by keeping out intellectuals, whose leadership would bring about the re-establishment of hierarchies and create divisions among the workers. Materials, p. 132. It is not only a question of organizational purity, however, but still more of spiritual purity. My friends and I are never tired of urging the workers to avoid being drawn into the rut of bourgeois science and philosophy. There will be a great change in the world when the proletariat discovers, as did the bourgeoisie after the revolution, that it is capable of thinking in a manner appropriate to its own mode of life. Illusions, p. 135. The New Proletarian Call. Book 2 *The Golden Age 487. Tour will be founded on labor, and will afford no cause to regret the disappearance of bourgeois culture. The war that the proletariat is called on to wage against its masters is, we know, calculated to arouse in it a sense of sublimity that today's bourgeoisie completely lacks. We must make every effort to Ensure that the rising class is not poisoned by bourgeois ideas, and for that R.A. Son, we cannot do enough to free the people from the shackles of 18th century literature. Ibid. Pages 285-6. The new philosophy is one of arms and not of heads. Decomposition du Marxisme. p. 60. Its purpose being to convince the working class that its whole future lies in the class struggle. T is a philosophy that comes into being spontaneously. The revolutionary syndicalist movement is created by men who know little of Marxism, but it expresses the truest need of the class of producers. Without it, the proletariat would be exposed to the same fate as the ancient Germans who, after conquering Rome, felt ashamed of their barbarism and succumbed to the decadent culture of the rhetoricians, or the men of the Reformation who let themselves be corrupted by the values of humanism. The proletariat, engaged in the class war, must firmly understand that all other classes without exception are opposed to its liberation. The society of the future will inherit capitalist technology, but there will be no place in it for the spiritual culture of capitalism. Any ideological or political battle, however justified in other ways, will do the workers more harm than good if it involves their cooperating with bourgeois radicals, for instance, in combating the church and clericalism, not to speak of defending patriotic causes, since it will weaken the sense of class separateness and foster the dangerous illusion that the proletariat can effectively join forces with liberals to bring about social change. The revolution will be an absolute separation between two historical eras, reflections, ch4, and the proletariat, which is, to carry it out, must have no moral scruples vis-a-vis other classes. People who have devoted their lives to a cause which they identify with the regeneration of the world could not hesitate to make use of any weapon which might serve to develop to a greater degree the spirit of the class war. Ibid. Chv 1. 5. Moral revolution and historical necessity. Tuts does not mean, however, that the proletariat is, or can be, indifferent to morality. On the contrary, the basic purpose of the revolution and of the preparatory period is to effect a moral transformation of the working class that will restore its dignity, pride, independence, and sense of mission and exclusivity. Although his best-known work is largely an apologia for violence, Searle regards violence as being morally right only insofar as it plays a part in the moral education of its users. It is a military and not a police type of violence that he has in mind, devoid of cruelty and certainly not motivated by envy of 488 main currents of Marxism. The wealthier classes, which would be immoral and degrading to the proletariat, far from seeking to replace the present form of government by one equally authoritarian, the object of proletarian violence is to do away with government altogether. Morally commendable violence is evinced, he argues, in spontaneous acts of popular justice by Norwegian mountain dwellers, in lynch law or the Corsican vendetta. It is the advocates of political revolution, such as the socialists who wish to supplant the privileged minority of today, who are liable, as the revolution showed, to adopt inquisitorial methods of cruelty and terror as a cure for political or economic difficulties. In this absurd and hopeless course, the Jacobins were encouraged by Rousseau's doctrine of the social contract, since they regarded themselves as the embodiment of the general will and therefore entitled to do whatever they chose. Being morally unprepared to rule, the best thing they could think of was to imitate the ancien regime. The same kind of despotism would result if power were placed in the hands of Georges and others like him, who used humanistic rhetoric to imbue the proletariat with a bourgeois desire to see its party in power, instead of preparing it to smash the machinery of public authority. For these reasons, syndicalism is against democracy, which encourages the proletariat to take part in bourgeois institutions, especially parliament, and is a source of demoralization, corruption, and the undermining of class solidarity. The general strike, which is the proper aim of the proletarian struggle, is thus to be distinguished from political revolution. In this conception of Searle's, the conventional opposition between an economic and a political strike does not apply. The general strike is not an economic one in the sense of an attempt to improve the situation of the working class in capitalist conditions, but it is also the contrary of a political revolution. The purpose of the latter is to attain power, and it is subject to all the laws of the fight for power, including tactical alliances, but it does not premise the division of society into only two camps. Besides the syndicates, it presupposes other organizations, committees, or PAR, ties with programs and ready-made forms for the future. It must be planned, and can therefore be criticized in detail. Moreover, a political revolution is not based on the Marxian doctrine of class division but on an anti-Marxist opposition between rich and poor. It appeals to base instincts of envy and vindictiveness, instead of the sublime heroism of popular champions. A general strike means the destruction of the existing order without any idea of setting up a new authority. Its purpose is to restore control of production to free men who have no need of masters. It is a single, indivisible action, not to be broken down into stages or conceived as a strategic plan. The definition of socialism in terms of a general strike means that politicians' revolutions have had their day. The proletariat refuses to have new hierarchies set up over it. Our formula has nothing to say concerning the rights of man, absolute justice, political constitutions, and Book 2 equals the Golden Age 489. Parliaments. It rejects not only bourgeois capitalistic government, but any hierarchy that at all resembles that of the bourgeoisie. Materials, pages 59-60. Syndicalism cares nothing for doctrines or scientific preparation. It proceeds as circumstances dictate, regardless of dogma, not fearing to commit its forces in ways that prudent men deplore. A site calculated to discourage those noble minds who believe in the supremacy of science in modern times, who expect the revolution to be brought about by a mighty effort of thought, who imagine that the world has been ruled by pure reason since it was freed from clerical obscurantism. But all experience has shown that revolution does not possess the secret of the future. It acts in the same way as capitalism, rushing to occupy every outlet that presents itself. Ibid. p. 64. Revolutionary syndicalism is thus equally opposed to utopianism and to the Blanquist doctrine that a group of conspirators claiming a mandate from the proletariat may take advantage of circumstances to seize power and then transform society by means of force and repression. Blankism or Jacobinism stands for a revolution of the poor against the rich, not a Marxian revolution carried out by producers alone. The latter is by no means aimed at a party dictatorship. Bernstein is right when he says that the assumption of power by the social democrats would not make the people sovereign, but merely dependent on professional politicians and newspaper owners. Until such time as the workers have a strong economic organization and attain a high standard of moral independence, the dictatorship of the proletariat can only mean the dictatorship of party orators and men of letters. Again, the syndicalist revolution cannot be simply the result of the economic decadence of capitalism. Revolutions that take place when the old regime is in a state of impotence and collapse do not lead to improvement, but petrify the state of decay. The syndicalist revolution requires capitalism to be expansive to suffocate by its own energy, not to die of inanition. It is not. Therefore, in the workers' interest to weaken capitalism by forcing legislative concessions and reforms, it is best for them that capitalists should be overcome by a ruthless, predatory spirit of expansion, like the American conquistadors of capitalism. This is the way to foster the sense of absolute class division, the sole identity of the oppressed, inflexible heroism, the grandeur and dignity of his historical mission, everything that socialist politicians sacrifice when they cheat the exploiters into making petty concessions and in so doing demoralize the working class. Nor should we be deluded by so-called scientific socialism into thinking that victory is assured by historical necessity. As Bergson showed, history proceeds by unforeseeable acts of creation. The illusions of determinism are due to the exaggerated hopes aroused by the progress of natural science in the 19th century. The utopians naively imagined that the future course of foregone main currents of Marxism society could be plotted like the movements of heavenly bodies. But, as Bergson's theory of personality and evolution makes clear, the future is constantly taking a fresh start as the result of freely creative action. The revolutionary movement is directed towards the future, but it foresees it only in terms of its own spontaneous action, guided by a single, indivisible, unanalyzable idea, the sublime myth of a total transformation of the world in a final, apocalyptic battle. Such was the inspiration of early Christianity, which refused to compromise with the world or to regard itself as part of society, withdrawing instead into the myth of the Paro-Usia. But the Church's later history shows how, defying the predictions of the wise, it periodically renewed itself in bursts of vigorous expansion, as initiated by the great reformers and founders of new monastic orders. The syndicalist movement is likewise a spontaneous process of renewal, which may regenerate the working class, corrupted by politicians and legislation, and in due time bring salvation to all mankind. The purpose of the new revolution is not to bring prosperity and abundance, or to make life easy. Sarl makes fun of Destry and van der Velde, who imagine the future socialist state as a land of cockton or a place where the inhabitants may do as they please, as in the Abbe de Theleme. The mainspring of the revolutionary movement is not poverty but class antagonism, and the workers' cause is not that of the poor who want to take away the property of the rich, but that of direct producers who wish to be the organizers of production. The principal values of socialism are those of morality and not of well-being, and it may be noticed that the poorest members of the proletariat are the least, not the most, revolutionary-minded. A just society must, as Proudhon put it, acknowledge the law of poverty. A frugal life is an honest and happy one. Proudhon saw the future society as a loose federation of agricultural and industrial associations, with public life based on communal and provincial units, freedom of the press and of assembly, and no standing armies. Sarl despised all planning for the future and vouchsafed no details of the perfect society, but, as an exponent of Proudhon, he no doubt imagined it on similar lines. In L'avenir socialiste de syndicates, he says that society will be organized according to the plan of production, and that the object of socialism is to apply the workshop system to public life, materials, p. 70, so that all social issues will present themselves in terms of production units. From the moral and organizational points of view, Sarl's ideal seems to have been one of isolated mountain clans or Swiss communes practicing direct democracy, more or less self-sufficient in production, and not involved in commercial exchanges on such a scale as to affect their customs and traditions. The morality of the proletariat was a morality of producers as opposed to mere chance. Modern democracy was still modeled on the stock exchange, whereas the democracy of the future would be analogous to cooperative manufacture. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 491. These comparisons are not devoid of foundation. The history of democratic ideas and institutions is certainly related to the history of trade, and the whole Mediterranean culture arose and developed in terms of ports and commercial towns. Trading encourages habits of compromise, negotiation, and bargaining, as well as deceit and hypocrisy, rhetoric and demagogy, prudence and competition, love of wealth and comfort, rationalism and disregard for tradition, shrewd calculation and prediction, and the ideal of success. The subordination of production to exchange value, which according to Marx is the essence of capitalism, is a natural culmination of these trends. The society in which everything is for sale, and in which family, tribal, and local links, irreducible to exchange relationships, count for nothing, was attacked by all the romantics including Marx in his young days. Sarl, like Nietzsche, was a sworn enemy of this type of society and to that extent an heir of the romantics, but the upshot of his criticism was very different from Marx's. He was attracted by the picture of untamed warrior clans fighting for survival rather than wealth or comfort, valiant but not cruel, proud in spite of their poverty, devoted to their tribal customs and their freedom, ready to fight to the death against foreign rule. The main purpose of socialism, in Sarl's mind, was to revive this type of morality as opposed to that of commercial society. Socialism is a moral issue in that it provides a new way of judging all human acts, or, in Nietzsche's famous phrase, a revaluation of all values, materials, p. 170, quoting from his own preface to the French translation of a work by Saverio Merlino. The new morality takes shape in the work in class under capitalist conditions, and is in fact a prior condition of revolution and of economic change. Here Sarl agrees with van der Velde, who says that a victory of the workers without a radical moral transformation would plunge the world into a state of suffering, cruelty, and injustice as bad as the present, if not worse. The chief points at which the new morality comes into play are the family, war, and production, and in all these spheres it means an increase of dignity, solidarity, heroism, generosity, and personal responsibility. Sarl attaches a special importance to sexual restraint and family virtues, the weakening of which he regards as a natural reinforcement of bourgeois society. The world will become a juster place only insofar as it becomes more chaste, I believe. There is nothing more certain than this. Ibid, p. 199. The ideal to which he looks up is that of the Homeric heroes as seen by Nietzsche. 6. Marxism, anarchism, fascism. As we have already observed, the interrelation of values and ideas in Sarl's work is quite different from that of the orthodox Marxists or any critic of Marxism. In this respect he stands unique. His attacks on reformism are sometimes very like those of the orthodox social democratic left, but his criticism of 4.92 main currents of Marxism. Marxist orthodoxy has much in common with that of the anarchists. He attacks anarchism from a Marxist standpoint, yet on some points he criticizes Marx from the angle of Bakunin or Proudhon. The usual classifications of socialist thought at this period do not apply to him. Like Marx, Sarl regarded socialism not merely as a better form of social organization but as a complete transformation of every aspect of life, morality, thought, and philosophy, not a mere set of reforms, but a reinterpretation of human existence. The socialists of his time did not, in his opinion, take a serious interest in human nature and the final aim of life. They adopted the low metaphysics of the 18th century freethinkers and failed to realize the importance of evil in Marx's historiosophy. Their rationalistic optimism prevented them from matching the church in understanding men, but it was necessary for socialism to offer all the values that the church did if it was to prevail. Searle, following Gustav L. E. Bohn, did not hesitate to ascribe to socialism a religious and charismatic character. In this he differs from Marx's views. At all events in capital, Marxism, to Searle, was above all the poetry of the great apocalypse which he identified with social revolution. He combated reformism not because it was ineffectual, on the contrary, he knew it to be effective, but because it was pro-SAIC and unheroic. He believed in the class basis of socialism and the unique role of the producers as agents of the revolution. The proletariat, as a militant sect, must guard above all things its independence of existing society. Searle dreamt of a free society, i.e. an association of producers with no bosses over them, its basic values deriving from the fact that it was devoted to material production. Marx, on the other hand, thought the great achievement of socialism would be the conquest of leisure, enabling people to devote themselves to creative work as the labor hours necessary for material production were progressively shortened. Marx put his faith in technology, which he thought would liberate mankind from the cares of material existence. Searle, on the contrary, regarded productive activity as the source of all human dignity, and the desire to be free from such cares was, to him, no better than bourgeois hedonism. Marx was a rationalist inasmuch as he believed in scientific socialism, i.e. that a rational analysis of the capitalist economy would show that it was bound to be replaced by a collective system. He also believed in the continuity of civilization. Searle regarded the idea of the historical necessity of socialism as a survival of the Hegelian Weltgeist. He accepted Bergson's theory of spontaneity and advocated a complete break in cultural continuity, yet at the same time he wished to preserve the traditions of the family and tribal solidarity. His arbitrary treatment of Marxist doctrine may be seen in the definition, which he ascribes to Marx, of a class as a collectivity of families united by traditions, interests and political views, and possessing a degree of solidarity such that, Book 2 *, The Golden Age 493, they may be regarded as forming a single personality, a being endowed with reason and acting accordingly. Materials, p. 184. Searle did not profess to be an anarchist. The anarchists of his day were not well defined from a class point of view, but tended to enlist support among the lumpen proletariat and the déclassé intelligentsia. A movement led by lawyers, journalists, and students clearly had nothing to do with revolutionary syndicalism as Searle understood it, and he was also repelled by the anarchist groups of Bakuninist persuasion who combined conspiratorial methods with authoritarian principles. At the same time, he shared with the anarchists their basic premise of the need to do away with all state institutions and their refusal to take part in parliamentary life or to support political socialism. From Bakunin's time onward, it was a constant feature of anarchist propaganda, emphasized, for example, by Makitsky, that political or party socialism was only the prelude to a new tyranny, and that the dictatorship of the proletariat as a form of state organization meant subjecting the workers to the despotism of professional politicians. Searle also agreed with those anarchists who insisted on a moral revolution as an integral part of the social revolution. Social democracy is cruelly punished today for having fought so hard against the anarchists, who tried to bring about a revolution of minds and hearts. Materials, p. 380, commenting on a letter from Proudhon to Michelet. The nationalization of means of production was valueless in itself as far as liberating the workers was concerned, for it merely increased the power of politicians over producers. It may appear strange that a writer who so fiercely attacked the idea of patriotism, state institutions, and party organization should have been recognized as an ideologist of the budding fascist movement and should have supplied arguments to the functionaries and apologists of a brutal nationalist tyranny. The more so as, unlike Nietzsche, Searle accepted the basic doctrines of Marxism. Yet his link with fascism is a real one, though clearly it was impossible to judge the first intimations of Italian fascism in 1912 with the eyes of those who witnessed the Second World War. Everything in Searle's work that related to the revolution and the free post-revolutionary society belongs, it is true, to the realm of myth, which in principle admits of no discussion or explanation. Fascism drew its strength from the sense of desperation and desire for absolute change, the disillusionment with democracy and disbelief in the possibility of reform, the obscure need for some radical break with the existing scheme of things. Searle's appeals were well adapted to the spiritual conditions out of which fascism was bred. He did not set up to be the planner of a new order, but the ALD of catastrophe. He called for a break in the continuity of civilization in the name of a better culture, a return to the popular sources of legislation and moral ity. In so doing he unconsciously showed that an attack on the whole of an in culture is in effect an invitation to barbarism unless it is based on already 494 main currents of Marxism, existing values and a clear knowledge of what the new order is supposed to comprise. Searle aims many shrewd blows at the naivete of the rationalists, but if an attack on rationalism is not clearly distinguished from an attack on reason, if it appeals to a philosophie de bras which is not so very different from a philosophy of the mailed fist, then it becomes a rebellion against the mind and a plea for violence pure and simple. Searle's advocacy of violence related, in his mind, to the warlike variety as opposed to that of gendarmerie, but the distinction is a fine one, based on literary stereotypes and the idealization of Kian or Viking heroes. A morality that regards violence in itself as a source of heroism and greatness is very near to being an instrument of despotism. The same is true of Searle's criticism of parliamentary democracy. There was much truth in it, but the same could be said of Hitler's writings on the subject. The criticism of pervading corruption, abuses, cant, petty squabbling, and the petition for jobs masquerading as a conflict of ideas, all these have been denounced by anarchists, communists, and fascists in very similar terms. But a criticism of democracy that wraps itself in myth and advances no tangible alternative, merely the absence or the negation of democracy, can be nothing but an apologia for tyranny, at any rate when it descends from the realm of literature into practical politics. As a professed Marxist who supplied inspiration to fascism, Searle is impertinent in that the destiny of his idea reveals the convergence of extreme forms of leftist and rightist radicalism. If leftist radical phraseology confines itself to attacking bourgeois democracy without offering a better democracy in its place, if it merely opposes rationalism without setting up new cultural values, if it advocates violence unhampered by moral restrictions, then its program is merely that of a new despotism and is essentially the same as that of the rotting heel right. If, as in Searle's doctrine, the ultimate catastrophe is represented as an object in itself, or even as the supreme object, irrespective of the consequences it may produce, then the proletariat's role is, first and foremost, that of the expected agent of cataclysmic change. Since it failed to play this part, Sarl could without inconsistency turn to nationalism as a more promising embodiment of the cause, which in his eyes was still total revolution and not the nation as such. Thus his passionate defense of Lenin and the Bolsheviks was highly ambiguous. He admired the Russian Revolution as a dramatic epic, ellipse, a death blow to intellectuals, a triumph of willpower over alleged economic necessity, and an assertion of native Muscovite traditions over Western ones. I.e. sanguinary object lesson in Russia will prove to all workers that there is a contradiction between democracy and the mission of the proletariat. The idea of a government of producers will not perish, the cry death to intellectuals, for which the Bolsheviks are so much abused, may in the end be taken up by workers the world over. Only a blind man could fail to see that the Book 2 equals the Golden Age 495. Russian Revolution is the dawn of a new era, Materials, postscript to preface. Of 1919 ed. In the 1919 appendix to Reflections on Violence we read, when the time comes to evaluate present-day events with historical impartiality, it will be recognized that Bolshevism owed a great part of its power to the fact that the masses regarded it as a protest against an oligarchy whose greatest concern had been not to appear Russian. At the end of the year 1917, the former spokesman of the Black Hundred said that the Bolsheviks had proven that they were more Russian than the rebels Geldin, Ruskaya etc., who betrayed the Tsar and the country. Jur. Nal de Genève, December 20, 1917. One may speak as a historian of the process of revolutionary repression in Russia only by keeping in mind the Moscovite Char. Actor of Bolshevism, the national traditions provided the Red Guards with innumerable precedents, which they believed they had the right to imitate in order to defend the revolution. If we are grateful to the Roman soldiers for having replaced abortive, straight or impotent civilizations by a civilization whose peoples we are still in law, literature, and monuments, how grateful will not the future have to be to the Russian soldiers of socialism? Sarl knew little of Leninist doctrine. He admired Lenin as a prophet of the apocalypse, and Mussolini for the same reason. He was ready to support any thing that seemed heroic and promised to destroy the hated system of democracy, party strife, compromise, negotiation, and calculation. He was not interested in the petty question of human welfare, but in discovering the circumstances most propitious to an outburst of energy. The penetrating critic of rationalism ended as a worshipper of the great Moloch into whose jaws the blind, fanatic, jubilant mob advanced, in a warlike frenzy, to its own destruction. Bill. Antonio Labriola, an attempt at an open orthodoxy. 1 Labriola style. And Rondo Labriola played a similar role in Italy to that of Plekhanov in Rus. SIA and of Lafargue in France. He was the first in his country to expound Marxism as a system, and had an important influence on the form in which it was accepted there. When Labriola became a Marxist, he already had behind him a long career as an academic philosopher. Although chiefly influenced in his formative years by Hegel and Herbardt, he was strongly attached to the Italian tradition and imparted its peculiar features to his version of Marxism. It was also of importance that he was never a party activist, but only a publicist and theoretician. Owing to the fragmentation of Italy before 1870 and its relative economic backwardness, the workers' movement took shape much later there than in the rest of Western Europe. Socialist ideas and slogans figured for some time as part of general radical ideologies which also expressed what Marxists were wont to regard as typical aspirations of the progressive bourgeoisie. Confronted by the powerful opposition of the church and clericalism, socialists and bourgeois radicals found themselves on the same side of the barricade for much longer than in other countries, and were more conscious of the values they had in common. The division of Italy into a conservative Catholic and a progressive camp remained fundamental even after the socialist movement became an organized political force on its own account. By virtue, therefore, of historical circumstances and of his own life story, Labriola remained strongly attached to the radical Italian tradition in politics and philosophy, with its cult of such figures as Garibaldi and Giordano Bruno. Labriola's philosophical style is also typically Italian in both its attractive and its less acceptable features. In the homeland of Thomas Aquinas, more perhaps than in any other country, secular philosophy from the 16th century onwards broke radically with scholastic modes of thought and logical skills. Outside the powerful but sterile domain of late scholasticism there was a distaste for schemes and systems and a preference for global thinking as opposed to 496. Book 2 * the Golden Age 497. Analysis, a predilection for discursive essays, and a strong emphasis on the didactic and rhetorical aspects of philosophical writing. All these tendencies can be found in Labriola's works. The boundaries between epistemology, psychology, ethics, and pedagogy are fluid, and he is clearly not concerned to make philosophy a separate, self-contained preserve of professional thinkers. The distrust of specialization within the domain of humanism, which even today makes itself felt in Italian culture and the Italian university system, was enhanced in the 19th century by the Hegelian tendency to think in global terms and relate every specific problem to some large, panoramic vision of history. This tendency allied itself in Italy with Renaissance-style universalism and the attitude of the erosi furiosi for whom the basic problems of existence were at stake. In every particular question, the literary style and global thinking of Italian philosophers, their dislike of rigid classification, specialization, and hierarchies of ideas, may help to explain the success in Italy of the historicist, anti-positivist version of Marxism which was championed by Labriola and upheld in the next generation by Gramsci. The attraction of this form of Marxism, as opposed to the scientistic and positivistic approach, was not so much that it raised the study of social problems to the dignity of natural science, but that it enabled all aspects of material and spiritual culture to be interpreted as expressions or manifestations of a single universal process or a particular historical epoch. This propensity to relate social phenomena to great historical totalities was not specifically Marxist, but, in combination with other principles, it could be presented as a natural part of historical materialism. At the same time it fitted in with the relativist tendencies that seemed to be a distinctive mark of Italian philosophy. Such generalizations, of course, are highly simplified. Positivism and scientism duly made their appearance in Italy, and with Enrico Ferri we encounter a positivist, Darwinist, scientistic version of Marxism. In Italy, although nowhere else, there was a period during which positivism and Hegelianism were united rather than divided as regards their effect on society. Both represented lay, radical, rationalist thought as against clerical reaction, and were on the same side of the cultural divide which ran through the nation. Nonetheless, from the present-day viewpoint at least, it would seem that the most fertile sources of Italian intellectual life derive from the tradition of historicism rather than scientism. It was particularly hard for Italians, whether Marxist or not, to believe in a theory of uninterrupted historical progress, since the whole history of their country in modern times went to prove the contrary. After the 3 centuries of regression and stagnation which followed the Counter-Reformation. The whole radical intelligentsia was imbued with a sense of the country's economic and cultural backwardness. The hopes aroused by the Risorgimento were not 498 main currents of Marxism, such as to encourage the conviction that progress was an inevitable consequence of historical laws, and Italian philosophers, including Marxists, tended to be more sensitive to the variety, dramatic complexity, and unexpectedness of the historical process. From this viewpoint also, Labriola instilled into Italian Marxism a skeptical attitude towards comprehensive explanations of universal history. 2 Biographical note asterisk. Antonio Labrio, 1843–1904, was born at Cassino, the son of a teacher. He was brought up on the ideals of Young Italy, the secret society founded by Mazzini, and dreamt from his youth of the independence and unification of his country. He entered the University of Naples in 1861 and was influenced by Hegelianism, the chief exponents of which in Italy were Bertrando Spaventa and Augusto Vera. In an essay afterwards published by Croce, Labriola critiqued Zeller and the Neo-Kantians and argued that Kant's doctrine was finally superseded by Hegelianism. After graduating he became a schoolteacher at Naples, where he lived until 1874. His first philosophical work during this period was an analysis of the theory of affections in Spinoza, 1865. In 1869 he wrote a more elaborate work on Socratic philosophy, which won a prize in a competition organized by the Naples Academy of Moral and Political Sciences. He continued his studies and became erudite in philosophy, history, and ethnography. He was also interested in Herbart's associationist psychology, which he adopted to a large extent, and in the works of Vico, which influenced him all his life. In the early 1870s he took up political journalism in a liberal and anti-clerical vein. In 1873 he published Moral Liberty and Morality and Religion, which show a departure from the Hegelian viewpoint though they are in no way specifically Marxist. In the following year he was appointed to a professorial chair in Rome, where he spent the rest of his life teaching, writing, and joining in all the important controversies of the day. His conversion to Marxism was not sudden but gradual. In 1889 he wrote in a lecture on socialism that he had criticized liberalism from 1873 onwards and had embraced a new intellectual faith in 1879, based especially on his studies of the preceding 3 years. His essay on the idea of freedom, 1887, shows no clearly Marxist tendency, but his writings of the 1890s reflect the viewpoint of a definite school. On Socialism is an explicit political declaration in which he criticizes bourgeois democracy and defends internationalist socialism, the cause of the world proletariat. His best-known Marxist work is Essays on the Materialist Conception of History, containing a general account of historical materialism and a discussion of the Communist Manifesto. This was published in 1896. And to the second edition in 1902 he added a polemical article against Masaryk. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 4.99. Book on the Foundations of Marxism. The work was soon translated into French and became a classic of European Marxist literature. Labriola intended to write a 4th section based on his lectures of 1900 to 1 and giving a general account of the 19th century. He did not live to complete this, but the parts he had written were published by his great pupil Benedetto Croce in 1906 in a collection of Labriola's unpublished or little-known works entitled Various Writings on Philosophy and Politics, while the remaining notes were published in 1925 by Luigi Dalpane, who subsequently wrote a monograph on Labriola. The latter's Marxist philosophy is also set out in a collection of letters to Sarl, published in 1897 under the title Talking of Socialism and Philosophy. It is noteworthy that of the many articles Labriola published in the last 15 years of his life, some clearly stress his Marxist position, critique of Bernstein and of Milrand, article on the difference between socialism and radicalism, while others could equally well have been written by a radical rationalist, lecture on the freedom of science, speech commemorating Giordano Bruno. In this respect too Labriola differs from the orthodox German Marxists, who proclaimed their allegiance in everything they wrote. 3 early writings. Labriola's essay on Spinoza's theory of affections is of no special importance, being merely a summary for school purposes of the relevant part of the ethics. It is worth noting that he emphasizes the moral background of Spinoza's metaphysics and the latter's general naturalistic viewpoint, while adding that the significance of Spinoza's doctrine lies in the fact that he denies the metaphysical basis of value judgments and derives the noblest human impulses from egoism as the sole creative force. He is also concerned to validate the category of freedom within the limits of a deterministic view of the universe. The essay on Socrates, a much more important work, is an erudite and in part polemical dissertation on the theme, borrowed from Hegel and Zeller, that the key to Socrates' thought is to be found in Xenophon and not in Plato, and that we must resist the temptation to ascribe Plato's metaphysics to the elder philosopher. Labriola regards Socrates as a pedagogue first and foremost, and interprets his personality in terms of the internal contradictions of Athenian culture. He is not concerned with finding out Socrates' implicit metaphysical views, but with describing those that were consciously articulated in his mind. In Labriola's opinion, Socrates' activity is to be understood as an attempt to resolve the conflict between traditional conservatism and the skepticism and relativism produced by the variety and richness of Athenian culture. The humanism and relativism of the sophists was a symptom of the breakup of traditional communities, while Socrates' endeavor was to discover absolute 500 main currents of Marxism, norms of morality independent of human beings. He was not fully aware how far his own investigations transcended traditional values, but in fact he was looking for a new interpretation of the world that would afford support against the sophists. Socrates' belief in the chronic inadequacy of human knowledge was necessary in order to justify his search for absolute cognitive and moral norms independent of the arbitrary decisions of individuals. This search was evinced particularly in his revaluation of the concept of deity, which made him, following Aeschylus, Pindar, and Sophocles, the herald of a new religious consciousness, turning by degrees from the traditions of the old mythology towards monotheism. But the functions of the Socratic deity were exclusively moral. It was to be the repository of absolute values, proof against relativism and subjectivism. In the same way, Socrates' logical investigations and his endeavors to elucidate concepts were not born of disinterested curiosity but were inspired by the same pedagogical purpose, hence his contempt for natural science. He had himself no metaphysical intentions and was purely pragmatic. Nevertheless, he provided a basis for Plato's theory of ideas and metaphysic of the good. Labriola's views on Socrates illustrate his indebtedness to Hegel for the belief, which became part of his Marxist faith, that philosophical ideas are the X-rays of changing historical needs, arising from the internal contradictions of a particular phase of civilization. The influence of Hegel is also visible, besides that of Kant and Herbart, in Labriola's treatise on moral freedom. This is an obscure work as regards both argument and conclusions, which indeed is Narrowly the case with philosophical treatments of this subject. However, it is clear that Labriola regards the question concerning free will, liberum arbitrium, as wrongly framed, and that in Hegelian fashion he seeks to replace the question of freedom in the sense of indifference by that of freedom conceived as the conformity between choice and conscience. He tries in this way to distinguish between determinism and fatalism, but does not get beyond vague general formulas. He regards as self-evident Kant's rule which makes moral judgments entirely independent of utilitarian factors and of the evaluation of the results of human actions. The imperative of obligation is implied in moral freedom, which realizes itself in acts of conscious obedience to that imperative. However, as the human will is the result of many social and psychological factors, it is assailed by conflicting spiritual aspirations, and its freedom does not consist in a potential ability to determine itself as it pleases, but in an actual choice conforming to an absolute norm. Unlike animals, whose actions are determined merely by the strength of habit or of this or that desire, man is free in the sense that he possesses a moral consciousness enabling him to resist natural impulses. The fact, and not the mere abstract possibility, of such self-determination anti-TLES us to call him free. Labriola expressly protests against the naturalization. Book 2 * The Golden Age 501. Of the human conscience and the idea that it consists of a mere collection of instincts that are ultimately attributable to animal needs. Like Herbart, however, he rejects the idea of the soul as a metaphysical entity or of separate spiritual powers, but is content to analyze the motivations that constitute an expression or a denial of freedom according as they do or do not conform to the individual's awareness of the moral imperative. There is, strictly speaking, no contradiction between the principle of causality and moral freedom, provided we regard human acts, in Leibnizian fashion, as self-determined, as opposed to external, mechanical, or natural determination, or, following Schopenhauer, as causality seen from the inside. It is easy to see in this way that freedom can and must be the purpose of an education that inculcates a moral consciousness and assimilates it to habit. To treat freedom as an innate quality of the soul is not only misleading but pernicious in practice, as it dispenses with the obligation to educate men to freedom. Such education is the supreme purpose of the state, which in its ideal form is, above all, a pedagogical institution. The essay on morality and religion shows clearly the influence of Kant and, to a lesser extent, that of Hegel. Its main points are three. First, practical judgments are not derivable from theoretical ones and cannot be based either on psychological premises, the content of an empirical moral consciousness, or on utilitarian grounds, but must be a priori. Morality is founded on those practical judgments which run most contrary to instinctive desires. The multiplicity of moral opinions is an empirical fact and does not invalidate the contention that there is only one morality par excellence. Second, moral values belong exclusively to the good will, regarded as autonomous in all respects including its relation to the hypothetical will of God. Moral imperatives based on the will of God are not truly moral, since they imply the submission of one will to another. Third, morality is wholly independent of religious faith. Religion is a universal and inseparable part of the spiritual life, and rationalists who criticize a particular historical form of it are missing the point when they attack religion in general. The purpose of religion is to compensate with a different form of idealism the discordance between our ethical demands and the natural world in which we live. It can and does reinforce moral values and the moral consciousness, but it contributes nothing to the content of ethical norms, which must be derived from sources independent of any revelation or mythology. Religious faith has its own field of activity, and can coexist freely with other forms of spiritual life provided the division of functions is respected. The educational system should not be opposed to religious feelings, but should on the contrary encourage them. But the natural sense of goodness, independent of religious and metaphysical opinions, is a sufficient basis for morality. This sense is not the product of knowledge either, since value judgments are rotty. 502 Main currents of Marxism. Cali different from cognitive acts, and moral norms are not to be derived from scientific observation. The moral consciousness involves ideals that are in a sense contrary to the natural course of things. Their validity does not depend on empirical factors, though they vary in specific content according to social and psychological circumstances. In retrospect, it can be said that Labriola's attraction to Marxism and socialism was a natural outcome of his intellectual background, and that, both in philosophy and in politics, it represented a strengthening and specialization of already existing tendencies. Philosophically, he was most influenced from this point of view by two very different teachers, Hegel and Herbart. From the former, he learned to think in terms of great historical concepts and to interpret cultural values as manifestations of the eras to which they belonged, to adopt a relativistic viewpoint and to regard ideas as historical instruments rather than the subjective embodiment of ideal patterns. Hegel also taught Labriola to accept the category of progress while regarding the historical process as a tragic spectacle. Herbart, by contrast, inspired him with a distrust of metaphysics and speculative philosophy, and with a belief in empirical psychology as necessary to the interpretation of civilization. From the political point of view, Labriola's socialism stemmed from his radical anti-clerical outlook and identification with the people's cause. Even in his Marxist days, however, his anti-clericalism was combined with an understanding and a certain sympathy for religious sentiment, though not for the church as an institution or a political instrument. For philosophy of history, apart from his role as a propagandist, can Labriola be regarded as an independent theoretician or the author of a specific variant of Marxism? It might be said by an ill-disposed reader of his works that their chief difference from contemporary orthodoxy lay in the vague and elusive manner in which he expressed his views. But if we read with closer attention and more goodwill, we may come to the conclusion that the generality of his style is not due merely to a preference for rhetoric over precision of thought, but to a distrust of cut and dried formulas and a conviction that Marxism is not a final, self-sufficient rationalization and schematization of history, but rather a collection of points as to the understanding of human affairs. These must be imprecise if they are not to degenerate into a dogmatic contempt for the variety of forces at work in history, and thus to reduce complicated social processes to a handful of less universal categories. The individuality of Labriola's Marxism does not consist so much in any combination of theses to be found in his work, as in the elasticity and openness of general formulas which enable Marxism to be enriched by ideas from other sources. It is easier, perhaps, to characterize his Book 2 + The Golden Age 503 philosophy by those elements of hardcore orthodoxy that are absent from it. Contrary to Togliatti's claim, Labriola did not seek to make Marxism an integrated, self-contained system, but wished to preserve a certain degree of imprecision so as to prevent the doctrine from ossifying into self-satisfaction and an imagined mastery over universal knowledge. He took seriously the description of scientific socialism as a critical theory, not in the sense that it attacked other doctrines, for the most obscurantist sect may do this, and the more obscurantist it is, the more violent the attack, but in the sense that it regarded no truths as everlasting, recognized that all established principles were provisional, and was ready to drop or modify its own ideas if experience should so dictate. It is characteristic of Labriola that he approached Marxism from a historical and not a sociological point of view. In his eyes it was not a matter of covering general, permanent relationships between artificially distinguished aspects of social life, but of describing a single, unique, actual historical process, having regard to the whole variety of forces at work in it. As he wrote in his lectures of 1902-3, history is always concerned with the heterogeneous, with nations conquering other nations, classes oppressing other classes, priests ruling the laity and layfolk getting the better of priests. All these are sociological facts, but they do not fit into socio-logical schemata, they can only be understood empirically, and this is the whole difficulty of historical investigation. The abstractions of sociology give us no clue as to why, in the general process of the development of the bourgeois classes, it was only in France that the events occurred which we call the Great Revolution. Labriola was thus very far from believing that the notion of class enables us to interpret the whole of past history and to foretell the future. He accepted the Marxist position that individuals do not choose their social links at will, and he opposed the rationalist delusion that social phenomena can be reconstructed on the basis of deliberate behavior of individuals. The social bond is not the result of anyone's intention. Society is given a priori, since we know nothing of man as a ferus primatus. The original datum is society as a whole, classes, and individuals appear as elements in that whole and as determined by it. Unsecala al altro, v1. But it is one thing to recognize the objectivity of the social bond and another to claim that it can be reduced to a mere relationship of classes. Schemes of history which represent it as a uniform, continuous, self-contained process are criticized by Labriola on four main grounds: the independence of the national principle, the irreducibility of religious sentiment, the discontinuity of progress, and the unpredictability of the future. Nationality signifies to Labriola not only a social reality sui generis but also a value sui generis, irreducible to other ties and values. As he wrote to Sarl, 14. May 1897. 504 main currents of Marxism. Languages are not accidental variants of some universal volapük, but, on the contrary, are much more than purely external methods of denoting and communicating thoughts and feelings. They determine the conditions and limits of our internal life, which for this and many other reasons expresses itself in national forms and not in merely accidental ones. If there are internationalists who are unaware of this, they can only be called amorphous and woolly-minded, like those who derive their knowledge not from old apocalyptic sources but from Bakunin, the master of appearances, who even wanted equalization of the sexes. In his lectures of 1903, Labriola used Hegel's division of nations into those historically passive and historically active, but did not seek to justify this in specifically Marxist terms. The category of nationhood is not, with him, merely a feature of tactical reasoning, though of course he defended self-determination, especially for Italy and Poland, but stands for an independent historical reality. In this he differs from the majority of Marxists. As to religion, while he was less explicit during his Marxist period than in morality and religion, it is clear that he regarded religious sentiments as distinct from theological systems and church institutions, as something other than the self-delusion of primitive minds, or a deception practiced upon mankind, or the result of a transitory class situation. In a lecture on popular education, 1888, he advocated non-religious schools but emphasized that he did not want to introduce anti-religious elements. It is an historical misfortune that we have in our country the Pope, a spiritual leader claiming to real power, but let us not add to this the misfortune that would result from turning tens of thousands of teachers into anti-popes. The problem in any case was not a purely political one. Essentially there was no opposition between religion and other forms of culture. Culture is no enemy to any sincere, healthy manifestation of the spirit, and it is certainly no barrier to deep religious feelings. These have nothing to do with theological systems imposed by the orthodox, or with priestly rule. Indeed, we'll go further and say that all forms of priesthood which elevate it into a caste and a system of privilege are a denial of those feelings. Similarly, in the lecture on socialism he declares that socialists are the truest disciples of Jesus and the only Christians of the present age. These are not mere rhetorical flourishes, as may be seen from Labriola's notes for the lectures that were to form the last part of his magnum opus on historical materialism. Here we read: Is religion a permanent fact or simply an invention, an aberration, and a deceit? Certainly it is a need. Were the 19th century rationalists therefore mistaken? Yes. It is not true, then, that the last century was an age of science. This is only partially the case. Is it then impossible to suppress religion? The fact that it is sometimes Book 2 * the Golden Age press proves a certain thesis but does not define its limits. Is it the case, then, that man can never become master of the natural and historical world by virtue of his own intellect, moral autonomy, and aesthetic sensibility? Yes and no. These remarks are not clear enough to serve as the basis of an explicit theory of religion. They indicate, however, that Labriola never accepted the conventional Marxist view that religion is a historically explicable self-delusion and an instrument of mystification for class purposes, and is destined to die out as class antagonisms fade away and minds become more enlightened. Labriola distinguished clericalism and theological rationalizations of faith from the religious sense itself, and seemed to regard the latter as a permanent form of spiritual culture. This in itself suffices to create doubts as to whether he should be reckoned as a member of the Marxist camp by the criteria of his time. True, in a letter to Sarl of July 2, 1897 he says that the men of the future will probably give up any transcendent explanation of the practical problems of daily life, since primus in orb deus fecit timor. But this does not conflict with the remarks quoted above, since he did not regard the religious sense as offering explanations of any kind. It was not for religion, he thought, to compete with science or to usurp its role in any way. As regards the idea of progress, Labriola considers it necessary to the understanding of history but emphasizes that its role is a normative one. He repeatedly rejects the prejudice that history is a tale of continuous progress, in particular if this means that it is free from regression or that all civilizations have to go through the same stages of development. In Problems of the Philosophy of History, 1887, he observes that faith in progress was a superstition that took the place of theology and was encouraged by Hegel's monistic philosophy of history. This, however, became a Procrustean bed for the historical sciences, concerned with forms of social life such as law, language, and art. There was in fact no unity of history or constant trend for the better. The original centers of civilization are many in number and cannot be reduced by Any sleight of hand, that is, the sources of civilized life cannot be brought to an idea form or of origin. Civilizations, linked by particular relationships, develop in accordance with their own traditions and by the interchange of values. We must therefore recognize that primary factors have a modifying effect on secondary influences. The consideration of so many separate and independent series of events, so many factors that resist simplification, so many unintended coincidences, makes it seem highly improbable, in fact no better than a delusion, to suppose that there is at the root of everything a real unity, a permanent subject of experience, constituting the essential meaning of every kind of impulse and activity from the earliest times to the present. 500 main currents of Marxism. In short, there is no overall meaning of history, no rationalization of its actual course. The observation of human affairs obliges us to recognize that there is both progress and regression. Many nations have been destroyed, many enterprises have failed, and much human effort has been expended in vain. The idea of progress enables us to say that some things have improved. For example, slavery has been abolished, men are equal before the law, but it is not a universal law of history, and indeed there are no such laws. People have sought to extend to the whole human race the schema, worked out in France, of the transition from a serf economy to an economy of subjects and then of wage earners, but anyone using the sacred formula will understand nothing. For instance, about 14th century England. And what about the brave Norwegians, who were never serfs or subjects? How is it that in Germany beyond the Elbe, serf arose and developed after the Reformation, or that the European bourgeoisie instituted slavery afresh in America? De Onsekal al altro, for Labriola in his Marxist phase believed more strongly than ever that the category of progress is not inherent in events but is a way of interpreting them. It provides us with an evaluating perspective, but does not emerge from the facts themselves. This is particularly important when we are considering the future as well as the past. Labriola believed that there was good ground for expecting the advent of socialism, but he also believed that the future was undecided. A remark in his last work is directed not only against Hegel but against the communist interpretations of Marxism. The wisest and most telling objection to all systems of the philosophy of history is that put forward by Wundt, namely that we do not know where history ends. That is, if understand him rightly, we never see history as a completed whole, and, further on, socialism is an active reality so long as it is the manifestation and war cry of an actual struggle, but when it starts to regard prophesies of the future as a measure and criterion of the present, it becomes no more than a utopia, Since Labriola disputes the continuity, unity, and regularity of the historical process, it clearly may be asked in what sense he accepts the Marxist philosophy of history. He professes to be a historical materialist, but he gives an ellistic sense to this concept and to the relationship between the base and the superstructure. According to him, the essence of historical materialism is contained in two statements. First, men have created political and legal institutions in proportion to the prevailing economic structure. Second, religious and moral ideas always correspond to particular social conditions. This statement he describes as more hypothetical, and he draws from it the unexpected inference that the history of religion and ethics is psychology in the broad sense of Book 2 *, The Golden Age 507. The term, Lectures of 1902. In his principal work he states that history is based on technical development, that ideas do not fall from heaven, that moral ideas in the last resort correspond to economic conditions, and so on. Such loose formulations as these were to be found in Marxist literature, but by the end of the century they were no longer specifically Marxist except for Engels' reference to determination in the last resort, the meaning of which has never been elucidated. Labriola's work on historical materialism is largely a critique of what he considered vulgar interpretations of Marxism as a theory of the preponderance or dominance of the economic factor in history. The historical process, he argues, develops organically, and the so-called factors therein are conventional abstractions and not social realities. They are necessary to the historian as conceptual instruments and to delimit the sphere of his investigation, but they should not be hypostatized into separate historical forces as a prelude to assigning one of them causal priority over all the rest. Historical events cannot be translated into economic terms, although in the last resort they may be explained by economic structures, and these structures may, in the long run, give rise to corresponding political and legal institutions. In general, it must be acknowledged that Labriola did not help to dispel the obscurity of the general tenets of historical materialism, though he tried to give them as undogmatic a sense as possible. Like Engels, he believed in the interrelation of all fields of human activity, and the independent force of the crystallized tradition of institutions and ideologies. It is not clear, however, what boundaries he assigns to determination by economic structures and how far historical materialism, thus understood, differs from the contention, which was already a commonplace by the late 19th century, that both institutions and ideas are affected by the relations of production. Another characteristic feature of Labriola's ideas thought, here again he expresses himself in generalities, is his opposition to the naturalist interpretation of history. In his view, to say that human history is a continuation of natural history is so abstract as to be meaningless. History is concerned with the artificial environment which men have created and which reacts upon them. Social ties, it is true, are formed independently of human intentions, but human beings develop both actively and passively, determining historical conditions and being determined by them. Observations in this sense, man is both the subject and object of history, etc., are too indefinite, however, to serve as the basis of an investigatory method. The Marxists who use them generally refer to them as a dialectic, as though this term denoted no more than common sense, all-purpose formulas, such as not only, but also, both, and, on the one hand, on the other, and so forth. Historical materialism in such watered-down terms may provide 508 main currents of Marxism, a contrast to the type of history, such as St. Augustine's, which relates everything to designs of providence, but it does not constitute a specific method over and beyond what every historian is prepared to recognize. As to the meaning of socialism, Labriola does not seem to go beyond the views commonly formulated by socialists in his day. It denotes the collective ownership of means of production, the right to work, the abolition of competing, the principle to each according to his deserts. It does not mean abandoning any of the achievements of modern times as regards political emancipation and the rights of the individual. Socialists do not set out to abolish freedom and equality before the law, but to enrich them by destroying the bondage and inequality that result from privilege and private ownership. The general tendency of socialism is to decentralize power and economic institutions, not to centralize them. The state will disappear with the class struggle. Socialism will remove contingency from human life. While endorsing all this, Labriola avoids committing himself to the historical necessity of socialism. He writes that capitalism prepares the way for a socialist society, that socialist ideas are not a moral condemnation of capitalist exploitation but the recognition of a historical tendency, and that socialism is not a subjective critique of things, but the discovery of a self-criticism inherent in them. All this, however, does not add up to a belief in the inevitability of a socialist future. Labriola also did not hold that socialism could only come about by a violent revolution, but hoped that the new social forms could be grafted by degrees onto the common stock of liberal institutions. Lectures of 1902, a view close to Bernstein's evolutionism. True, he opposed revisionism in a letter to Hubert Lagardelle, published in L.E. Movement Socialist, but the grounds of his objection are not clear, except that he accuses Bernstein of writing about everything at once and of being the spokesman of those who abandon socialism in disappointment, because changes do not come soon enough. In the same way, Labriola's polemics against writers such as Masaryk, Croce, and Searle, who claimed that Marxism was breaking down, are very general in character and are rather a proclamation of loyalty to the Marxist camp than an objective contribution to its defense. One of the reasons which, on his own showing, inclined Labriola towards Marxism was his dislike of metaphysical speculations and the esprit de system. He also emphasized the role of positivism in providing the basis for a philosophy that does not anticipate reality, but is contained in it. Letter to Searle, 24. May 1897. The theme that philosophy is the self-revelation of reality rather than the intellectual pursuit of a hidden essence recurs frequently in Labriola's writings, where it is linked to the special position of Marxism as a philosophy of praxis. Labriola uses this term in a different sense from most of the orthodox, who were content with Engels' remarks on the practical role of human. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 509. Activity as a means of checking the validity of knowledge and identifying the scientific problems that required solution. The process of praxis comprehends nature or the historical evolution of man, but in speaking of praxis from the integral point of view we imply the overcoming of the opposition between the theory and practice as it is vulgarly conceived. Labriola to Searle, May 10, 1897. Historical materialism takes as its point of departure praxis, i.e. the development of effectuality, and, as it is a theory of laboring mankind, it treats science itself as labor. Ibid, May 28, 1897. These remarks too are somewhat disconnected and reflect a tendency of mind rather than a clear-cut theory. It may, however, be said in very general terms that Labriola conceives of human intellectual activity, whether philosophy or science, as an aspect of practical life, and not as the quest for a truth waiting to be discovered. His historicism thus apparently admits of no cognitive values other than pragmatic ones, from the point of view of society and history as opposed to the individual. In other words, he appears to think that human thought is part of a historical process, and not a description of the world that can lay claim to objective accuracy, independent of time and circumstances. Historicism of this type dispenses with the notion of transcendental truth and ascribes a functional character to all human knowledge. If this was Labriola's view, he was in agreement with the young Marx and not with Engels' positivism. For, if praxis signifies the whole of man's part in history, the value of intellectual production as an aspect of that whole is to be measured by the mind's ability to express changing historical situations, and not by the correspondence between some objective universe and the description of it. This line of reasoning was later followed by Gramsci, probably under Labriola's influence. Labriola's critique of agnosticism is on similar lines. He does not adopt the naive attitude of Engels, who argued that when we learn something we did not know before, the thing in itself becomes a thing for us, but he considered agnosticism to be not so much false as meaningless. His view was that the category of the unknowable is one that our mind simply cannot frame, so that any agnostic formula involves a concept to which no meaning can be attached. We can only think about what is given in experience, taking that term in its widest sense. Thus he wrote to Searle on 24 May 1897, and in the next letter he expressed his view more fully. Everything that is knowable can be known and will be known ad infinity, and anything that is not knowable does not concern us in the realm of knowledge. It is mere fantasy to suppose that our minds can apprehend, as existing in actu, an absolute difference between what is knowable and unknowable in itself. Hence the absurdity of Herbert Spencer, who spoke of the unknowable as the limit of the knowable, and in so doing, implied that something could be known about it. This criticism is in harmony with Labriola's functional and historical view of knowledge and his treatment. 510 Main currents of Marxism. Of cognition not as unlocking the secrets of being in itself *, but as an articulation of the practical behavior of human societies. From this point of view, there can certainly be no such category as that of the unknowable. Labriola, however, did not attempt, as he should on his own premises, to discover the social and historical significance of agnosticism. He merely stigmatized it as cowardly resignation, while not accepting the crude explanation that it was a symptom of the decline of bourgeois civilization. Despite his dislike of metaphysics and his radical humanization and his toricization of knowledge, Labriola did not advance any theory of the demise of philosophy. In his view, the conformity of philosophy with science was an ideal result that could hardly be expected in the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, philosophical reflection had its own purpose, namely to anticipate problems not yet taken up by science or, as Herbart observed, to build general concepts that imparted unity to the results of experience. In spite of the imprecision of his writings, Labriola played an important part in the history of Marxism. His was probably the first attempt to reconstruct Marxism as a philosophy of historical praxis, treating this as a concept in terms of which all aspects of human life should be interpreted, including intellectual activity and its product. He was thus opposed to the scientistic ideology that dominated Marxism in his day. The doctrine outlined in his works was revived in the 20th century by Gramsci and Leszek among others, inspired by the publication of Marx's early writings. This version gave new life to the idea of humanism as an epistemological standpoint, treating human history as the boundary of attainable knowledge and restressing the relativistic aspect of Marxist doctrine. 9. Ludwig Krzyzewski, Marxism as an instrument of sociology. W.N. Y.S. Marxist theoreticians may be divided into two broad intellectual categories. The first consists of those whose interest centers on Marxism itself, and who study the problems of philosophy, history, economics, or sociology for the purpose of demonstrating the correctness of Marxism. They are, as it were, professional Marxists, concerned to vindicate the doctrine in every branch of human thought. They may interpret it in different ways, but each of them is determined to prove that his interpretation is closest to the spirit of Marxism, conceived as a pre-existing whole. They are imbued with orthodoxy in the sense that, whatever they are engaged in, they never forget that the purpose of all their endeavors is to defend and exalt the doctrine of which they are custodians. They generally regard Marxism as self-sufficient and embracing every need, and they seldom refer to any other philosophy except to criticize it, apart, of course, from the pre-Marxist writers who have been canonized as sources. At the time we are concerned with, the outstanding representatives of this type were Plekhanov, Lafargue, Lenin, and Rosa Luxemburg. The second category comprises sociologists, philosophers, or historians who make use of Marxist conclusions as an aid to solving the problems of their respective disciplines. Marxism is to them a means, not an end. They are not interested in proving it right, but in understanding social phenomena. They are not regarded as orthodox by writers of the former class, who treat them with suspicion or disdain, realizing that they cannot be counted on to support the cause at any given moment. They do not assume that Marxism implicitly contains the answers to all important questions and that one has only to look early in order to find them. They are indifferent to doctrinal purity and are prepared to use the work of Marxists and non-Marxists alike. Ludwig Krzyzewski was one of the outstanding members of the second category. His numerous works are almost entirely in Polish, except for a few Russian translations and minor contributions in other languages, and he therefore had no direct influence on the mainstream of European Marxism. In Poland, however, he had a strong intellectual and moral influence on 2 or 3 Gen. 511. 512 main currents of Marxism, eruditions of the intelligentsia, and played the chief part in familiarizing social and human scientists with Marxist concepts. Krzyzewski belonged to the last generation in which it was possible for a highly gifted and industrious person to master almost the whole of contemporary knowledge on social problems. Accordingly, he covered an extremely wide field as an investigator, teacher, and publicist. The subjects of his works include Slav archaeology, demography and statistics, fairy tales and folklore, primitive societies, modern literature, the details of political and economic life in many countries of the world, questions of the family, religion, and education, the psychology of artists, parapsychology, agriculture, and foreign exchange problems. His chief interest, however, was social anthropology, the beliefs and customs of primitive peoples and the psychology of communities. He paid much attention to phenomena of social pathology, in which he hoped to discern causes and effects that were less evident in normal conditions, cases of mass delusion, moral infection, collective hallucination, panic, massacre, ecstasy, religious and political crazes, the psychology of martyrs, sadists, and cannibals. His literary style, apart from some youthful articles, is descriptive and not aggressive, but is permeated by an ideological approach, a sense of solidarity with the downtrodden, revolt against capitalist society in which everything was for sale, disgust with urban civilization, and the dream of a society bound together by goodwill after the fashion of primitive communism. He did not engage in party activities, however, and only belonged for a brief period to the political socialist movement. One biographical note. Ludwig Krzyzewski, 1859–1941, was born at Tok in Russian Poland. Like most of the Polish intelligentsia of his generation, he belonged to a family of impoverished gentry, Zlashta. He grew up under the shadow of repression. Following the 1863 insurrection, police terror, enforced Russification of the educational system, and a general atmosphere of impotent discontent, the landowning classes were falling into economic and cultural decline. Industry, however, was on the upgrade. Politically and culturally, Russian Poland did not begin to revive until the late 1870s. Meanwhile, as a result of the growth of industry and the defeat of hopes for early political liberation, there came into being the slogan of organic work. Poland's national life was to be rebuilt by means of education, industrial activity, technical skills, and rationalist attitudes, in place of romanticism, rebellion, and conspiracy. The philosophical basis of this outlook was Western evolutionary positivism as expounded by Spencer, Darwin, and Taine. Krzyzewski, as a young publicist, made it the first object of his attack, while at the same period young student groups began to seek new ideologies inspired by either nationalism or socialism. Book 2 *, The Golden Age ES. In 1878 Krzyzewski entered the University of Warsaw, where he studied mathematics. While still at school he had come into contact with socialist ideas, chiefly in a St. Simonist form. At the university he read Capital and was convinced by its arguments. Together with Stanisław Krzyzewski, 1857–86, and Bronisław Bajadoptaki, 1861–88, both of whom studied in Russia, he founded the first Marxist group in Poland and introduced its ideas to the reading public. Either he nor his fellow students, however, were orthodox Marxists in the strict sense. Bajadoptaki published essays on aesthetics and the theory of literature under the general influence of Chernyshevsky, while Krzyzewski's background was mainly positivist and scientistic. Both died too young to exert any real influence on Marxist thought. They and Krzyzewski were in loose touch with the first Polish Socialist Party, known as the Proletariat. This was an underground body, founded in 1881 by Ludwik Werenski and others. It was broken up by the authorities and its leaders were hanged in 1885, the first of a long line of martyrs for Marxist socialism. Socialist ideas had been current in Polish intellectual life for the past half-century, especially among the émigrés who fled from Poland after the insurrection of 1830. Krzyzewski began his career as a publicist in 1883 with articles criticizing Herbert Spencer and his Polish followers. In the same year he was expelled from the university for taking part in a political demonstration. He emigrated to Leipzig, where he prepared for publication a Polish translation of Volume I of Capital by the Krzyzewski-Krasinski Group. This appeared in parts between 1884 and 1890. After studying anthropology, sociology, and political economy at Leipzig, Krzyzewski went to Switzerland, where he met German and Russian socialist émigrés, including Koski and Bernstein, and, at the beginning of 1885, to Paris. During this period he published in Polish émigré journal several articles in a revolutionary Marxist vein. In 1885 he returned to Poland, but, to avoid arrest stayed for the first year in Galicia, under Austrian rule. He moved to Tok towards the end of 1886 and settled in Warsaw in the middle of 1888, writing extensively and taking part in numerous educational activities. Legal and underground clandestine socialist organizations were just beginning to reform in Poland. Krzyzewski was closely connected with the Union of Polish Workers, founded in 1889, which concentrated on the economic struggle. When the workers' movement crystallized into two mutually hostile camps, the PPS and the SDKPL, Krzyzewski became a member of neither, though he contributed to PPS journals from time to time. Between 1890 and 1910 his political writing became distinctly milder in tone as his mind moved in the direction of evolutionary socialism. At this time he also wrote his most important theoretical works on historical materialism, published in 1923 as Sociological Stud IES, and several books on ethnography and anthropology, peoples. An outline. Of ethnic anthropology, 1893, a course of systematic anthropology. Physical. 514 main currents of Marxism. Races, 1897, psychic races, 1902, the wisdom of primitive peoples, 1907. The sociology of Herbert Spencer, in Peer Ziegler Philosophische, 1904. His articles on literary subjects and on urban civilization were collected in a volume in the Abyss, 1909. Except for visits to Berlin and the USA in 1892-3, Krzyzewski remained in Warsaw until the First World War, becoming an acknowledged authority on scientific and social questions. After the war he taught at Warsaw University and elsewhere and was director of the Institute of Social Economy, which studied conditions in Poland for the purpose of working out economic guidelines and which, in 1922, produced under Krzyzewski's editorship the first serious studies of economic and social life in Soviet Russia. During the post-war years he completely abandoned the idea of revolution and, like many European socialists, regarded the Soviet regime as an attempt to violate economic laws. He remained a socialist to the end, however, while believing that socialist ideals could be realized gradually by the rationalization and democratization of the capitalist economy. He also continued to believe in the validity of the principle Marxist criteria for the study of social conditions. He died in Warsaw during the German occupation. To critique of the biological theory of society. Krzyzewski's writings in the 1880s did much to spread the knowledge of Marxism in Poland, but they did not contribute a great deal to theory and for the most part followed the standard version of historical materialism. They are largely polemical in tone. In his critique of Spencer and social Darwinism, Wiki argued that the evolutionists, constructing models of society after the pattern of a living organism, were in effect propagating the ideology of class solidarity, endeavoring to put an end to the class struggle, and closing their eyes to the dissolution of traditional bonds in a society rent by contradictions and competition. He also joined issue with the social Darwinist ideas invoked by ideologists of the Manchester School. Competition and the social conflict could not be treated as a particular case of the biological struggle for survival of the fittest. They were caused not by biological circumstances, but by the anarchy of production, which was a phase of social development and not an eternal law of nature. Nor was it true that the fittest survived in present conditions. What ensured survival was, as a rule, not ability but privilege. Krzyzewski attacked the biological view of society on other occasions also, for example in reply to Gobineau's racialist philosophy of history and anthropological concept of the nation, and Lombroso's theory of criminality. The so-called spirit of a race was not, Krzyzewski held, a biological category but the legacy of historical conditions. Racialism could not account for changes in social institutions, or Book 2 *, The Golden Age 515. The fact that they differed in societies that were racially akin, or were similar in societies of different race, but all these things could be explained if social institutions and ideologies were seen as dependent on changes in the method of production and exchange. As for nations, Krzyzewski agreed with Kolakowski that they were not anthropological entities, but cultural and therefore historical ones. The national idea in Europe was mainly the creation of the commercial class, for whom a centralized nation-state provided an advantageous legal framework. True, ethnic unity had preceded the growth of national markets, but the latter had stimulated it into awareness of itself. In the same way, Krzyzewski held, the fashionable theories of Lombroso were vitiated by being based on a class approach instead of a scientific one. The Italian physician held that crime was due to heredity or innate anthropological traits, whereas it was in fact due to social conditions, poverty, and ignorance. The anarchist ideology too was based on erroneous biological theories. It was a mistake to hold that anarchism differed from socialism as to means but agreed with it as to the purpose of the struggle. The anarchists believed in a permanent conflict between the individual and society, and saw history as a process in which human beings were constantly subjugated by institutions. They therefore refused to take part in a struggle that involved using political and parliamentary institutions, preferring to employ all their efforts to paralyze the existing state machine in the hope that men's benevolent instincts would then suffice to do away with social bondage and privileges. Proclaiming the slogan "the worse, the better," they regarded all means as legitimate, including wholesale pillage, and welcome to their ranks a lumpenproletariat and other déclassé elements. The socialists, by contrast, regarded social development not in terms of pathology but as a necessary evolution, and they expected the liberation of the individual to be brought about not by kindly instincts or eternal moral precepts, but by human beings exercising collective authority over the powers of nature. Anarchism, in their view, was a sterile revolt by pre-capitalist forms of production, ruined by the progressive concentration of capital. 3 Prospects of socialism. Krzyzewski's attack was directed, finally, against all solidaristic doctrines and movements, whether attempts at a Christian pseudo-socialism, combating capitalism in the name of feudal institutions and seeking a solution of social problems in a system of tutelage over the workers, or democratic ideologies which glossed over the class system by the undifferentiated concept of the people. What such Democrats called the people consisted of several strata whose interests by no means always coincided: workers, rich peasants, small tradesmen. As 20 main currents of Marxism. Craftsmen. Only in backward Poland was it possible for such a vague form of democracy to survive. In the more developed countries the various strata had separated and were at odds with one another. Only capitalists and the working class really stood for progress in the sphere of production, while the other classes, especially the peasantry, represented bygone forms that were doomed to destruction by the development of modern industry. In all these arguments Krzyzewski's viewpoint is that of classical Marxism. He stands for the independence of the proletariat as the only class that can liberate society on the basis of technical progress and not of hopeless attempts to revive a pre-capitalist system. He confidently expects the middle classes to disappear as the concentration of capital increases. He accepts the basic principles of historical materialism and especially the view that historical development takes place when spontaneous technical progress comes into conflict with the political-legal system and calls forth ideas which lead to the alteration of that system. In all societies, from the most barbarous onwards, the distribution of goods, and hence the class division, depends on the mode of production. Economic conditions account for the genesis of ideologies or are the basis of political institutions. Moral and political ideas arise in response to social needs, as the necessary forms in which men envisage their own interests and are capable of uniting to defend them. Ideas are not only a powerful agent of social development but a necessary condition of institutional change. However, they are secondary in the sense that they come into being as an articulation of previously unconscious interests, and can only become instruments of social cohesion Zion if the necessary material conditions of such cohesion are already present, namely the community of certain interests and the divergence of others. Ideas that are not thus rooted in social needs are condemned to impotence, and this applies to all utopias and dreams of a perfect society. But ideas that organize and bring into the light of consciousness man's existing conditions and needs are necessary for the destruction of any social order that has become a brake on technical progress and thus an enemy of the class which stands for such progress. The socialist revolution does not figure largely in Krzyzewicki's early works, even those published out of reach of the Tsarist censorship. It is clear, however, that on this point too he shared the view of orthodox European Marxists, namely that at a certain stage of development the contradiction between technical progress and the system of private property would lead to the revolution, a overthrow of capitalism. The crisis could not be brought about artificially, but must be the result of the spontaneous maturing of capitalism. The business of socialists was to organize the class consciousness of the proletariat and take control of the revolutionary process at the right moment. However, even in his early period Krzyzewicki does not appear to have believed in the inevitability of Book 2 ** The Golden Age IHYY. Progress or of socialism itself. In an article entitled An Outline of Social Evolution, which appeared in TTS in 1887, he wrote that new productive forces did not always succeed in breaking up old societies, as witness India, where the caste system had proved stronger than other factors and condemned the count. Try to centuries of stagnation. In his preface to the Polish translation of Sky's book on the economic doctrines of Karl Marx, he stated that the new order that would result from the evolution of capitalism and the polarization of classes might be the work of either the proletariat or the bourgeoisie. In the former case there would be collective ownership of the means of production. In the latter, private ownership and wage labor would remain but be subordinated to the state organization. In later articles he repeated this view more than once. His ideal was a socialist society with industrial democracy as its chief feature. He thought it possible, however, that capitalism would succeed in curing the anarchy of production and competition by transforming the whole of production into a state monopoly. This would mean a kind of state capitalism more or less similar to that envisaged by Rodbertus or Brentano. The work ERS would enjoy social security and economic planning would be introduced. But the basic features of socialism would be missing, namely the abolition of wage labor and the control of production by the entire working class. In his discussion of early society Krzyzewicki shows special sympathy towards primitive communism, which he considered to be the most democratic system known to history. Lafargue, who shared this view, was not an ethnologist by profession, but Krzyzewicki's scientific interest was no doubt reinforced by the vision of a community of equals, united in mutual respect and eschewing slave labor. His investigations were based on the theories of Louis H. Morgan, whose classic work Krzyzewicki translated into Polish. The study of primitive societies, which he continued throughout his life, led him in course of time to conclusions that were hard to reconcile with historical materialism, or at any rate limited its scope for mind and production, tradition and change. Krzyzewicki regarded himself as an adherent of the materialist interpretation of history. However, when we look at his best-known expositions of the theory we are struck by the extent of the reservations with which he accepts the rules of Marxist historiosophy. In the first place, he regarded historical materialism as completely independent of any specific philosophical viewpoint, materialistic or other. To emphasize this point he referred to historical materialism with the second word, in quotation marks, indicating that he regarded it as conventional and misleading. He seldom dealt with epistemological or metaphysical problems, but 518 main currents of Marxism. From certain articles, The Economy Principle in Philosophy, 1886, Kipro. Cohen Widno Krigi, Horizons, 1914, it is clear that, like many in his time, he took a phenomenalist view, close to that of the empiric critics and certain Kantists. He states that we apprehend the world in our own human fashion, in distinctions and categories that are instruments of prediction but not objective realities. We create objects out of impressions, distinguish force from matter and impose laws on nature after the manner of human legislation. There are in fact no natural laws independent of human perception, but within the limits of that perception we can express the relations between phenomena. In cause and effect terms that admit of prediction, all this is to be understood as independent of metaphysical assumptions, particularly materialistic ones. The whole evolution of the world is originally a construction of the mind, and the reason we project it onto reality is that in present-day society men are the servants and not the masters of the machines they have created. The secondary nature of mental phenomena thus has nothing to do with any metaphysical opposition between spirit and matter, but is a sociological fact signifying that material needs exist before they are consciously articulated. The question arises, however, within what limits we are justified in accepting the dependence of mental phenomena on material conditions of life. Krzyzewicki does not refer here to the Marxist opposition between base and superstructure, but he illustrates by various examples, some classic and others less so, the way in which technical changes give rise to new needs that cannot be satisfied within the existing legal order. The new problems arise spontaneously but can only be solved by conscious activity, with the aid of an ideology that plays an indispensable part in organizing social forces hemmed in by the political system of the day. Throughout history there have been arbitrary utopias or ideals unrelated to any real economic tendencies. These are mere chips and shavings of the historical process. The seminal ideas of history do not operate by any immanent power of their own but because they express the as yet unconscious aspirations of new sections of society for whom the old conditions have become a straitjacket. In this way Krzyzewicki accounts on classical lines for such principles as personal freedom and equality before the law, the condemnation of theft, the right to lend at interest, and the cult of knowledge, all resulting from the development of trade and the increased importance of the bourgeoisie in Western Europe. He cites the case of Thomas Menzer, who dreamt of an egalitarian evangelistic community but, when it came to practical reforms, could propose no more than changes that were feasible because they reflected the interests of the merchant class. This does not mean, however, that ideological phenomena can do no more than express existing needs and organize forces that are already present in society. Historical materialism explains the genesis of ideas, or rather of those. Book 2 ** The Golden Age 519. Ideas that have had an effect on history. But the idea, once come to maturity, has a life of its own and may call forth new social forces in countries where material conditions have not developed to the point of generating them independently. As a striking example of social evolution being thus hastened by ideas imported from outside, Krzyzewicki quotes the adoption of Roman civil law by European countries in the late Middle Ages. This system of law belonged to a society in which commerce was well established, and it was therefore suited to late medieval society, where the commercial economy was rapidly gaining ground. But the adoption of Roman law itself did a great deal to accelerate the material process that was then beginning. But for the monuments of Roman Law. The development of Europe might have taken place some centuries later, and followed a different course. Movements of Ideas, 1897, in Sociological Studies, p. 47. Thus a legal doctrine or any other ideology, while secondary at the time of its origin, might subsequently, in other circumstances, become a primary, creative force, not a mere barometer of change, but a cause of it. In the same way, the socialist ideology in Russia was not the result of the ripening of social conditions there, it was imported from the West and itself contribute to the ripening process, though this fact in turn caused it to assume a different and more subjectivist form. Another important factor which debars us from assuming a simple correspondence between material and spiritual forms of social life is the independent and force of tradition. Institutions, customs, and beliefs that begin as rational attempts to solve the problems of social life generally remain in being and pet rife after the circumstances that justified them have changed. Survivals of this kind accumulate through the ages, each generation adding something to the pile, and the total result, which Krzyzewski calls the historical substratum, is a powerful curb on all human activity. Men are bound by outdated forms long after they could, materially speaking, be jettisoned. The metal axe continues for a long time to be made in the less efficient shape of the stone hatchet. Stone buildings and tombs are made to imitate wooden ones, as Morgan pointed out. The names of family relationships in primitive languages reflect a pattern that has ceased to exist in the society in question. New social forces rebel against the weight of tradition, opposing the law of nature to that of history and norms of rationality to inherited standards, but the past continues to impede all our actions and hold up social progress. The final result of any historical process is not what it would be if objective conditions were the sole determinant. It is affected in a marked degree by traditions, made up of customs, beliefs, institutions, local variations of temperament, or what is called the spirit of a race, which in turn results from the long-term effects of environment on human nature. In consequence, the actual development of society is varied in the extreme, and it is hard to discern a uniform schema of evolution. Krzyzewski's 520 main currents of Marxism. Studies of primitive societies led him to conclude that there was no universal law and that, for example, serfdom was not a necessary stage in all cases. In his later years he reached the unexpected conclusion that conscious human intentions have a greater effect on social processes in primitive societies than in civilized ones, because the former are less encumbered by accumulated material institutions and social ties are therefore less rigid. This observation is in accordance with Krzyzewski's frequent criticism of industrial society, in which human personality is almost completely subdued to reified ties and impersonal forms of cooperation, and creativity is stifled by the money power. This degeneration was especially visible in the big cities, where individuality was drowned in a sea of mediocrity. Like Engels and many other 19th century socialists, Krzyzewski thought that one of the chief effects of the new order would be to urbanize mankind and allow city dwellers to get back to nature. He did not define socialism in metaphysical terms, but he hoped that human labor and creativity would cease to depend on commercial conditions and that human relations would again be spontaneous and direct. His criticism of contemporary literature was based on the same opposition between personal and anonymous social ties. Modernism in art seemed to him a typical product of big city culture, a rebellion against the omnipotence of exchange value and the degradation of human beings to the status of machines. It was a fruitless revolt, however, for its only answer to utilitarian culture was to take refuge from the world in a subjective attitude of soi-disant independence. There may be discerned in Krzyzewski's writings a tension between two recurrent themes. On the one hand, he makes much use of the category of progress, i.e. the extension of man's mastery over natural forces, but, on the other, he emphasizes that as this mastery increases, human relations become more and more degraded and impersonal, the mind comes to depend on things, and there is less and less room for individual creativity. No doubt he hoped, like Marx, that the socialization of production would make it possible to reconcile man's dominion over nature with the claims of his personal life, and effect a synthesis of the two. But he did not develop this subject, and his attraction towards primitive peoples and rural life, though elsewhere he insists on its poverty, seems to betray regret for the lost innocence of the natural life. Another factor which to some extent limits the historical primacy of productive forces is that natural selection in the psychological field continues to operate after the conditions which made it appropriate have ceased to exist. Historical circumstances throw up, for instance, such specific psychological types as the Girondists and the Jacobins, and the results of this selection may, in their turn, have a significant effect on history. Biological selection, too, may be important in this way. One instance is cannibalism, which Krzyzewski, following craft eating, considers to be, as a rule, a pathological form of sexual. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 521. Libido rather than the effect of superstition or shortage of food, whatever its causes, it appears that natural selection produces whole pathological peoples, imbued with a cannibalistic urge. Comparing Krzyzewski's statements on the importance of various forces in the historical process, we find that the role of productive forces and relations of production in determining change is hedged in with so many restrictions that it is hard to accommodate his views to the canons of Marxism in his day. No particular process or event can in practice be explained simply by the development of productive forces or the conflict between them and political conditions, since there is always a whole series of other factors at work: demography, geography, psychology, tradition, this above all, and ideas from outside the given society. For the same reason there can be no historical schema to fit all societies, and no such thing as historical necessity. What then is left of the idea that the historical process depends on technical change? Krzyzewski does not invoke any such vague formula as Engels' reference to determination in the last resort. His view is probably best expressed as follows. All actual social processes are the result of a large variety of causes including technical progress. The special feature of the latter is that, in historical societies at all events, changes take place sooner in this field than in others, so that technical change is the most rapid agent of change in general. There is as yet no mention of primacy, but this can be affirmed in the sense that some, though by no means all, important features of political and legal institutions are brought about by human needs arising from progress in the field of production. As to the secondary character of the ideological product, this is not to be taken as meaning that all social, religious, or philosophical ideas have come into existence in order to meet material needs, since many utopias, for instance, serve no such purpose, or that the social importance of an idea is necessarily proportionate to the strength of such needs, for ideas themselves may stimulate social processes in the material order. All that is meant by calling ideas or doctrines secondary seems to be that those which show the greatest effectiveness in harnessing human passions, desires, and energies owe their strength to existing material ties in which human beings are involved irrespective of their will or intention. This, of course, is a very much diluted version of historical materialism. No doubt it enabled Kolakowski to criticize biological theories of history, or those of Tard or especially L. E. Bone, who attributed the basic social processes to the human instinct of mimicry. But what remains of Marxism in Kolakowski's theory is little more than what thinkers of every shade were soon taking for granted. Since every process that takes place is the result of various causes, and since there is no quantitative measure of the relative importance of those singled out by Marxism, the contention that they are the main or most decisive factor is meaningless. Since accidental facts, i.e. those not due to a 522 main currents of Marxism, material cause, like the adoption of Roman law, can affect human destiny for centuries, the importance of material determinants can only be predicated in the most general terms. The technical level of a society and the pattern of mate real interest can only have a vague bearing on its history. The course and outcome of social conflict and even the ultimate effect of objective conditions are not predetermined by historical laws but belong to the realm of contingency. Historical materialism in this form is not a theory of history or a self-sufficient method of investigation. It is a very general reminder that we should, as far as possible, look beyond political institutions and ideologies to discern factors and interests arising out of production methods, while not expecting that the latter will provide a complete explanation of the former or enable us to predict their evolution. It is also a reminder that historical processes do not depend on the arbitrary decisions of individuals, that not every plan for reforming the world has any hope of success, that not all ideas take root, and that the social effectiveness of an idea does not depend on its authorship, value, or accuracy. But these propositions too, thanks to the arguments of Marx and his followers, were soon to become generally accepted and were no longer even regarded as specifically Marxist. Kolakowski's role in the dissemination of Marxist theory is thus an ambiguous one. He did much to introduce Marxist ideas and methods into Polish intellectual life, but the flexibility and eclecticism of his approach was one of the reasons why Polish Marxism failed to take on orthodox forms and tended to dissolve into a general rationalist or historicist trend. In this sense, KRZY Wiki, like Labriola in Italy, though for slightly different reasons, was perhaps, from the Marxist point of view, not so much a battering ram as a Trojan horse. XX. Kazimierz Kalisz, a Polish brand of orthodoxy. Kaczmarz Kalisz was the chief theoretician and ideologist of the mainstream of the Polish socialist movement, i.e. the PPS. Among the Polish Marxists who played an important part in formulating and disseminating the doctrine, he also stood closest to the German orthodoxy of his day, though he deviated from it on some major points. Throughout his short adult life he was a party propagandist and advocate of Marxism in a form acceptable to those left-wing socialists who also strongly supported the cause of Polish independence. Kazimierz Kalisz, 1872-1905, was born at Zacheprtesyn in the southeastern part of Russian Poland. While attending the gymnasium at Radom, he joined one of the many socialist groups that were being formed among young people in the 80s. Expelled from school and refused entry to Warsaw University, he went to study in Paris in 1892 and there worked for the Association of Polish Socialists Abroad. He published theoretical and political articles in French, German, and émigré Polish periodicals defending Marxism against critics of various kinds, including nationalists in the PPS, revisionists, and Rosa Luxemburg. He died of tuberculosis in Vienna. The most important of his many writings are The Law of Revolutionary Retrospection as a Consequence of Economic Materialism, in Athenaeum, 1897, The Class Character of Our Program, 1894, The So-Called Crisis of Marxism, in Pierzigla Philosophizny, 1900, and the posthumous works Economic Materialism, 1908, with a preface by Ludwik Kolakowski, and Some Basic Principles of the Development of Art, 1905. Like many Marxist theoreticians of his time, Kalisz took the view that Marxism does not claim to decide philosophical or epistemological questions in the traditional sense but merely asserts its own phenomenalist standpoint, so that historical materialism has only the name in common with materialism, considered as a substantialist theory in contrast to a spiritualist one. He agreed with Labriola that Marxism was concerned with the relations between social consciousness and the external world, both regarded as phenomena, and not between mind and matter. The cognitive process was of interest to Marx. P. 524. Main currents of Marxism. Ism only as a social and historical phenomenon, not as a means of getting at things in themselves. Accordingly, Marxism must accept that any given state of knowledge was meaningful only in relation to the whole of a given civilization, and that its truth consisted in its historical function. This meant, however, that the principle of relativism applied to Marxism itself. With reference to the slogan of a return to Kant, Kalisz wrote, "We should in any case understand this idea somewhat differently. What we would wish to do is to translate the critical standpoint into social terms. We would recall that any society or group, and, what concerns us most, the class to which an individual belongs, imprints a certain stamp on his consciousness, imposing on it a PRI, or a certain conception of society and the world, from which he can no more free himself than he can see things otherwise than through his own retina. It follows that the proletariat too must have its own class-conditioned apperception, and that its philosophy, like that of all previous classes, is essentially relative and transient. It will cease to be true, or to appear true, when but not before the new social apperception of the future classless society takes the place of that resulting from the class struggle. The philosophy of that future society, while deriving from Marxism, must in the nature of things be different and in some ways at least contrary to Marxism as we know it today, but what exactly it will be we cannot tell. Economic Materialism, p. 3.4. Kalisz did not believe, therefore, in any privileged historical situation in which the class viewpoint of the proletariat coincides with a universally scientific or objective viewpoint. In his recognition of the a priori principle in history and social affairs, he is perhaps closer to Simmel than to Marxism. Within the limits of this relativism, he supported the Marxist interpretation of history, while complementing it with observations of his own. Historical materialism was, in his view, essentially a monistic theory, i.e. it asserted that a single form of human activity, namely the production of the necessities of life and of tools, was sufficient to account for the origin of all other aspects of life, the division of labor, the class structure, the distribution of goods, and all features of the superstructure. Following Kuhnau and Dugin Baranowski, he criticized Engels for holding that, besides material production, the propagation of the species and the forms of family life were a fundamental aspect of human activity that helped to determine social processes. In arguing thus, Engels had abandoned the monisty standpoint, which was the greatest achievement of Marxism. His mistake had been to confuse the natural process of human reproduction with the socially conditioned forms of the family. The former, being purely physiological, was unchanging and therefore could not explain social evolution, while the latter were dependent on economic conditions. In the same way Kolakowski had departed from the monistic standpoint. Book 2 ** The Golden Age 525. When he maintained that economic conditions could only account for the genesis of the common features of an epoch, but not for particular circumstances, or the behavior of individuals. It would seem that Kelly's-Krauss advocated a highly rigorous interpretation of Marxist monism, but in fact he is not consistent on this crucial point. He says that human life is governed by three main factors: the biological characteristics of the species, the natural environment, and social conditions, but that historical changes are the result of technical changes. Ethics, law, politics, religion, art, science, philosophy, all these are utilitarian in their origin and essence, and therefore they cannot conflict with the mode of production but must be adapted to it. Economic materialism, p10. But we find in history a tendency for needs to become autonomous. Certain forms of activity, especially intellectual and artistic life, which were originally the instruments of more basic needs, acquire a life of their own. The superstructure reacts on the base and becomes partially independent of it. It is nonetheless true that forms of social life, deprived of their economic basis, are bound to die out in time, but they generally survive the economic conditions that have brought them about. All these considerations are consistent with the Marxist stereotypes of the period. Kelly's-Krauss, like other Marxists, did not ask how far it made sense to speak of a monistic interpretation of history while at the same time accepting the common sense view that changes in art, science, philosophy, or religion depend on other factors besides changes in the relations of production, especially the logic of their own internal development and the operation of autonomous needs in respect of each. His thought probably was that all forms of social life can be explained genetically in terms of the relations of production. But he did not see that it is misleading to use the term monism in such a restricted sense. Comparing the philosophy of Kant to Marxism, Kelly's-Krauss says that the two agree in explaining human individuals as the result of many social influences, but also in ascribing a spiritual nature to all social phenomena. From the Marxist point of view, therefore, it is all the same whether we refer the superstructure to the base or express new economic phenomena by new phenomena in the domain of the superstructure. If this is so, it is hard to see in what sense the primacy of relations of production vis-a-vis the superstructure can be maintained. One of the phenomena that are hard to explain on the basis of Marxist schemata is Marxism itself. How is it that the proletarian ideology could come into being and influence large numbers of workers at a time when there was no basis for it in the relations of production? Unlike the capitalist economy, which had a strong basis within the political legal framework of feudalism, socialism does not arise spontaneously under capitalism, but is only a dream of the future. 520 Main currents of Marxism. Kelly's-Krauss explains this paradox by what he calls, rather pretentiously, the law of revolutionary retrospection, whereby the ideals that any reform movement seeks to substitute for existing social norms are always similar to the norms of a more or less distant past. It is of course true enough, though it was known before Kelly's-Krauss and hardly deserves to be called a law, that new ideologies generally seek support in tradition and present themselves as the revival of modes of thought that have existed at some former time. Such reversions, or ricorsi in Vico's language, can be observed throughout the ideological history of the European bourgeoisie, one example being the adoption of a Roman disguise, first republican, then imperial, by revolutionary France. As to the proletariat, the object of its retrospect is primitive communism. Thus, according to Kelly's-Krauss, human development proceeds in a spiral fashion by the constant revival of old forms which bear an affinity to new ideas. This explains, among other things, the fact that reactionary ideologies closely resemble those which look towards the future, since both, though for different reasons, criticise the status quo in the light of values derived from the past. In France, for instance, the defenders of the medieval guild system join with the syndicalists to attack the liberals. In the same way, ideas that were to form the basis of Marxism, anti-individualism, belief in the regularity of social life, the historical sense, as opposed to naive rationalist utopias, could all be found in the writings of conservatives like Vico, or the French counter-revolutionaries such as de Maistre, Bonald, and Ballanque. Socialism is a reversion to pre-classical antiquity, and this is why the development of Marxism has been so strongly influenced by the investigators of primitive societies Morgan, Taylor, and Bachofen. Kelly's-Krauss believed that his law could be explained in Marxist terms, but he does not seem to have realized that it limited the application of historical materialism by recalling the importance of autonomous tradition in social development. While upholding the view that Marxism was a monistic philosophy, in his replies to critics he emphasized, like other Marxist writers of his day, that it was a mistake to interpret historical materialism as denying that the superstructure had any effect on the evolution of the base. Like his fellow Marxists, he ignored the question how the relative independence of the spiritual life, and of the institutions of the superstructure, could be reconciled with a belief in the ultimate cause of human history, and what limits it imposed on the general formulas of historical materialism. The same ambiguity may be seen in Kelly's-Krauss' arguments on the social significance of art, a subject to which he devoted much attention. On the one hand, art may be explained genetically by utilitarian considerations, whether related to biology, the rudiments of artistic activity can be seen in animals, or to production, rhythm as an aid to work. The development of art is related to conditions of production, for it adapts itself to political or religious aims which, Book 2 ** The Golden Age 527, in turn depend on class interests. Thus, for instance, the Doric and Ionic styles respectively express the simplicity of patriarchal conditions and the aspirations of a rising class of craftsmen. On the other hand, art itself has played an important part in social change since the very beginning, first as a means of socialization and later as a form for the organization of political and religious needs. In the end it becomes autonomous to such a degree, and aesthetic needs assert themselves so strongly, that the dependence of art on the mode of production, though it never quite ceases, is much reduced. Elsewhere Kelly's-Krauss inclines to the opinion that independent aesthetic needs exist from the earliest stage of social life, and even among animals. These various opinions do not form a coherent whole. On this and other subjects Kelly's-Krauss was one of the many who, in a praiseworthy attempt to overcome the schematic one-sidedness and reductionism of primitive versions of Marxism, ended by unconsciously reducing historical materialism to the trivial statement that the various aspects of social life to some extent depend, and to some extent do not depend, on methods of production and the conflict of class interests. He regarded himself, however, as a Marxist in the full sense of the term, defending the doctrine against such eminent critics as Croce, Sombart, Masaryk, and Karayev. He opposed the German revisionists but thought the resolutions of the Dresden Congress, condemning revisionism, were ambiguous. us. The Congress rejected any concession or adaptation to the existing order of society, but, Kelly's-Krause argued, any reformist activity could be described as adapting to capitalism. The Italian Socialist Party had adopted a better and clearer standpoint at its Congress at Imola. The party was reformist because revolutionary, and revolutionary because reformist. In other words, Kelly's-Krause agreed with most socialist theoreticians of the time that the purpose of reforms was to prepare the way for revolution. He did not enter into the complex problems raised by the attempt to combine a revolutionary and a reformist point of view. He combated the revisionism of Edward David on the agricultural case, sharing the orthodox view that a collectivized economy was better for the land as well as for industry. He also fought against Rosa Luxemburg and the SDKPL for their opposition to Polish independence, holding that national and social liberation constituted a single aim for the Polish socialist movement. The latter, however, must preserve its class character and not allow the bourgeoisie to exploit it for the purpose of achieving political independence only. Independence was a condition of the social liberation of the proletariat. Free Poland was for the proletariat, not the other way about. Rosa Luxemburg was wrong in contending that as Poland was economically integrated with the Russian Empire, the revival of an independent Poland would be contrary to objective economic trends. Capitalism developed best in national states, and the bourgeoisie therefore had an interest in Polish independence, while the proletariat, two main currents of Marxism, would be in a much better position to fight if it were not subjected to national as well as social oppression. Socialists, however, must prevent the proletariat from being used merely for the overthrow of its tsardom, in such a way that its class identity was obscured. Kelly's-Krause did not live long enough to write any important books, but, in addition to his role as a popularizer of Marxism, a polemist, and an ideologist of Polish left-wing socialism, he helped to inspire what may be called the conservative side of Marxism. His law of revolutionary retrospection is not a law, and is merely commonplace in its general formulation, as is his notion of socialism as a spiral regression to primitive society. But his more detailed observations on tradition as an autonomous force in history, and on the anti-rationalist historicism of the great conservatives as an important source of Marxism, helped to establish a somewhat different view of Marxism than that of Kolakowski and orthodoxy. Kelly's-Krause's version sought to take into account not only history as the realization of laws but also history as contingency, that is, he generally kept in view the fact that the present and future of human societies depend not only on the laws of evolution and on what had to happen, according to the doctrine, but also on what simply happened. As to his PhD nominalist outlook and interpretation of Marxism as a social theory that did not attempt to solve epistemological or metaphysical problems, Kelly's-Krause was not alone in holding these views. They were shared by many Marxists of his time, especially in the Austrian school. But in this respect too he helped to present a different picture than that offered by Plekhanoi, Kolakowski, or Lafargue. It is worth noting that during the period of the Second International the idea of Marxism as a form of philosophical materialism scarcely existed in Poland. 11. Stanislaw Berezowski, Marxism as historical subjectivism. Brief work of Stanislaw Berezowski is scarcely known outside his own country. Yet the intellectual history of 20th century Poland cannot be understood without reference to the bizarre and disparate effects of his dynamic writings and personality. A philosopher, critic, and novelist who died of consumption before he was 33 and whose activity covered a span of barely 10 years. He remains a controversial and painful subject as regards both the value of his work, concerning which opinions are fiercely divided, and the more mysterious elements of his life story, which are still a puzzle to historians. A provocative writer who was regarded for a time as a prophet of the youthful intelligentsia. In revolt against both positivism and romanticism, he found himself at odds with all the political forces of his day, conservatives, socialists, and national democrats. His style is violent and appears to be constantly at boiling point. Whatever the object of his attention, he seems to be capable only of fervent admiration or unqualified contempt. Some critics thought the explosiveness of his manner was a mask for dilettantism, a want of originality, or the power to discipline his mind and digest his thoughts the more so as he changed his opinions with dizzying swiftness, evidently as the result of hasty writing, wide but superficial reading, and self-identification with the latest philosopher or writer who came within his ken. More attentive readers, however, detected a certain logic in all these changes, and an imprint of personality which gave an individual stamp to all his borrowings from the intellectual store of West European, German, Russian, and Polish thinkers. In passing on the ideas of others he paraphrased them and tinged them with his own style to such an extent that they sometimes appeared unrecognizable. This was the case with Kant and Spencer, Hegel and Marx, Avenarius and Nietzsche, Proudhon and Searle, Bergson and Newman, Dostoevsky, Lewis, and many others. The ambiguity and variability of Berezowski's influence extended beyond the grave. Young people of the left were brought up on his novels and other writings. The Flames, a story of the heroic conspirators of the Narodnaya Volya, was required reading for each generation of revolutionaries, yet before and during a 539 main currents of Marxism. The Second World War he was successfully claimed as a prophet by the radical nationalist camp. In this respect Berezowski resembled Searle, who in fact influenced him greatly. Was he a Marxist, and if so, to what extent? He wrote of himself that he had never been orthodox and that when he joined the Marxists it was in the capacity of a dissident. He believed, however, that the philosophy of labor which he professed in 1906-9 was a development of Marx's ideas, and he contrasted Marxism as it had figured in his life with the evolutionism of the orthodox and, above all, the whole tradition stemming from Engels. He was one of the first to contrast Marx and Engels as minds of a completely opposite stamp. Marxism, it may be said, was only one phase in his highly complicated intellectual history, but it was the phase of his maximum intellectual independence and influence on Polish culture. Marxism cannot be treated as the main line of his biography but only as a section of it, unintelligible without some reference to the remainder. His most important work from the standpoint of the history of Marxism is Ideas. It is almost impossible to summarize Berezowski's views without distortion. He believed that philosophy was not merely a process of reflecting on life but an enhancement of it, and that the meaning of philosophy was determined by its social effectiveness. Hence to describe the content of his writings irrespective of their personal and social genesis and function is to turn them into some thing they were meant not to be, namely an abstract doctrine. On the other hand, a philosopher who believes that philosophizing is an entirely immanent part of history has no right to complain that his ideas are distorted by critics. For if meaning is always created and not extracted from something ready-made, there can be no question of distortion when he proclaims his vision of the world or when others comment upon it. Berezowski's thought may be defined negatively in relation to certain intellectual positions which he opposed. In the first group of these are positivism, evolutionism, naturalism, and the theory of progress, all of which purport to interpret human life and make it intelligible as a function or extension of a natural process. Secondly, he opposed the romantic tradition which contrasts the independent interior of man with nature, alien to him and governed by its own laws. Brzozoski was, it is true, the most active exponent in Poland of modernist or neo-romantic thought, but he would have nothing to do with that aspect of it which he regarded as a continuation of the bad side of romanticism, i.e. the view that art should be completely free and unfettered by any consciousness of its social functions. He was equally opposed to the positivist utilitarian approach and to the doctrine of art for art's sake. He wished to preserve a place for artistic creation which was not determined by the laws of progress and did not owe its significance to other than human powers, yet at Book 2 equals the Golden Age 531. The same time did not represent a breach of historical continuity or claim to be exempt from social responsibility. One biographical note. Stanislaw Brzozoski, 1878-1911, the son of minor gentry, was born in the village of Maciarnia in southeastern Poland. After a high school education he entered the science faculty of Warsaw University in 1896, but was expelled a year later for helping to organize a patriotic demonstration of students arrested. In autumn 1898 for underground educational activities, he was released a few weeks later but kept under police supervision. Next year he contracted tuberculosis, and from then till 1905 he lived partly in Warsaw and partly at the nearby resort of Otwock. From 1901 he was extremely active as a writer of books and articles on subjects of popular philosophy, novels, plays, literary criticism, and drama reviews. In the first few years he published pamphlets on the philosophy of Taine, essays on Amiel, Sniadecki, Kremer, Avenarius, and Zyromski, and polemics against Stankiewicz and Miriam Pierzesmicki. At the beginning of 1905 he went to Zakopane in the Tatrats and spent a year in Galicia, giving LEC tours at Zakopane and Krakow. At this time he wrote a pamphlet, published in 1924, on the philosophy of Polish Romanticism, essays on Norwood and Dostoevsky, and a course of logic. At the beginning of 1906 he went for a cure to Nervi near Genoa, then to Lausanne, Germany, and Lemberg. During that year he published several articles and a book, The Modern Polish Novel. He returned to Nervi at the beginning of 1907 and then spent 6 months at Florence. While in Italy he wrote a study of Nietzsche and an essay on historical materialism. He met Gorky and Lunacharsky and published 2 books, Culture and Life and Modern Polish Literary Criticism. He also took up the intensive study of Marxism and read the works of Searle. The following year was that of the Brzozoski affair, which beclouded the philosopher's last years and shook the Polish intelligentsia to its foundations. In April 1908 a former Okorona agent named Mikhail Bakhty gave to Vladimir Burtsev, a Russian emigre in Paris and the editor of a socialist journal, a list of informers for the Okorona which included Brzozoski's name. The heinous charge was repeated in Czerwony Standard, the organ of the SDIPL, and both the Socialist and the National Democratic, right-wing, press unleashed a campaign against the spy. Brzozoski at once denied the charge and demanded that it be investigated by a citizens' court representing all the socialist parties. After much preparation the court was constituted. It met at Krakow in February and again in March 1909, but Brzozoski was struck down by Tilness before the next session. The only witness against him was Bakhty, who gave confused evidence. The court passed no sentence. Controversy raged meanwhile, with 532 main currents of Marxism. Many eminent writers defending Brzozoski against the charge of treason. After his death the matter was reopened many times with inconclusive results. Felix Kahn, a Polish communist and a member of the Krakow court, investigated the Okorona archives after the October Revolution and found no evidence that Brzozoski had been a traitor. The general opinion today is that either there was a confusion of identity, both his Christian name and surname are very common in Poland, or the charge was a plant by the Russian police. In any case, it had a catastrophic effect on Brzozoski's personal fortunes and those of his writings. During the affair it came to light that Yevno Zivi, the leader of a terrorist organization of the Russian Social Revolutionaries, was an Okorona agent. His name had also been on Bakhty's list, but the ins and outs of this matter are not clear either. Despite persecution, poverty, and illness Brzozoski did not cease to work. In 1908 he published The Flames, in 1909 The Legend of Young Poland, perhaps his best-known work of philosophical criticism, and in 1910 the volume of Essays Ideas, a summing up of his philosophical reflections. He died in Florence. Many of his writings appeared posthumously, including memoirs written in the last months of his life, an unfinished novel, and an essay on Newman. Preface to a Polish translation of the Grammar of Assent. To philosophical development. LRKE most of his contemporaries, Brzozoski was infected for a time by the positivist outlook of Darwin and Spencer. Soon, however, he not only abandoned evolutionism, determinism, and scientific optimism, but made them the chief target of his attack. For his own part he adopted an individualist philosophy of action which dispensed with objective criteria of cognitive, aesthetic, and moral values, relating them exclusively to the self-assertion of the individual in his uniqueness, and sought to preserve the idea of creativity as a challenge to all forms of naturalist determinism. He articulated this philosophy with the aid of the same sources as most of his contemporaries drew upon: Fichte, Nietzsche, Avenarius, and also of traditional Polish Romanticism, in which the cult of action afforded an ideological compensation for the country's enslavement. At this time Brzozoski's chief masters were Avenarius and Nietzsche. The former was one of those who had drawn unexpected, and in Brzozoski's view, tragic, conclusions from evolutionist positivism. The Darwinists interpreted the whole of civilization and all intellectual activity as a weapon in the struggle of the human race for survival. This view facilitated, if it did not necessitate, a pragmatic attitude towards knowledge, since cognition, and its results served and codified in the form of science, were nothing but the response of Book 2 ** The Golden Age 533. The species to its natural environment, the notion of truth, like that of goodness or beauty, ceased to have any transcendental meaning. Things were valuable in the cognitive, aesthetic, or moral sense insofar as they helped to prolong and strengthen the life of the species. In the same way no scientific opinions, including the theory of evolution itself, could be regarded as true in the everyday sense. They were merely organs of life, which in itself is neither good nor bad, true nor false, but simply exists through time. Yet this argument was based on a biological theory which claimed to be true in the transcendental sense of everyday usage. The whole structure of scientific philosophy turned out to be a vicious circle. Empiriocritical philosophy did not overcome these difficulties, and Brzozoski, who for a time attached great weight to this philosophy, took the view that any theory of knowledge was bound to involve a vicious circle, as the Errol rules of its evaluation could not be formulated without prior assumptions. He accepted the empirical negation of the concept of truth, while believing that it entailed the once and for all abandonment of any claim to discover objective values in the rationalist sense of the term. In Avenarius's view, the predicate true, like good or beautiful, did not denote a quality found in exp. Rents but merely a certain interpretation given by men to their perceptions and thoughts. Truth was a character, not an element. The epistemological question as to the nature of truth, regarded as an attribute of human judgments irrespective of the biological function of those judgments or the circumstances in which they were formed, was not a question that could be meaningfully put. There were no valid questions outside the sphere of empirical description, and no such thing as reason considered and designed to form a picture of the world as it is in itself. The task of philosophy was not to investigate the attributes of being, but to generalize the data of experience while taking care not to endow its abstractions with any but a purely instrumental significance. It was for man to systematize experience in scientific form, not as the passive recipient of pre-existing reality but as its active organizer. Berezovsky held at this time that we are obliged to accept these conclusions and abandon any claim to discover the truth. What we regard as valuable is not so because it gives us a true picture of the world but because it is useful to us in the fight with nature, and the question why it is useful is the fruit of an addiction to metaphysics and has no real meaning. The world as we know it is our own creation, cut to our measure. We cannot intelligibly put questions about any other world or invent, as Spencer did, a category of the unknowable, for the existence of such a category implies, absurdly, that we have knowledge of what we cannot know. However, Berezovsky's biological relativism at this time was conceived in terms of the individual and not the species, and was thus ultimately closer to 534 main currents of Marxism, Nietzsche than to Avenarius. All that is true, good, or beautiful is referred not to the interests of the community but to the irreducible subjectivity of each human being. It is each one's business to create the world for himself, and he is entitled to apply the term good or true to whatever he regards as favorable to his own development. In science, art, and morality there are no universal criteria, only that of the individual who designs his own world in an act of unfettered creation. In this phase Berezovsky's thought did not go beyond the stereotypes of neo-romanticism, except for the dramatic rhetoric in which he clothed them. In 1906-07, however, without apparently quite realizing the extent of the change, he moved away from the solipsistic theory of value and the Nietzschean slogan of creativity, towards an anthropocentric viewpoint which he called the philosophy of labor, and in which he was most influenced by Marx, Searle, and Bergson. Although he never expressly unfolded the reasons for this change, they may be tentatively reconstructed by comparing his early views on the romantic philosophy with his later criticism of it. It would seem that he perceived the contradiction between his own critique of modernist art, which proclaimed its independence of society and thereby rejected social responsibility, and, on the other hand, a philosophy which postulated the freedom of the individual to create a world for himself as his own will or caprice dictated. If creativeness is defined by the lack of any connection with existing culture or responsibility for it, and if the mind proclaims itself as creative insofar as it breaks off into ity with the universe, then we are back to the romantic vision that opposed the internal and spiritual, to which alone it attached importance, to the indifferent world of objectivized nature and civilization, the realm of natural or sociological determinism. A philosophy based on this assumption is not a creation, forming part of the world, but a flight from its imperatives. If, as Nietzsche contended, the existing world has no meaning for us, then the freedom of the creative subject is mere contingency, an irresponsible refusal to inquire what social conditions make creativity possible, how far and in what circumstances we can be masters of our fate. The ontology of culture which Berezovsky adumbrated at this stage was opposed both to evolutionist positivism and to romanticism. These appeared diametrically opposed to each other but, in his opinion, shared a common base. Both believed that external reality does not have a meaning of its own but is subject to its own laws, irrespective of mankind. To the positivist it was some thing to be manipulated for technical purposes, to the romantics it was an insensible world of necessity possessing no interest for us. But in either case, the idea of man as a creative being could not be saved, in the former because creativity was only an adaptation to the demands of the natural environment. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 535, and was determined by the general laws of progress in the same way as changes in that environment, in the latter because creativity was not supposed to apply itself to the external world but to reject it in favor of the illusory autarky of a human monad. The philosophy of labor transcended both the evolutionist faith in progress and the romantic cult of the self-sufficient ego. It regarded the world as existing only by virtue of the significance conferred on it by collective human effort, and it sought in this way to preserve the dignity of man as the initiator of the world, as unconditionally responsible for himself, and for external reality as a collective absolute, to whom no ready-made laws afford a promise of triumph over destiny. This is a kind of Marxist version of Kantianism. Nature as we know it and can meaningfully speak of it proves to be the creation of man, but its human coefficient derives from labor and not from transcendental conditions of experience. The philosophy of labor was not the end of Berezovsky's spiritual evolution. The last years of his life were largely filled with religious speculations and a growing interest in Catholicism as presented by Newman and the modernists. To be sure, Berezovsky had never been a progressive freethinker or a militant atheist in the old-fashioned positivist or Marxist style. He never set out to fight religious superstition, as he took seriously all forms of the spiritual life and saw in Catholicism an important and fruitful source of cultural values. In a certain undefined sense he regarded himself as a religious man. Shortly before his death he wrote in a letter that he had never lost faith in the immortality of the soul. But for a long time Catholicism was to him only a historical creation, a concentration of values and a seedbed of philosophical, artistic, and literary production. He interpreted it in an immanent fashion, within the limits of self-contained human history. He did not believe at any time that cultural values could be wholly detached from their historical roots, the form and manner in which they had come to be, or that everything of value in Christianity could be simply taken over, without its Christian integument, into secular civilization. But in his last years his thoughts took a different turn. He was attracted by Christianity not only as an important cultural factor and a transmitter of values, but also as a means of intercourse with the supernatural. One can hardly speak of an outright conversion, nor can the nature of the change be exactly determined from the notes and letters dating from the last months of Berezovsky's life. It would seem, however, that there was no breach of continuity with his previous ideas but that he was still preoccupied, as he had been all his life, with the question, how can man give an absolute meaning to that which he himself creates? He appears to have decided that this absolute meaning, on which depends also man's faith in his own absolute dignity, can only come From the belief that our endeavors are capable of reaching the divine, time, less foundations of all being. Any realistic metaphysic of Christianity, or 530 main currents of Marxism, attempt at rationalizing faith, was alien to his mind. If he died as a Catholic, it was the continuation of his philosophical pilgrimage, not a break with what had gone before. 3. The philosophy of labor. Looking more closely at the variant of Marxism outlined by Berezovsky, we see first of all that it is based on opposition to the then dominant evolutionist version popularized by Engels and Kolakowski. In Berezovsky's view, all the Marxist writings of his day, except those of Labriola and Searle, were a successful attempt to distract attention from the essential problems that Marx had raised. There was not a single concept, vision, or method which, in the transfer from Marx's mind to Engels, did not become completely different, and indeed diametrically opposite as far as the philosophical nature of concepts is concerned. Ideas, p. 264. Engels shared with the positivist a belief in the natural evolution of the world, of which human history was one aspect. History could be explained by the laws of nature, and there was an objective law of progress, independent of human will, which ensured that man would sooner or later attain a blessed state on earth. This positivist optimism, said Berezovsky, was not only a gratuitous invention but was degrading to man, as it signified that he was not the real master of his fate but was being steered by the law of progress towards an earthly paradise which had a sort of quasi-existence. Already, it robbed man of the sense that he was the active subject of his own destiny, and of the will to be so. Engels' theory thus maintained the essential alienness of man vis-a-vis the world, just as all the conservative metaphysics of the positivists had done. To Marx, the victory of the working class was necessary because he had convinced himself that he knew how to create and construct that victory, that he was laying its foundations and taking part in the work of achievement. To Engels, the whole of this construction, including Marx's will, animating it from the inside, was a matter of knowledge, a cognitive complex that maintained itself in his mind because it satisfied his demands, covered all the facts known to him and had an answer to every objection. The worker's victory was a necessity because it took shape in his mind as a logical inference from what he knew. We are back at the same stage as though Marx had never existed. Ibid, pages 348-9. To Engels it sufficed to feel that he represented, logically and intellectually, a form of life that was worthy of victory and power. He saw the world as a theater of errors out of which there would finally emerge, necessarily and by the nature of things, that error which dominated his own mind, p. 384. Basically he regards human beings as insignificant creatures, whose function is to be happy and free and not cause any logical perturbation. In Engels' mind, he loved the working class because it furnished him with Book 2 The Golden Age 537. A necessary argument. Apart from this he had no spiritual attachment except to Marx, p. 389. Marx, by contrast, according to Berezovsky, had no doctrine that made it possible to predict historical events on the basis of ascertained natural laws, valid alike for human affairs and for inanimate nature. This does not mean, however, and the point is worth stressing, that Berezovsky opposed the determinism of Engels to the voluntarism of Marx. He ascribed to Marx, not a voluntarist doctrine as the negation of determinism, but a philosophy that conceived itself as historical praxis. That is to say, Marxism was not a theory about praxis but was a form of social activity comprehending both history and itself as a historical factor, or, to put it otherwise, contemplating the historical process from the inside. In this way Berezovsky's interpretation is more radical than the collective subjectivism of the Russian empirical Marxists. He not only regards the world as a meaning created by the collective effort of human beings, but relativizes his own meaning in the same manner. Berezovsky was perhaps the first who, anticipating Leszek and Gramsci, rejected the dispute among Marxists between determinists and followers of Kant. Both sides in this dispute regarded Marxism as a sociological attempt to ascertain social laws, but to Berezovsky the sense of Marxism consisted not in what it described or predict, but in what it brought about. Berezovsky had not much ground for taking this view, except the theses on Feuerbach. He relied more on intuition than on Marx's writings. He believed firmly, however, that he had rediscovered the basic philosophical impulse, which Marx himself had, as it were, forgotten when he came to concentrate on the problem of attaining power. The first target of attack by the philosophy of praxis as thus understood was the idea of a ready-made world subject to laws of its own which mankind was capable of ascertaining in so far as it could exploit them for its own use. Such a world was an intellectualist delusion, a means of evading responsibility for the fate of humanity. What we know as nature, he argues, is not being in itself, but is, at each particular stage of our knowledge, the degree of the power we exercise over being. He expresses this idea in different variants in several places. From the point of view of the critique of knowledge, nature in the scientific sense of the term is the power achieved by human technical ability over the outside world. Ideas, p. 7. Nature, as an idea, is experience envisaged in categories created by our real power over the surrounding universe. Nature, as an idea, is experience envisaged as the work of man, the world as a possible object of technical activity, p. 119. Man does not acquaint himself with a ready-made world, but first unconsciously creates various forms of activity and later becomes aware of them, p. 154. The reality encountered by human thought is nothing but human activity and human life. What lies beyond? 538 main currents of Marxism. Humanity is something against which only human labor can assert itself. Man has no resources other than himself and that which he deliberately creates. Science is the awareness, the plan, and method of our activity, and there are no boundaries to it, as human life and labor endure and develop, p. 164. In other words, man's contact with reality is primarily E of contact, 1.e. Labor, all the rest, including the perception and understanding of the world, is secondary. We know the world, from the beginning and at every successive stage, as that upon which our labor is directed, a the focus of resistance and effort. This practical dialogue with our environment is the absolute, irresistible reality. There is no way of passing beyond it to discover the real face of being, nor can the external world, unaffected by us, come within the range of our conscious perception and create a subjective image there, nor is there any pure self-knowledge in which we arrive at an unclouded, substantive ego that is perfectly transparent to itself. The world, Berezovsky maintains, is coextensive with labor in the same way we cannot, in our intellectual activity, separate perception from evaluation, for there is no perception or theoretical reflection that does not have a human, partial, evaluative slant, working within the horizon which is bounded from the outset by man's practical need to control the world. Labor is an absolute for human beings in the sense that no theoretical reflection can go beyond the realities created by labor and organ Is according to its requirements. In the most general sense, Kant is right. Objects conform to our concepts, because the very presence of an object supposes a human faculty of organizing experience. But this faculty does not consist in a set of a priori forms, nor is it due to any transcendental rationality. It is simply the practical ability to transform the environment in accordance with our needs. Humanity, therefore, cannot itself be explained. We cannot interpret man by referring his origin, existence, and perceptions to pre-human conditions, such as a body without consciousness, or the history of species, since these conditions can only be known to us within the practical perspective brought about by the totality of human efforts to maintain life and enhance its quality. We know things as the counterpart of our practical activity, and our own selves in the same state of interlocking tension. Neither the self nor the object is at any time given in the form of a separate image, both are inescapably relativized vis-a-vis each other, and this interrelation is the final, unanalyzable basis of all our knowledge of the history of men and nature and the laws of the universe. This, in Brzezinski's view, is not simply another attempt to solve epistemological questions, but involves a radically new conception of our relation to the world. To believe that we find a ready-made world obeying its own laws and waiting for us to observe or exploit it is to accept, as it were, the consolidated Book 2 The Golden Age 539. Results of human activity, dead labor, in Marxian terms, as an inescapable necessity, and thereby to accept that human labor must be enslaved forever. To believe that man is, in a radical sense, the creator of the universe is to accept responsibility for the future, rejecting the domination of the results of past labor over the world that our own efforts are bringing to birth. The whole of the past, the necessities of cause and effect as we know them, the world organized into objects by a particular system of connections, is nothing but dead labor, a deposit created by past human activity. What we know as reality is no more than the result of past history. When we say, then, that reality imposes certain bounds on our historical activity, we should say that past history or real ity as it is, or the ideas occasioned by that reality, set absolute limits to our thinking. For any philosophy of history, or metaphysics of being, or theory of knowledge that purports to abstract from history, is only possible on the basis of labor that has not recognized itself as the sole human activity that has consequences in the realm of being, ideas, p. 131. It is easy to see that if we take the view that there is nothing which is not immanent in human history, the dispute between materialism and idealism falls to the ground, since both are based on a false assumption. Both these open ions regard the content of the mind as constituting the essence of the universe. Idealism tells us how the world is created by what is in our minds, while realism accepts the result and tries to forget the process. Bergson, quite rightly, points out that evolutionism a la Spencer is essentially the same thing as evolutionism for La Fichte, Ibid, pages 202-3. History is the creator of what we call our minds and nature. It is the ground on which we stand and which prevents us from falling into the abyss. We are from it, and only through it have we any contact with what is not human. p. 207. All the attributes that ignorant conservatism, with its eyes fixed on the past, would have us regard as features of a ready-made world are, from the point of view of the philosophy of labor, secretions of human effort, and this radically alters their significance. This applies in particular to the notion of time, which is neither a natural frame within which events occur, nor a relationship between them independent of ourselves. We create the category of time in order to make ourselves aware of the possibility of controlling our own destiny. By opposing the human effort crystallized in past history to the energy which is free to project itself as it chooses, the past is what we have already done, the future is the open realm of our hopes and intentions. To the conservative way of thinking which dominates the evolutionist version of Marxism, time is not a reality. The future, in some mysterious way, already exists and is determined. Human happiness and contentment are already inscribed on some future part of the unwinding scroll of progress. But this optimistic philosophy is a self. 540 main currents of Marxism. Delusion and a flight from reality in the eyes of those who have learned from Bergson that the future does not exist in any form and that only duration is real, i.e. nothing is real that has not appeared in actual duration. It is absurd, Brzezinski says, to attribute to Marx a belief in time as something that only actualizes eternal laws and thus entrusts human fate to higher powers of which men are the compliant instruments. Teach me to feel myself the tree, and not the withered leaf. The quotation from Meredith preface to Brzezinski's ideas is central to his understanding of Marxism. To him it was above all a way in which men could comprehend the dependence of all forms of culture, including science and nature itself, on labor conceived as an original datum, not analyzable into independent elements, and at the same time it signified the acceptance by men of responsibility for their own collective lot. The understanding of culture must therefore be both genetic and functional. There are no transcendental or pre-existing rules determining the value of what men produce in the way of knowledge, religious myths, works of art, or systems of philosophy. Forms of civilization cannot be discussed without a knowledge of their origin. The question of truth, again, is not that of a connection, independent of ourselves, between the content of certain ideas and a self-existing object. Truth is whatever strengthens society and aids it in the fight for survival. This, of course, is close to the pragmatist approach, but Brzezinski differs from James, whose philosophy he knew, in that he does not derive the meaning and truth of the products of culture and knowledge from particular situations e.r. individual needs, but always relates them to the community. Only the whole laboring people can impart the dignity of truth to anything they produce, so far as it proves able to survive in their world and serves to further its development. In the same way Brzezinski, in accordance with his argument, refuses to accept the category of use or life value in relation to pre-cultural, biological needs or instincts, for as humanity cannot be defined, or its origin explained, in terms of pre-human factors, so it cannot be treated as a complex of instincts, or animal needs to which consciousness is superadded at a later stage. Needs and the demands of life are historical, human categories, and the pragmatic significance of civilization relates to man as the creator of himself, not as a creator who grafts cultural institutions onto his animal existence. However, Brzezinski shares with pragmatism the fundamental conviction that the same value criterion applies to scientific knowledge as to art, morals, social systems, religious sentiments and institutions, viz. Their utility to humanity as the master of its own destiny. This view does away with the traditional dichotomies of rationalism, positivism, and free thought as between religion and science, fact and value, art and knowledge, cognition and creation. If life is the sole touchstone of value, no. Book 2 The Golden Age 541. Branch of culture can claim supremacy over another or set up universal criteria, but all deserve equally to be judged as instruments of the human struggle to survive and create a more abundant life. They are good if they enhance energy, and bad if they dissipate it in backward-looking delusions. Since humanity is its own final basis and there is nothing beyond it to which we can appeal, it is no good looking for any guarantee in the shape of history, cal necessity or a pre-established order. The present state of humanity is the profoundest metaphysical work of man. It is reality par excellence. Our towns, factories, wars, arts, and sciences are not a dream behind which something more profound waits to liberate us. They are absolute reality, irreducible to anything else. Ideas, p. 215. There is no such thing as relations to the world, to nature, to logic. There are only intrahistorical, intrasocial relations between different efforts, tensions, and directions of the will. What we call the world is a certain property of the human will. We take it for the world because we do not so much create it as find it, p. 443. But what we find is brittle and uncertain. We can and do preserve ourselves daily by fresh efforts. Nothing is truly ours. No satisfaction is permanent, no gain is everlasting. The meaning and value accumulated by centuries of human effort has to be maintained by an effort constantly renewed. The human condition is not a steady progress towards final satisfaction, happiness, or the enjoyment of benefits acquired once and for all. It is an unceasing struggle, the result of which is not and never will be certain. All we can hope to do in that struggle is to preserve our own dignity. We have no calling other than what we actually decide our calling to be. If there is no criterion of truth and value outside life itself, rationalism stands revealed as a conservative illusion. For, in Berezovsky's view, rationalism is the belief that actual forms of culture can be evaluated by criteria independent of the cultural process and can be explained by factors that are not the work of man. But such criteria and explanations do not in fact exist. There is no such thing as pure thought or pure aesthetic sensibility which can then be applied to real life. Social existence is not the application of thought and perception, but is itself the reality which creates the faculty and the content of perception. Each and every mental phenomenon is only a phase in the history of a particular social group, and the life of the group is its essential content, ideas. p. 419. Once again, the meaning and cognitive value of any product of culture can only be judged by its origin and functions and not by extra-historical criteria. Moreover, if the organic crystallization of a culture can be expressed in rational form, this signifies that it has already lost its creative force and belongs to the lifeless accumulation of the past. Live cultural tendencies can never be confined in perfectly rational and convincing forms. Rationalism is the attitude of those who wish to entrench themselves in ready-made positions. 542 main currents of Marxism, and persuade others that these positions cannot be questioned. But thought and artistic creation, in their formative stages, are characterized by lack of self-confidence and by the imperfect logic of its forms. For socialism, the proletariat, and the nation, Tuesday philosophy of labor is, in Berezovsky's view, a kind of metaphysic of socialism and a motivation, or rationalization, of his adherence to it. He was not an active party worker at any time, partly because he disapproved of socialist particularism and current versions of Marxism, but also because he believed, especially in his last years, that all political forms that derived organically from the life of a nation were in some way necessary to it, and none of them could claim a monopoly of the truth. He declared himself to be a socialist in the sense of holding that the workers would conquer if they could show that the mass of free labor could outweigh that which was possible with enslaved labor. This highly vague form of socialism was expressly neutral with regard to current ideas of the nature of the future order. He believed that as the whole of civilization must be interpreted as the self-organization of the work in community, and as it was only from the point of view of labor that men could understand the meaning of their own efforts, it was from the class of direct producers that humanity must learn to understand itself and be imbued with the necessary hope and confidence to govern its own destiny. In this general sense, Berezovsky believed in the special mission of the proletariat, and his Prometheanism on its behalf was expressed in formulas close to the syndicalism of Searle. The class separatism of the proletariat is the only way to bring about a moral atmosphere among mankind, to rediscover the meaning of the word humanity. The proletariat's increasing class consciousness is the one great, metaphysically genuine spiritual reality of our time. This is the point at which man's tragic dilemma is decided. We do not demand justice, no one knows what it is, nor do we promise or look for happiness. Mankind never will be happy. Suffering has its absolute values which we do not want to lose. But we believe that man must exist because he has loved and valued his existence. Because he creates himself as that reality whose existence he desires, as his own absolute meaning and as the purpose of the world. Ideas, p. 222. Socialism is thus expressed not in terms of welfare, security, and content meant, but of human dignity. The struggle for dignity is a struggle for free labor, defined as the opposite of labor controlled from above, or as a state in which the laborer, while at work, is not subject to any higher authority. Like Searle, Berezovsky did not go beyond this general formulation, which is, of course, in accordance with Marxist tradition as far as it goes. He was not as state in the question of the seizure of political power by the proletariat, or of Book 2 The Golden Age 543. Economic organization. What was needed was for the mind and will of the working class to rise to a level at which the workers were in full control of the vital processes of society based on the productivity of labor. Political and economic changes that did not lead to the spiritual transformation of the workers, or increase their readiness and ability to take control of the productive process, were of no account. From this point of view, Berezovsky, like Searle and the anarcho-syndicalists, distinguished the socialism of the intelligentsia from that of the proletariat. The intelligentsia was merely a consuming class that produced nothing, but, as its activity took place in the mental sphere, it was naturally inclined to believe that forms of life are produced by consciousness and not the other way round. What the intelligentsia called socialism was only an attempt to secure for itself a dominant place in society, using the workers as an instrument to maintain its privileges. The hegemony of intellectuals in the socialist movement was a result of the spiritual immaturity of the proletariat. Berezovsky dreamt of a mass struggle of the proletariat, not led by the intellectuals but fully capable of fighting for itself. No historical law guaranteed the success of socialism. If free labor showed itself to be more productive, socialism would be possible. If not. The productivity of labor was to be the final criterion of social progress, but not end. This is a particular feature of Berezovsky's thought because increased productivity would make possible an increase of consumption. The advance of technology and increased productivity meant the growth of man's power over his environment. This was to Berezovsky an end in itself, not simply the means to a more comfortable life. His whole conception of socialism was heroic and adventurous. Man's conquest of nature needed no material gain to justify it. Production was not a means to consumption, but to the maintenance of man's position as the independent lord of creation. The proletariat, in his eyes, was a collective warrior with the traits of a Nietzschean hero, the idealized embodiment of humanity as a metaphysical entity. Human ideals and values made sense and were historically momentous insofar as they helped man to wrestle with refractory nature, but that wrestling itself was in the last resort justified on spiritual grounds, as a self-assertion of the will. To critics brought up on Marxist orthodoxy, this Prometheanism with its metaphysical and prophetic tone appeared highly suspect. Faced with the popularity of Berezowski's writings amongst left-wing youth, Polish communist intellectuals attached importance to destroying his influence and, in effect, wrote him off as an ideologist of the right. Andrzej Sawor, for instance, declared that the undifferentiated cult of labor belonged to the ideology of class solidarity. This was an exaggeration in that Berezowski strongly emphasized the separate cultural identity of the proletariat and its special role in social development. It was true, however, that unlike the Marxists he defined 544 main currents of Marxism, the proletariat by the fact that it performed physical labor, and not by its place in the scheme of production or, especially, the sale of its labor as a commodity. In general, Berezowski did not pay attention to the class division of society and the social conditions of production. In the last resort we cannot say exactly what he meant by the proletariat, free labor, or socialism. He used these terms as metaphysical categories to aid in the description of man.as the care of nature, labor, and the struggle itself, were their own reward. By means of labor the ideal becomes a fact. Labor is the divine element in which nature for labor is a fact of nature becomes the body of an ideal. Labor is the fruit of the will, the basis of its domination over the world. Let. Tertus Elomia Perlmutter, March 1906. In this sense the reproach that Berezowski leveled against the socialist parties that they treated the proletariat as a means to the conquest of power by intellectuals who were professional politicians can, mutatis mutandis, be directed against himself. To him the proletariat was the instrument of a Promethean ideal derived from metaphysical reflection and not from observation of the actual tendency of the workers' movement. He was not concerned with what the workers actually wanted, but with what they must become in order that the conquistadors' vision of human destiny might be fulfilled. Another point of contention with Polish Marxists was Berezowski's attitude to the national question. As time went on, the ideas of nation and fatherland became more prominent in his writing, as did the role of traditional culture. Moreover, he used biological metaphors which, vague as they were, became increasingly suspect when radical nationalist movements of a more or less fascist type began to use similar metaphors in defense of national values. On such grounds, Piet Hoffman, another orthodox communist, denounced Berezowski as a forerunner of fascism. Berezowski gave no thought to the tensions that might arise from an attempt to reconcile the national and the class points of view in social philosophy. It seemed clear to him that his loyalty to the workers' cause in no way conflicted with his belief in Poland as a source of national and cultural values. On this subject he wrote, "People have been at pains to show that the workers' movement can be, and is, a national movement. I do not know that their efforts were necessary. Poland is the field of action of the motive forces in Polish life and the resources which sustain it. To argue that the workers' movement can be independent of the nation's life and to tiny is to say that it does not matter what range of forces and means of action it has at its disposal. As long as the Polish community is deprived of its rights, so long will our working class be an amorphous body of degraded paupers not occupying the fourth rank in the social order, but the fifth, sixth, or even lower. What is the issue?" Book 2 *, The Golden Age 545. Here. To renounce one's national existence is to give up hope of influencing human reality. It means destroying one's own soul, for the soul lives and acts only through the nation. The so-called question of nationality does not arise, for it is the same as to ask whether we wish to lose our human dignity. There are no opinions, interests, or values that can dispense us from loyalty to the supreme value. A man without a country is a soul without substance. He is lukewarm, dangerous, and harmful. For the human soul is the result of a long collective struggle, a long process of creation, and all its significance is due to the length of time that has gone into making it. The older our soul is, the more creative it will be. That is why the workers must consciously arouse themselves to love their country and remember its history. /Diaz, p. 225. If this argument had simply meant that the liberation of the working class could not take place in conditions of national oppression, it would have been commonplace enough and would have been endorsed by Polish socialists in general. But it is clear that Berezowski meant more than this, and in his discussion of Sarl and Bergson he developed his thought more fully. His point was that there could be no approach to culture except through national tradition, and culture here included all forms of knowledge. Our relationship to the world is such that we perceive everything not only in terms of human history but also of national history, and we delude ourselves if we think we can step outside this. Summarizing Sarl's views, with which he evidently agrees, Berezowski writes, "The idea of knowledge as the contemplation of some reality above or beyond human life is a fiction. In no circumstances can thought be independent of the community in which it comes to birth, or express anything but a certain sum of human activity. Metaphysics came into being as a surrogate for patriotism, as its destruction. Today the mother country comes into its own again. We cannot communicate with anyone except through the nation. There is no road to life except through that body spirit by which we are sustained and exalted. Knowledge is international only inasmuch as it affects the conditions of life of every nation. It cannot be attained by any shallow mind, or by anyone who has not been involved in the stern and tragic aspects of the life of his own people. Poland, our language, and our soul are not accidental figures of inanimate, uncaring nature. They are a great reality in their own right, a fundamental aspect of being, and will remain so as long as there are Poles on this earth. There are things that are even older and more profound than nations. But man as such can only know himself through the nation, for there are no non-national, international organs of spiritual life." Ideas, pages 248 to 51. This passage clearly goes far beyond what would have been accepted by even the least orthodox of Marxists, suggesting as it does that even science, not to speak of other forms of culture, depends on the national tradition as NEC 54 at Main Currents of Marxism. Essere Medium. To Berezowski these thoughts were simply an expression of his belief in the value of the nation as a continuous, irreducible reality in which all its members participated. It is hard to deny, however, that his views gave a HON.DLE to nationalist radicalism with all its dangerous consequences. The attempts of extreme rightists to claim him for their own cannot be dismissed as simply mistaken, and it is not easy to acquit him of all blame for this. On the other hand, none of the Marxists was able, either in theory or in practical politics, to resolve the conflict between the internationalism of the workers' movement and the intrinsic value of the national community, except by arbitrarily denying the latter as Rosa Luxemburg did. nor did any of them apparently suspect that history might have thrown up social forms which were not necessarily reducible to a single pattern. 5. Berezovsky's Marxism. There is no need to demonstrate that Berezovsky's ideas of the proletariat and of socialism were very different from Marx's. Moreover, he was certainly wide of the mark in interpreting Marx's intention as follows: nobody can understand Marx's thought who does not feel that he identifies himself with certain constructions of his own, such as productive forces, the concentration of capitalism, etc. These cognitive concepts are really myths that Marx uses in the first place to represent to himself the trend and content of his own will. He then endeavors to impose this will on others, to build it up and sustain it in them. Ideas, pages 347-8. However, irrespective of the later reception of Berezovsky's ideas and the many arbitrary features in his interpretation of Marxism, it can be said that he was the first to attempt to divert Marxist thought from the channel in which it had been flowing without arousing any misgiving, and to impel it in the direction that was afterwards followed in different ways by Gramsci and Lukács. Both the evolutionists and the Kantians accepted as axiomatic that Marxism was an account of the social reality of capitalism and its future, as objective as any other scientific theory. Almost all were likewise agreed that Marxism was based on a kind of common-sense realistic metaphysic and that it interpreted human existence and perception in the way generally assumed in evolutionist theories. Berezovsky, arguing from a shaky factual basis, challenged both these axioms and proposed an interpretation of his own which is remarkably close to the philosophic outlook of Marx's early writings that have since come to light. He contended that Marxism could not in principle treat the social process as natural reality independent of the act of perceiving it. The understanding of the world was itself a factor in changing it, and therefore the determinist explicit. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 547. Nation of social phenomena, as usually understood, could not be maintained. From the Marxist point of view, the social universe and the knowledge of that universe were one and the same, and therefore the course of history could not be predicted like the weather. In addition, Berezovsky argued, Marxism was incompatible with the idea of a world that preceded and produced human reality and was then able to imprint its own image, together with that of human existence, upon human minds. Man perceived the world from a human angle and could not impartially observe himself as a part of it, for this would mean casting off his human skin and his whole dependence on history. There was no knowledge independent of the human situation in which it was acquired, and we could not even so much as form a concept of the world in itself. The subjection of our perceptions to historical and social conditions was irrevocable, and we must reconcile ourselves to this as to an absolute reality. However, Berezovsky's religious conversion threw doubt on the possibility of consistently maintaining this strictly anthropocentric viewpoint. It was not, as we have mentioned, a conversion in the usual sense, or a commonplace effect of mental stress in a man close to death. In a letter of May 2, 1910 to Witold Klinger, he wrote that he felt no need for revelation, as Catholicism satisfied him intellectually. However, in another letter to Klinger on April 19, 1911, a few days before his death, he wrote, My Catholicism includes many important aspects of my Marxism, not to speak of Darwinism, Nietzscheanism, and all the other isms of his philosophical evolution, but if we regard his conversion as a part of this, Berezovsky did not leave a detailed account of the last phase, and not merely a psychological phenomenon, we may perhaps explain the background to it as follows. The leitmotif of Berezovsky's thought was the desire to safeguard the absolute value of humanity and endow it with absolute meaning. He expressed this desire first in the Fichte and Nietzschean category of creativeness and action, which appeared to provide a basis for asserting the absolute independence of the creative individual spirit. He abandoned this viewpoint after coming to the conclusion that creativeness was self-contradictory if it did not spring from a sense of obligation towards existing tradition and the centers of social energy that have arisen in the course of history. To defend the subjective, lyrical autarky of the personal interior as an absolute value meant abandoning the world to the indifferent laws of nature, creativity would no longer signify making one's mark on the world, but running away from it. The answer to this was the Marxist vision of man as a collective creator, asserting his own absolute significance in and through his struggle with the external world, and treating the whole of reality as a factor in his own situation. The meaning of the 548 main currents of Marxism universe was referred wholly to human existence, which took on the role of Atlas and would not, indeed could not, know or perceive anything unrelated to its own self-regarding determination to endure as a species. It turned out, however, that even this point of view did not suffice to vindicate the absolute meaning of human existence, simply because it was a meaning arbitrarily asserted by a being who could regard himself as absolute only in his manner of envisaging the world and not in being itself. Since man is condemned to fight for mastery over nature and affirms his dignity in conflict with the non-human world, so that his existence is neither necessary nor independent, and his ascription to himself of an absolute position in the scale of values may appear to be no more than a caprice, and may be cancelled by irrational forces, if ever they should prove stronger. Faith in the absolute meaning of human existence can only be preserved if it is based on the non-contingent existence of God. Radical anthropocentrism is impossible and self-contradictory because it implies that human existence is at the same time both contingent and absolute. This hypothetical reconstruction may indicate the road which led Berezovsky from activistic narcissism, via the collective solipsism of Marxist doctrine, to the church as a historical organism through which humanity is in touch with unconditional being and is able, in the only possible way, to maintain its own unconditional significance. 12. Austro-Marxists, Kantians in the Marxist movement, ethical socialism. 1. The concept of Austro-Marxism. The term Austro-Marxism was coined in 1914 by the American socialist Louis Boudin and has become generally accepted. It was also used by M.E.M. Bears of the school itself. The Austro-Marxists are distinguished by certain common tendencies and particular interests. They were not, however, a school in the scholastic or rabbinic sense of a group of scholars acknowledging or professing a set of tenets by which they can be identified. The chief theoreticians of Austrian social democracy, Max Adler, Otto Bauer, Rudolf Hilferding, Karl Renner, Friedrich Adler, all considered themselves Marxist in the full sense of the term, but they did not regard Marxism as a closed, self-contained system. In the preface to the first volume of Marx Study N, 1904, the editors, Max Adler and Hilferding, declared that they were faithful to the spirit of Marx's work but were not necessarily concerned with fidelity to the letter. This does not, of course, mean much in itself, as such statements were common even among the most dogmatic and pious Marxists. Marxism is not dogma, we must creatively develop the Marxian heritage, and so on. The degree of flexibility of the various schools of thought must be measured not by professions of this kind but by how far they were put into practice. And in this respect the Austrians differed essentially from typical orthodox believers. Not only did they emphasize the links between Marxism and earlier Thinkers, especially Kant, whom Marx had not authorized as sources, but they also saw no harm in using ideas, concepts, and questions that had come to the fore since Marx's time in non-Marxist philosophy and sociology, especially among the neo-Kantians. This, in their view, was not a betrayal of the doctrine but a corroboration and enrichment of it. They were anxious to show that Marxism and socialist ideas were an integral part of the European cultural tradition, and preferred to emphasize not the novelty of Marxism but its affinity, ties and points of contact with various trends of European philosophy and social thought, the main currents of Marxism. Another characteristic of the Austro-Marxists was their interest in examining the broad theoretical and epistemological foundations of Marxism, which Kantian criticism in particular had shown to be full of gaps and loose ends. While accepting the basic principles, including the theory of value, the class struggle, and historical materialism, they did not agree that Marxism logically presupposed a materialist philosophy or that its validity depended on the philosophical arguments of Engels, to which they objected as uncritical. In the Kantian sense, their general attitude was a transcendentalist one, opposed to positivism and empiricism. They held that Marxism was a scientific theory in the fullest sense, but that this did not mean it had to conform to the criteria of knowledge advanced by the empiricists. These were arbitrary and could not provide science with an absolute foundation, simply because they ignored the Kantian questions. All Marxist theoreticians were obliged to answer, expressly or otherwise, the question whether Marxism was a scientific theory or an ideology of the proletariat. The orthodox replied without embarrassment that it was both, and that the class and the scientific viewpoints converged perfectly, but on reflection, this simple answer gave rise to doubts. If Marxism was a scientific theory, then, in order to recognize its truth, it was sufficient to apply the generally accepted rules of scientific thought, without having first to adopt any political or class standpoint. Marxism, like the theory of evolution, would be accessible to one and all. It was generally added, as a rider to this, that although Marxism was scientifically true, it was bound to be resisted by the possessing classes, as it prophesied their downfall. Nevertheless, its truth did not depend logically on any political attitude but on the correct application of rules of intellectual procedure. While it also served the interests of the proletariat, this fact added nothing to its intellectual content and could not logically strengthen the case for accepting it. If, on the other hand, Marxism was the ideology of the proletariat, then its acceptance was not merely a theoretical position but a political commitment, and one was impossible without the other. Those who took this view, Lenin in particular, continued to emphasize the scientific nature of Marxism, but they treated it as an instrument of political warfare and refused to admit even in theory that its development had an immanent logic that was independent of politics and might in some circumstances conflict with political expediency. In spreading the doctrine, those of Lenin's school appealed purely to class interests and not to intellectual principles independent of class. The Austrian Marxists took a precisely opposite view, appealing to all rational minds and not only those who were interested in the theory by reason of their class position. In the field of ethics, similarly, they stressed the intellectual and moral universality of Marxism. To be a Marxian socialist, it was sufficient to Book 2 ** The Golden Age 551. Think aright and to respect humane values that were not those of any particular class but would be embodied most perfectly in socialism. Their attitude on this point resembled that of Jaurès, though they were much more rigid doctrinally. They regarded Marxism as the continuation of the natural development of social knowledge, and socialism as the natural interpretation of traditional human values in terms of present-day society. Here again, it was accepted doctrine that Marxism was valid for all mankind. But this principle was differently interpreted in practice. Since socialists also agreed that the working class was the unreplaceable champion of human values, it was possible to treat the universality of Marxism as an inessential flower-ish and bent all one's forces towards annihilating the political adversary. Contrariwise, it was possible to take the view of the Austrians and others who, while accepting the principle of the class struggle, believed that everyone who took seriously the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity must, to be consistent with himself, adopt a socialist attitude whatever his own class interests. To the Austrians, universality was a major principle and not a mere piece of rhetoric. Consequently, when they wrote about the society of the future, they had less to say about authority and institutional changes than about the free self-government of workers. They regarded the collectivization of property as an instrument of socialist change but not as the whole of socialism, which also involved socialization of the productive process itself and thus the control of all economic life by the society of producers. They believed that the Kantian rule of treating the individual always as an end and not a means was fully in accord with the principles of socialism, and that socialism would be a parody of itself if it did not have as its sole aim the free development of human sons in association. At the same time, the Austrians were opposed to Bernstein's revisionism and belonged in politics to the radical wing of European Marxism, or rather constituted a radical variant of their own, which included the idea of a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and rejected that of the gradual building of social institutions within capitalist society. During and after the First World War, the main theoreticians of Austro-Marxism went different ways in politics. Hilferding and Renner became social democrats in the present-day sense, while Max Adler and Bauer, and also Friedrich Adler, maintained their position on the radical socialist left, identifying with neither social democracy nor with Leninist communism, but unsuccessfully attempting to mediate between them. In addition to the monthly Der Kampf, from 1907, the Austrian Marxists published the volumes of Marx Studien, already mentioned, which contained some of the most important theoretical works of Marxist literature: Adler's Kausalität und die Teleologie im Streit die Wissenschaft, 1904, and Die Stats. 552 Main Currents of Marxism. Auffassung des Marxismus, 1922, Bauer's Die Nationalitätenvertrag und die Sozialdemokratie, 1907, Hilferding's Controversy with Bauer on Marxist Theory of Value, 1904, and Hilferding's Finanzkapital, 1910. 2. The Revival of Kantianism. Austro-Marxism should not be identified with Marxist neo-Kantism. Those of the Austrians who concerned themselves with epistemology and ethics, i.e., especially Max Adler, but also Bauer to some extent, may, it is true, be regarded as belonging to the Kantian Marxist movement, but Austro-Marxism as such has other distinguishing marks besides a leaning towards Kant, and many Kantian Marxists cannot be regarded as members of the Austrian school. The curious phenomenon of Marxist neo-Kantianism, or Marxism with Kantian overtones, is to be viewed not only within the history of Marxism but as an important part of the general revival of Kant's influence which began in the 1860s and led in the next few decades to an almost complete monopoly of Kantianism in German universities. Among the first leaders of this movement were Friedrich Albert Lang and Otto Liebmann. Before long, however, Kantianism divided into various trends and schools which differed both in their interests and in the interpretation of Kant's philosophy. Kantianism was not merely a philosophical trend but, above all, a bid to rehabilitate philosophy as such against the scientific outlook of the positivists. Positivism and German materialism were not so much philosophies as attempts at philosophical suicide. They asserted that the methods used by natural science were the only means of attaining reliable knowledge, and that therefore, philosophy either had no raison d'être or could only consist of reflection on the results of science. Kantianism, on the other hand, offered an intellectual method within which philosophy was not only legitimate but indispensable, but was at the same time limited in its aspirations. It did not pretend to be a metaphysic and was not exposed to the reproach leveled against Hegel, Schelling, and their successors that their ideas were vague, feudal schwärmerei, an exercise of fancy untrammeled by logic. The Kantians taught that philosophy should concentrate on the critique of knowledge. Natural science did not interpret itself, and there was nothing in it which guaranteed the validity of its results and methods. Particular sciences were concerned with knowing the world, but they did not study the fact of cognition, which required special investigation to prove its validity. Kantianism thus shared with scientism a general opposition to metaphysics, but did not hold with its nihilistic approach to philosophy as a whole. In the second place, it was particularly concerned with the theory of ethic values. The purely empiricist outlook seemed to lead naturally to a radical moral relic. Book 2 * The Golden Age 553. Tivism, as science observes and generalizes facts, it knows the world of values only as a collection of social or psychological phenomena and has no means of forming value judgments, any set of which is equally right or wrong so far as science is concerned. Here too Kantianism seemed to offer a protection against relativism. It promised to show that the realm of facts was indeed quite distinct from that of values. So far the Kantians agreed with the positivists, but that human reason is able to define at least the formal conditions that our ethical judgments must satisfy, so that we are not at the mercy of the arbitrary workings of human caprice. The Kantians, then, were opposed to all embracing ontological constructions but held, in opposition to scientism, that the critique of knowledge must logically precede all particular knowledge if the latter is to claim universal validity. 3. Ethical socialism. Kantianism in its original version was psychological rather than transcendental. That is to say, the a priori conditions of knowledge that Kant investigated pass simply for universal attributes of the human mind, which is so constructed that we cannot perceive objects without imposing on them the forms of time and space, causality, substantial unity, etc. This, however, does not do away with relativism but only shifts it to a higher level, for it means that science's picture of the world is universally valid in the sense that it conforms to the requirements of the species structure of man, but not that it would be equally valid for any possible rational being. Consequently, the next generation of Kantists, especially the Marburg school, Hermann Cohen and Paul Nader, passed from the psychological interpretation to a transcendental one, arguing that Kant's a priori forms were not psychologically or zoologically contingent and not peculiar to the human species, or any other, but were inherent in reason as such and were necessary conditions of any act of cognition. Moreover, reason could not function on the basis of empirical facts as ready-made data. Philosophical criticism was based on science not, as the positivists claimed, in order to generalize its results but in the sense that it investigated the epistemological conditions that made science possible. The Marburg school looked mainly to mathematics and theoretical physics to confirm its generally rationalist outlook. Everything in our knowl edge that has universal validity derives from the pure activity of reason and not from contingent, empirical material. Pure reason is the foundation of natural science, and every intelligible idea of reality relates to reality as known. This does not mean that reality is relative vis-a-vis individuals or the human species, but that it is relative vis-a-vis pure, impersonal thought. Kant's thing in itself. 554 Main currents of Marxism is only a regulative concept, a kind of fiction serving to organize knowledge, or else it can be dropped altogether without philosophy suffering any loss. However, the interest that the Marburg school aroused among certain GER man and Austrian Marxists was due less to its radical a priorism than to its attempt to found socialist ethics on Kant's theory of practical reason. Cohen and Nader did not consider themselves Marxists, but they were socialists and believed that socialism could only be grounded in ethical idealism. Cohen held that Kant had provided socialism with a moral foundation by showing, in the first place, that ethics could not be based on anthropology, for man's natural drives could not give rise to the idea of humanity and of the unique value of the individual. Humanity was not an anthropological but a moral concept, i.e. we cannot admit on the basis of purely natural inclinations that we are parts of a collectivity in which every individual has equal rights. Secondly, Kantian ethics were independent of religious dogma and faith in God. Belief in the authority of divine commandments was the basis of a legal system, not a specifically moral one. Only man was a moral lawgiver, but his law could claim universal validity provided it was based on the equality of human beings as objects of moral behavior. The Kantian ethic that commanded us to treat every human being as an end and not a means was the very essence of socialism, for it meant that the worker must not be treated as a commodity, and this was the basis of the doctrine of socialist liberation. The socialist idea of human brotherhood, in which all men were equal and were free, freedom being defined within legal order, was a logical deduction from Kantian doctrine. Cohen was one of the originators of the idea of ethical socialism, which was adopted by most of those who sought to graft the Kantian tradition onto the Marxian theory of social development. Ethical socialism may be reduced to two main tenets. The first, and the more general, is that even if the Marxian philosophy of history is true and socialism is therefore inevitable, it does not follow that socialism must be accepted as a good. The inevitability of an event or a process does not mean that it is necessarily desirable or that we must support it. In order to accept socialism in addition to foreseeing it, we must have some value judgments based on grounds other than historical materialism or any other theory of history. The Kantian ethic can provide such a ground, as it shows that the socialist order in which society has no aims other than the human person is a real value. The second principle of ethical socialism, though this was not stated by all its adherents, was that ethical precepts have universality or salvability, i.e. they apply to all individuals without exception, both as subjects and as objects of moral behavior. From this it follows that socialism as an ethical postulate is unrelated to social class, and that every human being as such, regardless of class interests, can only preserve his humanity by recognizing the Book 2 * The Golden Age 555 moral value of the socialist ideal. This of course did not mean, as the orthodox claimed, that ethical socialism denied the existence of the class struggle, or that its adherents believed that moral propaganda would suffice to bring about socialist changes. It meant, however, that they could and should advocate the ideals of socialism by appealing to universal human values and not only to working class interests. For Kantianism in Marxism, As already stated, there were many neo-Kantists who considered themselves, unlike Cohen, to be Marxists as well as socialists, and who in one way or another reconciled historical materialism and scientific socialism with Kantian ethics or epistemology. This curious symbiosis of Kantian and Marxian ideas may be accounted for by various circumstances. Marxism was less isolated from the rest of the world than it afterwards became, and it was natural that philosophical trends which gained in popularity outside socialist circles should affect Marxist thinking. Also, in the same way, half a century later, when communist orthodoxy became diluted after the death of Stalin, attempts were made to infuse new life into the withering tree by drawing on external sources such as existentialism, phenomenology, structuralism, and even Christianity. However, the immanent logic of the doctrine might have led to the same result even without external influence. The principle that socialism is a universal value and not merely a class one led naturally to speculation as to how the two aspects could be combined. The particular interest of the working class was, on the face of it, easy to determine, but it was not obvious what the universal human interest was, and the canonical texts did not throw much light on this question. It seemed clear, however, that, as Marxism admitted such a category as this universal interest, it must also suppose the idea of man in general, undifferentiated by class, since otherwise it made no sense to say that socialism would satisfy the aspirations of human ity. The workers, who were the historical standard bearers of the universal cause, were supposed to fight exclusively for their own interests, which would coincide with those of humanity in some undetermined millennial future. But if the universal interest was to be an intelligible category, it must exist here and now in the shape of a tangible reality and specific claims. Humanity must, at the present moment, be a visible attribute of every human individual, and there must be moral precepts applying to everyone and not only to comrades in arms. This inference was a hard one for those fundamentalists of Marxism who, in the name of revolutionary purity and intransigence, demanded the complete separation of the socialist movement from bourgeois culture. The neo-Kantians, seeking formulas to express the universalist aspect of 556 main currents of Marxism seized upon and developed what had been something of a dead letter or an empty piece of rhetoric in the Marxist canon. But in so doing they came up against the question of the relationship between the universal and the class aspects of socialism, and were accused by the orthodox in general of advocating class solidarity, glossing over mortal antagonisms, and giving a handle to reformist tendencies. As a rule, these attacks were couched in vague generalities, but there was some truth in the charge, unspecific as it was, that neo-Kantianism played into the hands of the reformist wing of social democracy. The neo-Kantians, however, at all events in the Austrian school, did not reject the idea of revolution. On more than one occasion they argued that Kant's own views were not opposed to revolution either logically or in a historical sense, and they just as evidence his attitude to the revolution in France. In this, they were right. It cannot be deduced from Kant's philosophy that it is legitimate to overthrow an existing regime by force. But the Kantians, in conformity with their transcendentalist premises, defined socialism in terms of morality rather than institutions, and their theory thus suggested strongly that the moral changes which the workers were capable of bringing about here and now under capitalism would amount to the actual building of socialism. This was anathema to the orthodox, who believed that all the working class could do under capitalism was to prepare the way for revolution. Socialism could not be built piecemeal, it was indivisible and consisted in taking over political power and expropriating the capitalists. The effect of defining socialism in moral terms was to blur the sharpness of the transaction from one era to another. To this extent, neo-Kantianism, like Bernstein's revisionism, reflected an optimistic faith in socialism by degrees, though many or even most of the neo-Kantian Marxists did not express this in so many words. The neo-Kantian movement was probably also rooted in German national pride. The socialist idea turned out to be the most genuine product of the man Enlightenment, and not only Kant but Lessing, Fichte, Herder, Goethe, and Schiller were often cited among its ancestors. An outstanding and typical philosopher of the movement was Karl Forlan, 1860–1928, who wrote several works comparing and synthesizing the views of Kant and Marx. For example, Kant und der Sozialismus, 1900, Kant und Marx, 1911, Kant, Fichte, Hegel und der Sozialismus, 1920, Marx, Engels, und las als Philosophin, 1921. His arguments may be summed up under three main heads. In the first place, Forlander singled out the aspects of Kant's social philosophy which had been absorbed into the socialist idea, though they also applied to any form of radical democracy. Kant, for instance, opposed all hereditary privilege. He was against national oppression and standing armies and in favor of popular representation, the separation of church and state, freedom under Book 2 *, the Golden Age 557, law, and a world political organization. He regarded revolution as legitimate if its aim was to secure freedom. He rejected the conservative idea that people should not be given freedom until they were mature enough to use it properly, as if they could ever learn to do so under a despotic system of government. So far Kant was no more than a radical democrat, but, in the second place, Forlander maintained that he had anticipated Marx's theory of progress by means of contradictions. Nature used antagonisms to bring about their resolution. The development of mankind was the result of the interplay of selfish impulses which, thanks to the mechanism of mutual limitation, led to increasing socialization. Wars, in the same way, would ultimately lead, in historical evolution, to the establishment of lasting peace. Conflicts of all kinds brought home to men the necessity of a legal order within which political freedom could flourish. At the same time, Kant was a pessimist who believed that evil was ineradicable and that, as he put it, nothing quite straight could ever be made out of the crooked wood of which man consisted. But this pessimism, which assumed that laws would always be necessary, did not, in Forlander's view, conflict with Marxian historiosophy. Most important, however, was the third group of arguments, showing that Kant's moral philosophy not only could but must be incorporated into scientific socialism. Forlander recognized that Kant's mode of thought was rational, while that of Hegel and Marx was historical, but he believed the two could be combined. Hegel's historicism had played an important part in the origin of Marxism, by providing a basis for the evolutionist view of history. Thanks to Darwin and Spencer, however, the theory of universal evolution now had better foundations in biology and did not need the aid of Hegelian metaphysics. What was harmful in the Hegelian tradition, on the other hand, was the rejection of the distinction between sen and sollen, what is and what ought to be. In Hegel's schema the notion of oughtness appeared post festum, as an awareness of impotence. Marx had followed Hegel in ignoring the distinction, but without it there was no basis for the idea of socialism. Thus the theory of his historical materialism was not thought through and lacked epistemological or moral foundations. The criticism of Kant by Marx and Engels was of minor importance, as they clearly did not know much about him. Engels' attack on the concept of the thing in itself proved his complete misunderstanding of the problem. If Marx's theory was to form the consciousness of a social movement, it must represent socialism as an aim to be striven for, but Marxism failed to validate socialism as a goal. In general, the idea of progress involved evaluation, and there could be no theory of progress except from a teleological point of view. Kant's moral theory was thus a natural completion of Marxism. The categorical imperative laid down that desires and trends were morally good in so far as they could be included in a single order of ends. This of course was 558 main currents of Marxism. Only a formal definition of the conditions that any moral precept must fulfill. Concrete rules were by nature not categorical, but must vary according to historical circumstances. Marxism explained what actions were effective in achieving the aim which it shared with Kantianism, i.e. universal brotherhood and solidarity together with recognition of the irreducible value of every human individual. There was no contradiction here between Kant and Marx, and the Kantian moral doctrine could be introduced into Marxism without affecting any of the latter's basic premises. For Linder, like most Marxists of his time, understood historical materialism in a loose sense. Economic conditions defined consciousness but did not produce it. Human volition played a part in history, and there was interaction between the base and the superstructure. All that was required was for Marxism to enunciate its own latent value judgments, without which it was ineffectual and unconvincing. These or similar arguments were used by all the Kantian Marxists, Ludwig Waldmann, Konrad Schmidt, Franz Staudinger, and the Austrian school. Their main drift was always the same, the scientific interpretation of society, and his story tells us what is or what will be. No historical or economic analysis can tell us what ought to be, yet we must have a measure by which to judge present conditions and determine our aims. The rightness of socialism is not due to the fact that its causes can be explained or that the working class is appointed to bring it about. Things are not admirable simply because they cannot be otherwise than they are, as Staudinger put it. A rotten apple can only be the way it is, but it is rotten for all that. The Kantians opposed the Darwinian or biological interpretation of man as a being dent by the sum of his natural needs. If he can be fully explained within the natural order, they argued, there was no basis for socialism. Nature knows nothing of freedom, and we cannot infer from the natural world that man ought to be free. If, on the other hand, so Staudinger continued, freedom is a postulate which is necessarily inherent in the idea of man, then we must also postulate a social order ensuring the same degree of freedom to everyone. This was impossible with private ownership of the means of production, for then one individual could decide whether another was to live or starve. Hence, socialism was the logical consequence of the demand that man should be able to realize his own nature, which was rational and therefore free. The neo-Kantian Marxists differed as to how far Kant's moral philosophy could or should be embodied in socialist doctrine. Forlander and Waldmann were Kantists in the full sense, holding that Marx's theory of society should be completed by the whole of Kant's moral and epistemological philosophy. Konrad Schmidt, however, believed that while Kant's distinction between the order of will and that of reason must be maintained, his formal imperative was not a sufficient ground for ethics, which must be based on the totality of social needs. Book 2, The Golden Age, 559. Defined by changing historical conditions. If we consider what enables man to realize himself as a free, rational being, we find that no moral precepts can have absolute value, for different courses of action favor the attainment of the ultimate goal in different circumstances. The Kantian ethic states that a moral duty must be performed simply because it is a duty and for no other reason, but to a socialist the only good consists in man and whatever is to man's advantage. And moral duty can only be defined by social needs. This viewpoint is already one of ethical utilitarianism, and departs fundamentally from Kantian doctrine. The question of the relationship between Kant and socialism was debated for many years in all the German language organs of social democracy, Die Neuesheit, Sozialistische Gemeinschaft, Voruders, Der Kampf. In 1904, the centenary of Kant's death was commemorated by the entire working class press of Germany and Austria. The Orthodox, particularly Kolakowski, Mering, and Plekhanov, saw in the glorification of Kant a drastic breach with Marxist tradition. Mering and Kolakowski accepted the view that a descriptive judgment was to be distinguished from an evaluative one, but they did not see why this should oblige Marxists to seek support in Kantian philosophy. Kant's social desiderata, they argued, could perfectly well be met within the framework of bourgeois democracy and were in no way specifically socialist. The fact that the socialist movement had its own ethical basis was clear enough, but gave no support to Kantian arguments. Ethics in whatever form were defined by historical circumstances and were not subject to unchanging rules. The ideals of the working class were explained by history, and it could be shown that they were not merely utopian but were in line with the general course of social development. This was all men needed to know. In particular, Marxists had no need of Kant's unhistorical imperative or the absurd assumption of free will. As we saw in discussing Kolakowski's polemics, it did not occur to orthodox Marxists to put the question, given that certain ideals and values arise in society as the natural product of interests, what motives other than interest can lead the individual to accept them? What ground have we for saying that the socialist ideal, besides being a product of the class situation of the proletariat, is also worthy of support? If, as Marx held, socialism is not only the cause of the working class in particular, but the fulfillment of humanity and the is flowering of all specifically human potentialities, how can we manage without universal human values? How can we consistently refuse to believe that our moral postulates include non-historical factors that are not transient, but belong to the permanent, unchanging idea of humanity? But, on the other hand, is it not contrary to the spirit of Marx's teaching and to his own words to maintain that any values are universal and do not depend on history for their validity? This dispute, as already stated, was insoluble in the ideological context in 500 main currents of Marxism, which it took place. The Kantians had on their side the traditional distinction between the order of facts and that of values, which the orthodox accepted, without drawing from it the proper logical conclusions. They, for their part, could quote Marx's derisive remarks about non-historical values, and they were rightly apprehensive of the social consequences of a doctrine that involved moral standards and judgments independent of class and in effect suggested that the fight for socialism should be based on universal values, rather than class interests. The Kantians admitted that Marx had refused to distinguish between facts and values, Sen and Solon, but they regarded this as a survival of Hegelianism which could be jettisoned without harm to the essence of his doctrine. They did not realize that the absence of this distinction is fundamental to Marxism and that in consequence the whole argument on both sides was being conducted in non-Marxist terms, historical determinism versus moralism. A few Marxists felt obscurely that the issues were wrongly related from the Marxist point of view, but none of them was able to clear the matter up. This was done many years later by Leszek, who pointed out that, according to Marx, 1. The working class comprehends social phenomena only in the very act of revolutionizing the world. 2. In general, knowledge of society is the self-knowledge of a society, and 3. Therefore the understanding of the world and its transformation are not contrasted with each other, as in the relationship between natural science and its technological application, but are one and the same act, while the distinction between understanding and evaluation is for secondary abstraction that distorts the original unity. 5. The Austro-Marxists. Biographical information. Max APER, 1873–1937, a lawyer by profession, spent his life in Vienna, where in addition to practicing as a barrister he wrote learned works and engaged in party activity. He was not a leader of the organizing type and did not stand for parliament before the war, though he was a deputy for a short time after it. His fellow socialists regarded him as a theoretician in a somewhat pejorative sense, a scholar weaving a skein of argument for the intellectual pleasure of doing so. However, apart from his voluminous writings he was one of the main founders of party education in Austria, and with Renner and Hilferding set up a workers' school in Vienna, at which he taught. His books and articles deal with all the vital problems of socialism in his day, but his main concern was to consolidate the philosophical basis of Marxism, which he believed had been much neglected in socialist literature. His philosophical works, written in a heavy and complicated style, revert again and again to certain themes, in particular the social a priori and the transcendental basis of the social sciences. These matters are discussed in his first book Causalität und Book 2 ** The Golden Age 561. Teleologie im Streit die Wissenschaft, 1904, and recur in Marxistisk Probleme, 1913, Das Soziologische Cancerkenntniskritik, 1924, Lehrbuch der Materialistischen Geschichtsauffassung, Part, 1930, and the last of his works published during his lifetime, Das Rätsel der Gesellschaft, 1936. Other permanent topics of his writing are state organization and democracy. Demokratie und die Rechtssystem, 1919, Die Staatsauffassung des Marxismus, 1922. Politische und die Soziale Demokratie, 1926, and the subject of religion is touched on incidentally in many of his works. The Orthodox accused him of compromising with religion. Bauer wrote in a memoir that Adler could never reconcile himself to the idea that the human spirit was mortal, and that he sought in the Kantian theory of time and space justification for the belief in a timeless existence of the mind. Throughout his life Max Adler belonged to the left wing of social democracy. During the war, unlike Victor Adler, he remained a member of the minority group which condemned the opportunism of the social patriots. His attitude to the October Revolution was similar to that of Rosa Luxemburg. He denounced Bolshevik despotism but believed in the value of the Soviets and thought that in altered circumstances a system in Russia would prove capable of democratic change. Otto Bauer, 1881–1938, was more of a political leader than Max Adler, but also made his name as an eminent theoretician. Born in Vienna, the son of bourgeois Jewish parents, he became a socialist at an early age and was soon one of the party's chief theorists and publicists. His first and also his most important theoretical work, Die Nationalitätenvertretung und die Sozialdemokratie, 1907, is the best treatise on nationality problems to be found in Marxist literature and one of the most significant products of Marxist theory in general. After the 1907 elections, Bauer became secretary to the Parliamentary Socialist Party. At the same time he taught at the Workers' College and wrote for the party press, ESP, Cheerleaderkampf and the Arbeiterzeitung. Called up at the outbreak of war, he served as a lieutenant for a few months and was then captured by the Russians. During his imprisonment, which lasted until the February Revolution, he wrote the philosophical work Das Weltbild des Kapitalismus, which was published in 1924. Returning to Austria in September 1917 he joined the anti-war wing of the party and, in expectation of the collapse of the monarchy, defended against Renner the principle of national self-determination. After the breakup he was, for a short time, foreign minister of Austria, but resigned when it became clear that there was no hope of the Anschluss with Germany. He was more hostile to the Bolshevik Revolution than Adler, holding that the attempt to establish socialism in a semi-feudal country was virtually bound to lead, as in fact it did, to the despotism of a small minority, i.e. the political apparatus, over the proletariat and the rest of society. Bolshevismus oder Sozialdemokratie, 1920. 562 Main currents of Marxism. Subsequently he reverted more than once to Russian questions, denouncing Stalinist terror, the annihilation of culture, and universal mutual spying as a system of government. In his last years, however, as the fascist threat increased, he became less intransigent towards the Soviet Union. Even when most critical, he had emphasized that he hoped to see democratic changes in Russia as the economic situation improved. When the socialist movement broke into after the First World War, Bauer did not identify with the reformist branch of Soviet democracy but was one of those who sought to carry on the tradition of the socialist left as established at the Zimmerwald Conference. The Austrian Party was the main initiator of the short-lived organization known as the International Working Union of Socialist Parties, or more familiarly the 2½ International. This body, composed of a number of European socialist parties or groups, was founded at Vienna in February 1921 in the hope of mediating between social democrats and communists. TS secretary was Friedrich Adler, and among its leaders were Georges Ledbour, Germany, and Jean Longuet, France. Within 2 years it became clear that there was no hope of a reconciliation with the communists, and the Vienna Union was reabsorbed into the main social democratic organization. Until 1934, when the counter-revolution took place in Austria, Bauer continued to be a popular and respected party leader and theorist. He believed that the socialists could in time achieve power without violence or civil war, and he tried to win over the peasants to socialism. In 1923 he published Die Österreichische Revolution, a study of the fall of the dual monarchy. Unlike Renner, he did not believe that the socialists could, by taking part in coalition governments, bring about proletarian rule by degrees. He had no wish, therefore, to share power with the Christian Social Party, nor did the latter evince any desire for collaboration. When Bauer proposed to Dollfuss, Chancellor, from 1932, a coalition against the fascist threat, he met with a refusal. In 1933, the Austrian parliament was dissolved and the government's provocative actions drove the workers into a general strike. The short civil war which followed ended in the triumph of reaction and the suppression of the Socialist Party. Bauer fled to Czechoslovakia and, with a group of émigrés, endeavored to save what was left of Austrian socialism by founding a new party. In May 1938 he moved to Paris, where he died soon after. Karl Renner, 1870–1950, came from a peasant family and, like Adler and Bauer, studied law in Vienna. He wrote works on the theory of the state and law and the national question, Staat und die Nation, 1899, under the pseudonym Synopticus, der Kampf der Österreichischen Nation den Staat, I 902. Under the pseudonym Rudolf Springer, Grundlagen und die Entwicklungsziele der Österreichisch-Ungarischen Monarchie, 1904. In party politics he was, from Book 2 *, The Golden Age 563. The outset, closer than Bauer to the German revisionists. He emphasized that the working class should value partial gains and aim at playing an increasing part in governing the state, not at violent revolution. More of a parliamentarist than a party leader, he was in turn Chancellor, Minister of Home Affairs, and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the First Austrian Republic, and sat in Parliament until 1934. He survived Austrian fascism, the Anschluss, and the war in Poland, inactivity, and in 1945 became the first Chancellor of the post-war Republic. In the same year he was raised to the office of President, which he occupied until his death. Rudolf Hilferding, 1877 to 1943, a doctor by profession, was perhaps the most eminent Marxist writer on political economy during the period of the Seconds on International. In 1904 he published in Marx Study and his defense of Marx's theory of value, Bembark's Marx Critic, and in 1910 the classic Das Finanzkapital, a general theory of the world economy in the imperialist era. From 1906 he lived in Germany, where he taught in the party school at Berlin, and edited the journal Vorreuters. During the war he belonged to the anti-war group of socialists, the USPD, and with the rest of this group he rejoined the SPD after 1918. He was German finance minister in 1923 and 1928, and a member of the Reichstag. On Hitler's accession to power he emigrated and lived in Switzerland and France. Caught by the Nazi police during the Second World War, he died in the concentration camp at Buchenwald or, according to other sources, committed suicide in a Paris prison. Strictly speaking, the term Austro-Marxism denotes a group whose activity ties belong to the years 1904 to 14, but all its chief members were also active throughout the interwar period. Their works are today largely forgotten. Though particular texts are revived from time to time, some historical studies have been devoted to this variety of Marxism, which has perhaps made more original contributions to the history of the doctrine than any other. 6. Adler, the transcendental foundation of the social sciences. Adler, as we have said, endeavored to apply Kantian transcendentalism to the theoretical reconstruction of historical materialism. In his first work he set out in a condensed form the theory which he maintained throughout his life, amending or supplementing it from time to time. He began by criticizing the neo-Kantians of the Baden school, i.e. Rickert and Windelband, and also Stambeiler, Dilthey, and Münsterberg. The point on which he joined issue with them was their view concerning the special methodology of the humanistic sciences, Geist des Wissenschaften, and in particular the legitimacy and necessity. 5604 Main currents of Marxism. Of a teleological viewpoint in regard to them. The term Geist des Wissenschaften was used by Dilthey. Rickert spoke of Kulturwissenschaften, Windelband of ideographic sciences, and Stambeiler of social sciences. The argument of the new school of thought was that natural science endeavors to reduce its object to what is universal in it, i.e. science is concerned with a particular phenomenon, not only as the exemplification of a timeless universal law. In this way physical science explains phenomena by reducing them to abstractions. The study of human affairs, on the other hand, is concerned with unique and unrepeatable phenomena, historical events, and individuals, values and purposes. Its task is not to explain its object, but to understand it in terms of the motives and experiences of the human beings concerned. Human science is concerned with man as a stellium emendes Wesen, a being who adopts a certain attitude to events, and the human world cannot be described without reference to this motivational coefficient. Natural science, it is true, also studies man as an experiencing subject, but this naturalistic psychology is concerned with recurrent phenomena and regular associations, and is therefore no part of human science. There are laws of psychology, but a historical law is a contradiction in terms. Moreover, according to Windelband and Rickert, the teleological viewpoint applies to natural science too, though in a restricted sense. All knowledge involves the adoption and rejection of judgments, and these activity ties are related to truth values as a supreme objective. Cognition as a form of purpose of human behavior is concerned with values, and to recognize truth as a value is to recognize it as an object of general obligation. When I acknowledge a judgment, imply that it is everyone else's duty to acknowledge it too. No investigation in the field of natural science can arrive at this cognitive obligation, and the necessity which truth imposes is not one of causation but of duty. The value of truth does not derive from science but is a precondition of it. It must therefore flow from an obligation founded in a consciousness transcending the individual. It is not the case that judgments are true because they tell us what reality is truly like. On the contrary, we recognize as real that which ought to be acknowledged in judgments. Truth is a value, and reality is relative to truth. The object of knowledge is constituted in a transcendental obligation. Again, it makes no sense to suppose that we know reality as it is in itself by means of representations, for we can only compare representations with one another and not with an object known in some other way. Existence is not an object of representation but is only the predicate of an existential judgment. It cannot therefore be said that our knowledge is directed towards being, but only that the rules of thought furnish us with criteria for asserting or denying the existence of things. The being of objects is founded in obligation. Rickert. Adler's attack was directed against these arguments. He conceded that truth could not consist in conformity to an object given independently of its constituent. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 565. Tuition in the cognitive act, for we can know nothing of objects in the sense that this world which is common to us all does not derive its objective form from the fact that realities, unhappily unknown, are all about us and impart themselves in the form of qualities, but that what we come firmly up against is nothing but our own mind, i.e. the invariable rule by which representations in it are associated. This is a thought which appears almost monstrous at first, but which finally becomes self-evident and allows us to repose in tranquility. Causality and teleology, p. 286. Adler also accepts the Kantian view that an object is a unity of representational associations and that space, time, and our own behavior in the world are only possible thanks to forms of apperception. He regards this as perfectly consistent with Marx's doctrine, which is not one of naive realism and has little but the name in common with materialism. But he disputes other points of the neo-Kantian theory of knowledge, in particular, that the laws of thought can be regarded as moral commands, or that the distinction between truth and falsehood, and not merely between the affirmation and denial of judgments, is rooted in obligation. It seemed clear to Adler that Marx's doctrine had nothing to do with realism as a metaphysical system. Misunderstandings on this point were due to the misleading term historical materialism and also to the fact that Marx felt a certain affinity with 18th century materialism not because he shared its view of the world, but because he saw it as an ally against barren idealistic speculation. Materialism had no foundation either in Marxism or in the natural sciences, which were ontologically neutral and had themselves demolished the unintelligible abstraction called matter. The term historical materialism had also encouraged the mistaken idea that Marx regarded economic development as a kind of soulless matter, of which human minds and wills and civilization were the mere passive reflection. This led to the false criticism that Marxism ignored the individual and regarded social development as an autonomous process independent of human beings, Lawrence Stein, or that it treated economics as the only real phenomenon and consciousness as an unnecessary duplication of it, stem by lo. These, said Adler, were absurd charges, and none of the most orthodox Marxists, such as Kolakowski and Mering, had understood historical materialism in this manner. Marxism was a theory, the first scientific theory of social phenomena, which it studied from the viewpoint of causal connections while fully realizing that in the world of man these connections are affected by purposive action and by the agency of human intentions, aims, and values. As a theory of this kind, based on experience, Marxism was neither logically nor historically bound up with any particular ontology, such as materialism, but was ontologically neutral like any other science. As to the basic epistemological question of the relation between experience and thought, Marx and Kant converged. The Kantian a priori categories, 566 main currents of Marxism, were the components of experience that gave it universal validity. If the principles of the association of representations were not contained in experience itself, science would be impossible. This was Kant's view, and it was also Marx's. His criticism of political economy was a critique in the Kantian sense. 1.ea. Search for instruments of cognition that would enable human knowledge to claim universal validity. This could be seen in Marx's introduction, the Introduction to Grundrisse, published in Die Neuzeit, where he showed how the concrete could be reconstructed out of abstract notions, while emphasizing that this was not, as in Hegel, a description of how the concrete actually arose, but only of how it came to be grasped in cognition. The concrete whole with which science was concerned was the product of thought, a conceptual creation and not the content of perception. Did Marx not say in Volume 2 of Cap. Ital that science would be unnecessary if the form of a phenomenon coincided with the essence? Clearly the social sciences as Marx conceived them had their own a priori categories, the existence of which confirmed the Kantian critique. Marx himself did not observe this analogy, which showed that it was grounded in logic and was not a matter of intellectual borrowing. Such, then, is the first sense of the social a priori. In social investigation, human thought presupposes synthesizing forms that are involved in the process of experience but do not derive from it. On the contrary, it is only through them that experience can have universal validity. But this, Adler continues, does not mean that these formal a priori conditions of experience have the character of an obligation, as Rickert and Wendell Band maintain. Admittedly human acts, including cognitive ones, are purposive in their nature, and we strive after truth as a value. But the fact that truth presents itself to us as an object to be attained does not mean that the aspect of purpose is contained in the concept or definition of truth. If we regard something as true, we ascribe to it universal validity, not merely validity for ourselves, and we expect others to acknowledge it, but this does not mean that its truth depends logically on this requirement of ours or on our affirmation of it. Rents may compel me to acknowledge certain judgments, but this is a logical compulsion, not a moral duty, for the latter would imply that I can perform it, or not as I choose, whereas cannot reject a judgment that my senses force upon me. The teleological view of the neo-Kantist rests on a confusion between the veracity that belongs to knowledge and the desire for truth as an aspect of purposive behavior. The former of these is in fact quite independent of the latter. Adler thus adheres to the traditional concept of truth, which, while not presupposing any metaphysic of the world in itself, implies that cognitive acts do not constitute truth but ascertain it. The fact, however, that in addition to contingent truths, in Leibniz' sense, Book 2 * the Golden Age 567, i.e., those that we can imagine not being so, like all empirical truths, we also have knowledge of the necessary truths of mathematics and logic, indicates that the mind to which this necessity appears must also be something to seize. Sorry, and not a mere contingent datum. And indeed, if we consider the matter, we find that it is impossible to conceive such a thing as the absence of consciousness. It is erroneous to say that we know of a past in which there was no consciousness in the world, for the past devoid of consciousness cannot present itself except to consciousness. A conscious being cannot know what unconsciousness is. The absence of consciousness cannot be a content of consciousness. This, however, is an intellectual necessity, not an ontological one. It does not mean that consciousness as a thing or substance is necessary, but that the content of all our knowledge necessarily includes consciousness. Again, this necessary consciousness is not the empirical self or contingent subjectivity, it is consciousness in general, the transcendental unity of apperception. Contrary to the system of Hegel or Fichte, transcendental consciousness is not a metaphysical entity, an autonomous being or spirit. It is known to us only through the individual consciousness, as being that which enables the individual empirical consciousness to ascribe universality to its own content. Consciousness in general belongs to the ego, but is not personal. The ego is not the possessor of consciousness in general, but the form in which it manifests itself. The theory of consciousness in general points to the second sense of the social a priori. When we discover in our own consciousness a claim to universality and the satisfaction of that claim, we discover at the same time the social character of our own ego. We find that the existence of other people, and therefore the social tie, does not require to be deduced from perception but is directly given in the very manner in which our cognitive acts are performed. All empirical subjectivity is socialized in its every act, and is able to perceive this without going outside itself. There is therefore no problem of solipsism, and no need to postulate a social fact as something secondary to the immediate data of experience. Society is directly evident to the ego thanks to the latter's own transcendental components. Thus the Marxian concept of man as a social being is seen to be best founded in the category of transcendental consciousness, which shows that socialization is not merely a historical fact but is an integral part of the constitution of consciousness, an attribute of every individual qua human. The content of my ego presupposes the community of mankind, a fact already perceived, though not theoretically demonstrated, by Kant, who regarded individuality as a fiction and society as the only reality. Marx did not formulate his thoughts in this way, but he too believed that the content of every individual consciousness was necessarily socialized. Language itself, in which that content, 5608 main currents of Marxism, is expressed, is of course a social inheritance. Kant's theory supplies this idea with an epistemological basis. There is a profound analogy between Kant's refutation of the apparent substantiality of the self and Marx's critique of commodity fetishism and rejection of the reified appearances of social phenomena. The life of a society is not secondary to that of the individuals composing it, but is a network of relationships comprehending those individuals. Man is a social being in his very essence, and not simply because he associates with others for reasons of instinct or calculation. Just as, in Marx's analysis, the apparent and objectivity of commodities resolves itself into social relations, so the appearances of personal consciousness resolve themselves into a general consciousness, das Bewusstsein Typerhaupt, linking individuals with one another. Whether we know it or not, in communication with others we relate our thoughts to transcendental consciousness. A reality which cannot be directly perceived, but is accessible to critical analysis, is manifested in the relations between human beings, just as value is manifested in exchange value. To quote Adler once more, truth in respect of content, die in halt like word, not only presupposes logically the intellectual compulsion of the individual consciousness in the sense explained above, but would also be unthinkable as a historico-social product, if it were not that the peculiar nature of human thought whereby it is both a separate, individual consciousness and also a manifestation of consciousness in general constitutes the transcendental ground which alone makes possible the interaction and cooperation of human beings in the process of bringing about the knowledge of truth. For it is only thus that what is intellectually necessary becomes universally valid, so that there is a community of human existence, Verbundenheit menschlichen Wesens, to which every empirical individual consciousness can be related, in its intercourse with others, as to a unity comprising them all. If, on the other hand, the individual in his concrete historical reality is regarded as something altogether prior to social life, there is no possible way in which he can achieve such a union with his fellow man as to consider him as a subject and not an object. It is a complete misunderstanding, and indeed atrocious metaphysics, since it is essentially a revival of the notary us dogma that everything can come out of nothing to suppose that the unity of the social tie can come about as the result of human beings living in communities, in such a way as to be the mere sum or integration of those individuals. In order to grasp the fundamental significance of the concept of consciousness in general, and also to bring out the specific novelty of Marx's basic idea of the socialization, Gesellschaftung, of the individual, it cannot be sufficiently emphasized that the true problem of society does not originate in the association, Verbundenheit, of a number of human beings, but simply and solely in the individual consciousness. Causal. It und Teleology, p. 380. Book 2 The Golden Age 569. This passage indicates, in somewhat involved language, the two basic concepts denoted by the term social a priori. In the first place, knowledge cannot lay claim to universal, objective validity unless we accept the category of transcendental consciousness, providing every individual consciousness with a repertoire of necessary forms for the organization of experience. Secondly, the social tie can only be understood if we regard it as grounded in the existence of the individual, not merely created as the answer to empirical needs. Each individual, as it were, bears the whole of humanity in his own self-consciousness. Transcendental consciousness thus performs a double function. It explains the unity of human beings and the tie between them, and thus the concept of man in society, and it shows how knowledge can be a general possession and a matter of obligation, not merely a collection of relative, contingent perceptions by a multiplicity of minds. On both these points Kant, at all events in the Marburg interpretation, and Marx, as interpreted by Adler, are at one. Transcendental consciousness, it should be added, is not a separate, substantive entity but is that part of each individual consciousness which has an impersonal character. The universal validity of the moral law can be accounted for in a similar way. It too could not exist if it were not rooted in the general consciousness. It would seem that in Adler's view relations between people are logically prior to people themselves. This can be regarded as a particular exemplification of the general idea of the Marburg school which, in contrast to the common sense or substantialist view, regarded things as the product of relations and not the other way about. All this, however, does not constitute an argument for the view that the social as opposed to the physical sciences should be based on teleology and not on causality. According to Adler, the study of social phenomena is based on cause and effect like any other, even though the possibility of social relations and the form of social life itself are presupposed before we can begin to study anything and cannot themselves be causally explained. But the primacy of consciousness in general applies to physical science also. Nature as an object of study is only possible on account of the formal regularities of thought. In the case of social phenomena it is clear enough that what happens involves human action, purposes, and values, but this is a form of causality, not a denial of it. We cannot distinguish nature from civilization on the ground that one is concerned with causes and the other with aims, or that the study of the latter is teleological, or that the first has to do with abstract laws and the second with unique occurrences. In both cases our study is objective, concerned with cause and effect and with discovering general rules. In both, the object is constituted by a priori conditions of knowledge. The only difference is that in humanistic studies we treat connections and events as consciously experienced, though they are causally conditioned as well. 570 Main currents of Marxism. As long as we are concerned only with what is simply given by the operation of consciousness in general, there comes into view a huge realm of existence that is given simply as natural existence, Naturdasein, and conscious beings are part of this in so far as they are merely considered as parts of nature. But when we turn our minds to the question how this natural world is given, how it is conceived, judged, worked upon and made use of, and how in all these respects it is possible for so many individuals, acting quite independently of one another, to achieve agreement and mutual understanding even in their most hostile act, then, in addition to the bare natural fact that exists only for each particular act of knowledge and is therefore isolated from all others, we become aware of that other great fact of the unique, thoroughgoing community and unity, der Eigenartigen Durchgehen Verbunden, und Einsetzen, of human beings that know and act upon their knowledge. Causality und Teleology, p. 427. Adler's theory is not as clear as could be desired, but its general trend is plain enough. Since the transcendental consciousness is not a spirit in the sense of an impersonal, self-existing substance, but exists only in the individual consciousness in such a way as to make it essentially identical with every other, it might seem that it amounts to no more than the collectivity of judgments comprising the whole of necessary knowledge, i.e. synthetic a priori judgments in the Kantian sense. If so, however, the question how does our knowledge acquire the character of necessity, apart from that of analytical judgments, has been formulated but not answered. If we reply that this necessity derives from the transcendental consciousness, and if this consciousness is in fact nothing but a collection or repository of necessary judgments, then we have not answered any question at all. But this criticism of Adler's argument does not apply only to him. He is right in holding, like all transcendentalists, that the universal validity of our null edge, its certainty irrespective of contingent historical and biological facts, can not be demonstrated empirically, as both Kant and Husserl maintain. There can be no experimental epistemology. It follows that in the realm of empirical knowledge we are condemned not only to uncertainty but also to the impossibility of finding out how enough of our knowledge is valid and how much depends on accidents of the human condition. The Marburg Neo-Kantians were aware of this, and they saw that the psychological interpretation of Kant is no cure for the relativity of knowledge. But if so, it does not follow that we have any other means of overcoming this relativism. We must also take it that rationalism cannot justify the claim of knowledge to objectivity and must be content with hypothetical and unverifiable theories of transcendental consciousness that only appear to provide a refuge from skepticism and relativism. By introducing an arbitrary deus ex machina of epistemology. Book 2 ** The Golden Age L. Adler's ascription of transcendentalism to Marx is also highly questionable. True, the idea of socialized man implied for Marx that the human individual, as such was, as it were, a carrier of social being and only knew himself through society. But this does not imply any view as to how the socialization comes about. There is no ground for saying that according to Marx it cannot be explained historically but only by some kind of transcendental consciousness. As for the a priori conditions of our knowledge of society, it is true that Marx drew a distinction, which he never explained precisely, between the essence of a thing and a phenomenon. He also says that social processes cannot be theoretically reconstructed by accumulating single observations, but only by using conceptual instruments that precede observations. Marx does not explain, however, where these instruments are to come from or how their use is to be justified. To imagine that they are something in the nature of Kantian categories is quite arbitrary and is not an interpretation of Marx, but an introduction of quite different ingredients into his theory. Nor is there any analogy between Marx's analysis of commodity fetishism and Kant's critique of the substantive ego. Marx reduces the relations between commodities to relations between people, but this does not mean he thought that human beings were secondary to their own social ties. Individuals under capitalism were, in point of fact, dissolved amid the anonymous forces of communal life, but this was a criticism of capitalism, and not something that had to endure forever. Socialism, according to Marx, meant a return to individuality and the conscious treatment of one's own powers as belonging to society, but the object of this was to overcome the anonymous character of individual life resulting from alienation, i.e. from social processes escaping the control of real individuals. Thus the critique of commodity fetishism had the opposite meaning to what Adler supposed. Moreover, Adler's interpretation of the purposive character of social phenomena, and his critique of the neo-Kantists, are so expressed that it is not clear in what respect he disagrees with the purely naturalist interpretation of society, against which he is constantly protesting. If his argument is that social phenomena are subject to universal determinism in the same way as all others, while their peculiar character lies in the fact that they are experienced and that they present themselves as purposive actions, then these are propositions with which the most unbending mechanist would agree. No one could deny that men experience the events they take part in or that their actions are governed by various motives, desires, and values. The radical determinist merely claims that this makes no difference to the fact that these motives, desires, and experiences are conditioned just as inevitably as all other events. Adler seems to accept this view, and consequently his statement that causality in human affairs operates through the purposive actions of human beings does not differ from out-and-out mechanism. 572 Main currents of Marxism. 7 Adler's critique of materialism and the dialectic. Once clear that from the point of view of Engels' schema Adler counts as an idealist, at least in the sense in which Kant is so described. The object of cognition is constituted in and by the act of cognition. Transcendental consciousness is prior to any nature that we can talk about intelligibly. The category of matter is an absurdity. In all his philosophical writings Adler repeated the same thought. Marx's theory is a scientific reconstruction of social phenomena, and is ontologically neutral, or, as he calls it, positivist, in the same way as any other science. It is not based on any materialist metaphysic, which in any case is an untenable doctrine. Adler criticizes materialist philosophy at length in his Lehrbuch der Materialistischen Geschichtsauffassung, where he argues on similar lines to Fichte. It is impossible to derive consciousness from physical motion, since physical motion is only given to us as the content of consciousness. Philosophy cannot take as its starting point the question of the primacy of mind or nature. Since Kant has taught us that reason cannot pronounce upon the world until it has examined its own right to do so, our starting point must be the theoretical question of the possibility and validity of cognition. But, if we put this question without metaphysical prejudice, we see that any concept of reality that we can meaningfully create relates to reality constructed in conceptual forms. From no fact of experience can we deduce anything like the thing in itself. In this sense, it can be said that everything is consciousness, which does not mean that it is the content of the empirical self. On the contrary, the cognitive acts of the self are directed towards a reality that is common to all men, since the self participates in transcendental consciousness and is merely a form of the latter's active ity. Here Adler joins issue with the materialism of Lenin, who seeks to refute idealism by arguing that the world existed before men and hence before the appearance of consciousness, and that consciousness is a function of the brain, which is a physical object. These, Adler retorts, are naive and uncritical arguments. The existence of the world before consciousness is given only in the form of a certain content of consciousness, and in the same way the brain is not known to us as the producer of our consciousness, but only indirectly through consciousness itself. The theory of reflection is a trivial petitio principii. It first defines impressions as a reflection of the world, and then argues that since this is so, there must be a world to be reflected, but we cannot define impressions in this way without assuming some previous knowledge of the world. Adler's argument is basically a repetition of the traditional themes of man idealism, and introduces no new features. It can be expressed as follows. If the world were given in consciousness as a world that is completely independent of consciousness and does not presuppose it, it would be both given. Book 2 ** The Golden Age 573. And not given. It is therefore a self-contradictory concept, or a concept that pretends not to be one. It would seem that Adler, following the Marburg interpretation, rejects the category of the thing in itself as superfluous and meaningless. To say that consciousness contains everything is in his eyes, though he does not expressly say so. A tautology, whatever we know about the world, we know as an object of our knowledge. From this point of view, which is that of Fichte rather than Kant, the critical position amounts to maintaining that the world is a correlative to judgments about the world, which in their totality are termed consciousness. In general, Adler expressly rejects as meaningless the question as to the origin of that which is contained in consciousness, for consciousness in fact comprises everything. Adler's transcendentalism, however, is not fully consistent. On the one hand, like Cohen and Nader, he regards the transcendental consciousness as an autonomous world of truth to which reality is relativized, a world which has no need of empirical human beings in order to exist, or rather to be valid, for existence is only the predicate of an existential judgment, and consciousness, in general, is not a kind of Platonic realm of ideas, while its ontological status cannot even be an object of questioning. But, on the other hand, Adler frequently uses the concept of species consciousness, which he identifies with transcendental consciousness. This, however, involves the existence of mankind as a differentiated species, and cannot lay claim to absolute validity. Thus Adler oscillates between anthropological relativism and transcendentalism in the true sense. The former viewpoint suffices when he is concerned, as he most often is, to show, or rather to state, that the community of mankind and the unity of the species have an epistemological basis, since all human beings share in the same impersonal form of the spirit. But it does not suffice when he also seeks to maintain that we are entitled, within certain limits anyway, to ascribe to our knowledge universal and absolute validity. This requires a world of necessary truths, the necessity of which does not depend on the empirical activity of the human mind. These, however, are two completely different purposes, to justify the humanistic faith in the unity of mankind, and to vindicate the claims of human knowledge to certainty. Adler's concept of transcendental consciousness is used to serve both purposes, which at times leads to confusion. This also gives rise to the double sense of the concept of the social a priori, which we have already mentioned and which Adler never clearly distinguished. On the one hand, this a priori is a collection of non-empirical categories, applicable in a particular way to the description of social phenomena. On the other hand, it is that part of the content of every individual consciousness in which the latter discovers itself as a member of the human species with the power of communicating with its fellows. 574 Main currents of Marxism. This confusion also affects Adler's interpretation of Marx. Marxism is a theory which offers a basis for belief in the perfect unity of human beings, which is what socialism is about, and also a method of discovering universally valid truths about social phenomena. There is, of course, no conflict between these aspects of Marxism, but it is often not clear which of them Adler is talking about. Adler deserves a special place in the history of Marxism because, among other things, he was one of the few who tried to reinstate the dialectic in the Hegelian sense of an unceasing interplay between being and thought about being, instead of contenting themselves with the Engels-Plekhanov method of accumulating examples to show that in this or that sphere of reality quantitative changes lead to qualitative ones, or development is the result of a conflict of opposites. However, Adler's exposition of the dialectic was highly abstract and unrelated to the actual problems of the social sciences. Marxistische Problem, the work in which he dealt especially with dialectical questions, did not aim to bring about a return of Marxism to Hegelian sources. According to Adler, dialectical thought is its own object. In the dialectical movement, every concept is understood in relation to its opposite, not by the ordinary comparison of one content with another, but by reason of the tendency of each towards self-cancellation. Our thought never embraces the whole of being, but singles out particular aspects or qualities. Consciousness, however, is aware of its own limitations and strives to overcome them by relating its own content to the concrete whole, totality, which is itself inexpressible. The mind is thus in a state of constant tension and must at once transcend every result that it achieves, aiming at the unattainable goal of a self-identity, which would also mean identity with its object. But the law of the mind is not that of things. Reality can be called dialectic only as the mind conceives it and not as it is in itself. It is not clear, however, how Adler can make this distinction, since in his view the only reality we have contact with is that of thought. Later he apparently abandoned the critique of the dialectic of nature, having concluded that nature, being comprehended by thought, is no less dialectic than thought itself. And Adler, consciousness and social being. Adler, as we saw, regarded himself as a true adherent of the Marxian philosophy of history, but he rejected the term historical materialism as based on a misunderstanding and as merely polemical in intent. He repeats all the current defenses of Marxism against the charge that it takes no account of human activity as a whole, that it regards social development as independent of human beings, etc. He emphasizes that the causal explanation of social phenomena is Book 2 *, The Golden Age 575, not in conflict with the existence of the human will. He overlooks, however, that the question is not whether men's acts are motivated but whether they are unequivocally determined by circumstances, while the objection that Marxism regards history as independent of human beings is aimed at historical determinism and not at the absurd idea that men and women behave no differently from stones. Like nearly all Marxists, he fails to put the question clearly at this point, repeating merely that Marxism is not fatalistic, since it recognizes human initiative, and at the same time that science must regard all social processes as causally determined. This is a very weak explanation, for if human initiative in history is determined by circumstances, it is only one of the many forms of universal causality, and the objection that men are only instruments of an anonymous process has not been met, while if it is not so determined, it is impossible to maintain the determinist position and belief in historical laws. However, Adler's specific contribution does not consist in general, unanalytical remarks about men making history. His interpretation of historical materialism is distinguished by the attempt to call in question the whole traditional distinction between material and spiritual factors in the historical process. The general error of Marxists was, in his view, to oppose inanimate productive forces and relations of production to the spiritual superstructure, when it was clear that relations of production represented a system of conscious human behavior and were thus no less spiritual than the superstructure itself. In the same way, productive forces, if regarded not as lifeless objects but as elements in the social process, presupposed human consciousness on the part of the makers and users of tools. There were no factors in social life that were simply inanimate matter and changed or developed of their own accord. Technique and economic phenomena were as much manifestations of the spirit as was ideology. Marx did not regard the superstructure as a passive reflection of objective conditions, nor did he deny the autonomy of its features such as law, science, and religion. Consciousness was determined by social, not material, being, and social implied spiritual. What were called economic conditions were spiritual phenomena at the lowest level of a particular phase of social development, i.e. those that were directly connected with the production and reproduction of human existence. It is not clear exactly what is left of historical materialism after this interpretation. It would seem that in Adler's system the distinction, in social phenomena, between forms of consciousness and objective processes ceases to have any meaning, and so therefore does the basic idea of the materialist interpretation of history. Adler insists, however, that Marx's conception was that in the last resort the human spirit is the driving force of history. If we remember Marx's words, with me the ideal is nothing else than the material world, reflected by the human mind and translated into forms of thought, Bemirist. 5760 Main currents of Marxism. Das Ideal nix André als das im Menschenkopf umgesetzt und die Iverset saint. Material, we cannot fail to see that there is no economic causality that does not also take place inside the human head. Die Staatsauffassung de Marxis. Muse, p. 163. This, however, is extremely far-fetched, and distorts Marx's ideas. Out of recognition, what he meant was not that all economic phenomena take place in the human mind, but that what takes place in the mind can be explained economically. What is and what ought to be. In questions relating to ethics and their philosophical basis Adler repeats in his own fashion arguments that were the common property of all neo-Kantists, and from this point of view criticizes Kolakowski's naturalism. If all historical processes are determined independently of the human will, then there is no place for ethics. It is meaningless to say that I ought to do this or that, if every thing I do is dictated by circumstances beyond my control. Nature knows neither good nor evil, and no empirical observation will enable us to find such a distinction in it. Hence Marxism as a theory of social phenomena is morally neutral. However, as beings endowed with mind and will we cannot avoid asking the questions what ought we to do, and what is good, and we are not helped to answer these by knowing what is regarded as right or good. Socialism cannot be considered as merely the result of the natural development of phenomena, since if this is the case it does not follow that we ought to help in bringing it about, or regard it as an aim or ideal. Moral judgments cannot be derived from statements about biological or historical facts, they can only be based on recognizing the human will as a faculty of self-determination which is not a form of natural energy and which creates the principles of obligation. Autonomously without regard to external considerations, whether of biology, religion, or utilitarianism. In Marxistic Problem A and other works written before 1914 Adler treated ethical questions from a typically neo-Kantian standpoint. However, in an article of 1922 on the relation of Marxism to classic German philosophy he criticizes the Kantists who held that socialism must be justified ethically as well as historically, a position that Adler himself had maintained until recently. His criticism, however, is extremely tenuous. He states that according to Marx, socialism is based on purely empirical observation of the historical chain of causes and effects, and that its historical inevitability coincides with its moral value. This coincidence is reflected in the concept of socialized man, who is impelled by social conditions to bring about what he regards as moral. Currently, Adler fails to observe that this argument overlooks the Kantian's main book 2 * the Golden Age 577 objection, which he himself often used against Kolakowski, viz., how does socialized man decide what is good or bad, and how does he find ethical grounds for his decision? Bauer approached ethical questions on similar lines. In an article of 1905 Enti. Fled Marxism and the ethic he considers the problem of an unemployed worker, who is offered pay in return for acting as a strikebreaker, and to whom it has to be explained that this is a wrong thing to do. The workman recognizes that his interests coincide generally with those of the proletariat as a whole, but he points out that in this particular case there is a conflict and he does not see why he should sacrifice his own interests for the sake of class solidarity. There is, says Bauer, no scientific answer to this question, for science does not pronounce moral judgments. The difference between Marxism and Hegelian idealism is precisely that the former does not identify natural necessity with an obligation of the spirit, for it does not treat nature as a manifestation of the idea. In the same way, moral questions cannot be answered in terms of natural necessity, there must be special principles to guarantee the validity of value judgments. Kant formulated such a principle in the shape of the formal categorical imperative, which does not tell us directly what we ought to do but provides a criterion for judging whether any particular moral rule is good or bad. Kant's ethical doctrine does not conflict with Marxism, but adds to it a moral foundation that is essential to all human beings. On the basis of the Kantian imperative we can prove that a proletarian who shows solidarity in fighting for the interests of his class is not in the same moral position as a strikebreaker. It would be impossible to show this, however, if morality had no more than a utilitarian basis. If I seek to find out not only which of the warring classes is historically most likely to win, but also which I should fight for, Marx's doctrine does not in itself tell me the answer. The orthodox are wrong in claiming that Kant's moral philosophy leads to class solidarity inasmuch as it formulates universal rules, unconnected with class interest. On the contrary, it makes possible a moral distinction between bourgeois and proletarian interests and shows that we should opt for the latter because the particular interest of the proletariat stands for that of all humanity. If it did not, we should have no reason to take its side. The fact that the proletariat's cause is that of all mankind is known to us from Marx's analysis, and Kantian ethics cannot take the place of the historical and economic knowledge that we need in order to take moral decisions, but, on the other hand, such knowledge is not in itself capable of justifying a decision. Bauer appears in the course of time to have altered his attitude to Kant and Neo-Kantianism. In Das Weltbild des Kapitalismus and in an article of 1937 on Adler he treats Neo-Kantianism as an expression of philosophical reaction, analogous to the political attitude of the bourgeoisie in Bismarck's time. The defeat. 578 Main currents of Marxism. Of liberalism was also the end of bourgeois materialism in Germany, and its philosophical counterparts were Neo-Kantianism and empirical criticism. The bourgeois intelligentsia sought to induce the proletariat to ally itself with the liberals, and their ideologists therefore underlined the merits and value of Marx's work, while interpreting it so as to eliminate the revolutionary content and reduce socialism to a moral postulate and nothing more. Bauer thus criticizes Kantianism from the very standpoint which he had condemned in orthodox Marxists, without meeting the objections that he himself formerly advanced. 10. The state, democracy, and dictatorship. Tuesday Austro-Marxists were more agreed on philosophical questions than they were as regards the function of the state and the objectives of the political struggle of the proletariat. Redner's views on this subject, in particular, were close to Bernstein's and to those prevalent in German social democracy as a whole, owing in part to the Lassalle tradition. As Renner argued especially in his wartime and later articles, the evolution of capitalism towards imperialism had led to changes in the function of the state which gave the working class the opportunity to use the existing state machine to bring about socialist changes. Marx, in considering the state, had in mind liberal capitalism, where the state organization refrains from interfering in production and trade. Imperial Ism had changed all this, the state itself had become a powerful instrument for the concentration of capital, and as a result capital had ceased to be cosmopolitan and become much more national. State intervention was extending to more and more areas of economic life, and this process was irreversible. The bourgeoisie was obliged in its own interest to increase the application of centralized control to industry, banking, and commerce, while working class pressure had obliged the state to provide more social benefits and services. Thanks to class organizations, the labor market was dominated by the collective action of the workers, who had it in their power to extract many concessions from capital, not only in short-term wage increases but in the form of permanent welfare institutions. It could not therefore be said that in capitalist society the state could never function in the interest of the proletariat. Experience had proved the contrary, and it was to be expected that private property would take on a more and more public character, and that the working class would have increasing influence over its institutions. Thus it was no longer the case that the workers had an interest in weakening and destroying the state. On the contrary, they could use it as a lever to bring about socialist changes, and they ought to make it as strong and efficient as possible. This analysis led naturally to a general advocacy of the reformist path to socialism. Renner believed that a socialist society would develop as the workers gained more control over state institutions. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 579. And as the proletariat succeeded more and more in obliging capital to perform public functions. Bauer and Adler, however, were less optimistic. Bauer, it is true, agreed that it could not be said that the state was always an organ of the bourgeoisie and was completely subordinated to its interests. This, he pointed out, was contrary to many of Marx's own observations, for example about periods of joint control by the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, or the state at a given moment becoming an autonomous force owing to an equilibrium in the class struggle. Marxism, he argued, did not exclude the possibility that the proletariat and the bourgeoisie might share the state power, though this would not diminish the antagonism between them. This was what happened in Austria after the fall of the monarchy. But where bourgeois property was threatened, the bourgeoisie preferred to hand over political power to dictators if by so doing it could preserve its economic privileges. Witness the example of fascism. Bauer, it appears, did not believe that the proletariat had to destroy the machinery of the state before it could seize power, but he also did not believe that socialism could develop organically out of the existing state by the extraction of successive concessions from the bourgeoisie. Adler's position on these questions was closest to the traditional doctrine of the revolutionary Marxists. His views on the state were summed up in Die Staatsauffassung des Marxismus, the starting point of which is a critique of Hans Kelsen's Sozialismus und die Staat, 1920. Kelsen had attacked Marxism as an anarchist utopia, arguing that the abolition of the state was an impracticably ideal. Law must always be the organization of coercion vis-a-vis individuals, but it need not be for the purpose of maintaining economic exploitation. To suppose that legal coercion could ever be abolished was to imagine a moral transformation of humanity that there was absolutely no reason to expect. There was no choice between the state and a stateless society, but there was one between democracy and dictatorship. Adler, on the basis of classical Marxist theory, combated these arguments at all points. The state, he contended, performed other functions than those of class oppression, but they were not essential or characteristic ones. The state was the historical form of human society that characterized all periods dominated by class antagonisms. More precisely, in communities that had not yet developed a class division, the state and society were the same. It was only later that the state became separate from society and an instrument of the interests of the privileged classes. A particular form of the state, Adler goes on, is political democracy with its parliamentary institutions, universal suffrage, and civil liberties. Not only is political democracy not opposed to class dictatorship, but it presupposes it. The bourgeois state is a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, and political democracy is 580 main currents of Marxism. The way in which that dictatorship is organized. Political democracy cannot see 8 economic equality or cure social antagonisms. It is based on the will of the majority, a principle which presupposes conflicting interests. The opposite of political democracy is social democracy. This distinction can also be found in anarchist literature, which Adler endorses to some extent, observing that socialists agree with anarchists as to the ultimate aim while differing as to the means of achieving it. Social or true democracy, Adler, with his transcendentalist point of view, held that there was an objectively true concept of democracy in tune with human nature, is the same thing as socialism. It presupposes the unity of society, at least in the sense that when it prevails, the basic conflicts of interest due to class divisions will cease to exist. In this sense it signifies the abolition of the state. The state as a class organization will cease to exist, for there will be no more particular interests. Various forms of organization that are necessary to social life will remain, but there will no longer be a bureaucracy alienated from society. The state will be built up from below, starting with small assemblies on a local or production basis. In general, the present centralizing tendency is a transitory one. The organization of the future will be a federation or an assemblage of corporations linked only by their common aims and interests. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a necessary stage on the road towards a society of this kind, but it is not the same thing as social democracy. On the contrary, like the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie at the present time, it presupposes political democracy and majority rule. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a transitional form in which society has not yet attained the desired unity but is torn by particular interests, so that it requires political organizations, i.e. PAR ties, to represent those interests, and the state to mediate between them. PAR ties, too, are a transitional institution and must disappear together with class divisions. The transition from the present form of political democracy to a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat must take the form of a revolution, but Adler stresses that it need not be a violent one. Whether or not it can be effected by peaceful means and without violation of legality is a secondary point, and we cannot be certain exactly how events will develop. Adler, however, is against reformism in the sense of a belief that socialism can be achieved by gradual organic change. The difference between capitalism and socialism is qualitative. One cannot simply ripen into the other. Socialists support reforms and fight for them, but they are always conscious that reforms are not a partial realization of socialism, but only a means of preparing for revolution. In all this Adler is very close to German Orthodox Marxism, and he shares with it the firm belief that socialism involves the removal of all conflicts of Book 2 The Golden Age 581. Interest. Socialist freedom requires no institutions to ensure majority rule, for it is a true freedom based on the principle of universalism, as in Rousseau's ideal society. It is not the will of the majority that counts, but the general will. Adler does not explain how the general will can express itself without representative institutions, which, we are given to understand, will be superfluous. He merely states that socialists do believe, in spite of Kelsen, that human beings can change for the better, once class conflicts are done away with. Socialist education will bring out the natural feeling of solidarity that will ensure harmony without compulsion. Adler holds, in fact, that socialism is not only the ideal of a harmonious society, guaranteed by historical necessity, but also the reconciliation of empirical community life with the requirements of human nature, the transcendental unity of mankind which cannot find expression as long as class divisions breed inequality and injustice. He agrees not only with Rousseau but also with Fichte, in believing that it is possible to restore to man his authentic essence, to make him once more what he really is, not merely what he would like to be, or must be by virtue of the laws of history. Adler's philosophy thus postulates this time in agreement with Marx but not with the orthodox of the second international, a particular kind of reality that, though it is not empirically perceivable, already exists in some way, and is, as it were, the end or truth of humanity, the totality of the imperative demands of human nature, impelling the course of events towards a reconciliation of human essence with human historical existence. Adler's whole thought is centered on these two strictly related ideas, the unity of humanity as the transcendental constitution of consciousness, and the unity of humanity as an actual state of affairs which is the objective of the socialist movement. Adler concedes, it is true, that the community of the future will not put an end to all tension, nor will it dry up the sources of development. Since, however, there will be general solidarity and freedom from material cares, we can expect that people will devote themselves with more fervor to the problems of art, metaphysics, and religion. This may give rise to fresh conflicts, but they will not be such as to disturb the basic solidarity of mankind. Here too Adler was in agreement with the general Marxist stereotypes. He believed in the absolute salvation of humanity and in a perfect harmony grounded in the moral consciousness of all members of society. Adler dismisses the objection put forward by sociologists Max Weber and especially Robert Michaels that any democracy, simply because it is a representative system, tends to evolve a bureaucracy which in time becomes an independent force, the master of the electorate instead of its servant. Michaels, in his classical work Zur Soziologie der Parteiwesens in der Modernen, 582 Main Currents of Marxism, Demokratie, 1914, concluded from a detailed analysis of the functioning of political parties, and especially the Social Democrats, that the emergence and autonomization of a political apparatus is an inevitable result of the democratic process within a party. Consequently, he argued, democracy is bound to fall into an internal contradiction, or, in other words, perfect democracy is a theoretical impossibility. In the pursuit of its objectives the party creates a political machine which is virtually irremovable and can nearly always impose its will on the electors without violating the system of representation, while at the same time creating and furthering its own professional or factional interests. It can be expected that in future the oligarchic tendencies in democratic bodies will encounter more opposition from the masses than they do today, but such tendencies cannot be prevented from existing and recurring at all times, for they are rooted in the very nature of social organization. Adler does not accept this law of oligarchy. Under political democracy, he agrees, it is inevitable that autonomized apparatuses will come into being. Both in political parties and in the state, no party, not even the workers, is exempt from this danger. But under social democracy it can be averted, by edu catine and by decentralizing the state. Hence Adler especially values workers' councils as institutions of direct control by producers over economic processes. And for the same reason he sharply criticizes Lenin and the Soviet state. The Bolsheviks, he says, have not established a dictatorship of the proletariat, but a party dictatorship over the proletariat and the whole of society, the terrorist rule of a minority, and a far cry from the predictions of Marx, to whom the dictatorship of the proletariat meant the rule of the entire working class in conditions of political democracy. Adler thus attacks the Bolsheviks from a position similar to that of Rosa Luxemburg, and at the same time criticizes Kolakowski for wrongly opposing democracy to dictatorship. Like the German centrists, Adler failed to provide an exact definition of the term revolution. He agreed with Marx that the revolution must smash the existing state machine, but he also believed that it might, though not necessarily, be effected by legal and parliamentary means, without violation of the Constitution. He did not make clear how these statements were to be reconciled. Like nearly all Marxists he was also vague in his description of the future socialist order. He saw no difficulty in arguing that on the one hand society would be linked by a unity of interests and aims and that production must therefore be centrally planned, while on the other hand socialism implied the maximum degree of decentralization and federalism. In these matters all Marxists were content with general formulas, declaring that they were not utopians, and were not disposed to predict the details of socialist organization. They ignored, or answered in generalities, the objections of the anarchists, who showed more discernment in this particular sphere. Book 2 equals The Golden Age 583. 11. The Future of Religion. While the Austro-Marxists were in general agreement with German orthodoxy on questions of the state, revolution, and democracy, both Adler and Bauer expressly differed from it as to the interpretation of religious faith. The orthodox, following Marx and Engels, regarded religion as the outcome of specific social conditions, oppression, ignorance, and false consciousness. They advocate religious tolerance in state and party, but they were convinced that as exploitation and oppression were done away with and public enlightenment increased, religious beliefs were bound to die a natural death. As to the content of such beliefs, their incompatibility with the scientific outlook seemed too obvious to need discussing. Adler did not accept these stereotypes, inherited by Marxism from the rationalists of the Enlightenment. He did not believe that men could ever do without religion, or that it was desirable that they should. In this respect too he was influenced by Kant, though he did not accept his view in every detail. In Adler's opinion the evolutionist assertion that religious beliefs had grown up as a result of nature worship was arbitrary and improbable, for there was no reason why concepts that bore no relation to experience should arise on a purely empirical basis. Religion was not a misinterpretation of experience, but resulted from the insoluble conflict between the natural and the moral order. Man was unable to resolve the contrast between his awareness of himself as a free, rational purpose of being and, on the other hand, the necessities of nature, which restricted his freedom and spiritual expansion, brought upon him suffering and death, and created an impassable gulf between morality and happiness. No theoretical reflection and no empirical knowledge could reconcile these two orders of existence or provide a picture of the world as a synthetic whole, totalitat. This could only be done by religion, which, thanks to the idea of the divine absolute, gave a universal meaning to the world of nature and the world of spirit, including scientific inquiry. This did not mean, however, that the idea of the absolute could be inferred from empirical data or rational reflection. Religious concepts had a practical, not a theoretical, significance, which again did not mean that they were delusions but that they were arrived at by a practical route. Religion that purported to replace scientific knowledge was superfluous and was rightly criticized. The existing forms of religion were historical in character, but contained an unchanging nucleus which might one day be seen in its pure form as a rational religion, vernunft religion, not in the sense that its truth was proved by reason, but in the sense that it derived from man's practical attempts to define himself as a rational being, and not from any external revelation. Religion realized for the first time the primacy of practical reason, for it effected a synthesis between man as a part of nature and man as 584 main currents of Marxism, a moral and practical being, and conferred a meaning on human personality, to which nature is indifferent. God, as the absolute synthesis of being, is not an object of theoretical proof but is a postulate of practical reason in the Kantian sense, not merely something we desire, for our desires may be illusions, but something required by our existence as free, morally oriented subjects. Gen. Genuine religion is thus subjective in the sense that its proper meaning is related to human personality and cannot be based on an external revelation, but it is not subjective in the sense that it is an arbitrary asterisk caprice or an illusory compensation. Adler's thoughts on religion, expressed, for example, in Das Soziologische in Kanzerkenntniskritik, 1924, are based, it will be seen, on the opposition of nature and spirit. It is not clear how this is to be reconciled with the transcendentalist position which holds that everything is relative to the universal consciousness, and which thus leaves no room for nature conceived as indifferent and independent of consciousness. It would appear that Adler, on the one hand, wished to assert the perfect unity of the human species and evolved for this purpose his concept of transcendental consciousness, while on the other hand, realizing that this concept failed to allow for the unreplaceable value of the human individual, he sought to rescue the latter by means of the divine absolute. He seems thus to have felt that a purely anthropocentric or even purely transcendentalist position was unsustainable, as it took no account of personal subjectivity. In this respect his hesitations are reminiscent of Berezovsky, except that Adler maintained his absolute transcendentalism to the end, instead of trying to synthesize it with his vernunft religion and so repair the incoherence of his philosophy. Otto Bauer did not go so far as Adler in the philosophical interpretation of religion, but he too diverged from the Marxist stereotypes. He believed that historical materialism did not imply any specific Weltanschauung or answer to the problem of religion or philosophical materialism. A world outlook could be interpreted as a function of class interests, thus Calvinism was specially adapted to the needs of the bourgeoisie in the early stages of capitalism, while Darwinian materialism reflected the laws of capitalist competition. The modern bourgeoisie was returning to religion, seeking in it a defense against threats to the social order. But church institutions, the clergy, and their theological systems must be distinguished from the religious feeling which afforded consolation to the humiliated and oppressed. The Socialist Party should not profess or advocate an anti-religious outlook. It was fighting for clear political aims, not for the existence or non-existence of God. Nor should it be expected that the need for religion would die out in a socialist society. Men had a permanent need to seek for the hidden meaning of the world, and this could not be stifled. The expectation was rather that when religion was freed from social entangle, Book 2 copyright the Golden Age 585. Mance, that aspect of it would come to light which did not depend on passing circumstances but on the nature of the human spirit itself. Social-Demokratie. Religion UND Kirche, 1927. Unlike Adler, however, Bauer did not avow any religious convictions of his own, even in an abstract philosophical form. 12 Bauer, The Theory of the Nation. Weber's book on the question of nationality is seldom read nowadays, as may be seen from the fact that references to it in various encyclopedic works are generally incorrect. Yet it is the most important Marxist study in this field, and is based on a shrewd historical analysis. Bauer criticizes a number of existing theories of the nation. Firstly, those of the spiritual type, which define it as the embodiment of a mysterious national soul, and secondly, materialist racial theories after the manner of Gobineau, based on the concept of a no less mysterious biological substance inherited by the national community. Both these are metaphysical and therefore unscientific interpretations. Thirdly, voluntarist theories like that of Renaud, which define a nation by the will to form a state. These are mistaken, because they imply that a people which is content to remain within a multinational state, like a large proportion of the Czechs, does not qualify as a nation. Fourthly, empirical definitions which define a nation by enumerating various separate features such as language, territory, origin, customs, law, religion. These are unsatisfactory, because the individual features are not essential and play a different part at different times in forming the national life, so that by listing them, we have not grasped the essence of the phenomenon. What then is a nation? We can answer this question by taking the existing, clearly recognizable national units and examining the historical conditions that have given rise to them. Bauer does this with a special reference to the German nation, and arrives at the following conclusions. The primary determinant of a nation is national character. This, however, itself requires explanation, and alters in the course of history. The factors that create and stabilize it are both natural and cultural. The physical community is defined not only by the existence of common forebears, but to a greater extent by the fact that conditions of life lead to a differentiated selection of physical types in accordance with the Darwinian law. Certain characteristics are conducive to the survival of maritime peoples, others of hunters, etc. The inheritance of selected qualities is not contrary to historical materialism, but supplements it. As a result of shared conditions of life and natural selection, there comes into being a cultural community which is, as it were, a piece of Aristotle's history. The nation is never anything but a community of destiny. This community, however, becomes effective on the one hand through the nat. 586 main currents of Marxism. Ural inheritance of qualities bred by the common destiny of the nation, and on the other by the transmission of a cultural patrimony the nature of which is determined by the nation's fate. Die Nationalitätenfrage, p. 21. The existence of a national character does not consist merely in the fact that the individuals forming the nation are in some ways alike, but in the fact that historical forces have made them so. In history up to the present time the national community has taken two forms. The first is the tribal link, which dissolves and is modified with ease. The SEC. On is the nation embodying a class society, especially since the beginnings of capitalism. The community of the early Germanic tribes and that of the medieval empire based on the ethos of chivalry differ from that created by specifically capitalist economic and cultural ties. Commodity production and trade, the improvement of communications, national literature, the post, newspapers, uni. Universal education and military service, democracy, the franchise, and finally the working class movement. All these have successively contributed to uniting the isolated German peoples into a nation conscious of its unity. Even today, however, though less so than in the Middle Ages, participation in the national culture is reserved to the ruling classes. Peasants and workers are the backbone of the nation, but are culturally inactive. It is the business of the socialist movement to fight for the participation of all classes in the national culture. Hence Bauer draws the inference, which is natural to his argument but contrary to the received Marxist opinion, that socialism not only does not obliterate national differences but reinforces and develops them by bringing culture to the masses and making the national idea the property of everyone. Socialism makes the nation autonomous, so that its fate is determined by its own will. And this means that in a socialist society nations will be increasingly differentiated, their qualities more sharply defined and their characters more distinct from one another. Die Nationalität in Frage, p. 92. Clearly, if the nation is, as Bauer finally describes it, a collectivity of human beings united by community of destiny in a community of character, p. 118, then the more the people shares in deciding its own fate, the more evident and significant national characteristics will become. Socialism does not level out national differences, but enhances, to an extreme degree, the importance of the national principle in history. This does not mean, however, that it intensifies national hatred or oppression. On the contrary, national hatred is a distorted form of class hatred, and national oppression is a function of social oppression. Hence the working class, fighting against all oppression, fights national oppression too, and in bringing about a socialist society it destroys the conditions that might revive national enmity and conflicts of national interest. The existence of many nations and national characters is part of the cultural wealth of mankind, and there is no reason to seek to diminish their number. In the preface to the second edition, Book 2 The Golden Age 587, of his book, 1922, Bauer refers to Duhem, who detected national peculiarities. Even in such a universal field as physics, the British are more concerned with constructing easily visualized mechanical models regardless of theoretical consistency, while the French are more interested in uniformity of theory. Bauer relates the state of affairs to the different development of absolute monarchy in the two countries. There is, then, no harm in the fact that the socialist movement itself is differentiated according to nationality, and it would be fatal to impose a uniform pattern on everyone. There is no conflict between proletarian internationalism and national variety. Members of the proletariat are linked together by a similarity of destiny, but not by a common destiny in the same sense as a nation. By destroying the conservative tradition and enabling every nation to decide its own affairs, socialism opens up entirely new prospects of the development of national consciousness and culture. The liberal bourgeoisie supported the right of nations to self-determination because the nations that were awakening and throwing off the yoke of absolutism provided it with new markets. The imperialist bourgeoisie, on the other hand, endeavors to subjugate undeveloped countries. The working class sometimes profits by imperialist policy, but the adverse consequences far outweigh the good, and in any case the racial and imperialist ideology is profoundly alien to socialism. When the capitalist class aims at creating a large multinational state under the dominion of a single nation, the working class takes up the old bourgeois idea of a free national state. Die Nationalität in Frage, p. 4.55. Socialism, therefore, is on the side of national self-determination, but does this mean that the working class in multinational states should fight under the banner of separate statehood for each nation? This was a key question for the Austrian Social Democrats. Bauer used the same arguments as Rosa Luxemburg, though he was far from sharing her nihilist attitude to the national case. The fight for separate statehood was harmful to socialism because it linked the workers with the bourgeoisie. The right course was to work within the framework of existing states, demanding freedom for all nations to organize their spiritual and cultural life. A constitution that gives each nation the ability to develop its own culture, and that compels no nation to reconquer and reassert this right again and again in a fight for political power. A constitution that does not base the power of any nation on the rule of a minority over the majority. This is what the proletariat demands in the field of national policy. Each nation should govern itself and be free to meet its own cultural needs from its own resources. The state should confine itself to watching over those interests that are common to all its nations and are neutral as between them. In this way national autonomy and self-determination is necessarily the constitutional objective of the working class of all nations in the multinational state. Ibid. Pages 277 to 588. Main currents of Marxism. Bauer considered, therefore, that in Austrian conditions the best course was to fight for complete national autonomy for all ethnic groups in the monarchy, for the maximum enlargement of the powers of national institutions, and the maximum limitation of the functions of the state. In agreement with Renner, he contended that the national principle should not be based on territory. There were in Austria-Hungary many areas of mixed language and many linguistic enclaves, while migration to the towns and various economic factors caused incessant changes in the territorial basis of nationality. Consequently, the personal principle should prevail, i.e. every citizen should choose his own national status. Each nation would set up its own organization and possess funds for the development of national culture, schooling in its own language, and institutions of all kinds. National self-governing bodies should be the foundation of the whole authority of the state. Generally speaking, a separate state for each nation would no doubt present some advantages, but granted complete freedom of national life, the interests of large states would prevail. Bauer was of course aware of the difference between the position of those pleas who lived wholly within the confines of the monarchy, such as the Czechs, Hungarians, and Croats, and those who were divided by international frontiers, like the Poles, Ruthenes, Germans, and Serbs. He foresaw the possibility of an armed rising by the Poles in pursuit of national unity, but he thought this depended on events in Russia. If the revolution succeeded there, the Poles and other nations of the Russian Empire would gain their autonomy and Austria-Hungary would have to accept a similar solution. If the revolution failed, the Poles might rise against the partitioning powers and bring about the dismemberment of the monarchy. But the working class should not base its hopes on an imperialist war and the collapse of Austria-Hungary, for this would mean the victory of reaction in Russia and Germany. The struggle should be carried on the basis of the existing state. Bauer changed his mind, however, during the Balkan War, as he came to the conclusion that the monarchy was bound to collapse owing to the strong pressure of the Slav nations for independence. During the War of 1914-18 he proclaimed the right of every nation to form a state of its own. To sum up, Bauer shared the opinion of all Marxists that national oppression was a function of class oppression. He did not agree with them, however, that national differences would disappear in a socialist society, and he thought it a good thing that they should continue to exist. Unlike Lenin and Rosa Hamburg, but like the Polish socialists of the PPS, he ascribed intrinsic value to the national community and thought this value should be defended. The Leninists, especially Stalin in 1913, attacked him on the ground that he did not come out firmly for the right of each nation to break away from the monarchy, but confined his aim to self-determination in the form of cultural autonomy. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 589. But there was no essential theoretical difference between them. Bauer maintained that the working class should not fight under the banner of national separatism, and so did Lenin. Lenin, however, regarded national oppression as a destructive force of which the party should take advantage to overthrow the existing order. Bauer, who did not touch on this idea, was concerned to do away with national oppression, not to exploit it for party ends. He believed that in conditions of complete freedom and autonomy the problem of state separatism would cease to exist. There remained, of course, the question of the partitioned nations, especially Poland. Bauer did not take a clear line on this in his book. At any rate less so than Lenin, who endorsed the view that it would be a shameful farce if the Polish proletariat were to fight for the resurrection of the Polish state. Later, however, Bauer recognized not only Poland's right to independence, but also, in contrast to Lenin's view, the real need for such independence. In the last resort the difference between him and Lenin was that to Lenin the national question was a tactical one of exploiting anti-Russian resentment, while national oppression would automatically disappear under socialism. Whereas Bauer regarded nations as valuable in themselves and enriching human culture by their differences. Renner, from this point of view, was much more of an Austro-Hungarian patriot. He also advocated cultural autonomy, but to the last opposed the idea that the Socialist Party should rest its hopes on the dissolution of the monarchy. However, both he and Bauer emphasized that political democracy was a prerequisite to the solution of national conflicts, and that national oppression could not be done away with in conditions of despotism. 13. Hilferding, the controversy on the theory of value. Hilferding's controversy with Bauer epitomizes the whole range of problems connected with the Marxian theory of value and discussed during the period of the Second International. Eugen Bauer, the chief exponent of the psychological school of economics, criticized volume of Capital in his Geschichte und die Kritik der Kapitalstheorie n. 1884, and, after the publication of Volume 3, produced a further criticism entitled Zum Abschluss der Marxistischen Systems, 1896, English translation, Karl Marx, and the close of his system, 1898. Hilferding believed that bourgeois political economy was no longer capable of forming integrated theories, but that the psychological school was an exception and was therefore worth noticing. Accordingly, in Bauer's Marx Critic, Marx Study N, Volume I, 1904, he summed up the Austrian economists' arguments against Marx and combated them from the orthodox standpoint. According to Bauer, Marx had furnished no empirical or psycho 590 main currents of Marxism logical grounds for his theory that labor constitutes value. Like Aristotle, he argued that as objects were exchanged they must possess some comparable, commensurate feature, and he arbitrarily assumed that this must consist in the labor input. In so doing Marx had made several errors. Firstly, he took into account only the products of labor, but the products of nature, such as land, were also exchanged, and accounted for quite a large part of the sum of transactions. Secondly, Marx entirely disregarded use value, which was illegitimate, since, as he himself emphasized, use value was a condition of exchange value. Thirdly, Marx assumed that apart from use value an object consists of nothing but crystallized labor. But this ignores its scarceness in relation to demand. The fact that it is an object of need, the fact that it is or is not a natural product. Why then should only one of its properties be the basis of value? Moreover, B6 Bauer continues, the category of value in Marx's sense is useless because it cannot be measured quantitatively apart from price, and one reason for this is that complex labor cannot, as Marx would have it, be reduced to a multiple of simple labor. Forms of labor differ in quality and cannot be expressed in units of labor time. The proposition that value earns the terms of exchange thus cannot be empirically verified and affords no explanation of true economic processes. In addition, Volume 2 of Capital contradicts Volume I, for in considering the origin of the average rate of profit Marx states that prices as a rule do not correspond to values, and that actual exchanges always take place at a rate different from the proportionate input of socially necessary labor. Admittedly, Marx also says that these deviations are innate up or on the global scale, i.e., that the sum total of all prices is equal to that of all values, but this is a tautology if we cannot define the relative values of any particular commodities. Since the concept of value does not explain the actual price relationship, it cannot serve any purpose in economic analysis. In his rebuttal of this argument, Hilferding tries to show that Bauer failed to understand Marx's theory of value and that his objections are either misconceived or do not lessen its utility. As to the ignoring of use value, Hilferding says that in the act of exchange, use value does not exist for the seller, so it would be hard for him to take it as the basis of price. According to Marx, as long as there is no commodity production and exchange is a casual and inessential phenomenon, objects are exchanged according to the will of their possessors, but in the course of time, exchange value becomes independent of use value. Why then is labor the determinant of value? To this question Hilferding replies that objects acquire exchange value only as commodities, i.e., when they are quantitatively confronted with others on the market, the possessors take part in the act of exchange not as human individuals but as embodiments of the overall relative. Book 2 * The Golden Age 591. Shins of production. The subject of economics is only the social aspect of commodities, i.e. their exchange value, although the object itself is a unity of exchange value and use value. The commodity expresses social relations, and hence the labor contained in it takes on a social character as necessary labor. In the exchange context people are not people in the psychological sense, and commodities are not objects defined by their qualities. But Marx endeavors to find a link between factors of production, and this link appears in the exchange process in a mystified form, as a link between things, and not people. The commodity is defined quantitatively as the sum of the labor contained in it, and in the last resort social changes can be reduced to the law of value, a theory which takes as its starting point use value, human needs, and the utility of objects seeks to explain social processes on the basis of the individual relation between the person and the thing, but it fails of its purpose, as it cannot on this basis discover any objective social measure or apprehend the real course of social development, which cannot be deduced from the relationship between an individual who wants something and the object that satisfies his want. In Marx's theory, by contrast, the principle of value causally dominates the whole life of society. Within the total framework of social relations, things that are not commodities, such as land, may take on The character of commodities, man's control over natural forces enables him to obtain an exceptional amount of surplus value, and this privilege is expressed as the price of land. As for the attributes of commodities other than value, which Bembark mentions, they afford no basis for quantitative comparison. As regards the reduction of labor to a common measure, Marx does indeed maintain that complex labor is a multiple of average simple labor, i.e. that involved in the expenditure of labor power such as every human being on the average possesses. Different kinds of work depend on the degree of complexity, and the quantitative proportion between them is determined by the social process itself. Certainly there is no absolute measure by which complex labor could be reduced to simple labor independently of the market, but there is no need of this, for the purpose of economics is not to account for specific price relations but to discover the laws of the social development of capitalism. Absolute prices as they are given in experience are the starting point of this investigation, but what it is concerned with are the laws of change, to which absolute prices are irrelevant. The important thing to note is that a change in the productivity of labor alters the relation between prices. Simple labor enters into complex labor in many ways, for example as labor expended in training complex labor power, and so in the end complex labor can be conceived as the sum of simple labor. Bembark confuses the theoretical and the practical measurement of value. The latter is not possible, but the former is. And the only true measure is the whole of society and the laws of competition. 592 main currents of Marxism that govern it. The idea that it is possible in practice to measure the value of particular commodities led to the utopian notion of a labor currency. Marxism, however, is not concerned with fixing prices but with observing social laws. Nor is it true, Hilferding continues, that Marx's theory of average profit refutes the theory of value. In Volume of Capital he discusses equivalent exchange. But he does not say that actual exchange takes place at the rate determined by the proportionate input of socially necessary labor, and he is careful to point out that prices diverge from values. These divergences do not invalidate the law of value, but only modify it. Economic theory is concerned to find out whether price changes conform to a general tendency that can be expressed as a law. It is not concerned with the value of particular products. Marx's statement that the sum total of prices equals the sum total of values is not an empty one, for it enables us to conclude that all profit comes from production and not from circulation, and that the total volume of profit is identical with the total volume of surplus value. The argument that it is not only value that determines price is not a refutation of Marx, for Marx holds that when prices are given, their subsequent movement depends on the productivity of labor. A careful reading of this controversy leads to the conclusion that Hilferding did not really answer Bembark's objections but was content to repeat the relevant arguments from Capital, so that his refutation is not convincing. Bembark's main arguments are three. 1. Value in Marx's sense cannot be measured quantitatively, partly, but not solely, because there is no way of reducing different kinds of labor to a common measure. 2. Prices depend on many factors, not only value, and we cannot ascertain the quantitative importance of value in relation to the others. 3. Therefore the statement that value governs the movement of prices and social relations is both arbitrary, because it is not clear on what ground we are asked to believe that value is determined by labor time, and scientifically useless, for it does not help us to explain the movement of prices, still less to foresee it. Hilferding accepts the first 2 points, but denies that they affect Marx's theory, since it does not purport to explain actual terms of exchange but only to discover the general laws of change, and these are subordinate to the law of value. We need only repeat here the remarks we have already made in discussing Capital. In the empirical sciences we generally define a law as a statement that, in such and such particular conditions, such and such phenomena always occur. Clearly the statement that the value of a commodity is equal to the amount of socially necessary labor put into it is not a law but a definition of value. It could be proved that it was not an arbitrary definition if we were able to show that this particular attribute of commodities does govern actual price changes. This latter proposition could then be called a law. But here is the real Book 2 The Golden Age 593. Difficulty. Price changes depend on several factors: the average rate of profit, the supply-demand ratio, value, and we cannot ascertain their quantitative distribution. Hilferding evades the point by means of the formula in the last resort, which is familiar from historical materialism. Economic changes are determined in the last resort by the value of commodities, but what does this mean, if we accept that actual price changes are not determined only by value? Hilferding only says that, other things being equal, changes in the productivity of labor produce price changes. The producer who uses a technique more efficient than the average will make a higher profit. This is of course true, but it can be established independently of the so-called law of value and is generally known without the benefit of that law. The concept of value does no more to explain it than does the concept of production costs. If the cost of producing an article is lower because of improved technique, the producer stands to make a bigger profit. Price changes resulting from changes in productivity can be explained without the aid of the concept of value. Value figures in these arguments as a quality and is accounted for in the same fashion. Since we know it quantitatively only through prices, to say that as there are prices, there must be value is no better than to say, like the character in Molière, that as we know by experience that opium puts people to sleep, we can deduce that it has soporific qualities. All phenomena connected with the movement of prices can be just as well explained without reference to value. That inefficient producers are driven out of business by larger, more efficient ones is well known and obvious, and is amply explained by the movement of prices. It is arbitrary to say that it is explained by the law of value, for this does not enable us to foresee price movements any better than we could without it. Hence the law of value is not a scientific statement that can be empirically verified or refuted. The position is similar as regards the reduction of complex labor to units of simple labor. Hilferding's statement that this process takes place of its own accord in the movement of market prices, but that it cannot and need not be quantitatively expressed, means simply that price changes are the empirical phenomenon and are not explained by the proportion between different kinds of labor. Hence the principle of reduction has no meaning that enables us to foresee or explain anything. As for the statement that value can be measured theoretically but not practically, its meaning is very obscure. It is hard to see what can be meant by saying that any magnitude cannot be measured in price but only in theory. The assertion that in days when there was hardly any commodity production, the terms of exchange depended on the will of individuals, but that afterwards they became subject to the law of value, is contrary to Engels' statement in the preface to Volume 3 of Capital that in primitive times goods were exchanged. 5904 Main currents of Marxism. According to value, whereas the developed commodity economy introduced other factors regulating prices. But the law of value has in fact another sense, as Hilferding explains. In economic theory as Marx understands it, we are not concerned with actual terms of exchange but with the origin of profit. This theory does not explain the actual history of capitalism, but tells us that profit comes entirely from the workman's unremunerated labor, that capital does not create value, and that the only source of value is productive labor, the definition of which, as we know, arouses numerous doubts. Since the real producers, i.e. the workers, have no power over the values they create, while all these values, including the value of labor power, are exchanged according to the impersonal laws of the market, the law of value as Marx conceives it is an economic description of the process of the universal alienation of capitalist society. It is an ideological, not a scientific category, and cannot be verified empirically. As a category of this kind it is of course significant and of importance to the doctrine, but it serves different purposes than the political economy which seeks to ascertain actual price movements, predict changes in the economic climate, and give practical advice for the conduct of economic affairs. Marx's theory of value is intended to be of practical importance too, but in quite a different sense. Its purpose is not to describe the quantitative relations between phenomena so that we can more easily influence events, but to unmask the anti-human actor of a society in which production is entirely geared to the multiplying of exchange value, to lay bare the alienation of social life, and to throw light on the contradiction between man's requirements and his empirical existence. A theory of this kind is not so much an explanation as an ideological appeal, and must be understood as such. The controversy between Marxists and critics of the theory of value is thus insoluble, as the latter expect from a general economic theory something that Marx's doctrine is unable to provide. Hilferding believes, it is true, that it is possible to deduce from the labor theory of value a law of changes in capitalist society which would demonstrate the inevitability of socialism. He does not explain, however, how this is to be done. Marx believed in the necessity of socialism, but he did not indicate what features of the capitalist economy meant that socialism was certain to come about. It is not sufficient to say that capitalism suffers from an anarchical production system, undergoes periodical crises, and arouses the working class to revolt. All this does not prove that an economy of this kind which has existed, with whatever destructive consequences, for a considerable time cannot go on existing indefinitely. Marx ought to have shown that at a given moment the SYStem is bound to break down, but the theory of value does not help to establish this conclusion. Book 2 *The Golden Age 595. 14 Hilferding, The Theory of Imperialism. Hitler's Finanzkapital gives the impression of a plan to rewrite almost the whole of Marx's capital so as to adapt it to altered economic conditions. He expounds Marx's theory of currency, credit, interest rates, and crises, but the most important part of his work is concerned with changes in the world economy since Marx's death. These changes are connected with the concentration of capital, but they are of a qualitative nature and cannot be represented as a simple continuation of earlier processes. The argument starts from the theory of value and the theory of the average rate of profit. Value in the strict sense, i.e. crystallized labor time, cannot be expressed directly but is manifested in exchange as the quantitative ratio between prices. The fact that production is geared to profit means that exchange does not conform to the principle of equal pay for equal work but to that of equal profit for equal capital. Sale is effected at production prices, not according to value. The impossibility of directly expressing the value of commodities points up the utopian character of such doctrines as Rodbertus's socialism, in which society fixes the standard amount of labor time for each product as a basis of exchange. The dominance of profit as a motive in production leads naturally to the concentration of capital and to technical progress. The latter expresses itself economically in the constantly increasing proportion of constant capital in the organic composition of capital, and also in the change within constant capital itself. Fixed capital increases faster than circulation capital. This means that the transfer of already invested capital is increasingly difficult. Circulation capital can be transferred at will from one branch of production to another, but fixed capital is linked to the production process. It would thus be extremely hard for an average rate of profit to emerge if there did not exist, in the form of joint stock companies and banks, the means of mobilizing capital on a large scale. The interests of banks, however, differ in some ways from those of individual capitalists. Competition which drives some firms out of business is not advantageous to the banks, though it is to the surviving firms. The banks therefore aim to prevent competition among their customers, and at the same time they are interested in a high rate of profit. In other words, the banks tend to create industrial monopolies. One result of monopoly production is a change in the function of trade. In the period of the primary accumulation of capital, trade plays a decisive role. It is the starting point of the development of capitalism, and in the first phase, thanks to the credit system, it makes production dependent on itself. In a developed capitalist economy this dependence ceases, and production and 590 main currents of Marxism trade are separate. Then, as capital becomes concentrated, trade loses its autonomy or even becomes superfluous as a distinct branch of economic life. Commercial capital thus decreases, and its share of profit is taken over by industrial capital. The merchant becomes increasingly the agent of syndicates and cartels. The concentration of capital leads to the concentration of banks, but, reciprocally, the greater amount of capital is at the bank's disposal, the more they are able to bring about in their own interest the concentration of industrial capital. There is thus what would today be called a positive feedback. The banks accumulate the reserve capital of the capitalist and a large part of the cash resources of the non-producing classes. Consequently, the amount of capital available to industry is considerably greater than the total of industrial capital. This is advantageous to industry, but makes it highly dependent on bank capital. The bank capital, or capital in the form of money, which is thus in reality transformed into industrial capital, we call finance capital, finance capital. 3.14. Discussing the prospects of the cartelization of industry, Hilferding puts the question whether there is any impassable limit to this process, and answers that there is not. One can imagine the whole of capitalist production in the form of a universal cartel consciously regulating all productive processes. In such circumstances, prices would be fixed conventionally, and this would turn into a calculation which divided the total output between the cartel magnates and the rest of society. Money would cease to play a part in production, and the anarchy of the market would be done away with. Society would still be divided into antagonistic classes, but it would have a planned economy. Hilferding does not say that matters are bound to develop in this way, but that such is the tendency of the concentration of capital. In later years he came to regard this prospect as highly probable. He did not deduce that there was no hope for socialism, but he inclined to the view that socialism, by means of peaceful expropriation, could take over the machinery of capitalist planning almost ready-made. However, as long as the process of concentration did not attain this hypothetical absolute form, crises were inevitable in the capitalist economy. Production must go through cyclic stages of prosperity and depression. The possibility of crises was inherent in the very conditions of commodity production, the division of commodities into commodity and money, and the development of credit meant that there could be a situation of insolvency due to marketing difficulties, and insolvency at any one point led to a natural chain reaction, for sales were the precondition of reproduction. Moreover, the urge to increase profit, which was the sole motive force of production, contained an inbuilt contradiction, as it also endeavored to limit the consumption of the working class. This did not mean that crises were solely due to the low level of Book 2 *, the golden age of consumption by the workers, and that, as Rod Bertus's followers hoped, they could be cured simply by raising wages. An economic crisis, Hilferding explains, is a disturbance of circulation, but of a specifically capitalist kind, so that the laws of circulation as such do not account for it. Every industrial cycle begins with such accidental circumstances as the opening of new markets and new branches of production, important technical improvements, or the growth of population. These factors cause a rise in demand which spreads to other branches of production that are in some way or other dependent on the initial ones. The period of capital turnover is shortened, i.e. the amount that the business man must invest decreases in relation to the production capital employed. But the conditions that favor technical progress at the same time produce a fall in the rate of profit and lengthen the period of capital turnover. At a certain stage, expanding production meets with insufficient demand and has to seek fresh markets. Meanwhile, capital naturally flows into branches where the organic composition is at its highest, and thus the investments in those branches are larger than in others, where the rate of profit is lower. The resulting disproportion interferes with the whole process of commodity circulation. Crises, as a rule, are most severe in the branches of production that are most technically advanced. This leads to a chain reaction of falling prices and profits. In addition, during boom periods prices and wages rise, but prices increase more rapidly than goods, for this is the condition of increased profit. Hence consumption cannot keep pace with production, and at a given moment the system breaks down. At that moment, owing to the huge demand for bank credit. During the boom, the banks are unable to even out the disproportion by granting credits. There is an acute demand for ready money, but producers can obtain it only by realizing the cash value of their own products. Everyone wants to sell at once, with the result that nobody buys, prices collapse while huge stocks accumulate, and the upshot is bankruptcy and unemployment on a large scale. Owing to the interdependence of capitalist agencies, crises in one country affect others by way of import restrictions, and depressions tend increasingly to be worldwide. The least vulnerable concerns are those with the largest amount of capital, for they can cut production drastically without going bankrupt. Hence crises are themselves a cause of the concentration of capital, for they tend to eliminate small producers and leave the giants holding the field. The reign of finance capital also leads to a change in the function of the state, and to the decline of bourgeois liberal ideology. The size of the area in which finance capital can operate freely becomes of even greater importance. Finance capital requires a strong state which can protect it from foreign competition, and, by political and military means, facilitate the export of capital. Imperialism is the natural result of the concentration of capital and the fight to maintain and raise the profit level. The ideal situation, of course, is one in which the 598 main currents of Marxism, metropolis gains political domination over new markets and territories, providing a cheaper labor force, hence finance capital supports imperialist policy, and the spread of capitalist production throughout the world. The ideological weapons of the liberal bourgeoisie are out of date. The ideals of free trade, peace, equality, and humanitarianism are replaced by doctrines sanctioning the expansion of finance capital, racism, nationalism, the ideal of state power, and the worship of force. These developments have an important effect on the class composition of society. The old and sometimes mortal conflicts between the upper and lower bourgeoisie, between town and country or bourgeois and landowners, are less and less in evidence. Hilferding shows how the magnates of capital, as they gain control over the whole economic activity of the middle classes, create such a unity of interests that society tends more and more towards a class polarization between the workers and all the rest. The petty bourgeoisie has no longer any prospects beyond what large-scale capital allows it, and is forced to identify its interests with those of the cartels. It is also the class most receptive to imperialism and racism, to ideas of power and political expansion. Technical progress tends to reduce the working class population, first relatively and later absolutely, while administrators, technicians, and production managers are required more and more. At the present time these classes are clearly dependent on capital, not only in the economic field but in that of ideas, and provide support for reactionary political movements. But their position is vulnerable. The demand for their talents is less than the supply, and there is already a tendency to streamline managerial techniques so as to limit or decrease their number. In course of time we may expect members of this class to throw in their lot with the proletariat, as they come to realize that their position and interests as salary earners are essentially similar to those of the working class. The reign of finance capital does not diminish class antagonism but intensifies it to the highest degree, while at the same time weeding out the class structure, so to speak, by eliminating intermediate political forces and arraying against each other the hostile forces of a financial oligarchy and the proletariat. The latter's economic organizations, fighting for better terms for the sale of labor power, naturally evolve political organizations which go beyond the framework of bourgeois society. The coalescence of the state machine with finance capital is so obvious that the least conscious of the proletariat are aware of the antagonism between themselves and the whole existing system. The proletariat cannot, of course, oppose to imperialism the reactionary and senseless cry of a return to free trade and a liberal economy. At the same time, realizing, as it does, the inevitable tendency of the present system, the proletariat cannot support it even though its ultimate result is to bring about a proletarian victory. The proletariat's answer to imperialism can only be socialism. Imperialism and Book 2 The Golden Age 599. The reign of finance oligarchy greatly facilitate the political struggle and advance the prospects of socialism, not only by causing wars and political catastrophes that help to revolutionize the consciousness of the proletariat, but still more because they bring about the socialization of production to the utmost extent possible under capitalism. Finance capital has separated the management of production from ownership and created huge capital accumulation subject to unified control. Hence the expropriation of the financial oligarchy by the state, once the proletariat has gained power, is a comparatively easy task. The state need not and should not expropriate all medium-sized and small enterprises, which, in any case, are at the present time completely dependent on the magnates of finance. Finance capital has already performed most of the expropriation. The state has only to take over the big banks and industrial firms in order to control production. If it is working class state, it will use its economic power in the public interest and not to increase private profit. A sin. GLE wholesale expropriation would be economically superfluous and politically dangerous. At the end of his work, Hilferding formulates the historical law that in social formations based on class antagonisms, great social changes take place only when the ruling class has achieved the maximum concentration of its forces. Finance Capital, v25. This stage, he predicts, will soon be reached by bourgeois society, which will thus create the economic conditions for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Hilferding's work had a greater influence on the development of Marxism than any other product of the Austrian school. It was in fact the most comprehensive attempt at a scientific analysis, from the Marxist point of view, of post-Marxian trends in the world economy. Hilferding was one of the first to point out the importance of the separation between capitalist ownership and production management, and to point out the increasingly significant role of managers and technicians. He also gave a lucid summary of the economic and political consequences of the new era of the concentration of capital. His work is written from the standpoint of classical Marxism, i.e. on the basis that concentration will lead finally to the polarization of classes and that the industrial proletariat is the battering ram which will destroy the world of capital. He did not, however, draw the same conclusions from this analysis as Lenin subsequently did. Hilferding regarded capitalism as a worldwide system that would be destroyed owing to the exacerbation of class antagonism between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Lenin, from the same global point of view, concluded that the contradictions of imperialism would lead to its breaking down not at the points where economic evolution had gone furthest but at those where there was the greatest concentration and complexity of social conflicts. Other, non-proletarian demands, in particular those of the nationalities, 600 main currents of Marxism, and the peasantry must be present to constitute a reservoir of tension, and revolution was most probable where claims and dissensions were most numerous, rather than at the principal centers of finance capital. Hilferding believed in a proletarian revolution in the Marxian sense, as did Rosa Luxemburg, Nekoch, and the whole of West European left-wing socialism. Lenin believed in a political revolution led by the party, supported by the proletariat, but requiring in addition the impetus of other claims which it purported to represent and which it harnessed to its cause. 13. The beginnings of Russian Marxism. 1. Intellectual movements during the reign of Nicholas I. Our serene determinism and the peasant question. These two headings sum up the history of the radical intellectual movement in 19th century Russia, both in its pre-Marxist phases and in at least the first phase of the evolution of Marxism. The two questions were by no means independent of each other. The issue was whether and how far the theory of historical necessity was reliable in general, and in particular what light it threw on the future of Russia, an overwhelmingly peasant country with a rudimentary industrial proletariat, governed by an autocracy and suffering, even after the 1861 reform, from many of the evils of feudalism. The peculiarities of Russian Marxism are generally attributed to the special political and economic circumstances of the empire, the effect of pattern CRE, aided by pre-Marxist revolutionary movements, and the country's philosophical and religious tradition. There is no doubt much truth in these explanations, though they do not suffice to account for the spread of Russian Marxism in its Leninist form in other parts of the world after the October Revolution. In considering the special character of Russian history, emphasis has been laid not so much on political despotism as such but rather on its oriental nature, i.e. the far-reaching independence of the state and its bureaucracy vis a civil society, and its dominance over every social class including the most privileged. The Marxist thesis that state institutions in a class society are nothing but organs of the privileged classes is harder to apply to Russia than to West European societies. In the 19th century, some Russian historians, such as B. N. Chicherin, expressed the view, which is still held by some today, that the Russian state, far from being the outcome of previously existing class antagonisms, itself, as it were, created social classes from above. The Russian Marxists did not accept the theory of the autonomous nature of the Russian state in such an extreme form, but Plekhanov and Trotsky, for instance, agreed that the independence of the state apparatus in Russia was incomparably greater than elsewhere in Europe. Plekhanov in his historical analyses laid special emphasis on the Asiatic features of the Russian autocracy, hence the importance he attached to decentralization in political programs. Berdy wrote that Rus. 602 main currents of Marxism. SIA was a victim of the hugeness of her territory, the needs of defense and real expansion had led to the growth of a bureaucratic military apparatus of coercion which constantly thwarted the short-term interests of the possessing classes and, from the time of Ivan the Terrible onwards, had consolidated itself, while brutally suppressing their aspirations. All major economic changes in Russian history have been effected from above by means of state power. This is true of Peter the Great's time, of the reforms of Alexander I, and of industrialization and collectivization under Stalin. The essential feature of what is today called totalitarianism, namely the principle that the whole life of society, daily economic and cultural activity, must not only be supervised by the state, but must be absolutely subordinated to its needs, has been characteristic of Russia for centuries. It could not, of course, always be put into practice so effectively, but it was and is the constant basis of the activity of the state apparatus. It follows from this principle that the state is the only legitimate source of any social initiative, and that any organization or crystallization of social life that is not imposed by the state is contrary to its needs and interests. It also follows that the citizen is the property of the state, and that all his acts are either directed by the state or are a challenge to its authority. Russian despotism created a society in which there was scarcely any middle term between servility and rebellion, between total identification with the existing order and absolute denial of it. Hence it was only late in the day and with great difficulty that Russia annihilated the idea of freedom which had taken shape in Western Europe through centuries of struggle between kings and barons, the nobility, and the bourgeoisie. Freedom which is defined by law and presupposes a legal order of society. In Russia, social conditions were such that freedom was conceived only as anarchy, as the absence of law, since law presented itself in scarcely any other form than as the arbitrary will of a despotic ruler. Between absolutism and disorderly peasant revolt, it was difficult in the extreme to evolve an idea of freedom sanctioned and limited by law. Revolutionary movements naturally slid into the idea of a new form of totalitarianism, Pestel, Tikhachev, or towards the anarchist vision of a society free from all laws and political institutions. Extremism and maximalism, which are often singled out as characteristics of Russian culture, may be regarded as due to the history of a country which never produced a strong middle class and whose stability always depended on the strength and efficiency of a centralized bureaucracy and only to a very small degree on the organic crystallization of interest groups. A country in which to think about social reforms in a natural manner was to think of revolution, and there was no Clear-cut dividing line between literary criticism and assassination. The weakness of the towns and the minor role played by commerce for sen. Tories impeded the growth of an independent intellectual culture. The emancipation of intellectuals, the cultivation of logical faculties, the power to reason. Book 2 The Golden Age 603. And debate, and the love of abstract analysis, all these are features of urban culture and are linked with commercial prosperity. The assertion of Moscow's supremacy and the destruction of Novgorod prevented the development of urban civilization, and the Orthodox religion helped to isolate Russia from the West. Russian Caesaropapism meant not only that the Eastern Church was the servant of Tsarist despotism, but also that the rulers claimed dominion over their subjects' souls. The Church was subordinated to the Tsardom in such a way as to give the latter unlimited authority over individual consciences, and the natural consequence was a system of state police supervision of citizens' thoughts. The rivalry between secular and ecclesiastical power which did so much to develop Western civilization was virtually absent in Russia. The Church identified itself with the state and allowed the latter to reign supreme in intellectual life. At the same time, Russia as a political organism was endowed with the Church's religious messianism. After the fall of Byzantium, the Orthodox Church evolved the idea of Moscow as the third Rome, the successor, appointed for all eternity, to the capital of Christendom that had been conquered by the Turks. Moscow as the center of orthodoxy and Moscow as the capital of the Tsars were one and the same. Orthodox messianism became indistinguishable from Russian messianism, and the Tsar was not only a political autocrat but the guardian of religious truth. This, of course, is a simplified picture which does not apply equally to all periods of Russian history, but it helps to explain certain features of revolutionary Marxism in Russia. It was natural in these circumstances that religious and philosophical thought in Russia did not develop on the same lines as in Western Europe. Rus. SIE did not go through a scholastic phase or develop the powers of logic and analysis, the classification and definition of concepts, the marshalling of arguments and counter-arguments, that were the legacy of medieval Christian philosophy in the West. On the other hand, Russia also had no part in Renaissance civilization and was not convulsed by the spirit of scepticism and relativism, which left such deep marks on European culture. Both these deficiencies are glaringly evident in Russian philosophical thought from its beginnings in the Enlightenment period. Its exponents are literary men and intellectual amateurs, intrigued by social or religious questions but incapable of systematizing their thoughts, of analyzing concepts with laborious care or appraising the logical value of arguments. The philosophical writings of the greatest Russian thinkers are often fascinating from the rhetorical and literary points of view. Full of passion and authentic feeling and free from scholasticism in the pejorative sense, Russians did not ask what philosophy was for, they all knew its purpose. But as a rule their works are devoid of logical rigor, ill-constructed, and inconsistent, shapeless, lacking in sequence and methodical subdivision. 04 Main currents of Marxism. At the same time we are struck by the absence of scepticism and relativism. There is plenty of scoffing but very little irony, a frenzy of denunciation, but little power of detachment, even the humor expresses rage and despair rather than merriment. The brilliance of the 19th century Russian novel no doubt proceeds from the same causes as do the defects of Russian philosophy. Academic philosophy of the Western type did not really exist in Russia until the last quarter of the century, and had produced no works of the first rank when it was swept away by the revolution. It is noteworthy that the Russian philosophy which leads in a direct line to Russian Marxism has as its starting point questions and alternatives similar to those that prompted Marx's early thinking and took the form of reflections on Hegel's philosophy of history. These discussions go back to the dark and forbidding era of Nicholas I, the young Vissarion Belinsky and the young Bakunin begin their philosophizing from the same celebrated phrase about the identity of the real and the rational which inspired and organized the critique of the young Hegelians. Belinsky, who knew Hegel at second hand in a dilettante fashion, believed he had discovered the rationality of history even in its barbaric and despotic manifestations. It was possible, he thought, to come to terms with cruel reality if one grasped the insignificance of all that was individual, contingent, and subjective, and the greatness of historical reason, craftily mocking at the desires and hopes of human beings. In articles written in 1839 Belinsky expounded his philosophy of reconciliation, or rather submission to the majesty of universality embodied in an Asiatic satrapy. But within 2 years he had broken completely with this Hegelian, or rather pseudo-Hegelian, historiosophic masochism and had come to believe in the merit of the human individual as the sole intrinsic value, which must not be sacrificed to the Moloch of the historical universale. After his conversion to socialism and then to naturalism at La Feuerbach, Belinsky remained in the Russian tradition as the type of a mind oscillating between desperate fatalism and moralistic revolt, between the rationality of the uncaring progress of the Weltgeist and the irrationality of the sentient individual, between objectivism and sentimentalism. The most important issue in Russian intellectual life under Nicholas I was that between Slavophiles and Westernizers. Slavophilism was a Russian variant of romantic philosophy in its opposition to the Enlightenment, rationalism, liberalism, and cosmopolitanism. The Slavophiles, Ivan Kyrievsky, Alexei Kamayakov, Konstantin Aksakov, Yuri Samarin, were in search of a philosophy to legitimize the Russian autocracy and the Eastern Church's claim to be the sole depository of Christian truth. They idealized pre-Petrine Russia, especially the Russia of the first Romanovs, in which they discerned principles that could protect the nation from the pernicious imitation of Western liberalism. Book 2 * The Golden Age 605. And make it the spiritual leader of the world. For this purpose they elaborated the doctrine of community, sobernost, the spiritual unity of society based on devotion to eternal truths and opposed to the mechanical, purely legal bond of interest that prevailed in Western Europe. The essence of the Russian spirit was freedom conceived as a result of the love of God, not the negative and unspiritual freedom of the liberals. Another essential feature was the integral development of the individual, in which human reason does not rely on its power of abstract thought but harmonizes its activity with living faith as the source of all spiritual values. This faith does not exist in the Roman Church, which maintains only the hierarchical unity of law, or in Protestant bodies, which have sacrificed the ideal of unity to a subjective love of freedom. In contrast to the West, whose intellectual culture and theology are based on confidence in the abstract power of logic, while its social organization takes for granted the antagonism of individual and class interests. Restrained only by the repressive force of law, the Russian spirit is that of a free organic union based on voluntary submission to divine truth and the unity of secular and religious authority. The Westernizers did not have such a clearly defined social philosophy as the Slavophiles. Westernism was the general name for the policy of Europeanizing Russia. It went with the cult of natural science, and attachment to liberal principles, hatred of Tsarist despotism, and the conviction that only by taking the Western road could Russia emerge from her backwardness and cultural stagnation. Although both the Slavophiles and the Westernizers had roots in Russian tradition, symbolized respectively by Moscow and St. Petersburg, it is noteworthy that almost all the adherents of both schools were students of German philosophy and often defined their position with the aid of Hegelian categories. It might seem that in Nicholas's time the conservatives had little enough reason to fear that Russia would be engulfed in a tide of liberalism. Nevertheless, despite the country's political and economic stagnation, Western ideas were beginning to seep through and find acceptance among the young, as witness the Petrashevsky discussion group. In the time of Alexander II and Alexander III, however, pure versions of Slavophilism and Westernism became less important compared with trends which incorporated features of both in different ways and in varying proportions, as did all the variants of populism. 2. Herzen. Alexander Ivanovich Herzen, 1812-70, was the first important advocate of a third solution, leaving room for Russia's own non-capitalist way to social liberation and also for the values of Western liberalism. In his cult of science and hostility to religion and the autocracy, he was sharply opposed to the Slavophil tradition, but his critique of capitalism was essentially in accordance with it. 606 main currents of Marxism. As a schoolboy, Herzen vowed hostility to Russian despotism, and he remained faithful to that vow. He settled in the West in 1847, and from 1855 published a periodical entitled Polyarnia Zvezda, the Pole Star, and after wards Kolokol, the Bell, which played a major part in animating the radical movement among the Russian intelligentsia. Like most intellectuals of his generation, he went through a Hegelian phase, in which he attacked conservative interpretations of the rationality of the real and upheld the dialectic as the principle of permanent negation and criticism of the existing order. He wrote some philosophical essays which, while they contained nothing original, played some part in propagating naturalist and anti-religious attitudes in Russia. His main influence, however, consisted in his critique of capitalism and hope of a specifically Russian road to socialism based on the traditional peasant community, the mir, or Obchina. Herzen was opposed to capitalism and Western civilization not because it bred poverty and exploitation but because it degraded people by the exclusive cult of material values. The universal ideal of prosperity crippled the personal society became spiritually barren and was sunk in general mediocrity. As a rich member of the gentry, free from material cares and living in the comfort of Western capitals while he denounced the philosophy of wealth, Herzen was a suspect figure to some radicals, but he won much popularity with his appeal to a tradition that would enable Russia to achieve social justice while spurning capitalist values. He believed that the human personality was a supreme and intrinsic value, and that the purpose of social institutions was to enable it to develop and enrich itself spiritually in every way. Western civilization had the opposite effect, by standardizing all values and allowing the universal spirit of competition to destroy the spontaneous solidarity of all human beings. This was an attack on capitalism from the standpoint of aristocracy rather than socialism. However, Herzen had the people's cause at heart and was anxious not merely to preserve the values created by the privileged classes, but to extend them to everybody. The common ownership of land by the mir seemed to him to hold out the prospect of a new social order which would unite justice and equality with the voluntary solidarity of individuals, abolishing despotism, but not replacing it by universal egoism and money grubbing. In this way, Herzen began a discussion that was to dominate Russian thinking for the next 3 decades, the question of Russia's road to socialism by way of the village commune. Herzen has been invoked as a pioneer by populists, liberals, and Marxists. To the Marxists, he was not only a denouncer of the autocracy but also a standard bearer of the cult of science, an enemy to religion and the Orthodox Church, and a philosopher who could, without much exaggeration, be called a materialist. Despite his hatred for despotism, however, it is hard to call him an ideologist. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 607. Of revolution, he certainly was not one in the sense in which the next generation spoke of revolution, when it seemed hopeless to put any faith in a reform of the existing system. Herzen did not get on with the revolutionaries of the 1860s. He disliked their primitivism and contempt for the non-utilitarian values of art and education, their dogmatism, intolerance, and cult of a revolutionary apocalypse, which they seemed to desire for its own sake and to which they were prepared to sacrifice all existing values. A certain conservatism in Herzen's thought made him aware of the danger of the fanatic belief in progress that regards living generations as far less important than those still to come. Although Herzen thought that Russia's situation was historically privileged, and that she could build a just society thanks to the tradition of the village commune, which he mistakenly believed to be a survival of primitive communism, he did not link this with any nationalist messianism or with the idea of Moscow as the future Mecca of humanity. He was a Russian patriot, but not a chauvinist. In 1863 he offended a large part of public opinion by defending the cause of the insurgent Poles. This was one reason, though not the only one, why his star began to fade during the 1860s. The death of Nicholas I and the defeat in the Crimea ushered in an era of reforms which either caused fresh intellectual divisions or made it necessary for old ones to be reformulated. With the abolition of serfdom and the grant of land to the peasants in 1861, followed by reforms in the judicial system, the army, and local government, the question of Russia's future under capitalism ceased to be purely speculative and took on practical significance. Intensive industrialization was still some 30 years away, the peasantry was income paired with many remnants of serfdom, and economic questions were almost purely agricultural in scope, but it was nevertheless clear to all that a period of modernization had begun and that it was time to think about its possibilities and dangers. 3. Chernyshevsky. Tuesday writings of Nikolai Gavrilovich Chernyshevsky, 1828-89, were much more important to the radical intelligentsia of the 60s than those of Herzen. Chernyshevsky was another of the chief inspirers of populism, though he is not generally termed a populist in the strict sense. He also looked to the village commune for Russia's social regeneration, but he was more of a Westernizer than Herzen. He adopted in full the naturalist philosophy of Feuerbach, and presented it to the public in a work entitled The Anthropological Principle. In philosophy, 1860. He was a consistent exponent of Enlightenment type utilitarianism on a materialist basis. He believed that all human motives come down in the last resort to a calculation of pleasures and pains, and that egoism, 608 main currents of Marxism, is the sole driving force of human behavior. This, however, did not mean that there could not be cooperation and solidarity, or acts of the kind described as self-sacrifice or disinterested aid. All such acts could perfectly well be interpreted as instances of the universal desire for pleasure and profit. All these are traditional motifs, familiar from the history of utilitarian doctrine. From the same source Chernyshevsky derived his belief in rational egoism, i.e., the organization of communal life in such a way that all individual egoisms are satisfied in a general harmony. The conflict of egoisms is due to faulty social institutions and lack of education. Chernyshevsky accepted the basic values of liberalism. He desired the Europeanization of Russia, the overthrow of the autocracy, political freedom, universal education, and the emancipation of the peasants. He also believed, however, that Russia could enjoy industrial progress and liberalism without extinguishing the communist flame that burnt on in the Obshchina, and that the horrors of capitalist development could be avoided. As disappointment ensued after the reform of 1861, Chernyshevsky laid increasing emphasis on revolutionary hopes. As time went on, he lost interest in the village commune and devoted more attention in his writings to political developments and the need to overthrow the Tsardom by force. He was arrested in 1862 and sentenced to hard labor after 2 years' imprisonment. While in prison, he wrote his celebrated novel What Is to Be Done, which became the Catechism of Russian Revolutionary Youth. It is a work of small literary value, didactic, boring, and pedantic, but all the more faithful to Chernyshevsky's doctrine that art, like science, had no intrinsic value but was to be judged by its immediate social utility. The novel succeeded in its purpose of instilling into revolutionary youth a spirit of asceticism, seriousness, devotion to the people's cause, and contempt for the moral conventions of their elders. It did much to popularize the moral style of radical circles, marked by doctrinarism, fanaticism, sincerity, and self-sacrifice, the cult of science, and the lack of a sense of humor. Lenin respected and admired Chernyshevsky all his life as the teacher who had introduced him to revolutionary ideology, and we may say that Lenin was an ideal specimen of the type which Chernyshevsky portrayed and which was not uncommon among the revolutionaries, an intellectual so exclusively devoted to the cause that any discussion which cannot be made to serve the revolution is no better than idle chatter, and values that cannot be put to use in the same way are merely food for aesthetes and dilettanti. Conversion to the revolutionary faith made it natural for many of the Russian intelligentsia, shocked and humiliated by poverty, ignorance, and oppression, to abandon all values that were peculiar to the privileged classes. Given the gigantic task of raising Russia out of her backwardness and barbarism, the cult of spiritual, aesthetic, or intellectual values that was so strong in Herzen's case seemed a betrayal of the revolutionary mission. Utilitarianism and materialism were, to Book 2 The Golden Age 609. Speak, the natural expression of this attitude. The connection can be seen in Chernyshevsky and also in two writers who died young but were extremely popular in the 1860s, N.A. Dobrolubov, 1836-61, and D.I. Pisarev, 1840-68. To the latter is attributed the remark that a pair of boots is worth more than all the works of Shakespeare. Materialism, and this term can be applied to Chernyshevsky without reservation, thus had a clear political sense in Russia in the second half of the century. It of course involved hostility to the church and religion, and thereby served in the fight against autocracy. At the same time, by seeming to justify a utilitarian philosophy of life, it was a negation of the culture and habits of the educated classes. Its votaries were able to brand all disinterested artistic and intellectual pursuits as idle amusements of the aristocracy, and to apply to all human thoughts and actions the key question, whom does it profit? In and after the 60s, as elsewhere in Europe, materialism was reinforced by the popularity of Darwinism. For the radicals, however, Darwinism was a two-edged sword. On the one hand, it gave opponents of religion scientific ground for saying that all human affairs could be explained in purely biological categories. On the other, especially as interpreted by Spencer, it suggested that human history and society could be explained in terms of natural selection, the struggle for existence, and the survival of the fittest. This latter consequence, as it was thought to be, of Darwinism was unwelcome to the revolutionaries on two grounds. In the first place, it might imply that the struggle for existence was an eternal law of nature, which put a stop to dreams of a perfectly harmonious future society. Secondly, if universally applied, it introduced a kind of biology, fatalism, which condemned to sterility any individual efforts or moral endeavors. Whatever men may do, according to social Darwinism, those who remain in possession of the field will finally be those who show most power of adaptation, not those whose sufferings are today most acute, or whose cause appears morally just. In this way, scientism, utilitarianism, and materialism, which the revolutionaries adopted as weapons in the political struggle, appeared to show that the struggle had no purpose. Hence Chernyshevsky took from Darwinism the theory of the origin and mutation of species, but not the theory of natural selection, while later sociologists of the populist camp endeavored to limit the Darwinian theory in various ways so as to avoid having to draw unwelcome conclusions. For populism and the first reception of Marxism, Tuesday radical movement which developed in Russia after 1861 bore the general title of populism, Narodnичество. Historians differ as to the exact meaning and applicability of this term. In an article of 1898 entitled What Heritage Have 610 Main Currents of Marxism, we abandoned. Lenin defined populism as consisting of three factors. In the first place, the populists, Narodniki, considered capitalism in Russia a retrograde phenomenon and wished to halt its development. Secondly, they regarded the peasantry and especially the Obshchina as a self-contained institution in the sense that it could not be analyzed in terms of social class. They thus ignored class differences among the peasantry. Thirdly, they did not see the link between the intelligentsia and political institutions on the one hand and the class interests of Russian society on the other, and they thus imagined that the intelligentsia could be an independent force capable of imparting to history whatever course it chose. This account of populism, it will be seen, contains no reference to political strategy or policy vis-a-vis the autocracy. Those whom the Marxists combated under the name of populists in fact included both reformists and revolutionaries. Some relied on terrorism, others